Chapter 129: The Radiant Dragon and the Five Summer Dragons. Initially, Wu Qiao did not take Draco's words to heart. His curiosity about the extraordinary world merely led him to visit and seek wisdom from Lucius and the others, while the notion of raising a dragon was nothing more than a whimsical boast at the time. They had already reaped substantial rewards, including the heartfelt guidance of Narcissa, the support of Lucius's equipment, and the occasional insights from Dumbledore and Grindelwald. They even managed to awaken the magic within their bodies, with Draco crafting personalized wands for them as per their requests. Wu Qiao requested that his wand be fashioned in the likeness of a golden hoop, while Suguru, for reasons unknown, harbored a particular fondness for the three-section staff wielded by Fushiguro Zenin, insisting on a similar design. Fushiguro Zenin desired a long sword style, while Shoko wanted a retractable ame-piercing weapon. This left a multitude of wizards utterly speechless. It was utterly absurd. They simply could not comprehend the thought process of sorcerers. What was it? Casting spells while engaged in combat? While Shoko's request was somewhat understandable, given her role as a healer needing to guard against sudden close encounters, what about the other three? Nevertheless, Draco acquiesced to their desires, even crafting a wand resembling a divine light staff for Hui and Yujin. Draco's wand was designed to control the output of magical energy without necessitating the targeting of an opponent. Thus, he endeavored to create the abstract forms they all desired. Even without employing magic, it could rival the finest of magical artifacts. Fear not, for fairness prevailed. They also ventured to Diagon Alley, where they found it even more astonishing than they had anticipated. Each individual indulged in extensive shopping. What a jest! Who knows when they would return next? They had to stock up. Moreover, they all possessed the spatial necklaces gifted by Draco. The group also took the opportunity to test their wands. Although these wands lacked the novelty of Draco's, they were the most traditional of wizarding wands, akin to those from the Harry Potter series. With gratitude, they thanked their angelic benefactor, Draco. On the day they were to depart, Draco brought them to an expansive grassland, leaving them somewhat bewildered. It was then that Wu Qiao suddenly recalled Draco's mention of gifting them a dragon to nurture, his heart a mix of anticipation and incredulity. Could it be true? Ollie, Draco called out, exasperated. This mischievous little one had wandered off to play, and he needed to raise his voice for him to hear. After waiting for about a minute or two, a figure, a pair of white forms, descended gracefully before them. The smaller of the two was indeed Ollie, affectionately nuzzling Draco, while the Australian blue-eyed dragon observed eagerly from beside. Wu Qiao and Suguru had encountered this Australian blue numerous times. It always lingered close to Ollie, for wherever Ollie went, he was sure to follow. This dragon, named William, was the first Draco had drawn and subsequently gifted to Lucius. Initially, both Wu Qiao and Suguru were perplexed, as William's name clearly indicated a male dragon, leading them to believe he was merely Ollie's subordinate. However, Harry informed them that William was indeed Ollie's mate. This revelation was not particularly surprising. Rather, it was the fact that Ollie had not spawned a brood that left them astonished. Was he truly monogamous? How trendy! Harry shook his head, clarifying that radiant dragons are birthed from light orbs, which appeared alongside Ollie. These orbs resembled life trees of the elves, yet were not quite the same. With each radiant dragonborn, the orb would dim progressively until it eventually faded away. It was uncertain whether Ollie was unique, as he was the only radiant dragon with golden eyes, while all subsequent dragons born from the light or possessed blue eyes. Draco gracefully leaped onto Ollie's back, gesturing for the trio to join him. However, he was met with the obstruction of another pair of silvery wings. Draco realized that William had positioned himself protectively in front of Ollie, and after a moment's contemplation, he understood. It mattered little to him, but seemed Wu Qiao and the others would have to settle for riding behind William, who was evidently feeling a touch possessive. He gestured helplessly to the bewildered Satoru and Suguru, saying, "It seems that William is feeling a tinge of jealousy. You should sit behind him. We shall proceed to the realm of the Radiant Dragons. There, apart from the Radiant Dragons and William, no one else could enter." Draco was an exception. Naturally, Satoru and the others had no objections. That was self-evident. They were already aware of Draco's intentions. Was he truly going to gift them a dragon? A radiant dragon, No less, a creature that occupies a prominent place in any magical narrative. With hearts brimming with excitement, they eagerly climbed onto the dragon's back, only to be magically bound in place by Draco. Subsequently, William and Ollie unfurled their wings, soaring into the skies with them. As they glided through the air, they reveled in the gentle caress of the wind and the essence of freedom. Satoru Gojo shouted in exhilaration, while the others quietly admired the breathtaking scenery around them. Soon, they beheld a mountain range emerging in the distance, with a particularly striking peak nestled within. This peak was entirely pristine white, not blanketed by snow, but rather adorned with flora and fauna that were completely white, resembling a scene plucked from a fairy tale. As Satoru Gojo and the others gazed upon this enchanting vista, their hearts swelled with awe. Although they had explored much of Dragon Island during their time there, they had never encountered this mountain. Satoru Gojo was confident in his superior memory, assuring that they had visited this place countless times, yet this mountain had never graced their sight. Such a wondrous locale felt as though they had stepped into a dreamlike world. The white dragon gently descended upon the peak, delicately releasing them onto solid ground. Once their feet touched the earth, a refreshing breeze enveloped them, invigorating their spirits. They looked around in amazement, discovering an abundance of white vegetation and small creatures. Even the ground was a pristine white. Everything exuded an air of tranquility and harmony. Unable to contain his wonder, Satoru Gojo exclaimed, "Wow, this place is nothing short of paradise." It was a feeling of sacred gentleness. The others nodded in agreement, with Nanami Kaido murmuring, "It feels as if our souls have been cleansed." Ollie and William diminished their forms to roughly 1 meter in height, leading the way ahead. Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto watched enviously. Could they truly change size? Was this not the dragon of their dreams? Following Draco, they traversed a narrow valley, where white vines flourished amidst the rocky crevices, imparting an aura of mystery and beauty. Once they passed through the vines, they were greeted by a breathtaking sight that left them utterly astonished. Before them lay a gathering of radiant dragons, numbering no fewer than 30 or 40. Some sat upon the ground, others stood, while a few basked lazily in the sunlight, and others frolicked joyfully, seemingly reveling in the pleasures of life. The radiance emanating from their bodies illuminated the entire valley, rendering the surroundings exceptionally bright and sacred. Well, I pondered your forthcoming arrangements and strategies, and there should be plans to unveil to the public, correct? Thus, the Radiant Dragons present the finest choice. Draco smiled at Satoru Gojo and the others, his gaze imbued with confidence and assurance, as if he could foresee the myriad benefits this decision would bestow upon them. Draco elucidated that the Radiant Dragons not only possessed formidable power and majesty, but more importantly, they could instill hope and confidence within the hearts of the people. Their presence would alleviate the fears harbored within individuals, thereby diminishing the curses born from such trepidation. Furthermore, the Radiant Dragons could serve as a focal point for Satoru Gojo and the others' promotion, attracting greater attention and support. The Radiant Dragons were known for their gentle nature and remarkable intelligence, possessing intellect comparable to that of humans. They perpetually radiated a holy light element, capable of healing wounds and purifying the soul. However, despite their benevolent reputation, one must never underestimate them. Their defensive capabilities rank among the highest of all dragon species, with scales that are nearly impervious to harm. Moreover, while they excel in healing and purification, this does not imply a lack of offensive prowess. In truth, Radiant Dragons possess immense strength, sufficient to confront various challenges. Satoru Gojo, Suguru Geto, and Nanami Kaido gazed at the meticulous young boy who had considered every aspect for them with complex expressions. Having been born into such a world, they had never believed in the existence of selfless goodwill, until Draco and his companions appeared, as if a fairy tale had come to life. Their lives had undergone a profound transformation, not to mention the numerous mentors and friends they had encountered along the way. "Thank you, Draco," they expressed, not solely for the dragon, but for so much more. "No need for thanks. We are friends," he replied, sharing a knowing smile with them, and the moment required no further words. After much deliberation, They ultimately chose a radiant dragon that felt particularly familiar to the three of them. Though they were unsure why she held such affection for them, it mattered little. They had a dragon now, and what's more, she could change size. Draco, however, understood why the radiant dragon, named Sophia, was so welcoming towards Satoru Gojo and the others. He averted his gaze, feeling slightly guilty. To foster mutual understanding, he had shown the radiant dragons the events of Jujutsu Kaisen a few days prior. He meant well, truly. Chapter 130. The changes and partings of Ron and his friends. With merely 3 days remaining before Draco and his companions commenced their studies, the message from Narcissa made them acutely aware that the time for parting was nigh. A wave of reluctance surged within each of them. Ron and his friends had concluded their training long before Gojo Satoru and the others ventured to Diagon Alley, yet their final lesson was assigned to Nocturne Alley, marking their inaugural foray into the realm of murder. Surprisingly, however, none exhibited significant emotional upheaval regarding this experience. Even Neville's pallor lasted but a fleeting moment. Had they not previously set foot in this country's most chaotic and disorderly locale, failing to witness the impoverished who seemed to endure bullying, oppression, exploitation, and disdain as a matter of course? They had not seen the degradation of dignity, reducing individuals to mere instruments of labor for those in power. They had not observed the countless downtrodden souls threatened by the specter of death due to material deprivation, nor the many impoverished who, in their struggle for survival, were compelled to engage in morally reprehensible trades, teetering on the brink of existence. They had not witnessed the rampant avarice that rendered the human heart utterly greedy, where unscrupulous acts against others were commonplace. Had they remained ignorant of these harsh realities, perhaps they would have felt revulsion, anxiety, or sheer panic at the notion of taking a life. Yet they had seen it all. This place encapsulated the city's myriad sins and shadows. It's an entirely different world. Hermione murmured, her voice tinged with sorrow and resignation. Indeed, we must adapt to this, Neville concurred, his gaze resolute and determined. True, but I find this distasteful, Ron complained, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the dilapidated structures and ragged figures surrounding them. Yet we cannot change it at present, Hermione reassured, gently patting Ron's shoulder. We must simply adapt and endure. They followed Fushiguro Satoru into this impoverished and chaotic community. Initially, they approached it with naivete and curiosity, striving to comprehend and assist these individuals in their own way. However, reality dealt them a harsh blow. Prior to their arrival, Fushiguro had administered a potion that rendered them temporarily weak and incapable of wielding magic. Their belongings were pilfered, their good intentions exploited, and they even suffered bullying and humiliation at the hands of some. Had it not been for Fushigiro's covert protection, they might have lost everything and descended into an inextricable predicament. Gradually, they grasped the world's cruelty and indifference. They began to learn the art of self-preservation, refraining from placing blind trust in others. They became adept at observing their surroundings, mimicking the behaviors and dialects of the locals, concealing their identities to avoid becoming targets. Ultimately, they succeeded in assimilating into this environment, becoming part of it. Yet, deep within, they harbored dissatisfaction and disappointment towards this world. Is this what it feels like to be powerless, subject to the whims of others? If I were merely myself, could I survive in such a place? As they prepared to depart, Hermione paused, gazing intently at the numbed faces of those ensnared in unending suffering. A glimmer of compassion and sorrow flickered in her eyes. Perhaps one day we shall be able to change this world, she proclaimed, her tone imbued with a hint of hope. Ron and the others nodded in agreement, aware that such a transformation would demand immense effort and time. Yet none deemed Hermione's aspirations fanciful. They turned to leave, abandoning the realm of suffering, cognizant that although they were departing, this experience would eternally linger within their memories. On their journey back, a profound silence enveloped them, as though they were ensnared in a wordless contemplation. They had always been well protected, their understanding of darkness painfully limited. While training had fortified their bodies, their innermost selves remained exceedingly fragile. They required more time to ponder their futures and how to confront them. That night, each was lost in solitary reflection, perhaps reminiscing about recent events or engaging in introspection. By the following morning, the day of their venture to Nocturne Alley, each exhibited marked changes. This transformation was not superficial but emanated from deep within. They exuded a newfound restraint and composure, no longer embodying the arrogance and impatience of their former selves. Perhaps the experiences of the previous night had illuminated their shortcomings, revealing the harsh realities of the world. Thus, when informed of their destination, they exhibited little astonishment or trepidation. They were psychologically prepared, even anticipating the potential occurrences. Therefore, when the dark wizards unleashed their dreadful curses, they acted with unhesitating resolve. After all, in this realm, The demarcation between good and evil was not always so clear-cut. They would not doubt their convictions for the sake of a few dark wizards' lives. Nor would they allow their principles to transform them into indiscriminate killers. Although Fushiguro had imparted a harsh lesson, their extensive time spent together had led them to regard him as a trustworthy mentor. Despite his acerbic tongue, poor demeanor, and ridicule, they gradually acclimated to and understood his unique pedagogical style. His teachings spurred their growth, rendering them stronger. However, as the moment of parting approached, they discovered an unexpected depth of sentiment towards their seemingly cold instructor. They gathered around Fushiguro, their hearts awash with conflicting emotions. On one hand, they recognized the inevitability of this farewell. On the other, they yearned for just a little more time. How swiftly time had flown. Fushiguro regarded the group of children, a wave of inexplicable emotions swelling within him. He extended his hand, gently ruffling each child's hair, savoring their warmth and trust. He understood the preciousness of this bond between teacher and students, despite his usual display of indifference. Why the long faces as if we shall never meet again? There will be opportunities to reunite in the future, he remarked, endeavoring to infuse a note of levity into the atmosphere of separation. You understand nothing. Parting is always sorrowful. Pansy retorted stubbornly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She wished to conceal her vulnerability from Fushiguro, yet her inner emotions proved insurmountable. We're not oblivious. It's just that the atmosphere demands a moment of sorrow. Is that so difficult? Blaze added, a weary smile gracing his features. They all knew that the sadness of this moment was genuine. Even with the prospect of future encounters, the current separation remained heart-wrenching. Fushiguro glanced at the children and couldn't help but chuckle. He comprehended their sentiments and sensed their respect and affection towards him. Choosing not to engage in further argument, he responded to their reluctance with a smile. Very well, continue to feel sorrow. But do not forget the lessons I have imparted. Always remain vigilant. Remember, strength is paramount. Fushiguro spoke earnestly, his gaze sweeping across each student. The children nodded in acknowledgement, pledging to remember Fushigiro's teachings. They understood that this parting was not an end, but rather a new beginning. They would carry forth Fushigiro's hopes and blessings, striving to become even better versions of themselves. Meanwhile, Narcissa was meticulously outlining plans with Suguru, while Dumbledore and Grindelwald contributed details from time to time. Gojo Satoru listened intently, his demeanor serious and focused. After all, with these top strategists imparting their wisdom, he was determined to absorb every morsel of knowledge. Previously, he had dismissed such teachings, convinced of his own invincibility. Had he not been forewarned of the impending events, he would have continued in that vein. However, that could not be the case now. He must fortify himself. While indifferent to his own fate, he could not afford to overlook Jay. Anything that posed a threat to Jay would be systematically eradicated. He aspired to create a world where Jay could laugh with genuine joy. Meanwhile, Naruhiko listened in astonishment, pondering, if this plan were to be executed, it would not only upend the executive department, but could also lead to a significant reshuffling of the upper echelons in Neon. This approach was undeniably lethal, though it left no visible wounds. She couldn't help but admire the earnestness of Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto. Though these two often presented a facade of nonchalance and irreverence, when faced with grave matters, their displayed sagacity and decisiveness were extraordinary. If Ron's situation could be likened to a youthful farewell filled with the essence of adolescence, then this scenario represented a battleground of power, rife with turbulence. In contrast, Draco and his companions formed a heartwarming little theater of innocence. Draco and Harry meticulously reassured the tearful children, Maki and Yuji, promising to visit them annually, vowing they would never forget them. Draco would continue to accompany his Liam, believing that Liam would protect Maki and Yuji just as he had once safeguarded him and Harry. Chapter 131, the start of the second semester. During their farewells, no one exhibited sadness or reluctance. Instead, gentle smiles adorned their faces, as if this parting were merely a brief interlude. They promised to surprise each other with their growth upon their next meeting, determined to astonish their teacher, Mr. Shun. In the future, Ron contemplated this with resolve, aware of the areas in which he needed to improve, yet confident that perseverance would one day earn him Mr. Shun's admiration. Hermione, Pansy, and Neville shared the same hopeful anticipation for their future reunion. Narcissa observed the retreating figures of Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto, silently wishing for their success. She held a fondness for the student, Satoru Gojo, for his perceptiveness. Although Satoru occasionally displayed a lackadaisical demeanor, he was undeniably clever. Having watched Jujutsu Kaisen, she was deeply impressed by its plot and characters. She sincerely wished for both of them to navigate their lives smoothly, with all their aspirations fulfilled. Once Satoru and the others departed, Narcissa returned to Malfoy Manor. Noticing that several children had much to express, she smiled gently, her lips curving upward. She exchanged a knowing glance with Lucius, and they nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they concocted an excuse and thoughtfully ascended the stairs, leaving the children to converse freely. As for Dumbledore and Grindelwald, they had long since taken their leave, having summoned Snape, who had been the sole means of communication with Gryffindor lately. Regulus and Sirius remained temporarily on Dragon Island. As the couple ascended the stairs, the children's true colors were revealed. "Ah, Draco, Harry, do you have any idea what kind of month I've endured?" Pansy exclaimed, throwing herself at Draco and playfully pinching his cheek in frustration. That insufferable little brat. "It was a grueling 26 days of relentless training. We went through hell." Ron cast a resentful glance at Draco and Harry. "Isn't it wonderful? We've all become quite formidable." Harry interjected, brushing aside Pansy's meddlesome hands. Concern etched on his face as he noticed the marks on Draco's skin. In truth, Pansy hadn't pinched hard. Draco's delicate skin merely showed the slightest impression. "I brought you all gifts. Don't be angry." Draco responded with a smile, unaffected by her antics. "What gifts?" George's head popped up from behind the sofa. "You better not play favorites, little Draco," Fred chimed in from the other side. "There should be something for me and little Dora, right?" Cedric smiled warmly, appearing harmless. The twins, often on the receiving end of Cedric's charming yet devious smiles, exchanged knowing glances. "Everyone gets a gift. They are tailored just for you." Draco retrieved 9 boxes from his space, each seemingly identical, yet varying in length. "This one is for Pansy. I know you're skilled with a sword." He opened one box to reveal a beautiful slender sword, adorned with magical runes, ensuring both durability and sharpness, capable of piercing magical defenses. "And this is for Hermione. You aced your shooting test, right?" He handed her another box, containing limitless ammunition. "What about mine?" Ron asked eagerly. Draco chuckled as he produced 2 shorter boxes, handing one to Ron and the other to Blaze. "They're peacock feathers. The flying needles are limitless, just a smidge of magic is needed, but be cautious. There's venom on them." Ron and Blaze were puzzled, recalling that Master Fuchsidoro had claimed they were suitable for assassination. "This one is for Theodore, a longbow that features a locking mechanism on its arrows. And this is Cedric's, a heavy sword that can be split into 2 blades. Lastly, this is for George and Fred, a sniper rifle. And this is for Neville. This shield can withstand, Satoru Gojo's 50 projectiles, and it's transparent." After distributing the gifts and witnessing the children's curious and delighted expressions, Draco and Harry couldn't suppress their smiles. "Draco, is the training related to the fact that we will be venturing to other dimensions?" Hermione couldn't help but voice her curiosity. She understood that Draco and Harry were not as straightforward as they seemed. She and Pansy shared an unspoken understanding, striving to accept and keep pace. However, the training had come as a surprise. Given Draco's nature, he typically would have given them a heads up unless he had received some urgent intelligence at that moment. Indeed, Draco confirmed without hesitation. Inviting Master Fuchsidoro was not a whim, but rather a result of Ian contacting him about a connection to another world. However, the circumstances of that world were somewhat intricate, necessitating some preparation before they could embark. "But I cannot divulge more just yet. I will inform you before we depart." "That is all right. We trust you," Hermione replied, not intending to pry further. Satisfied that her suspicions were correct, she felt content. "Everyone, school starts the day after tomorrow. I recall the professor's assigned homework," Theodore remarked in a seemingly indifferent tone, though his eyes twinkled with mischief, as if foreseeing the ensuing chaos. As expected, Ron's eyes widened in terror, his expression reflecting sheer horror. "Oh no, this is bad," he shrieked, slapping his forehead in exasperation at having forgotten about the assignments. Meanwhile, Neville appeared as if struck by lightning, frozen in despair as hopelessness washed over him. Clinging to a sliver of hope, he cautiously inquired, "Is there a lot of homework?" He wished to hear a negative response, but reality dashed his hopes. Hermione shook her head in resignation. "Actually, there's quite a bit." She gazed at Neville and Ron, internally sighing at the fact that these fellows always seemed to recognize the gravity of their predicament at the very last moment. Ron and Neville exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of utter desolation. They understood that completing all their assignments in merely 2 days was an almost insurmountable task, yet they were reluctant to concede defeat so easily. Thus, they resolved to channel their stress into motivation, confronting this challenge in a rather peculiar manner, by indulging in an abundance of sweets. Ron and Neville pounced on the desserts laid out on the table like famished wolves, voraciously devouring them in an attempt to soothe their wounded spirits with sugary delights. Their faces were smeared with cream and chocolate, a comical sight, yet they seemed utterly unconcerned. They thought to themselves, "Since we are already in this predicament, we might as well relish the delectable treats." Theodore, Hermione, and Pansy sat nearby, quietly observing Ron and Neville's antics, their eyes reflecting both sympathy and a hint of mockery. These two always seemed to grasp the seriousness of their situation only at the last moment, resorting to such self-destructive measures to face adversity. However, given sufficient time, they invariably managed to overcome their challenges and complete their assignments. The group, shrouded in gloom, could only shrug at Draco's indifference. The professors had sternly warned against plagiarism, and the means of detection among wizards were plentiful. As the school year approached, everyone busied themselves with their respective tasks. Those who hadn't completed their assignments were hastily writing them, while others focused on studying diligently for their futures. Their next encounter would be aboard the Hogwarts Express as they transitioned into their second year. Draco had deliberately expanded their compartment to accommodate everyone. Ron plopped down onto a seat, his entire body slumping as he stared vacantly ahead, a frown etched upon his brow as he muttered, "I truly despise homework." Blaise, seated beside Ron, offered a resigned smile, gently patting Ron's head in a gesture of comfort. Would second year be as thrilling as the last? Ron pondered aloud. Just then, a long-forgotten mechanical sound suddenly echoed in their ears. Instantly, their eyes sparkled with anticipation as they collectively averted their gazes, fearful of being discovered by Draco. Upon hearing the prompt, their hearts raced uncontrollably. They were filled with eager anticipation for what lay ahead, particularly regarding the tales of their second year, which ignited their curiosity. They exchanged furtive glances from time to time, while Harry directed his gaze towards Draco, recalling that he had forgotten to show his friends the Harry Potter movie. Draco shook his head at Harry, signaling that the time was not yet right, and held up 3 fingers. Harry nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, the group, their heads bowed, remained oblivious to the two's silent communication, anxiously awaiting what would unfold next. Chapter 132, Second Year and the Chamber of Secrets. Harry Potter's first year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry had come to a successful conclusion. For Harry, returning to the Dursleys on Privet Drive, after having just begun to acclimate to the magical world, felt like the most excruciating ordeal. He had to endure the incessant verbal bullying and emotional abuse from the cruel and overbearing Dursley family throughout the summer. This opening felt more like a narrative told from Harry's perspective than ever before. Hermione adjusted her glasses, pondering why that was. Harry seemed to embody the role of the protagonist in a film, a suspicion taking root in her mind. Draco and Harry undoubtedly knew something. Perhaps due to their trepidation regarding Harry's magic, the Dursleys had not made his life too difficult over the summer, aside from forbidding him from completing his magical homework. Yet, Harry felt increasingly troubled, for his 2 best friends, Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley, appeared to have forgotten him. The 3 friends had promised to keep in touch over the summer, and despite Harry's persistent letters, he had yet to receive a single reply. It must have been intercepted, though he was uncertain by whom. Nevertheless, he resolved to respond to every message from his friends. Just as the summer was drawing to a close, a house elf named Dobby suddenly appeared in Harry's bedroom, warning him that returning to Hogwarts would bring forth terrible events, placing Harry's life in peril. To safeguard Harry, Dobby had intercepted all of Hermione and Ron's letters, believing that this would dishearten Harry enough to prevent him from returning to Hogwarts. Dobby. The group expressed their surprise, having encountered Dobby before and knowing him to be the Malfoy family's house elf. Despite Dobby's interference, Harry remained resolute in his decision to return to Hogwarts. In an effort to stop him, Dobby even broke the rules by using magic in the Muggle world, causing chaos for the Dursleys, resulting in Harry being locked away by his furious uncle. Fortunately, Ron and the twins came to Harry's rescue. Thus, Harry spent the end of his summer at the Weasley household. Dobby set numerous obstacles in Harry's path to prevent his return to Hogwarts, sealing off the entrance to Platform 9, which caused Harry to miss the Hogwarts Express. In his frantic state, Ron pilfered his father's flying car to whisk Harry away to school, ensuring they wouldn't miss the opening ceremony of the new term, only to crash into the cherished Whomping Willow, provoking Professor Snape's wrath and nearly getting them expelled from the school. Wow, that was absolutely cool, wasn't it? The twins exchanged knowing glances with Ron and gave him a thumbs up. Ron felt no embarrassment, raising his chin slightly with pride. Indeed, he was quite brave. Neville, however, wore a worried expression. The Whomping Willow had been under his care. At that moment, Harry's heroic feats of repelling Voldemort from the previous semester had spread throughout Hogwarts and the entire magical world, suddenly making him the focal point of attention and discussion among students and faculty alike. The newly appointed Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart, was no less a spectacle himself, having won the Most Charming Smile award from Witch Weekly for 5 consecutive weeks. Not only did he overshadow Harry's fame, but he also relished in subtly tormenting Harry, positioning himself as Hogwarts' true hero. Gilderoy Lockhart. Hermione and Pansy's eyes sparkled with excitement, but upon considering Professor Grubblyplank's capabilities, They doubted he would falter in the face of any curse in defense against the dark arts class. Thus, it seemed unlikely that Lockhart would be invited back this term. As foretold by the elf Dobby, not long after the new term commenced, Hogwarts was beset by a series of terrifying and mysterious occurrences. Several isolated students and the caretaker's cat fell victim to a dreadful force that petrified them, leaving everyone bewildered. Additionally, a ghostly voice frequently echoed in Harry's ears, seemingly emanating from the walls, informing him that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened, and that the heir of evil would seek retribution against the mudbloods within the school. The individuals involved in the basilisk incident furrowed their brows. This description sounded eerily familiar. It was said that the chamber could only be opened by someone of Slytherin lineage, tied to an ancient and malevolent secret, the hidden past of the young Voldemort. Panic swept through the entire school. As a Gryffindor student, Harry inadvertently discovered that he could understand the language of snakes, possessing the same ability as Salazar, Slytherin himself. Due to the circumstances, Harry found himself the subject of many suspicions, regarded by numerous individuals as the potential offspring of a malevolent lineage. Only Hermione and Ron steadfastly maintained their unwavering faith in him. One fateful day, Hermione too fell victim to a mysterious force, while the self-aggrandizing Professor Lockhart revealed his cowardly nature, retreating in the face of danger. It was Ron who resolutely stood alongside Harry, confronting the dark power. Harry understood that to safeguard his beloved Hogwarts, to rescue his friends with whom he shared life and death, and to dispel the doubts cast upon him, he must take decisive action. Isn't this the basilisk? They exchanged furtive glances. Surely, the professors had dealt with the creature, hadn't they? Pansy signaled to the others, affirming, absolutely. I went down there with Blaze. It was so clean, not even a speck of dust remained. Ron chimed in, so what now? Does that mean there's no minor boss left? Neville expressed his disappointment. He was well aware of how hard the Hufflepuffs had worked last semester. And now the opportunity for extra points had vanished, leaving him disheartened. That poses a dilemma, George nodded sagely. What dilemma? Isn't it better that there's no danger? Do you wish to be hung up and punished by Professor Snape? Pansy cast a dubious glance at the Sorting Hat, wondering if it had mistakenly placed them all in the wrong houses, as they all seemed to crave adventure. Since their special training, they had gradually mastered the art of silent communication. While they could not claim to fully comprehend each other's thoughts, they could certainly grasp the essence of one another's unspoken words. However, they had no choice. Voldemort was too astute, and no matter how softly they spoke, he could hear them. They had learned this lesson through repeated assaults. The perpetrator of the petrifications must be the basilisk, right? But how was it released? Draco observed his companions with keen interest. Harry shook his head with a resigned smile. Indeed, how was the basilisk set free? Everyone leaned in, eager not to miss a single detail. It is human nature to be curious about unfolding events. Although the professors had handled the basilisk, if there truly was an orchestrator behind the scenes, they should bolster their defenses, shouldn't they? During the First Wizarding War, Voldemort entrusted his diary to Death Eater Lucius Malfoy for safekeeping. Voldemort initially planned to instruct Lucius to return the diary to Hogwarts at an opportune moment, reopening the Chamber of Secrets. However, before he could execute this plan, he inadvertently lost his powers while attempting to kill Harry Potter. Voldemort never disclosed to Lucius that a fragment of his soul was hidden within the diary, merely stating that it was enchanted with clever magic. Lucius failed to realize the significance of the diary to Voldemort, and thus treated it with scant respect. Nevertheless, he preserved the diary until 1992. Subsequently, to tarnish Arthur Weasley's reputation, oust Dumbledore from Hogwarts, and dispose of a particularly troublesome dark artifact, Lucius stealthily slipped the diary to Arthur's daughter, Ginny Weasley. During the summer of 1992, at Flourish and Blotts, all eyes turned to Ron, as Ginny was not present in their compartment. Rumor had it she had made a new friend and was engrossed in lively conversation. As for Lucius Malfoy being a Death Eater, was that not common knowledge? Who would have thought that the genteel Lucius they encountered could harbor such sinister affiliations? Could Draco be involved? Ron shrugged helplessly. His father and Lucius did seem to share a cordial relationship now, but he recalled how his father had often been irked at home for failing to uncover any dark artifacts at Malfoy Manor. If he and Draco had not crossed paths so early, perhaps a different narrative would have unfolded. Hermione and Theodore found the description of a diary harboring a soul fragment eerily familiar. Where had they encountered such a notion before? It was evident that such an object could not be benign. On September 1st, 1992, as the Weasley family set out with Harry for King's Cross Station, Ginny inadvertently left the diary at the Burrow. It was not until they were nearly on the highway that she remembered and had to return home to retrieve it. At school, Ginny quickly learned how to communicate with Tom Riddle through the diary, though at that time, she was unaware that he was the young Voldemort. Nor did she know if he truly existed. Ginny poured her innermost thoughts into the diary, including her infatuation with Harry Potter, to the fragment of Riddle's soul. Listening to the trivial woes of an 11-year-old girl was rather tedious. Nonetheless, he patiently responded with a few words. Gradually, Ginny became captivated by Riddle's seemingly kind and understanding demeanor, developing an increasing dependency on him. Her emotional vulnerability made her susceptible to the diary's manipulation. The riddle within the diary grew stronger, ultimately controlling Ginny and compelling her to reopen the Chamber of Secrets, unleashing the basilisk and inscribing ominous warnings on the castle walls. Furthermore, Ginny even killed Hagrid's roosters to prevent them from harming the creature. The basilisk attacked Mrs. Norris, Colin Creevey, Justin Finch-Fletchley, and nearly the headless Nick, yet fortunately, they were merely petrified. No lives were lost. Pansy and the others exchanged peculiar glances. How had they not realized Ginny harbored feelings for Harry? They had encountered Ginny numerous times. And if affection were to be attributed, it seemed she favored Draco even more, always clinging to him. Yet, who could blame her? Draco was handsome, gentle, and ever so patient with her troubles. Who wouldn't he be enamored? Initially, Ginny was oblivious to her actions, but she began to notice peculiar occurrences. She found her robes covered in feathers, perplexed as to how they got there. She could not recall what she had done on Halloween Eve, yet she discovered Mrs. Norris had been attacked, with paint splattered all over her. Ginny pinned her concerns in the diary, starting to suspect she might be the cause of the attacks. It took her a long time to finally harbor doubts about Tom Riddle's diary. Resolute, she decided to dispose of it in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, hoping to flush it away. However, the diary was expelled by the toilet and fell beneath the sink, where it was discovered by Harry Potter. Harry avoided Pansy's reproachful gaze. Upon reflection, it dawned on him that he had not entered the girls' lavatory. After the first attack, Harry, Ron, and Hermione commenced their investigation. Initially, they suspected Draco Malfoy as the mastermind, given his disdain for Muggleborns and his apparent enjoyment of the turmoil. However, after they used Polyjuice Potion to infiltrate the Slytherin dungeon for their inquiry, they discovered that Draco was no more informed than they were. Do you suspect the prince? Pansy glared at Harry, incredulous. Harry discreetly gestured his innocence, swearing he would never entertain such a notion. How could he ever suspect Draco? After discovering the diary in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, Harry initially failed to recognize its oddities. It was not until Valentine's Day, when a small elf delivered a card that tore apart his backpack, spilling ink everywhere and staining all his books of vivid crimson, that he noticed the diary remained untouched and pristine. That evening, he attempted to write in the diary for the first time and discovered a means of communication. Harry inquired about the Chamber of Secrets from the diary, and in order to gain his trust, Riddle within the diary decided to allow Harry to witness a memory of himself capturing Hagrid. Riddle aimed to insinuate to Harry that Hagrid was the true culprit behind the opening of the chamber. However, after Harry and Ron ventured into the Forbidden Forest to converse with Aragog, they concluded that Hagrid was innocent. On Valentine's Day, when Harry's backpack was torn, Ginny was watching nearby. She was horrified to realize that Harry had encountered Tom Riddle's diary. Fearing that Harry might discover the diary's usage, and that Riddle would divulge his secrets to Harry, she soon sought an opportunity to sneak into the Gryffindor boys' dormitory to steal the diary. Upon seeing Ginny writing in the diary once more, Riddle felt immense irritation. He again manipulated Ginny to orchestrate an attack, this time petrifying Hermione Granger and Penelope Clearwater with the basilisk. From Ginny, Riddle learned that Harry's close friends had also been attacked, and he understood that Harry would undoubtedly strive to unravel the mystery behind the events. Consequently, Riddle compelled Ginny to inscribe a message of despair on the corridor wall, before retreating to the chamber to await developments. The Hogwarts faculty noticed Ginny's absence and observed the newly inscribed words on the wall. They suspected that the monster of the chamber had abducted Ginny, and once more, the school faced the imminent threat of closure. Before the attack, Hermione had deduced that the creature within the chamber was a basilisk, yet she was unable to relay this information to Harry and Ron in time. Nevertheless, Harry and Ron discovered a torn page in Hermione's hand, taken from an ancient library book. They both surmised that a student killed by the basilisk 50 years prior still lingered at the attack site, and that the entrance to the chamber was likely concealed within the girls' restroom of the Weeping Willow. Upon learning that Gilderoy Lockhart, the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, intended to rescue Ginny from the chamber, Harry and Ron felt it imperative to share their deductions with Lockhart. However, Lockhart had no intention of entering the chamber. When Harry and Ron arrived at his office, they found Lockhart preparing to flee the school. Thus, the two compelled Lockhart to accompany them into the chamber to rescue Ginny. In the depths of a stone tunnel leading to the chamber, Lockhart seized the opportunity to snatch Ron's wand, attempting to use a memory charm to erase Harry and Ron's memories. However, Ron's wand malfunctioned once more, causing the spell to backfire and inflict irreversible damage upon Lockhart's own memories. The resulting explosion also collapsed the tunnel, separating Ron and Lockhart from Harry, who was left to enter the chamber alone. Within the chamber, Harry encountered the unconscious Ginny and the corporeal Tom Riddle. Riddle did not disclose to Harry that he was a fragment of a soul contained within a Horcrux, instead claiming to be merely a memory. Horcrux, Hermione and Theodore, both well-read, understood the concept of Horcruxes. Had Voldemort indeed lost his sanity? Riddle revealed to Harry that Voldemort was his past, present, and future, releasing the basilisk in an attempt to kill Harry. Fortunately, Dumbledore's Phoenix, Fawkes, arrived just in time, bringing the Sorting Hat and aiding Harry in blinding the basilisk. Harry drew the sword of Gryffindor from the Sorting Hat and successfully slew the basilisk, but not before sustaining a wound from its venomous fang. Harry removed the fang, but the basilisk's poison began to take effect. While Riddle awaited Harry's demise, he was unaware that Fawkes had healed Harry's injury with his tears. Just as Riddle raised Harry's wand, preparing to kill him, Fawkes dropped the diary at Harry's side. Harry swiftly seized the basilisk's fang and plunged it into the center of the diary. Since the basilisk venom was one of the few substances capable of destroying Horcruxes, Voldemort's first Horcrux was thus obliterated. With the destruction of the Horcrux, Ginny awoke. A most fortuitous conclusion indeed, Draco mused about the diary. I believe we had one at home, but it must have been disposed of by my father. Ron and the others, having experienced the ebb and flow of the narrative, finally found solace. Hermione and Theodore exchanged relieved glances, and Hermione nodded, producing a large tome that drew the astonished gazes of her companions. This was a treasure she had unearthed from the leaky cauldron. In truth, due to its considerable size, she discreetly removed a blank sheet of pure black paper to write on. This was a peculiar item she had acquired from Mr. Grindelwald. By inscribing on the black paper, the text would emerge on the white paper. Each individual able to hear their thoughts possessed one black and one white sheet, facilitating communication in times of urgency. Hermione diligently transcribed what she heard, her focus unwavering on the book before her. Before long, the train arrived at its destination. The young wizards gradually disembarked, gazing with anticipation at the long-awaited Hogwarts, smiles blossoming upon their faces. Hey, first years, gather over here, Hagrid bellowed, his imposing figure raising a lantern in the distance, reminiscent of their own arrival the previous year, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Chapter 134, Uninvited Guests. How are we getting across this year? Ron wondered as he watched Hagrid escort the first years away, leaving only the older students behind. What? They aren't coming with us? Don't they have to take the boat? Did last year's upperclassmen swim across? Ron's whimsical musings were interrupted by Cedric. Follow me. Cedric smiled at the group, leading Theodore forward. Oh, I almost forgot. This isn't just a second-year affair. The others hastily fell in line. Draco and the others followed Cedric along a rugged, muddy path where at least 100 carriages awaited the remaining students, each drawn by a jet-black thestral. Their emaciated bodies bore no flesh, the dark skin clinging tightly to their skeletal frames, their towering forms starkly pronounced. Their heads resembled those of dragons, with milky white, pupilless eyes fixed unwaveringly. From the prominent shoulder blades sprouted vast, black wings, resembling those of enormous bats. The group hesitated momentarily, considering this rather unique mode of travel for the upperclassmen. Cedric, basking in the admiration of his friends, felt somewhat out of sorts, having previously believed these were self-driving carriages. The thestral is a breed of winged horse, tall and skeletal, with a dragon-like head and horse-like body, possessing broad wings capable of swift flight. Only those who have witnessed death can perceive them, Theodore explained. Oh, no wonder the students of their year appear unperturbed. They probably assumed everyone had undergone special training. Theodore's words delved into a realm of knowledge that Hermione had yet to explore. It seems I haven't been diligent enough. Hermione resolved to read more books this semester to broaden her horizons. Unbeknownst to her, Theodore's familiarity stemmed from a period of intense fascination with matters concerning death. Superstitious individuals considered such creatures ominous, believing they brought dreadful misfortunes to those who beheld them, marking them as harbingers of ill fate. However, in truth, only those who had witnessed death could see a thestral. Thestrals were remarkably intelligent and incredibly useful. Once tamed, they would never abandon their owner. Thestrals possessed an astounding sense of direction. As soon as they were told where their rider wished to go, they would transport them to their destination. It soars through the air with astonishing swiftness. The primary role of the Thestrals nurtured at Hogwarts is to draw the carriages for the school. I surmise that if Professor Dumbledore were to embark on a long journey and wish to avoid apparition, he would also opt for this magnificent creature. It is said that the Thestrals at Hogwarts descended from an initial male and 5 females, with the first of their kind, born in the woods, named Yu, who was particularly cherished by Hagrid. Thestrals are a type of winged horse classified by the Ministry of Magic as dangerous. Yet Hagrid believes that as long as one does not provoke them, they will not attack humans. Draco elaborated further for the group. Incidentally, my wand core is also crafted from Thestral tail hair, he remarked, lifting the silver limewood wand in his hand. Given the nature of their special training, it was no surprise to see the Thestrals. However, Harry and Draco refrained from questioning how they, too, could witness such absurdity. Voldemort had long hinted that their training was merely to catch up with the two of them. They rode in a remarkably swift Thestral-drawn carriage, arriving at Hogwarts in no time. The first-year students were likely still leisurely crossing the lake. The group arrived at the Great Hall amidst laughter and chatter, where Dumbledore, Snape, and Grindelwald had already taken their seats at the head table. Professor McGonagall was absent, indicating that she would once again guide the first years this year. The proceedings mirrored those of the previous year, and Draco and his friends watched the anxious little witches and wizards, recalling their own trepidation as they faced the unknown dangers of the sorting ceremony. During the sorting, they all skillfully covered their ears, chuckling at the first years who were astonished by the Sorting Hat song. This year, however, the Sorting Hat had adopted a new tune, the theme from Naruto. How could the Sorting Hat know such things? It must be you, Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore, unjustly bearing the blame for Grindelwald, stifled the urge to sneeze. After all, this was a sorting ceremony. He could not afford to sneeze in public. He restrained himself until his eyes reddened. Was it really Grindelwald who enjoyed it? He felt wronged. Grindelwald cast a worried glance at Dumbledore. What was suddenly amiss? Nevertheless, I looked rather splendid like this, reminding him of last week. Dumbledore shivered, a sudden chill washing over him. However, he did not dwell on it too much. The sorting had concluded. Dumbledore stood, as ever, to address the assembly. I am delighted to welcome you all to Hogwarts. With a resounding bang, a cloud of white mist erupted around the sorting hat, obscuring the professor's view of the students. The teachers at the staff table stood alert, gripping their wands tightly. They dared not act recklessly, as the white mist obscured their vision. Their priority was to ensure the students' safety. The upperclassmen, having been trained over the past year, adeptly managed the situation. The second and third years calmed the first years, while the fourth through seventh years shielded everyone behind them in case of an unexpected attack. Cough. Where did this smoke come from? A somewhat familiar voice emerged from the mist, prompting others to ponder. Snape and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. On the other side of the mist, Pansy and her friends exchanged peculiar glances directed at Harry. Harry, too, was taken aback by the voice that sounded exactly like his own amidst the fog. What was happening? Potter, it's all your fault for dragging me into this. This aria, this voice. They all turned to Draco simultaneously. Potter? Draco maintained his composure, having already deduced the general situation, awaiting the awareness of a certain world consciousness. Quiet. We must remain vigilant. The appearance of this white mist is strange and may herald an attack, a female voice declared. Even if anticipated, the group teasingly glanced at Hermione. Hermione covered her face. It was good to be cautious, but her volume was excessive. Hey, Malfoy, we just saved you, you know? That voice belonged to Ron, who looked around expectantly. Hey, why is no one looking at me? It's me. Can't you all tell? It's me. Blaise patted Ron on the head, offering a reassuring glance. We've already figured it out. It should be Harry Potter from another world and his friends, right? Snape could hardly contain himself any longer. He was far too familiar with Harry and Draco, and those two voices were unmistakably theirs. He waved his wand gently, and the white mist quickly dissipated, revealing 4 figures at the center, wands raised. Those 4 were, to everyone's astonishment, Harry Potter, Draco Malfoy, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger. They, too, had noticed the dispersing mist and were cautiously surveying their surroundings. Isn't this Hogwarts? But it's not the start of term yet. Why are there so many students? Harry Potter instinctively searched for Professor Dumbledore's figure, only to be startled by the sight of several overly young professors at the staff table who seemed vaguely familiar. Do not be afraid. We are also students of Hogwarts. May I ask what year it is? Hermione Granger's mind raced. Upon seeing the sorting hat on a chair, she quickly realized they had arrived at Hogwarts' opening feast. Time travel? Space travel? No, there was too little information to discern. It was no wonder Hermione was bewildered. After all, everyone had consumed potions, and their appearances had altered somewhat. Moreover, standing at the forefront were the upperclassmen from the 5th, 6th, and 7th years, who, at Hermione's timeline, had already graduated. Yet, the upperclassmen recognized her. They exchanged awkward glances but did not respond to Hermione's inquiry. Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Draco Malfoy continued to observe these students, not forgetting the professors at the staff table. Dumbledore scribbled something on paper, and several professors exchanged glances, deciding to watch the situation unfold. Hey, why are you all looking at us like that? Ron Weasley could no longer endure the peculiar stares. They are just surprised, a voice that sounded somewhat familiar interjected. Hermione Granger's eyes widened in realization. The crowd slowly parted to make way for a familiar platinum figure. Oh, bloody hell, Ron Weasley muttered, gazing blankly at the individuals emerging. Welcome to your long journey. However, I believe you may have stumbled in by mistake, correct? Draco smiled politely, yet warmly from the forefront. Chapter 135. Uninvited Guests 2. Harry Potter felt as though he must be dreaming. Otherwise, how could he witness himself, clad in Slytherin robes, sitting cozily at dinner with that arrogant Malfoy? Surely, it must be a dream, Harry mused. Just moments ago, several exceedingly familiar figures had suddenly appeared across from him. How could they not be familiar? There stood the younger versions of himself, Ron, Hermione, and Malfoy, while they appeared somewhat more distinguished than their current selves. Harry could not mistake that unmistakable hair or the lightning-shaped scar. The four were in a daze, believing they had fallen under some enchantment. However, under Dumbledore's guidance, everyone settled down to enjoy dinner first, with further discussions planned for the headmaster's office afterward. Could it be that Dumbledore wasn't he joking? That red-haired beauty? Dumbledore? Harry Potter blinked rapidly, attempting to awaken from this absurd dream. I apologize, but I am also quite unsure of what has transpired. The red-haired beauty, said to be Dumbledore's, spoke gently and steadily, her voice bringing a sense of reassurance. But rest assured, you are very safe now. Harry Potter and his companions exchanged bewildered glances. Utterly perplexed by the unfolding events, Harry could not resist pinching his arm, yearning to awaken from this absurd dream. Yet, the sharp sting confirmed that this was no mere fantasy. Under Dumbledore's guidance, they were to finish their dinner before convening in the headmaster's office for a more in-depth discussion. The discordant clatter of cutlery scraping against plates pierced the air, drawing Harry's attention to Draco Malfoy, who was glaring malevolently at both Draco and Harry. What are you staring at, you filthy scarhead? Draco Malfoy snapped, catching Harry's eye with a disdainful glare. See, it's not just me who can't stand it. Harry felt an odd sense of comfort in the shared disdain, unperturbed by Malfoy's derogatory remark. Hermione Granger was equally astonished, yet she quickly regained her composure, moving to sit beside her counterpart, eager to discern the situation. Pansy Parkinson couldn't help but scrutinize her friend's counterpart with disdain. Oh my goodness, that hair, those buck teeth. She is a girl, for heaven's sake. Can't she at least make an effort to groom herself? Pansy had once gone to great lengths to convince Hermione to embrace a more polished appearance. Just look at her. Hermione was the belle of Ravenclaw. Hermione Granger's gaze inadvertently fell upon her counterpart. Could she also possess such radiance? She noticed the blue attire her counterpart wore, momentarily taken aback. Ravenclaw truly seemed to be the perfect fit for her. Hermione had no intention of concealing anything. She introduced each person at her table. Hermione Granger and the two. Oh no. 3 useless eavesdropping boys were left utterly flabbergasted. What? That's Dumbledore? That's Grindelwald? That's Professor Snape? That's Professor McGonagall? That's Filch. Merlin's beard. How is this even possible? Yet, no one dared to voice their questions, as this was, after all, a matter of personal privacy. Throughout the meal, the four from the original world consumed their food with little appetite, feeling the prying eyes of curiosity around them, akin to sitting on pins and needles. Little dragon. A voice, distinctly human rather than mechanical, suddenly resonated. Dumbledore and the others exchanged knowing glances. The original world S group sensed the peculiar atmosphere and found themselves at a loss. Indeed, Ian, you've arrived? Draco recognized the voice immediately. He was not frightened but continued to eat his dinner at a leisurely pace, as he always did. Although Draco lacked much appetite, he knew that if he did not eat, Harry and his godfather would start their incessant chatter again. Apologies, little dragon, but the primary world just contacted me, claiming they accidentally transported their people to our realm, Ian remarked, his teeth itching with irritation at that old rascal, who insisted it was unintentional when it was clearly deliberate. Had he not been out socializing with the world's consciousness of the next dimension, or had the 65 just reported back after clearing the intruders? They would never allow that old coot to succeed. Don't think I'm unaware. I know he wants Draco to come help him out. Damn Merlin. Cursed be he. Humph. I am no longer the old Ian. Think you can breach my defenses? Your energy is all but spent. Are you saying these four are from the primary world? Why have they come to our realm? Draco inquired, curiosity piqued. The teachers had mentioned that Ian was now completely detached from the primary world and had received blessings, making his barriers quite formidable. Little dragon, let me tell you. The consciousness of their world is exceedingly cunning. They took advantage of my absence to dump a few major troubles on us, Ian lamented. Their timeline should be set during the 4th year before school commenced. That world consciousness suddenly had a change of heart and decided against following the plot, but was unable to intervene, thus casting them here. Draco pondered thoughtfully. So, they wish for me to assist them in altering their narrative? Snape's expression darkened, and he exchanged glances with Dumbledore and the others. The primary world? Wasn't that merely the film? They had all watched it as soon as they returned from the spell battle world. The fourth year, the Triwizard Tournament? No. Judging by their attire, it was the Quidditch World Cup. Professor McGonagall looked at Snape with concern, gently patting his hand. Snape respected the professor who had guided him into Hogwarts, managing a fleeting smile before swiftly reverting to his usual stoic demeanor. Yes, however, if Little Dragon does not wish to go, he need not. I can simply send these individuals back. Ian was unconcerned with Merlin's plaintive tone. Draco was his utmost priority. How impressive, the consciousness of my world has become bold enough to confront other realms. Harry and the others silently applauded Ian's audacity. This primary world was terribly rude. Throwing people over without a word. It's quite all right. It sounds intriguing, Draco remarked, pausing briefly. Perhaps when the time portal opens next month. We could arrange a weekend visit and adjust the flow rate accordingly. Since Little Dragon has said so, I suppose it is fortunate for him. Ian begrudgingly conceded. What transpired there? What does he want me to do? Draco instinctively felt that the primary world harbored no malice towards him. I'll inquire. I'll be back shortly. Ian departed like a swift breeze, as quickly as he had arrived. Ron Weasley felt increasingly uneasy under the penetrating gazes. Acutely aware of how uncomfortable it was to be the center of attention, he glanced around at his classmates, silently praying for the meal to conclude, thus ending the awkward atmosphere. However, when he noticed everyone had finished and was clearly awaiting Draco, his discontent surged anew. Having long harbored disdain for Draco Malfoy, Ron could no longer contain himself. He glared fiercely at Draco before speaking. Can't you see everyone is waiting for you? Honestly, his words carried a hint of anger. But just as he was about to finish, a knife suddenly flew past his face, embedding itself into the wall behind him. Silent and seamless. The knife appeared to meld into the wall, leaving only the hilt protruding, startling Ron greatly. His eyes widened, pallor washing over his face as beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. He distinctly felt a sharp sting on his cheek and caught a glimpse of a few strands of red hair that had fallen to the ground. Ron maintained a seemingly casual demeanor, the corners of his mouth curving slightly into a semblance of a smirk. Oops, my hand slipped, he murmured softly. Ron's usual cheerfulness vanished. His gaze fixated on Ron Weasley, the latter's expression now tinged with trepidation as the surrounding air grew palpably tense. Pray tell, is there truly a guest who dares to raise their voice against the host? Do you not know the meaning of courtesy? Ron realized the moment Ron Weasley opened his mouth that he was not about to say anything pleasant. Having grown up alongside Draco, what did it matter that they were counterparts? Ron disdainfully regarded the trembling Ron Weasley, then turned back to wear a charming smile. Draco, do try this apple pie. It tastes just like Auntie Sissy's. Thank you, Ron. Draco graciously accepted the offering. Although he was indifferent to any potential verbal assaults from Ron Weasley, the support from his friends warmed his heart. Thus, despite feeling uncharacteristically full after the main course, he made an effort to finish the apple pie. Harry observed, with concern. Draco indulging in an unusual amount of food, fearing he might suffer from indigestion, and thus brewed a cup of digestive tea prepared by Snape. Snape, noticing the tea finally fulfilling its purpose, nodded in quiet satisfaction. Meanwhile, Ron Weasley, overhearing the conversation between Ron and Draco, felt a surge of jealousy. He sensed his presence was being overlooked and found the intimacy between them rather displeasing. The cold indifference in Ron's gaze startled him, leaving him feeling somewhat aggrieved. After all, they were essentially the same person. Despite their differences, he resented the fact that Ron aided someone he despised in tormenting him. Yet, he dared not voice his feelings, remaining rigidly seated, silently pleading for his companions to rescue him. In Chapter 136, titled Uninvited Guests, Draco Malfoy was utterly astonished by the rapidly shifting dynamics around him. This version of Ron was remarkably different, exhibiting a protective attitude towards Draco that piqued his curiosity. His small glances towards Draco were laden with unspoken questions, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Harry Potter and Hermione Granger were momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by the unfolding events. Setting aside Ron's impressive knife-throwing skills, their protective stance towards Draco was enough to leave them agape. Moreover, it wasn't just the few individuals present who noticed. Both Harry and Hermione could sense the sharpened gazes of the faculty and fellow students who had been observing them intently. Exchanging a glance, Harry and Hermione recognized the worry reflected in each other's eyes. The faculty and students of Hogwarts, while unsure of what the boy resembling Ron was about to say, sensed it would not bode well. Initially filled with curiosity towards these peculiar newcomers who bore resemblance to some of the school's prominent figures, they now felt a collective protectiveness over their beloved Hogwarts prince. The atmosphere grew charged with intensity. It could be said that from the professors to the students, No one held any disdain for Draco. The teachers consistently praised him, whether in magical studies or other subjects. Draco consistently excelled, actively engaging in class discussions and offering valuable insights. He was adept at collaboration and willingly assisted classmates facing difficulties, earning him the admiration and affection of his peers. Draco possessed a kind heart, genuinely caring for the feelings of others, especially during times of hardship or setbacks. He readily extended a helping hand, providing encouragement and support. His demeanor was polite and considerate, always remembering the preferences of his mentors, presenting them with thoughtful gifts during every festive occasion, which brought them indescribable comfort. Gryffindor appreciated his approach during impromptu group activities, never belittling or blaming them for their reckless behavior, instead patiently explaining concepts to them. Whenever challenges arose, Draco effortlessly navigated them, earning their deep respect. Under his guidance, Gryffindors gradually mastered more magical skills, growing increasingly formidable. Hufflepuff admired his gentleness. Regardless of who it was, if someone was in need, Draco would be there to assist. It was evident that the hapless badger received the most help from him. He greeted everyone with a smile, radiating warmth akin to a spring breeze. Whenever Hufflepuffs encountered problems, he was the first to extend his hand, offering sincere care and support. Ravenclaw valued his vast knowledge. Draco generously imparted wisdom to those brave enough to inquire. Everyone understood the preciousness of knowledge, especially from the esteemed libraries of ancient noble families, typically kept secret. Yet, Draco shattered this tradition, selflessly sharing his insights with Ravenclaws. They may have appeared aloof, but deep down, they silently appreciated Draco's kindness. Slytherin admired his elegance and his unique blend of humility and grace, distinct from the cold aloofness often associated with aristocrats. Despite his pure-blood lineage, he carried none of the haughty arrogance. Instead, he engaged others with a gentle, humble demeanor, fostering a profound fondness among his Slytherin peers. Even those who initially sought to befriend him due to family pressure found it difficult not to like Draco after getting to know him. Perhaps some may shy away from the glaring heat of the sun, finding it too radiant and intense, yet none could resist the gentle embrace of the moonlight. Similarly, no one could arbitrarily dislike another unless that person had unknowingly performed countless acts of kindness, gradually accumulating a powerful affection in the hearts of others. Akin to a spark igniting a flame, such individuals give selflessly, without ostentation, their kindness and gentleness nurturing everyone around them like a spring rain. The peculiar atmosphere persisted until Draco finished his meal. Dumbledore rose, signaling for them to follow. As certain matters were better discussed privately in his office rather than in the public eye, leaving behind a murmuring crowd of students and heads of houses maintaining order. The twins pondered before opting not to join the commotion, confident that little Ron would eventually share the details with them. They had their hands full promoting their products to the new students. Theodore, Cedric, Neville, Pansy, and Blaise also refrained from joining, aware that too many people could incite unnecessary speculation. Their exchanged glances prompted Hermione and others to jot down notes. The heads of houses were aware of the developments concerning Harry Potter and his friends. While concerned for them, their own students took precedence. Ultimately, only Dumbledore, Grindelwald, for friends from the original world, and Draco, along with Harry, Ron, and Hermione, ventured forth. They filed in, with Dumbledore waving his wand to expand the space. The four friends, feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation, squeezed onto the sofa, even Draco Malfoy refraining from complaint, as they seemed to have entered another realm where familiar faces appeared markedly different. Greetings, esteemed guests from afar, Dumbledore greeted warmly, his eyes twinkling with familiarity. May I inquire how you arrived here? Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances, recalling their experiences at the Quidditch World Cup, uncertain of how to articulate their thoughts. It was Hermione who broke the silence first. The Quidditch World Cup had concluded, yet the fervor among the spectators showed no signs of waning. Harry, Ron, and Hermione, engulfed in excitement, found it difficult to sleep. Therefore, they decided to take a stroll in the woods, savoring the tranquility and beauty of the night. Little did they know they would encounter the enigmatic figure of Draco Malfoy. They spotted Draco hurrying along, seemingly in pursuit of something. Harry, Ron, and Hermione's curiosity was instantly piqued. Ron was convinced that Draco harbored ulterior motives, and they must uncover his scheme to thwart his plans. Thus, they stealthily trailed Draco Malfoy, determined to unravel the mystery. The trio appeared somewhat tense, striving to conceal themselves more effectively, but alas, they had neglected to bring along the invisibility cloak. Unsurprisingly, they were soon detected by Draco Malfoy. As the four individuals converged, the atmosphere instantly thickened with tension, akin to an impending storm. Draco Malfoy, with his venomous tongue reminiscent of Professor Snape, found himself dominating the verbal skirmish. In the face of the combined onslaught from Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, he remarkably maintained his composure, leaving the two speechless. Miss Hermione Granger, however, opted to remain aloof, unwilling to partake in such juvenile banter among the boys. At that moment, she suddenly caught sight of a figure, a house elf, wielding a wand, whom Draco had been following. It was astonishing, and the wand appeared strikingly familiar, somewhat akin to Harry Potter's. Perhaps, evidently, the house elf had heard the commotion, turning to meet the gazes of the four. It then emitted a piercing scream and swiftly waved its wand. In the blink of an eye, a mysterious and eerie white mist enveloped them. And thus, we found ourselves here, Hermione succinctly recounted. Dumbledore pondered the unfolding events. They must have encountered Winky, the house elf of the Crouch family. Speaking of Barty Crouch, young Barty had already been dealt with, thereby preventing any subsequent occurrences. Voldemort had lost a formidable ally. Should he wish to exploit the Triwizard Tournament as before, the individual he would send would likely be. Dumbledore and Grindelwald exchanged a knowing glance, discreetly assessing Draco. Bellatrix Lestrange, Draco's aunt, Narcissa's sister, was also among Voldemort's most loyal and fanatical Death Eaters. In their cinematic recollections, she had even slain Sirius Black. If this were the case, the mere thought of Narcissa made both Dumbledore and Grindelwald feel a twinge of unease. Alas, it was still early, they would address it later. Chapter 137, Uninvited Guests. Might I inquire if there exists any means to return us home? Hermione Granger asked. Their sudden disappearance would surely cause considerable distress, particularly for the Weasley family. Dumbledore deemed it more fitting for Draco to communicate with them. The Goblet of Fire has been triggered. Do you wish to view it? Draco possessed some knowledge of the Goblet of Fire. It served as an impartial selector for the Triwizard Tournament, choosing champions to represent their respective schools from all registered students. Once all wishing to participate deposited their names into the goblet, it would select one from each school, expelling a piece of parchment inscribed with the chosen name in a plume of red flame. Once selected, participants would be bound by a magical contract, rendering them unable to withdraw from the competition. The group perked up at the mention of the Goblet of Fire, and Hermione discreetly retrieved a piece of black paper to record the information. Harry Potter spent the final days of his summer at the Weasley household, attending the Quidditch World Cup. A band of Death Eaters appeared post-event, attacking Muggles and unleashing the Dark Mark, instilling fear among wizards. Upon returning to school, the new defense against the dark arts professor was the retired Auror Mad-Eye Moody, and the long-absent Triwizard Tournament was set to be held once more at Hogwarts. All students wishing to participate needed to inscribe their names on parchment and submit them to the Goblet of Fire, which would select representatives from 3 schools: Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. Although Harry did not enter his name, the goblet unexpectedly revealed it, compelling him to participate. Harry suspected he had been framed. Yet Ron Weasley believed Harry sought the limelight, leading to a prolonged Cold War between them. The collective gaze turned toward Ron Weasley, who appeared bewildered and restless. What now? Why is it always you, mate? Why was he perpetually embroiled in conflict? The others averted their gaze. Sigh, he doesn't seem particularly bright, Hermione consoled, gently patting Ron on the head. It's all right, you're not like him. Rubeus Hagrid discreetly informed Harry and Madame Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbatons, about the first task of the Triwizard Tournament, introducing them to dragons, where Ron's brother Charlie was also present. Contestants were to evade a dragon's assault to retrieve a golden egg from its nest. Karkaroff, the headmaster of Durmstrang, also witnessed the dragons, while Cedric Diggory remained oblivious. Harry felt this was unfair and shared his concerns with Cedric. Although Harry drew the most perilous task, he successfully completed it with the aid of Moody's guidance, summoning a broomstick with the summoning charm. This experience made Ron and Hermione acutely aware of the competition's dangers and facilitated the mending of Ron and Harry's friendship. Only now do you realize? How many lives has the Goblet of Fire claimed over the years? Hermione remarked, somewhat exasperated. With her extensive knowledge, she found such information easily accessible. It's all isotopes. How could this happen? At the Yule Ball, Hermione became Victor Crumb's partner, while Harry's intended invitee, Cho Chang, ended up accompanying Cedric. Cho Chang. There was no such person at their school. Ron mused about the remarkable Cho. Was she of Vila descent? Later, guided by Cedric's hint, Harry learned from the golden egg that the second task would take place underwater. Completing it with the aid of gillyweed provided by Neville Longbottom and saving an additional person, Fleur's sister, earning commendation and successfully passing the task. The final task of the Triwizard Tournament involved navigating a maze filled with dangers. If one wished to forfeit, they would signal with their wands. While the trophy awaited at the end, Harry and Cedric reached the finish line simultaneously, having aided each other, and chose to seize the cup together. Unexpectedly, however, it turned out to be a portkaya, transporting Harry and Cedric to Voldemort's father's grave, where they encountered Voldemort, and Peter Pettigrew. Upon learning it was a portkaya, an ominous premonition settled over the group. Each year, something transpired in the main world involving Harry. Was this year to be the Goblet of Fire? While the four from the original narrative were oblivious to the reason behind the somber expressions, they merely assumed the others were contemplating how to facilitate their return, thus wisely refraining from interruption. Pettigrew killed Cedric and, using Harry's blood, his father's bones, and his own flesh, aided Voldemort's resurrection. Voldemort summoned his Death Eaters and dueled Harry, intent on killing him, but to no avail. Harry's parents' images under the effect of a flashback spell aided him, revealing to Voldemort that their wands shared the same core, feathers from Dumbledore's phoenix, Fawkes. Seizing the opportunity, Harry escaped, grasping the portkaya and returning to Hogwarts with Cedric's body. Upon arriving back at the castle, Professor Moody escorted Harry to the classroom, where, after some dialogue, astute Harry noticed that Moody seemed to know much about his experiences. At the crucial moment, Professors Dumbledore, Snape, and McGonagall arrived, rescuing Harry. They discovered that Professor Moody was actually Barty Crouch Jr. in disguise, while the real Moody was imprisoned in a trunk. It was Crouch Jr. who had submitted Harry's name into the Goblet of Fire to ensure Voldemort's successful resurrection. Cedric tightened her grip on the pen, acutely aware that her friends were observing the blank sheet of paper before her. The death of strangers and loved ones is a notion that cannot be equated. The world is no fairy tale. Hermione was once again profoundly reminded of this truth. Ultimately, she inscribed her thoughts on the black paper without reservation, acknowledging that her friends were not delicate flowers sheltered in a greenhouse. Draco remained largely unaffected. That world belonged to them, and they to it. However, if that were the case, a journey to the original world still seemed necessary. "I'm coming, little dragon," Ian remarked, having just communicated with that fellow Merlin, during which he couldn't resist delivering a few playful punches. The truth had finally emerged, hadn't it? Merlin had proclaimed that Draco was the pivotal point of everything, endowed with the power to reverse fate, and spoke in vague terms about transcending cycles. He merely wished to lead Draco on a detour. Though Merlin exuded a certain warmth, Ian could not restrain himself from throwing a few jabs. He despised riddlers. "I was saying," Ian began, but was interrupted by Draco. "Ian, I wish to explore that world." Draco was the type to resolve without hesitation or regret. "Will you bring your friends along, little dragon?" Ian did not question Draco's decision, though it seemed to favor Merlin. "Although it poses no danger for you. Humans are easily influenced, especially within the same individual." Ian's concerns were not unfounded. Hearing this, Hermione and Ron felt a flicker of anger. Certainly not. Harry appeared somewhat glum. Yet the next moment, Draco's hand inadvertently rested upon Harry's. However, they misjudged Ian. This was a spell he had spoken of. In the subworld of Jiu-Jitsu, there had once been an invader, influenced by the dark fog, who entered the realm. This was merely a traveler, a high school girl from Sakura, whose mode of traversal was rather trendy, cosplay. She portrayed Suguru Geto and endeavored to align herself with his character traits to avoid suspicion. Yet, as she was impersonating Geto, her demeanor was rather erratic. This kind-hearted girl aimed to alter the fate of her beloved character. However, there lay a conundrum. She harbored an aversion to Satoru Gojo. Thus, her subjectivity colored her perception negatively. When she traversed, Geto had yet to enter Jujutsu High, influenced by the perception of a future self. She prematurely entered the trials of hardship. Thankfully, Jujutsu had noticed in time. Even as a derivative, every Tsurugeto and Satoru Gojo was considered his progeny. He showed no mercy to invaders, swiftly obliterating her. Although Gojo and Geto did not concurrently enter the school, their forced affection seemed to require no mediation from him. Jujutsu had thought he would need to exert effort, only to find upon returning from dealing with the remnants of the traveler that the two young ones were engaged in a game of tag. After observing them for months, he concluded that it was of no consequence, as they appeared to revel in the game. "Of course, I trust my friends." Draco initially presumed it was a matter of souls, but after hearing Ian's words, he realized it was nothing of the sort. Thus, he felt reassured. Was Fushiguro anything like the taciturn persona? He had imparted all necessary teachings. Chapter 138. What is wrong with my godfather? "We will send you back in a month," Draco stated, his arms crossed nonchalantly as he sat to one side. Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Is that true? It must be quite challenging. They had prepared for the worst, expecting to be trapped here for eternity. Yet now there was a glimmer of hope for a return home. They had nearly given up as they pondered for so long. But suddenly hearing such news complicated their emotions. Had this been uttered by Albus Dumbledore or another esteemed figure, they might not have doubted it. Yet, coming from Draco Malfoy, they found themselves questioning. After all, in their world, Draco Malfoy was notorious for being a troublemaker, and though the present Draco appeared dissimilar to the one they recognized, their ingrained impressions hindered their complete trust in him. Ron and Hermione, seated opposite, absorbed the expressions of their companions and unexpectedly gained some understanding of Ian's concerns. Prejudice indeed runs deep. However, for Draco, these matters were trivial. Moreover, Harry Potter and his friends were not from this world. His focus lay solely on his own companions. As for the counterparts, he bore no inclination towards a sense of kinship. His proposition to return them to the original world stemmed purely from curiosity, a desire to explore, rather than a need for their trust. At that moment, the door to the headmaster's office swung open once more, and Severus Snape strode in, his black robes billowing dramatically. He had certainly noted the contents of the white paper. Yet, Snape remained somewhat uneasy regarding his two students, prompting him to hastily arrive after instructing Pansy and the others to oversee the Slytherin students. After all, Slytherin differed from the other three houses. Pansy and her group possessed sufficient authority to ensure no disturbances arose. Godfather! Godfather! Draco and Harry exclaimed simultaneously. Godfather! Even Draco Malfoy was taken aback, and he, along with Harry Potter, uttered in disbelief. Harry and his companions had already recognized that this was the Snape of their world. While Draco calling Snape Godfather was understandable, given that their world's old bat favored Slytherin, especially Draco Malfoy, how could it possibly apply to Harry? Was Snape's character in this world entirely different? I truly worry for the me of another world, having to face a cacophony of raucous trolls daily. Snape glanced at the four with an impassive expression before taking a seat beside Draco and Harry. It was indeed the King of Serpents from the dungeon. They were all too familiar with Snape's sardonic tone. Harry Potter widened his eyes, stammering, "How could your godfather be Professor Snape? What about Sirius? Oh wait, you were only in your second year. Sirius hadn't come into play yet. Dumbledore." Actually, Sirius Harry's words tumbled forth, for he simply could not fathom why. In this world, his godfather would be Snape. After all, they had always viewed Snape as a loathsome teacher, seemingly embroiled in deep conflict with Sirius. Enough already. The Harry Potter of the original world had not finished his thought when he was abruptly interrupted by Harry, who wore a scowl. "You've been insufferable since the moment you arrived. You and your friends." He shot a glance at Ron Weasley. "I can understand that arriving in another world might stir your curiosity about everything." However, he truly found the two of them vexing, not only due to Ron Weasley's attitude towards Draco, but also because of Harry Potter, who always regarded him and Draco with incredulity and condemnation, as if they had committed some grave error. Ah, yes, the other Harry Potter did make the right choice. Didn't he? Yet, you are utterly rude and uncouth. You have persistently tried to communicate with me, hoping I would distance myself from Draco, haven't you? I have tolerated you long enough. Harry scoffed mockingly, anger flickering in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "I understand that you hail from another world, but that does not grant you the right to meddle in my life at will. I possess my own judgments and decisions. I do not require you to dictate my actions. Remember, this is my world, not yours. You incessantly chatter away without a thought. If you were to merely ask, you would easily discover that Draco and I were raised together, and that my godfathers are Severus Snape and Sirius Black. Oh, I suppose it is because we sit at the Slytherin long table, is it?" Harry's face was a portrait of dissatisfaction. "Is it because we are the cunning and devious Slytherins?" Before Harry Potter could offer a rebuttal, he continued, his tone laced with indignation. "Why can't Professor Snape be my godfather? Do you know him? You do not even grasp the essence of Snape in your world. So on what grounds do you criticize my godfather? What is wrong with him? What kind of person is he?" Harry's voice crescendoed, his eyes flickering with ire. He inhaled deeply and continued, stating, "Though my godfather may appear stern, he is filled with warmth and compassion within. He has imparted much wisdom to me, helping me to become a better version of myself." Gradually, Harry's emotions settled, and he gazed steadfastly at Harry Potter, asserting, "Therefore, please refrain from casually judging my godfather. You possess no understanding of him and lack the authority to pass such judgments." Harry let out a scoff, declaring, "Do not continue to think with your foolish heads filled with straw, if you cannot learn to respect the people of our world. You are unworthy of receiving any respect or assistance from us." He paused before proceeding. "Do not presume that being 2 years ahead in time grants you any substantial advantage over us. What do you wish to say? Voldemort's diary? The basilisk? Peter Pettigrew is the true traitor? I know far more than you could ever imagine." Harry Potter was left astounded by Harry's words, unable to fathom such a resolute response. Ron Weasley stared wide-eyed, seemingly at a loss. Harry continued, "Seeking help from others while maintaining an air of superiority. Has the reputation of the savior and the adulation of those around you clouded your judgment?" His gaze brimmed with derision and disdain. "Wow, cool," Draco Malfoy muttered to himself, thinking he was speaking softly. "Hey, This Harry is far superior to their world's scarred one. Moreover, having grown up with him, and being a Slytherin as well. Quite impressive indeed. Harry Potter and Ron Weasley found themselves at a loss for words, utterly overwhelmed by Harry's assertiveness. They instinctively viewed the individuals in this world through the lens of their own experiences. They could not counter his arguments. Harry's linguistic artistry mirrored that of Snape, allowing them to clearly recognize this world is undeniably different from their own. The realization of the stark contrast between the two worlds was further emphasized when the ever-favoring Dumbledore smiled innocently while sampling a cake crafted by the house elves, oblivious to their pleading gazes. Indeed, my apologies. Harry Potter was not so dull as to fail to comprehend the words of others. His face flushed crimson. Simultaneously, he was astounded by the revelations Harry had conveyed. Your apology should not be directed at me. Harry cast a cold glance at Harry Potter and the silent Ron Weasley. I am sorry, Professor Snape. I apologize, Draco. Harry genuinely expressed his regrets. After all, he was merely reckless, not foolish. That Harry and Ron, along with Hermione, had already grown weary of them. Humph. Snape merely emitted a sound of exasperation from his nose. It is quite all right, Draco replied with a smile, his tone devoid of annoyance. Harry felt a twinge of curiosity and could not resist glancing at Draco. Could it be that this Malfoy possesses an unusually good temper? With curiosity and doubt, Harry cautiously observed the other boy. However, when his gaze met Draco's icy gray-blue eyes, a chill coursed through him. Despite the faint smile gracing Draco's lips, it did not reach his eyes. Instead, his expression conveyed indifference, as though the entire world bore no significance to him. Harry Potter was taken aback by this chilling demeanor and hastily averted his gaze. So that is it, he realized with sudden clarity. The reason Draco remained unresponsive to their actions was that he simply did not care, even deigning them unworthy of his attention. This disdain and disregard rendered Draco apathetic to their every move, neither angered nor incensed. This revelation stirred a sense of understanding within Harry Potter. He recognized that in Draco's world, they might merely be inconsequential beings, unworthy of his time or energy. Chapter 139, Revelation. All right, children. Dumbledore rubbed his temples. Feeling a slight headache, noting that the atmosphere had softened somewhat, he ventured, perhaps we could discuss the differences between our two worlds, at least to prepare our guests mentally. What do you think? He dared not interject earlier, given the source of the matter was well understood. If he were to stand up, Snape would not hesitate to unleash his venom upon him. Thus, the headmaster, I must prioritize my own safety. Harry cast a questioning glance at Snape. Upon receiving a subtle nod from Snape, he recounted the events of when Snape had come to retrieve him from Aunt Petunia's house, how he had subsequently met Ron and the others, and what transpired after they began attending school. He possessed a keen sense of what was beyond the comprehension of Harry Potter and his friends. How marvelous! Hermione Granger murmured in awe. Draco Malfoy nodded in agreement before realizing and lifting his chin in pride. What a fuss! Ron Weasley was too engrossed in his astonishment to retaliate. Goodness! Their family and the Malfoy family? No wonder he was so favorable towards Malfoy in this world. Ron Weasley felt a swirl of complex emotions. That postcard. Is it real? How much? I can buy it. Just one will suffice. Harry Potter had been holding back his excitement throughout. The moment Harry finished his tale, he could no longer contain himself and eagerly inquired. He was both anxious and hopeful. Certainly, Harry glanced at his counterpart, observing his ecstatic demeanor, and could not help but indulge in a bit of mischief. However, upon hearing Harry Potter instinctively held his breath. When you return to your world, I will provide it for you. You will not be able to contact your parents here. Harry emphasized the word you. Therefore, it would be wise for you to conduct yourself appropriately. Harry cast a warning glance at his counterpart, aware that this Harry was indeed cautioning him. Harry Potter felt an indescribable awkwardness, yet nodded in acquiescence. He secretly reminded himself that this was an entirely new and different world, and those were merely individuals sharing their names. All right, children. Dumbledore noted that it was nearly time to address the lodging arrangements for these children from alternate worlds. How about this? I believe you all have numerous questions and a desire to learn. Would it be acceptable for you to stay with your counterparts during this time? Dumbledore inquired of Harry and the others. Hermione and Draco had no objections, while Harry was somewhat reluctant, but figured he could endure it for a month. Ron, lost in thought, nodded cheerfully. The one who reacted the most was Ron Weasley. What? I have to stay with him? Ron Weasley distinctly recalled that sharp dining knife. He did not wish to be on guard with one eye open while sleeping. Oh, I won't eat you, Ron. Draco laughed, cheerfully dragging Ron Weasley out. Harry Potter and Hermione Granger exchanged a guilty glance with Ron Weasley, quickly averting their eyes. Ah, it matters not. After all, it is Ron. Surely nothing untoward shall befall him. Right? Surely not. Rest assured, Ron shall not do anything to that particular Weasley student. Draco, perceiving Harry Potter and his companion's concerns, offered reassurance. He then disregarded the peculiar expressions on Harry and Hermione Granger's faces and turned to invite Draco Malfoy. You must have many questions, come with me. He then glanced at Snape. Since all Slytherin dormitories are doubles, we'll need to consult with the Godfather regarding the spatial expansion charm. After all, one ought to heed the Godfather's opinions. Very well, you may decide for yourselves, Snape acknowledged, nodding with understanding. His peripheral vision caught Dumbledore's disdainful snort. Dumbledore felt a twinge of guilt. After all, it was a matter concerning his counterpart. He truly had been making an effort to amend his ways. Draco and Harry, accompanied by their original world's nemesis, made their way to the Slytherin common room. Along the way, any students still awake greeted Draco warmly, casting wary glances at Harry Potter. It became evident to Harry and Draco that the Slytherin prince possessed a remarkable charm. Both felt a sense of disorientation. The disparity between the two worlds was indeed vast. Upon arrival, Harry led them to the dormitory he shared with Draco, feeling a twinge of resentment. This was their space, and the sudden presence of two additional individuals, even if they were counterparts, unsettled him. Noticing this, Draco gently squeezed Harry's hand. Harry cherished holding Draco's hand, while Draco's mind often wandered into elaborate musings about his experiments. Frequently lost in thought, with Harry always there to protect him. As Harry opened the door, he found the spaciousness of their dormitory exceeded his expectations. He recalled the Gryffindor dorms and could not help but feel a pang of envy. Why was there such disparity among students of the same school? However, he also noted the look of shared astonishment on Draco Malfoy's face. Perhaps the issue lay not with the houses, but with these two individuals? Slytherin had always sought the finest, a fact Draco was well aware of. Yet, this dormitory exemplified the adage that comparison breeds envy. The spatial expansion charm had allowed for an entire wall dedicated to Draco's cherished, albeit exorbitantly priced, dragon figurines. Was it truly the case that having the headmaster as a godfather permitted such indulgences? It was evident that Draco Malfoy was quite spoiled by his parents. Draco noticed the disappointment in his counterpart. He exchanged a few words with Harry, who then took Harry Potter aside for an unknown conversation. Draco approached Draco Malfoy, tilting his head to regard the slightly taller boy. Let us converse. Though he had no particular inquiries, he found himself eager to engage with this counterpart. Draco Malfoy nodded silently. From Harry Potter's perspective, this young lord appeared surprisingly docile. Despite his sharp tongue, arrogance, and pride, it was undeniable that he was strikingly handsome. During the Quidditch World Cup, Harry caught a glimpse of a beam of light illuminating Draco Malfoy's face, rendering his complexion even more fair and exquisite. It was as if the light itself favored him. Are you quite taken with Draco Malfoy? A voice suddenly interjected. Harry instinctively nodded, only to quickly regain his composure. How could that be possible? I merely harbor concerns, he murmured, his voice dwindling under Harry's knowing gaze. Concerns about what? Whether the malevolent Malfoy harbors some nefarious scheme. Do not jest, this is not their world. I merely asked if you were indeed concerned about him, Harry retorted, casting a bemused look at Harry Potter. You know well what you're thinking. Subsequently, Harry chose to ignore him. All that needed to be said had already been articulated, leaving only matters that could not be divulged to outsiders. Indeed, even if they were counterparts, in Harry's eyes, they remained outsiders. He had no intention of discussing Draco. His feelings towards this foolish boy, who was clearly vexed yet oblivious to his own concerns, were far from favorable. Harry Potter was taken aback. Why had he instinctively thought Harry was referring to a different kind of interest? Was it possible that he held feelings for Draco Malfoy? Feelings for Draco Malfoy? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Harry Potter shook his head, dismissing the absurdity of the notion. Who was Draco Malfoy? They were sworn enemies, after all. True. He had been somewhat taken aback by that little scoundrel in Madame Malkin's robe shop, but that same scoundrel had mocked Hagrid and insulted his first true friend. There was no way he could possibly like Draco Malfoy. Absolutely not. The Malfoys were Death Eaters, and he held an irreconcilable enmity towards Voldemort. Harry found the stubbornness of his counterpart utterly exasperating. It was you who initially rebuffed his outstretched hand. Moreover, noble individuals often spoke in such a manner. He had endured enough and finally could not restrain himself from reminding Harry Potter. He did not wish to play matchmaker. He merely found Harry Potter's attitude towards Draco Malfoy to be presumptuous and arrogant. Indeed, the title of the Chosen One had imbued Harry Potter with an unintentional sense of superiority. Was he truly without fault, while others were to blame? Harry scoffed. That was because he first insulted Ron. Harry Potter retorted without a moment's hesitation. Ron Weasley was the one who ridiculed him, was he not? Do you truly believe that mocking someone's name is a polite act? Harry arched an eyebrow. To him, Draco Malfoy's antics in the films portrayed him as a spoiled child, whose provocations were hardly consequential. It was because Harry Potter found himself at a loss for a retort. Did you know? Many in Slytherin are descendants of Death Eaters. But can you guess why no one troubles you? After uttering this, Harry completely disengaged from Harry Potter. He was not a psychologist and had no obligation to serve as a confidant. He designated a space for Harry Potter, placing a bed there, and then returned to his reading, keeping an eye on Draco. Indeed, why was that so? Harry Potter was truly taken aback. Chapter 140. I do not want such a future. Draco Malfoy felt a twinge of anxiety. Were his parents well? Although he was often indulged. As the heir of the Malfoy family, he had not overlooked his father's peculiar demeanor prior to the Quidditch World Cup. His inquiries did not pertain to this world, for it was evident that it diverged significantly from his own. His true concern lay with his parents in his own world, and his intuition suggested that Draco seemed to know everything, even matters pertaining to the future. The situation was far from optimistic. Voldemort would resurrect during the Triwizard Tournament in their 4th year. As you heard earlier, the basilisk in your world was released by one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, which was, in fact, concealed within the Malfoy household. Draco believed there was no necessity to conceal these truths. I trust you can deduce why the Horcrux appeared at Hogwarts. Was it during the incident at Borgin and Burke's? My father, unusually, got into a fight with Arthur Weasley. Did he, amidst the chaos, place the new diary in Ginny Weasley's cauldron? Draco Malfoy was no fool. In fact, he was quite astute. After a brief contemplation, he discerned the peculiarities. So, upon Voldemort's return, what do you suppose would happen to a Death Eater who lost one of his Horcruxes? Draco's words plunged Draco Malfoy into a chilling abyss. What could he do? He had a certain understanding of Horcruxes, and Voldemort's brutality was well known. Even though Malfoy had previously enjoyed Voldemort's favor, he pondered how a subordinate could possibly outweigh the value of his own life. What then should I do? Draco Malfoy looked helplessly at Draco, entirely forgetting that the person before him was younger. Do you still wish to follow Voldemort? Even if it means your father is imprisoned in Azkaban? Even if Malfoy Manor is occupied by Voldemort and the Death Eaters, forcing you and your mother to live in hardship? Even if it requires you to kill Dumbledore? Draco quietly regarded the Draco Malfoy before him. He understood him all too well. This individual was akin to a dawn that could not awaken, a dusk that could not darken. The good was not pure, and the bad was not absolute. Draco Malfoy's eyes widened in astonishment, his face reflecting disbelief. He struggled to accept the words he had just heard, yet reality pressed upon him. His inner convictions began to waver. The once steadfast beliefs he held were gradually crumbling. As the sole heir of the Malfoy family, Draco Malfoy had been raised in the magnificent estate located in Wiltshire, which had been in the Malfoy family's possession for centuries. From the moment he could speak, he was acutely aware of his unique trifecta of qualities. First, he was a wizard. Second, he was of pure blood. And third, he was a member of the Malfoy lineage. However, Draco Malfoy was raised in an atmosphere that was subtle yet oppressive, stemming from Voldemort's failure to dominate the wizarding world. He had been carefully advised that feelings of regret and resentment towards the Dark Lord should not be expressed openly, lest his father face trouble. During his childhood, Draco Malfoy primarily associated with children of other pureblood Death Eater descendants. Much of Draco Malfoy's behavior mirrored that of his esteemed father, Lucius Malfoy. His indifference and disdain towards everyone outside his small circle were a direct reflection of Lucius's demeanor. Draco Malfoy harbored feelings for Harry Potter that were largely rooted in jealousy. Harry was undoubtedly the most admired and discussed individual at school, which left a boy who had been indoctrinated with a sense of superiority feeling quite displeased. What further irked him was Harry's exceptional talent in flying, a skill that Draco had believed he excelled at compared to other first-year students. Only Professor Snape, the potions master, seemed to favor the overshadowed Malfoy, often targeting Harry, which provided him with a slight sense of superiority. The school life he envisioned was not meant to be like this. He merely wished to be the son that made Lucius Malfoy immensely proud. From birth, Lucius had been Draco Malfoy's role model and hero. He could not fathom how someone who had always been sheltered and privileged yet accomplished nothing could bear the responsibilities of a family man. Draco Malfoy lowered his head, tears welling in his eyes. He envisioned his father's suffering in Azkaban and his mother's arduous life at Malfoy Manor. These thoughts filled him with immense pain and guilt. He lifted his gaze to Draco, tears glistening in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to regain his composure and spoke softly. I don't know what to do. I always believed we were doing the right thing, but now everything has become so chaotic. Nonetheless, Draco Malfoy was certain of one thing. He did not desire such a future. He and his parents were meant to remain eternally noble Malfoys, far removed from Voldemort, Death Eaters, and the so-called savior. Draco approached Draco Malfoy and gently placed a hand on his shoulder. You need not make a decision immediately, but please, take the time to reflect. You still have the opportunity to choose. Do not let misguided beliefs destroy your future and that of your family. Draco Malfoy nodded, gratitude flickering in his eyes. He understood Draco's words and felt the concern behind them. Perhaps this was an opportunity to alter his fate, a moment to reevaluate his life. Draco Malfoy sat in quiet contemplation. He required time to ponder and seek the path that truly belonged to him. Meanwhile, Draco silently observed him, his gaze imbued with an invisible coldness. Draco felt Harry's eyes upon him and turned to meet his gaze. In that fleeting moment, Draco's expression softened, the chill in his eyes dissipating. Perhaps there were indeed similarities between counterparts, such as their concern for those aligned with them. Harry noticed that Draco had seemingly finished speaking and rose to sit beside him. He snapped his fingers, and a cup of warm milk appeared on the table. Harry skillfully added a spoonful of honey and sprinkled a bit of osmanthus before handing it to Draco. It's getting late. You should get some rest. Leave the rest to me. Seeing that there was no preparation for another bed, he realized that Draco intended to share his sleeping space with this counterpart. However, I will ensure our guests' comfort. No, even if it is a counterpart, that won't do, Harry said calmly, suppressing any hint of emotion. Draco obediently followed Harry to wash up, leaving Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy alone. No matter how many times he witnessed it, the scene struck Draco Malfoy as somewhat unsettling. He had just forgotten to inquire about the relationship between the two. After all, Draco Malfoy was in the 4th year, at an age where curiosity about love blossomed. He sensed an odd dynamic in the interactions between the two counterparts. At that moment, he felt an overly intense gaze from the side. Turning his head, he found it was indeed Harry Potter. "What are you looking at, you filthy scarhead?" he instinctively retorted, only to feel a pang of regret afterward. He had initially intended to improve his relationship with the Savior. After all, he had resolved to persuade his father to abandon his role as a Death Eater and join the Savior's ranks, which would undoubtedly serve as a means to redeem the Malfoy name. Of course, the Malfoys could choose to remain neutral, but they would never be satisfied with that. They would always make the most advantageous choice, wouldn't they? Draco Malfoy had already deduced from Draco's subtle hints who the ultimate victor would be. Humph. How fortunate for that scarhead. Draco Malfoy resolved to restrain himself when Harry Potter retaliated, allowing him a bit more leeway. Truly, I am magnanimous, he thought, patting himself on the back internally. However, unexpectedly, Harry Potter said nothing, merely casting a glance at Draco Malfoy with an expression he could not decipher before averting his gaze. The room fell into silence. Draco Malfoy found himself at a loss, pondering, what is wrong with the Savior? In the past, such words would have prompted Harry Potter to spring up and engage him in 100 rounds of argument. Today, however, he was unusually subdued. Draco Malfoy stroked his chin in contemplation, oblivious to the gaze that was cast upon him once more. Could it be that the Scarhead Savior wished to draw the Malfoy family into his camp after hearing all that? Suddenly, Draco Malfoy experienced a moment of clarity. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became, and he couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. He had always known that no one could refuse a Malfoy. Look, that filthy scar. Harry Potter had initially rejected his hand, and now he was back for it. Humph. But for the honor of the Malfoy family, he would not seek petty revenge for that past slight. If the Savior extended an olive branch, he would begrudgingly accept it. And in doing so, Harry Potter would certainly feel ashamed of his previous disdain. Certainly, he still harbors a grudge. However, there is a saying, a gentleman's revenge is never late, even if it takes 10 years. Humph, just wait, you foul scarhead. Chapter 141, The Transformation of Everyone. Harry Potter gazed at Draco Malfoy, a slight smile curving at the corners of his mouth. He observed the expressions flitting across Draco's face, first confusion, then contemplation, followed by a dawning realization, culminating in a smug satisfaction. Those gray eyes twinkled with mischief, and it was clear he was concocting some nefarious scheme. Strangely enough, faced with such a blatant ploy, Harry felt no aversion. Rather, he found the boy before him oddly endearing. In truth, Harry was acutely aware of Draco Malfoy's striking beauty, yet he had never regarded him with an appreciative gaze. At this moment, he found himself examining Draco without bias for the first time, and was astonished to discover that Draco's appearance perfectly aligned with his aesthetic sensibilities. His platinum hair, left unkempt since the previous year, flowed messily yet appeared soft and inviting to the touch. Harry had often mused that if Draco continued to apply hair gel, he might end up bald. Draco possessed a delicate and refined visage, his features not closely resembling those of Mr. Malfoy, but rather bearing a stronger resemblance to the elusive Mrs. Malfoy. His gray-blue eyes, which could have conveyed indifference, sparkled with innocence, reminiscent of a doe, evoking a sense of compassion. His skin was porcelain-like and flawless. His physique slightly more slender than his peers, yet accentuated by the sharp cut of his black suit. Particularly striking was his waist, slender enough to be grasped with a single hand, drawing the eye. Harry quickly shook himself from his reverie, realizing that his previous thoughts were somewhat inappropriate, and hastily diverted his gaze. Merlin, what had he just been contemplating? Thankfully, Draco Malfoy remained unchanged. Harry averted his eyes from Draco's. He had just seen Draco engaged in conversation, yet despite their proximity, he could hear nothing. His attention lingered on Draco Malfoy, witnessing his shocked and sorrowful expression. The vulnerability reflected in his reddened eyes. A surge of restlessness overtook him, and as he impulsively considered rising, he recalled Harry's words and instantly regained his composure. He did not fully grasp it yet. Although he resisted, he recognized that Harry had not erred. Harry had merely stripped away the mask of self-deception he wore. Did he harbor special feelings for Draco Malfoy? This sentiment both perplexed and troubled him. He had attempted to ignore it. Yet every encounter with Draco stirred an undeniable turmoil within him. He realized he could no longer evade these feelings, regardless of their nature. Perhaps he required more time to comprehend and accept them, but at least for now, he was willing to confront this truth. He resolutely refused to delve deeper. Not out of fear of uncovering his innermost thoughts, but because so much had transpired that day, and he had yet to fully untangle his thoughts. Not wishing to further complicate his mind, he observed Draco Malfoy, uncertain of what Draco had said, yet he could distinctly sense a newfound determination emanating from him. Draco's large gray-blue eyes sparkled with resolve and courage. Yet, Harry Potter suddenly found the Draco Malfoy before him somewhat unfamiliar. He resisted this transformation, believing that Draco needed not to change, but merely to remain as he was, to continue gazing at him as he always had. Upon realizing the true nature of his feelings, Harry was taken aback. He finally comprehended that no matter how much he sought to evade, to avoid introspection, or to indulge in self-deception, the truth could not be obscured. Now, the answer lay plainly before him, unmistakable. The following morning, amidst the scrutinizing gazes of many, everyone gathered, including the quartet. Hermione Granger, Harry Potter, and Draco Malfoy appeared invigorated after a restful night, while Ron Weasley bore the marks of exhaustion. Ron, what's the matter? Pansy inquired, leaning closer to the ravenous Ron. Nothing at all. Ron paused his eating, tilting his head innocently toward Pansy. Just helping this fourth year who can't even best a second-year student in class. Pansy cast a disdainful glance at Ron, knowing full well that he must have inquired about the differences between fourth and second years, only to discover that Ron was entirely oblivious. Pansy believed Ron's words implicitly. They all understood each other well, often worrying about Ron and Draco, ensuring they never ventured out together for fear of them being led astray. Blaise and Harry exchanged knowing glances, but refrained from explaining to Pansy. After all, the naive fools were Ron and Draco, while the true innocent was Pansy. Even Neville had been molded by the cunning Black into a charmingly deceptive character. Feeling Pansy's condescending gaze, Ron snapped in frustration. What do you know? Do you all really think it's just about tutoring? He was not only being ridiculed, he was being belittled, and just when he thought it was over, this little demon had handed him a potion, reviving him as if he had been fully restored. Ron Weasley dared only to grumble silently within himself, genuinely frightened. After all, he had merely mentioned the Malfoys, and this was the treatment he received. He could still feel a dull ache in his body. Something was amiss. The world felt utterly out of balance. How could his own combat prowess be so formidable? He glanced around, noticing that not a single student appeared ordinary. He specifically observed Gryffindor, focusing on the second years, their cohort. Each face was familiar, yet each had undergone significant transformation. Curious, are you? Neville sat beside Ron, keenly observing his reactions. Ron turned to Neville, his roommate in this world, the Hufflepuff counterpart of their own. He hesitantly nodded, his eyes brimming with curiosity as he looked at Neville. It's due to the potion, Neville revealed, having previously discussed the matter and agreeing to share some details with the quartet. A potion? Hermione Granger, overhearing, turned her gaze with interest. Her potion skills were commendable, and she had supplemented her knowledge in that area. No such effects had registered in her memory. Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy also perked up, their ears attuned. Neville explained the potion's effects, developed by Professor Snape and Draco, noting that every student at Hogwarts had consumed it. The quartet was once again astonished by the disparities of their world. Such a marvelous potion. Snape and Draco were indeed geniuses. Draco Malfoy appeared intrigued. His talent for potions was exceptional, and he held a fondness for the subject. He looked at Draco, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. We have no classes in the afternoon. I'll tell you then, Draco replied, furrowing his brow as he swallowed the beef Harry had offered him, addressing Draco Malfoy. I want to hear as well. Is that all right? Harry Potter interjected suddenly. Draco paused in his cutting, casting a meaningful glance at Harry Potter. Of course. Harry Potter exhaled in relief, sheepishly diverting his gaze from Harry. He had already contemplated the matter last night. Gryffindor was certainly not a house of timorous souls. After much reflection, He resolved to mend the rift between himself and Draco Malfoy. He surmised that the Malfoy family would no longer seek allegiance with Voldemort. His aim was to draw them closer to his side, for proximity often leads to opportunity, and sooner or later, Draco Malfoy would be his. Harry found himself ensnared in his own imaginings. Hermione Granger, glancing around, sighed inwardly at the unreliability of men and struck up a conversation with her. Their discourse primarily revolved around potions, as well as a deeper understanding of the disparities between their two worlds. This household would surely crumble without my presence. The first day of school was not laden with an overwhelming number of classes. The quartet followed Dumbledore, who personally conducted their lessons. Draco and his companions had no classes in the afternoon, and they decided to guide the quartet on a leisurely exploration of Hogwarts, allowing them to become more acquainted with their surroundings. After all, they were to remain for a month, and mere studying would be utterly tedious. Chapter 142, Returning to the Canon World. A month is neither exceedingly long nor exceptionally brief. Under Draco's guidance, the quartet's understanding of Hogwarts deepened significantly. They envied the familial atmosphere shared by the four houses. Reflecting upon their own world, they couldn't help but smile wryly, pondering whether they could ever attain such unity. On the day of their appointment, the four felt a twinge of anxiety. Even Ron Weasley found it difficult to part with his counterpart. Despite Ron's boisterousness and penchant for teasing, he had indeed contributed to his growth. Ron Weasley was not inherently ignorant. Rather, his character was shaped by a cynical worldview. As he himself had articulated, he had allowed prejudice to cloud his vision, leading him to become jaded. In a surprising twist, Ron sought out Draco Malfoy's company to awkwardly apologize, leaving Draco utterly astonished, especially in front of Harry Potter and the others. "I am truly sorry for the words I spoke to you before," Ron Weasley confessed, gazing at Draco Malfoy. He had come to realize that the conflicts of their forebears should not be perpetuated into the next generation. Was Draco Malfoy truly as malevolent as he had once believed? Draco's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never anticipated hearing such words from Ron Weasley. "What do you mean by that?" Draco stammered. "Literally what I said. I know I have not been friendly towards you in the past, but I now recognize that was my error. I hope we can start anew and become friends," Ron Weasley earnestly declared. Draco Malfoy was rendered speechless by the unexpected gesture. He had never imagined Ron Weasley would voluntarily apologize and express a desire for friendship. "Merlin, this must be a dream." "Well, since you put it that way, I accept your apology." Draco finally regained his composure and replied, I also apologize for my previous remarks." A blush crept across Draco's cheeks. He had never uttered an apology before, as the pampered young lord was accustomed to waiting for others to apologize first. However, this was a golden opportunity, a chance to reconcile with the trio. The dynamics among the four seemed to have softened. Even with past disagreements and conflicts, genuine intentions for change rendered everything possible. This was the power of friendship and forgiveness. While they may not have proclaimed themselves as inseparable, the subtle barriers that had once existed were gradually dissipating during this period. They began to rediscover one another. Hermione Granger, the astute and resourceful girl, consistently sought to uncover the truth of every matter. She was not merely a bookworm, but a natural politician who adeptly navigated the rules to her advantage. Her intelligence and strategic thinking were truly remarkable. Ron Weasley, with his boy-next-door charm and humor, was sincere and willing to amend his mistakes. Despite his flaws, he exhibited both bravery and wisdom. His presence brought warmth and strength to the group. Harry Potter, revered for his kindness, courage, and sense of responsibility, resembled a resilient weed striving to survive in adversity, with deep roots embedded in the cracks of stone, reaching ever upward toward the light. His tenacity and perseverance established him as a leader among them. Draco Malfoy, although possessing the arrogance of nobility, revealed that his haughty demeanor was never directed at friends upon closer examination. While approaching him may not have been an easy task, once one entered his inner world, they would uncover his profound affection for his companions. Through this newfound understanding, the bond among the four grew stronger. Each individual showcased their unique attributes while also recognizing the brilliance in others. They came to realize that only through mutual understanding, support, and trust could they collectively face the challenges that lay ahead. Each of them possessed a degree of foresight regarding the future, and none desired that seemingly idyllic yet shattered destiny. It is noteworthy that, in comparison to the illustrious Harry Potter, often hailed as the boy who lived, and the pure-blooded Ron Weasley, as they defined themselves, the relationship between Draco Malfoy and Hermione Granger had undergone remarkable progress. Since their mutual apologies, Draco frequently sought Hermione's company, and she was more than willing to engage in conversation with him. Gradually, Draco began to ask Hermione for guidance on various magical subjects, and she patiently elucidated them for him. Although Draco occasionally maintained his stubborn demeanor, He was no longer as averse to Hermione as he once had been. In fact, Draco even invited Hermione to study together in the library, leaving her and the others astounded. She had never envisioned a Slytherin would extend such an invitation. Nevertheless, she readily accepted, believing it would provide her with a better understanding of Draco Malfoy. For Draco, he found himself increasingly fond of Hermione's company. He perceived her as intelligent, kind, brave, and possessing a unique charm. He began to acknowledge how ludicrous his prior prejudices against her had been. Judging a person based solely on their lineage was simply erroneous. He realized that his father was not always right. Clearly, Draco Malfoy had come to genuinely embrace Hermione Granger as a new friend. This revelation instilled a sense of unease in Harry Potter. What is happening, Hermione? I confide in you, and you're on the verge of stealing my girlfriend? Harry mused to himself. Now, the group stood in the headmaster's office, feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation, tension and reluctance. Harry and Ron exchanged glances. Did you not tell them we would be joining? Oh, I forgot, Ron replied innocently. Didn't Harry mention it? I forgot too. Harry remained silent, exasperated by the situation. Did they not realize that counterparts could differ? What Draco liked, Draco Malfoy might not necessarily appreciate. Could they not comprehend that? He detested the lack of boundaries exhibited by the so-called savior. Are we waiting for anyone else? Harry tentatively inquired. They had been standing there for quite some time. Were they not supposed to be leaving? In the headmaster's office sat Harry, Draco, Hermione, Ron, and Dumbledore, those chosen to return to the canonical world. Upon hearing that Narcissa intended to go, Snape opted out, finding the fast track to be rather uninteresting. He preferred to delve deeper into potion studies. Dumbledore, however, was eager to converse with his counterpart, Albus Dumbledore, from the other side. Let us wait a bit longer. They should be arriving shortly, Dumbledore replied. He glanced at his watch, seemingly calculating the time. Harry Potter furrowed his brow in confusion, but ultimately chose to place his trust in Dumbledore. After all, this esteemed headmaster always harbored his own plans and ideas. Just then, the door to the office was gently pushed open, and a figure stepped inside. Harry squinted, realizing that this striking beauty seemed increasingly familiar. Where had he seen her before? Am I late? The golden-haired enchantress surveyed the room and smiled. No, not at all. I believe waiting is a courtesy befitting gentlemen, Dumbledore replied with a grin. Mama! Draco Malfoy exclaimed joyfully as he dashed into Narcissa's embrace. She tenderly caressed Draco's face, noting, you've lost weight again. Is Draco beginning to grow? She pondered. 5 centimeters taller, mother? Draco Malfoy stood there, somewhat awkwardly, clearly taken aback by his mother's unexpected presence. Narcissa's gaze softened as she reached out towards her beloved son. Draco, unable to resist his mother's warmth, stepped forward hesitantly and embraced her. Oh, so that's Draco's mother. Harry Potter suddenly realized. Draco's mom. Isn't that Mrs. Malfoy? He felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety as he instinctively straightened his posture when Narcissa's gaze fell upon him. Now that everyone is here, let us prepare to proceed, Dumbledore announced. We? Hermione Granger astutely discerned the implications of Dumbledore's words. Indeed, we shall accompany you. There are matters I wish to discuss with you all, Dumbledore replied with a warm smile. Moreover, considering the time, the Triwizard Tournament selection should be commencing soon, correct? He exchanged a knowing glance with Narcissa, who nodded in affirmation. Chapter 143, Little Barty. Professor Alastair Moody, or rather, Little Barty Crouch, was currently pacing anxiously within the confines of his office, his mind consumed with worry and unease. Ever since the Quidditch World Cup, Harry Potter, the boy heralded as the savior, had vanished without a trace. Not only that, but his 2 close friends, Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, had also mysteriously disappeared. What was even more perplexing was that Draco Malfoy, the sole heir of the Malfoy family, had inexplicably gone missing as well. The entire magical community had descended into chaos, with people frantically searching for the whereabouts of these 4 children. Various rumors swirled. Some claimed they had been kidnapped by Death Eaters, while others believed they had been abducted by the resurrected Voldemort. Yet, little Barty could only scoff in resignation. As a key member of the Death Eaters, he was acutely aware that these tales were nothing but baseless fabrications. If there were any truth to them, he would certainly be aware of it. Furrowing his brow, Barty muttered to himself, could Dumbledore be hiding them? Or is it someone else? His gaze flickered, contemplating various possibilities. Then, he halted, speaking aloud. No, I must ascertain what has truly transpired. Although he understood the rumors were absurd, it seemed Lucius Malfoy had taken them to heart. This master of the Malfoy estate, typically so obsequious before his master, had become almost frenzied in his pursuit of the Death Eaters, seemingly forgetting his fear of the Dark Lord altogether. The Malfoy manor was completely sealed off, impervious even to its owner. However, that was not the most pressing of his concerns. More critically, Little Barty sensed that Dumbledore was beginning to harbor suspicions about him. He had entered Harry Potter's name into the Goblet of Fire. After all, no one could predict whether this savior might suddenly reappear. Yet, so long as he could manifest before the third task, everything would remain in order. The Goblet of Fire forbade participants from withdrawing. By then, he merely needed to manipulate events discreetly, ensuring that Harry Potter could enter the competition. Even if it was just for appearances, he fervently wished for his master's humiliation to vanish without a trace. However, without Harry Potter, his master would find himself in dire straits. The master had explicitly stated that he needed Harry Potter's blood to achieve resurrection. As the most loyal servant of his master, how could he fail to manage such a trivial task? How would his master regard him? His agitation grew increasingly acute. Could it be that some foolish Death Eater had actually taken Harry Potter? After all, the tumult of the Quidditch World Cup that night made it easy for someone to go missing without notice. Little Barty Crouch clenched the polyjuice potion tightly in his hand and took a deep gulp. He had to remain vigilant and cautious until Harry Potter returned, for he absolutely could not allow his identity to be exposed. He had yet to complete the task assigned by his master. He could not afford to fail at this critical juncture. The first match of the new school year was set to commence the following day, and all the students had gathered in the great hall for dinner. As they dined, hushed whispers filled the air. A month had passed since the savior's disappearance. Yet people still spoke of it with fervor. Only those closely related to the missing individuals remained deeply troubled. The Weasley family sat together, surrounded by a somber atmosphere, as if shrouded in a veil of gloom. The twins, Fred and George, wore rare expressions devoid of their usual mirth, appearing rather dejected. Their friends silently offered them support, patting their shoulders in sympathy. After all, a full month had elapsed with no word regarding Ron Weasley, which was indeed disheartening. Meanwhile, in Slytherin, Pansy Parkinson and Blaise Zabinai wore equally gloomy expressions. While Draco Malfoy might not have been regarded as a model student by his peers, he was undoubtedly the most trustworthy companion to his friends. His current disappearance filled them with worry. Pansy glared at Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle, who appeared as though they had been starved. All you do is eat. Draco is missing, and you still have the appetite to indulge. Crabbe lowered his head, a flicker of discontent in his eyes, while Goyle grinned foolishly. Draco will be fine, he asserted, convinced that Draco could accomplish anything he set his mind to. Although his tone was somewhat harsh, he always remembered Goyle's favorite foods and brought him various treats. Crabbe, however, harbored different sentiments. He secretly wished for Draco Malfoy's downfall. For far too long had Draco acted as if he were their master, bestowing upon them trivial favors as a means of control. But he knew better than to speak ill of Draco in front of Pansy and the others, so he reluctantly echoed Goyle's sentiments, leaving his true thoughts concealed. Before Pansy could voice her thoughts, a towering black void suddenly appeared in the center of the hall, and a figure slowly emerged. "Aunt Narcissa?" Pansy exclaimed in astonishment. To everyone's surprise, it was none other than Narcissa, who was supposed to be at Malfoy Manor. The professors at the staff table stood alert the moment the black void manifested, their expressions a mix of shock and concern as they beheld her graceful figure. Severus Snape was the first to sense something amiss. This was not the Narcissa Malfoy he recognized. Narcissa, disregarding the wary glances of the onlookers, smiled slightly and gently stomped her foot, casting a colossal magical array that enveloped the entire great hall, rendering everyone, including Albus Dumbledore, unable to move. "Mother, may I come out now?" A voice echoed from within the void. "You may," came the response. Narcissa gently spoke, conceding her position. One figure after another emerged before the incredulous gazes of the crowd. Draco Malfoy, Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, another Draco Malfoy, another Harry Potter, another Hermione Granger, another Ron Weasley. It was only when the last red-haired man stepped forward that the black void slowly closed. Albus Dumbledore's pupils trembled. The last individual was unfamiliar to the students, yet he was intimately known to him. Was this not a younger version of himself? Dumbledore felt the scrutiny of the faculty table, raising his gaze to meet Albus Dumbledore's eyes. He smiled warmly. "Greetings, my counterpart. Apologies, everyone, for this unexpected encounter. I am Narcissa Malfoy, Draco Malfoy's mother." Narcissa bowed slightly, her eyes scanning the room before she made her way directly to the faculty table. Under the watchful eyes of those who were either wary, fearful, or curious, she seized young Barty Crouch and administered a potion to him. Young Barty had a foreboding sense of dread, yet he was rendered immobile, helpless to resist Narcissa's actions. When had Narcissa Malfoy become so formidable? He pondered in a daze. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, their defense against the dark arts professor's face contorted, transforming into another visage. Both Albus Dumbledore and Severus Snape, upon recognizing this face, adopted serious expressions. What on earth was happening? The crowd was left in a state of utter shock. Surely this could not be some elaborate jest? Harry, Draco, and their companions were left utterly nonplussed by Narcissa's display, finding her simply striking. In stark contrast, Harry Potter and his friends were nearly beside themselves. The multitude of eyes upon them, coupled with the unfolding events, left them at a loss. Was Narcissa Malfoy truly this powerful? The trio turned in unison towards Draco Malfoy. Draco, bewildered, shook his head. I have no idea. My mother is merely a devoted homemaker. She has never wielded magic in my presence. Household chores? Surely we have house elves for that. Yet, as they watched the professor gradually morph into another form, they collectively recalled that the polyjuice potion merely required the addition of a physical remnant from the desired individual. Anything from a toenail to a hair strand would suffice. Upon consumption, one could assume another's appearance. My apologies, everyone. With a gentle wave of her hand, the magical tableau vanished without a trace. Even as the heavy pressure lifted, the hall was enveloped in a profound silence. No one dared to utter a word. Chapter 144. Is young Barty the son of Voldemort? Barty Crouch Jr. Albus Dumbledore was the first to approach Narcissa, his expression grave. This gathering encompassed more than just the students and faculty of Hogwarts. It included members from Durmstrang, Beauxbatons, and officials from the Ministry of Magic, such as the pallid-faced Barty Crouch. As Dumbledore spoke first, the students began to murmur amongst themselves. Who is this? The name rings a bell. Barty Crouch Jr., son of Barty Crouch, the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. I heard he was involved in the case of the Longbottoms. The speaker lowered his voice, casting a furtive glance towards Gryffindor, where he immediately noted the simmering rage on Neville Longbottom's typically calm and affable face. Unlocking Barty Crouch Jr. As the mechanical voice resonated, Narcissa discreetly surveyed the crowd. Clearly, the world's Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, Draco Malfoy, Albus Dumbledore, and Severus Snape shared a brief moment of stillness. Harry and his companions had not heard this before, a fact Dumbledore was certain of, and he exchanged a knowing glance with Narcissa, nodding in understanding. Narcissa's enchantment served not only to suppress, but also to bind. No one could speak of the events occurring that day, inspired by the ideas gleaned from Voldemort. It was an unbreakable one-way contract. Barty Crouch Jr. was a boy who had never known a father's love, born into a prestigious family and academically gifted. His involvement with the Death Eaters led to his imprisonment, thwarting his father's career. The Crouch family prioritized their interests above all and maintained close ties with the Ministry of Magic. Barty Crouch Sr. was a man who disregarded everything for his position. Barty Jr. believed he had never received affection from his biological father. As a member of the Death Eaters, he was extreme, fanatical, and fervently loyal to Voldemort, viewing him as his true paternal figure. Voldemort had once confided his birth name, Tom Riddle, his mixed heritage, and the experience of killing his father to Barty Jr. Barty had claimed that he and the Dark Lord shared many similarities. Both had profoundly disappointing fathers. Both bore their fathers' names in shame. And both had taken pleasure in their fathers' deaths. After consuming the Veritaserum, Barty had asserted that he would earn Voldemort's trust, forging a bond closer than that of a biological son. A father? Young Barty has this penchant? Harry Potter and his friends were alarmed to hear such bizarre revelations. However, as they discovered that they could scarcely utter a word, they resigned themselves to listening. Their curiosity piqued by Barty Crouch Jr. The revelation that Barty Crouch Jr. was related to Voldemort was utterly shocking to the otherwise indifferent Ron Weasley. Barty Crouch Jr. was typically calm and composed, cunning and cruel. He, alongside Peter Pettigrew, had defeated and captured Mad-Eye Moody, perfectly masquerading as him for an extended period under the watchful eyes of Dumbledore, Snape, and others. The false Moody was the most trusted defense against the dark arts teacher for Harry, and during the events of the Triwizard Tournament, Harry was left in utter shock when Barty finally revealed the truth, believing it to be a jest. He was one of the most amicable teachers Harry encountered at Hogwarts, exuding both authority and approachability. Throughout the tournament, he often aided Harry, skillfully guiding him to discover and resolve issues independently, and was the first to encourage Harry in his ambition to become an Auror. Only when it came to serving Voldemort did Barty reveal his impatient, fiercely ruthless side. Like Bellatrix Lestrange, Barty viewed himself as the most loyal servant, eager to earn his master's favor, deeming other Death Eaters who had betrayed Voldemort as unfaithful and unforgivable. Barty had once cast the Dark Mark during the Quidditch World Cup, terrorizing former Death Eaters who sought to exploit Voldemort's name, and during school, he tormented those he believed had betrayed Voldemort, including Snape and the Malfoys. Draco Malfoy was left utterly perplexed, questioning what relevance this had to him. Surely, debts should be settled with the debtor, and misfortune should not befall one's family. He increasingly felt that the Death Eaters were doomed. Severus Snape and Albus Dumbledore were unaware of Draco's extensive knowledge, yet they instinctively sensed this would alter their future. leading them to decide in unison to observe the unfolding events. In the relentless pursuit of Voldemort's whereabouts, he, along with several Death Eaters, including Bellatrix Lestrange, Rodolphus Lestrange, and Robustan Lestrange, resorted to unspeakable methods, employing the Cruciatus Curse to mercilessly torment the Longbottoms in a desperate quest for information. This heinous act resulted in their permanent incapacitation, ultimately leading to their capture and subsequent lifelong incarceration in Azkaban. His mother intervened on his behalf, pleading with her husband to exchange their fates. As both she and her son teetered on the brink of death, they orchestrated their transition to Azkaban, where she transformed into young Barty through the use of Polyjuice Potion. While young Barty assumed her form, upon their release from prison, old Barty quickly discerned that his son remained a fervent supporter of Voldemort, compelling him to use the Imperious Curse to confine his son at home, draping him in an invisibility cloak, with the house elf Winky serving as his guardian. Albus Dumbledore cast a significant glance at Barty Crouch. Although Barty could not hear, he opened his mouth to speak, only to lower his head in resignation. Ultimately, young Barty freed himself from the control of the Imperious Curse and was discovered by Bertha Horkins from the Ministry. Bertha was later captured by Voldemort in Albania, revealing to him that young Barty had escaped from Azkaban and remained unwaveringly loyal to the Dark Lord. In response, he meticulously crafted a grand scheme targeting Harry Potter, who was still under Dumbledore's protective influence. As part of this plan, young Barty transformed into Mad-Eye Moody via Polyjuice Potion and assumed the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts that year. It was under the guise of Moody that young Barty maneuvered freely during the Triwizard Tournament, entering Harry's name into the Goblet of Fire, thereby making him the second Hogwarts champion and the fourth participant in the event. Young Barty endeavored to assist Harry in achieving victory and evading punishment, imparting to him the skills necessary to resist the Imperious Curse and the Cruciatus Curse. Before slaying his father, he incapacitated Krum during the third task. He also incapacitated Fleur and used the Imperious Curse on Krum, compelling him to cast the Cruciatus Curse on Cedric, thus clearing the path for Harry's triumph. Ultimately, at the maze's conclusion, the Goblet of Fire, now transformed into a porte-clés by young Barty, brought Harry and Cedric to Voldemort, resulting in Cedric's death and Voldemort's resurrection. Cedric? Killed? Harry Potter and his companions were struck dumb by this revelation. No one could harbor ill will towards Cedric, that sincere and kind-hearted Hufflepuff. Even Harry, who had previously felt a vague affection for Cho, found it impossible to dislike him. A wave of guilt washed over Harry Potter, if it weren't for him. A hand suddenly grasped his tightly clenched fist. He looked up to find Draco Malfoy, who had sensed his turmoil. Draco Malfoy softly reassured him that everything had yet to transpire, and there was still time. Gazing into those resolute eyes, Harry could not help but smile, firmly returning Draco's grip. Indeed, nothing had yet occurred, as Draco Malfoy felt the familiar, fiery glares from the Slytherin table. He awkwardly attempted to withdraw his hand after realizing what he had done. After several failed attempts, he resigned himself to the gesture. After all, his family would never align with Voldemort. Allowing some Death Eater's offspring to witness the profound friendship he shared with the Savior was not necessarily a detriment, he mused, still unaware of the actions of his father. Despite the success of the plan, Harry nonetheless escaped from Voldemort and returned to Hogwarts. Young Barty attempted to kill Harry in the office, but Dumbledore arrived just in time to stun him, thereby exposing his false Moody identity. Under the potent effects of Veritaserum, young Barty divulged the entire truth of the events. Shortly thereafter, Cornelius Fudge arrived, and a Dementor bestowed upon young Barty a kiss so fatal that it rendered existence worse than death. Chapter 145, Shattered Perspectives. Who are you? Young Barty crouched, seethed at Narcissa. He feared not capture, but the timing was all wrong. The Master's plan was yet unfinished. The Master required him. How could this woman possibly be Narcissa Malfoy? He had encountered Narcissa before, and she possessed no such power. Furthermore, the manner in which these individuals had appeared was peculiar. Two Harry Potters? What sorcery was this? I am Narcissa Malfoy, though not the one you know. Narcissa had no intention of elaborating to a dying man. Her words were more for the benefit of those present. She did not plan to conceal the truth, for they wouldn't remain long, at most a month, after which they would return. There was no harm in them knowing. It was both a gesture of goodwill and a form of intimidation. Another world, young Barty Crouch muttered, lowering his head, his expression obscured. Ha! Young Barty raised his head, his demeanor frenzied. If it weren't for you, if not for you, I would never have been discovered. No matter, no matter. The great Dark Lord shall surely return. What did it matter if it was another world? The Dark Lord could never be vanquished. Merely a stroke of luck had led to the revelation of his identity. They must know nothing of the Dark Lord's plans. Furthermore, with the assistance of these individuals, it was possible that Harry Potter, even without his aid, would become the champion. At that moment, it would be the time of his master's return. The more young Barty pondered, the more sense it made. The Dark Lord would undoubtedly come to rescue him. Azkaban was not unfamiliar to him. Clearly, he believed they would merely confine him in Azkaban, for they were the protagonists. Were they not? Then, farewell, Mr. Barty Crouch. Narcissa smiled as she had at their first meeting. No, please wait. Albus Dumbledore sensed something amiss and attempted to intervene. The ascendant blue flames constricted his pupils, compelling him to halt. Young Barty Crouch emitted no sound as he was consumed by the flames. No, my son. Barty Crouch's eyes reddened, and he leaped to his feet, unleashing an uncharacteristic roar of rage. He pointed his wand at Narcissa, his expression twisted with fury. You have no right to do this. Young Barty Crouch will be dealt with by the Ministry. Oh, and then you shall simply find another to drink the potion in his stead, will you? Last time it was your wife. Who shall it be this time? You? Narcissa regarded Barty Crouch with disdain, her tone flat as she stripped away his final veil of dignity. How could you? Barty Crouch struggled to steady his wand. Feeling the weight of every gaze upon him, some astonished, others disgusted, and some fearful. Moreover, I am not from your world. Your laws hold no power over me. And as for the Ministry's ineffectual fools, they are no match for me. If you do not believe me, feel free to test it. Narcissa's demeanor revealed an uncommon arrogance. Her words sparked a wave of astonishment. How utterly cool. Many young men and women were drawn to her confident stance, feeling an inexplicable admiration swell within them. Albus Dumbledore had been observing, and upon hearing Narcissa's words, his eyelids fluttered. It was so reminiscent. Both her actions and her words bore a striking resemblance to an old acquaintance of his, Gellert Grindelwald. He glanced at his younger self, noting the calm and unsurprised expression upon his face. What could that world possibly be like? Was he not acquainted with himself? Even if he were an alternate version of himself, he should not disregard someone so similar to Grindelwald, unless he had never encountered Gellert or had lost his mind. Impossible. Albus Dumbledore swiftly dismissed the former notion, convinced that, regardless of the world, he would cross paths with Grindelwald and come to know and love him. It must be that the version of himself in that world had simply lost his mind. Dumbledore sneezed, and his gaze instinctively fell upon Albus Dumbledore. Old fellow, are you speaking ill of me? Albus Dumbledore, feeling slightly guilty, averted his eyes. Soon, his expression grew serious. Observing the mixed reactions of apprehension, admiration, and fear among the attendees in the great hall, he understood it was time for him to step forward. Good day, Mrs. Malfoy and esteemed guests. I am certain your intentions are not malicious. However, your sudden appearance has indeed startled us somewhat. Perhaps we might consider relocating to a more suitable venue. I am quite curious about the circumstances that Harry and his companions have encountered. Albus Dumbledore recognized that the Great Hall was not an appropriate place for discourse, given the multitude of voices. Although these individuals had appeared alongside Harry Potter, their allegiances remained uncertain. Of course, Draco, Harry, Ron, Hermione. Would you mind waiting here for a moment? Narcissa had no intention of bringing the children along, confident that even in her absence, no one would dare harm Draco and the others. All right, Mother. Yes, Auntie Sissy. No problem, Auntie Sissy. Rest assured, Auntie Sissy, the children assured her in unison. None of them were fools. Having spent considerable time learning alongside Narcissa and Grindelwald, they shared an unspoken understanding. Narcissa and Dumbledore followed Albus Dumbledore to the headmaster's office, accompanied by Severus Snape, Barty Crouch, and the heads of Durmstrang and Beauxbatons. The other three heads remained behind at Dumbledore's signal, both to maintain order and to keep a vigilant watch. They watched anxiously as the group departed, then turned their attention back to the children who remained in the center. Harry and company, why not take a seat? Professor McGonagall said with a complex expression, forcing a stiff smile as she addressed them. The first to move were Harry and his friends. They held no awkwardness or hesitation. Naturally, they approached Slytherin and seated themselves beside Pansy Parkinson and Blaise Zabinai. Still reeling from the earlier revelations and the shock brought by Narcissa, they followed Harry, settling in beside him during Professor McGonagall's hesitant remarks. It was only upon regaining their composure that they realized they had unwittingly immersed themselves in a den of snakes. The curious glances from the Slytherins around them made them feel quite uneasy. Draco greeted Pansy and Blaise, who had been observing them intently, with a cheerful smile. Pansy held back her curiosity, but ultimately could not resist. Draco? She called out uncertainly. She had been quite accepting of the version of Draco from another world. After all, magic makes anything possible. Upon closer inspection, she noted the differences between the two worlds. Harry and Draco from the alternate universe appeared distinctly more refined, akin to having undergone an enhancement. It reminded her of the mobile devices from the Muggle world. Perhaps that's how one might put it. However, it was fascinating that when individuals from both worlds stood together, people instinctively felt they were the same person, rarely paying heed to their appearances. Pansy from this world. Hello, Draco responded, taking the pumpkin juice that Harry offered him with ease. Hello, Pansy Parkinson replied, her expression stiff. Could it be? Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy? Are they that close? May I ask, are you a Slytherin? Blaise Zabinai inquired, directing his question at Harry. Though he had observed Harry's school uniform, he still found it hard to believe. Indeed, I grew up alongside Draco. Wherever he is, I am. The nearby Slytherins collectively gasped in astonishment. The Slytherin savior? Growing up with Malfoy? Shocking news for the entire family. Some of the girls' gazes shifted awkwardly at this revelation. Oh, is that so? Haha, that's quite nice, Blaise acknowledged, recognizing the absurdity of the situation but not anticipating it would be this outrageous. We are all very good friends. I, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Pansy, Blaise, Theodore, Neville, Cedric, Fred, and George, Draco declared with a serious tone, relishing the expressions of those around him. However, he began to find it a bit tedious after a while. Pansy Parkinson and Blaise Zabinai worked to digest this information. You all are exaggerating, Ron scoffed, rolling his eyes at their reactions, which seemed to suggest they had seen a ghost. It's amusing at first, but after a few times, it gets a bit annoying. The surrounding Slytherins thought, it's not us exaggerating. The differences between the two worlds are truly vast. Chapter 146. What is he after? The individuals mentioned fell silent, straining their ears. Cedric Diggory looked up in surprise. And what about me? Was that little Barty Crouch just now? Theodore Nott, who had been quiet until now, suddenly asked. Though not particularly talkative, he sensed the significance of this inquiry. During the holidays, his father's unusual behavior had caught his attention. Yes. The candidates for the Triwizard Tournament must have been selected by now, correct? Harry inquired. Upon hearing this, many gazes turned complex. Representing Hogwarts was Cedric Diggory, Victor Crumb from Durmstrang, and Fleur Delacour from Beauxbatons, with the fourth champion being Harry Potter. Theodore Nott glanced at Harry, who appeared lost in thought. Me? I wasn't even at school, Harry exclaimed, astonished that Barty Crouch had still put his name in the Goblet of Fire despite his absence. No one thinks it was you who submitted your own name. Everyone is speculating whether someone is targeting you, Theodore remarked, casting a glance at Draco Malfoy. Draco Malfoy successfully picked up on the signal. Me? I wasn't at school either. Isn't this ridiculous? Is Harry Potter's misfortune making me the prime suspect? It does seem so, doesn't it? Draco fell into contemplation. Indeed, it was Barty Crouch who submitted it, aiming to have Harry Potter participate in the Triwizard Tournament. Harry stated. But what is he after? Does he wish for Harry Potter to perish in the tournament? Pansy Parkinson pondered, unable to comprehend. Not to mention Harry Potter's uncanny luck, their headmaster would never allow his golden boy to meet such a grim fate. Slytherin students speculated in hushed tones whether the headmaster had once again set the path for his golden boy, thus submitting Harry Potter's name. After all, who didn't know? Treading the path laid out by Slytherin for his golden boy. It was no wonder that Slytherin students and their elders aligned themselves with Voldemort or distanced themselves during the Great Battle. Even the dimmest of Slytherins could return home and casually mention it to their parents, and those shrewd individuals would swiftly deduce the underlying circumstances. Since you choose to play at the first, do not blame others for making it to the 15th. One might surmise that the ultimate goal was to use the trophy as a key to transport Harry Potter to Voldemort, allowing Voldemort to resurrect himself using Harry Potter's blood. Draco's words fell like stones into still waters, sending ripples of shock throughout the assembly. Not only the professors, but students from all three schools eavesdropped, unexpectedly hearing such explosive news. In an instant, the murmurs of speculation filled the air. Was that about him? Will he really be resurrected? What now? Is conflict about to commence again? It can't be true, can it? Among the Slytherins, a portion could be considered Death Eater hopefuls. They bowed their heads, rapidly analyzing the current situation, recognizing the necessity of ensuring their elders distance themselves from this murky affair if required. They are certainly not foolish lions who will blindly obey Albus Dumbledore. If Voldemort cannot offer them any advantages, why would they choose to side with him in an inevitably losing situation? After years of observation, it has become apparent that while Harry Potter possesses a degree of luck, his overall prowess is not significantly superior to that of his peers. Had it not been for the ostentatious warnings from young Master Malfoy to the Slytherin students that Harry Potter was his prey, they could guarantee that the life of this so-called savior at Hogwarts would not be particularly pleasant. It is crucial to remember that many families suffered immensely due to Voldemort's downfall, and the savior is undoubtedly at the forefront of their desire for retribution. However, no one would dare to offend a Malfoy. Considering the recent news from home, it seems that the actions of the Malfoy patriarch warrant careful deliberation. The Dark Lord or the Savior? Draco remained unperturbed, believing he had stated nothing amiss. Besides, It is far better to be informed now than to remain in ignorance until the last moment, is it not? Who would wish to be the one left in the dark? He offered a polite smile to Professor McGonagall seated at the head of the table. Cedric Diggory, Victor Krum, and Fleur Delacour wore serious expressions. As champions representing their respective schools, they were intent on bringing glory to their institutions. Draco's words rendered their efforts seemingly laughable, a notion they found hard to accept. How do you know so much? Blaise Zabinai observed closely and concluded that these counterparts from another world appeared younger than their Draco. Could there truly be such vast disparities between the two worlds? I believe we are not obligated to provide you with a detailed account. You simply need to understand that Voldemort is destined to perish. Hermione adjusted her glasses, raising her chin in a manner reminiscent of Pansy Parkinson. The arrogance in her words astonished and intrigued Blaise and the others, yet they recognized that her willingness to divulge any information was already a significant concession. As for Hermione's proclamation regarding Voldemort's demise, opinions varied among the listeners. Nonetheless, it was evident that no one dismissed it as a jest. Hermione possessed an inherent power that compelled belief. Hermione Granger looked at Hermione, who exuded an air of confidence and composure, and felt a momentary daze. How wonderful it was to realize that having a female friend could transform one's own demeanor. She felt a twinge of envy, not due to dissatisfaction with the two seemingly useless men on her side, but because everyone yearns for the best version of themselves. She glanced over at Pansy Parkinson, pondering whether they could potentially become friends. Is there something on your mind, Granger? Pansy Parkinson, of course, did not miss the gaze directed her way. I am curious about the events of this past month. Would you be willing to share? Hermione was taken aback by Pansy's keen perception. Well, you have certainly come to the right person, Pansy replied. Having long felt stifled in silence due to Draco Malfoy's absence, she finally had someone to confide in. When Harry Potter emerged from his reverie, he realized he had not heard Draco Malfoy's voice for quite some time. It was only then he noticed Hermione Granger and Pansy Parkinson engaged in a close conversation, hand in hand, while Draco Malfoy rested his chin on his hand, listening intently. They had all changed into Hogwarts uniforms before returning. After all, one cannot wear the same garment for an entire month, could they? Perhaps Harry could manage. But the delicate young Master Draco would certainly not tolerate it. The oversized robe slipped down to Draco's elbows as he moved. His hands were slender and exquisite, with a small red birthmark on the inner wrist, imbued with an inexplicable allure. The delicate pink of his fingertips harmonized with the faint blush on his cheeks. Harry felt an impulse to reach out and see if Draco's hands felt as soft as he imagined. Aware of the precarious nature of his thoughts, he inhaled deeply and averted his gaze, determined not to look at Draco any longer. Yet, visions of Draco's wrist, his smile, his gaze, and every little movement flooded Harry's mind, stirring his emotions into a tumult. Draco Malfoy sensed Harry's scrutiny. He lifted his head, their eyes locking in a moment that ignited a spark. A subtle smile graced Draco's lips, as if he had pierced through Harry's thoughts. Harry's heart raced unexpectedly. He was at a loss for how to respond to Draco's smile. In a hurried attempt to regain composure, he lowered his gaze and feigned interest in his book. However, Draco felt an intense gaze fixed upon him, and, following its source, discovered it was Harry. What was with that look? He had done nothing wrong. Surely, Harry did not suspect him of harboring feelings for Granger? Draco shifted his position slightly, leaning a bit towards Harry, muttering in his mind, for Malfoy, for Malfoy. When their eyes met again, he unhesitatingly flashed a smile. Yet, to his dismay, Harry abruptly turned away as if startled. Draco was left bewildered. What had transpired? In another world, everything had seemed perfectly fine. Draco felt a pang of grievance. Chapter 147, The Malfoys. It was unclear what discussions the adults had engaged in. But when Madame Olympe Maxime and Headmaster Igor Karkaroff returned, their expressions were grim. They occasionally cast wary glances at Narcissa before returning to their seats in silence. Narcissa and Severus Snape were engaged in a low conversation, while Albus Dumbledore and his counterpart were notably absent. Children, Narcissa approached Draco and Harry. We shall be heading to Malfoy Manor shortly, Draco. She turned her gaze toward Draco Malfoy. Recalling what Snape had relayed to her, her expression softened with a tender affection. Luke and I will always cherish our little dragon. Even if he is not the brightest or most accomplished, he remains our most precious treasure. I trust that here. Narcissa and Lucius feel the same. Narcissa believed that they too held great love for Draco, even if he had not become what they had envisioned. Her words alleviated much of Draco's anxiety about returning home. Even if he did not embody his parents' expectations, could he still be their cherished gem? He pondered how his parents had felt during his month of absence, and how they would react upon seeing him again. Would they blame him for being thoughtless? Draco Malfoy did not disclose that he had followed the house elf that day due to a disagreement with his father. Once the competition concluded and they returned to the tent, Lucius Malfoy had gravely instructed Draco to remain inside and not venture out. Draco, feeling an insatiable curiosity, believed he was grown enough not to require excessive protection. Thus, he had pestered his father, seeking to uncover what had transpired. In the past, while Lucius had enforced strict expectations upon Draco, he was always defenseless against his son's charm. Typically, a few well-placed pleas from Draco would yield the answers he sought from his father. However, this time was strikingly different. "Draco, I have told you. Stay here and do not go anywhere. Stop asking so many questions. You are no longer a child." Lucius Malfoy, rarely prone to anger, found himself overwhelmed with a potent mix of fury and helplessness. The name Voldemort echoed in his mind, a dark specter that should have remained buried in the grave, now resurfacing to disrupt the fragile peace. He had intended to safeguard his family, to shield them from peril, yet at this moment, he felt utterly powerless. "When will you embody the essence of a Malfoy heir, Draco?" "Now, at once, return to your chamber. A house elf will escort you back shortly." The relentless torment of Voldemort's impending resurrection had rendered Lucius fatigued, and his tone was noticeably graver than usual. A foreboding sensation gnawed at Lucius as he recalled that fateful diary. Uncertain if the path he had chosen was the correct one, he was nonetheless willing to pay any price to protect Draco, Narcissa, and the Malfoy lineage. He would safeguard his family at all costs. Draco Malfoy, indulged by his parents since childhood, had never before encountered such stern admonitions from his father. He had always taken pride in the Malfoy name, ambitiously aspiring to elevate the family's status. Yet, Lucius's final words felt like a repudiation of his efforts. Draco's eyes widened in shock and confusion. He struggled to comprehend why his father had spoken to him in such a manner. He longed to argue, but the weariness and resolve in Lucius's gaze compelled him to acquiesce. A torrent of confusion and despondency flooded Draco's heart. He could not fathom why his father treated him thus, nor could he understand why his endeavors seemed to go unrecognized. Misunderstandings can arise so easily. Perhaps Lucius had not intended any harm, yet his tone and choice of words rendered Draco's efforts seemingly futile. "Am I still not worthy of being a proper heir?" Draco pondered, engulfed in a haze of bewilderment. He gazed at his father's retreating figure until his vision blurred with tears. In that moment, he longed to escape the confines of the tent, for each second spent there only served to remind him of Lucius's harsh rebuke. It was the first time Draco had defied his father's wishes, slipping away from the Malfoy family tent. He recalled a tranquil grove nearby, a perfect refuge for reflection, and thus he ventured forth without hesitation. Of course, he had gleaned an ominous implication from his father's words. Something significant was about to transpire, and peace was unlikely. Gripping his wand tightly, he felt a slight sense of reassurance. He wandered aimlessly through the forest until the hurried figure of a house elf caught his eye. No, it was the wand in the elf's grasp that piqued his interest. It was eerily familiar, almost identical to the wand of his arch-nemesis, Harry Potter. Curiosity propelled him to follow, eager to discern why the house elf had pilfered Harry Potter's wand. Was it acting on orders? Who was its master? Once he unraveled these mysteries, he would reclaim the wand and relish the opportunity to mock the scarred boy for losing it. Draco had no doubt he could easily best a mere house elf. They were typically so subservient. However, as Hermione Granger had observed, Draco soon discovered that following him were none other than Harry Potter and his companions, their banter evidently lifting the spirits of the glum young Malfoy. Just then, Harry's voice rang out urgently. "Get down, Draco. What did you call me?" Draco instinctively turned, only to see a dense mist rapidly enveloping him. Before being consumed, he caught a glimpse of Harry lunging towards him, hand outstretched. Had he misjudged the situation? In any case, as Narcissa mentioned that they would head to Malfoy Manor after dinner, he found himself wishing for the evening to linger a bit longer. Yet, the inevitable approached. With all eyes upon them, Narcissa maintained her composure as she led Harry and his trio, along with Draco and Severus Snape, onto the transport platform. The Malfoy Manor had been sealed? No matter, there were still aspects of the Malfoy estate she was yet to discover. The defensive enchantments were trivial in her presence. Once their figures vanished, the hall erupted in a cacophony of noise. "Harry? Harry?" Hermione turned to see Harry Potter's serious expression. "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing," Harry replied, his gaze lost on the spot where Draco had disappeared. "Draco, would you choose me?" Lucius Malfoy sat in the dimly lit sitting room, the twilight deepening. Yet he lacked the inclination to switch on the lights. His countenance bore the marks of weariness, riddled with anguish, worry, and remorse. A month had passed without a word from Draco. He could no longer afford to ponder Voldemort, the Chosen One, or the Death Eaters. His singular desire was for Draco to return safely. It was all his fault. Had he not been so harsh that day, Draco would not have fled. Where was he? Was he hungry? Thirsty? Hurt? Was he weeping helplessly in some hidden corner? "Narcissa," Lucius murmured as she entered. turning on the living room lights and sitting beside him with concern etched on her face. She too was anxious for Draco, but curiously, she was the more rational of the two. Draco's name still glowed on the family tree, indicating he was not in immediate danger. Her husband was taut like a drawn bowstring, on the verge of snapping. She needed to remain calm. Despite sharing the same worries and the anguish of envisioning her beloved child suffering in an unknown place. Sighing, Narcissa lamented, "Where are you, Draco?" Chapter 148, The Malfoys Suddenly. Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy sprang to attention, alert. Lucius shifted slightly, positioning himself in front of Narcissa. They sensed the activation of the manor's defensive enchantments. Who is it? Is it Voldemort? Has he been resurrected? Does he know of my recent actions? Lucius's mind raced. After all, from any perspective, his recent actions, issuing bounties for Death Eaters, had been an attempt to distance himself from Voldemort. Yet, all doubts dissipated upon the sudden appearance of several figures. "Draco!" Lucius exclaimed, losing composure as he rushed toward his son, momentarily stumbling but quickly regaining his balance. He stood before Draco, extending his hand but hesitating to touch him, fearful that this might all be a dream or a figment of his imagination. "Dad!" Draco gazed at the man before him, who appeared aged and weary, a pang of sorrow piercing his heart. He had never seen his father so helpless, as if all strength had drained from him. In his eyes, Lucius had always been invincible, yet now he seemed so fragile. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, tears streamed down Draco's face as he threw himself into Lucius's embrace. Choking out, "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have run away and made you worry." Only when he held his son and felt his warmth did Lucius dare to believe that this was not a mere illusion. His hands trembled as he gently caressed Draco's head, his eyes brimming with boundless love and guilt. He murmured to himself, No, it is all my father's fault. I should not have spoken to you in that manner." For as long as he could remember, Draco had filled him with pride, and he had always been honored to be his father. Draco Malfoy listened quietly to his father's words, tears streaming down his cheeks. The love his father held for him was profound and sincere, albeit sometimes expressed inappropriately. He embraced his father tightly and whispered, "Dad, I love you." How could one not love Draco? He was the child who occupied his every thought. From the moment Lucius Malfoy learned of his wife's pregnancy, he had eagerly anticipated the arrival of this little life. He had witnessed Draco's growth, marveling as he learned to walk, speak, read, and write. Each milestone filled him with immense joy. Countless times, he had envisioned what Draco would become, hoping that he would inherit the family's honor and emerge as an exceptional wizard. The month of Draco's absence was nothing short of a nightmare for Lucius Malfoy. Each day and night was spent in a relentless cycle of guilt and anguish. He replayed that fateful day in his mind repeatedly, his heart heavy with regret and remorse. He understood that it was all his doing, stemming from his failure to adequately explain himself to Draco. He had always believed that as long as he sheltered Draco beneath his protective wing, he could shield him from danger. Yet he had forgotten that one day, the fledgling must learn to soar and explore the vast expanse of the sky. Meanwhile, Narcissa Malfoy gripped her wand tightly, her eyes betraying a sense of vigilance. She surveyed the surrounding crowd, an unsettling sensation rising within her. Although these individuals did not display overt hostility, she remained wary. She scrutinized the group before her, attempting to glean any clues from their expressions, movements, and tones. One person in particular bore an uncanny resemblance to her. Polyjuice potion? No. Her keen intuition informed her that the aura she emanated was strikingly similar, a unique essence belonging to Narcissa Malfoy. Her gaze lingered on Draco, who smiled back at her. Narcissa averted her eyes, realizing that he too was Draco. Severus Snape stepped forward, his gaze deep and steady as he regarded Narcissa Malfoy. "We need to sit down and have a serious conversation," he stated calmly. As Severus spoke, Lucius Malfoy quickly composed himself. He gently patted Draco, who was nestled in his embrace, offering silent comfort. The earlier excitement had caused them to lose control. Now they needed to reclaim the pride and dignity befitting the Malfoy family. "Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats," Lucius Malfoy said with elegance, his voice laced with a hint of coldness and authority. The guests settled down, the atmosphere growing tense. Lucius scanned the room, a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. However, he suppressed his inner turmoil and refrained from voicing his inquiries. Once seated, he instinctively glanced at his friend, hoping to glean some explanations or insights. For they had both appeared here together, certainly privy to the unfolding events. To his surprise, it was Draco Malfoy who spoke first. "Father, Mother, hear us what happened." Draco Malfoy recounted his experiences to his parents with earnestness, his eyes still slightly red. Yet, Lucius and Narcissa regarded him with expressions filled with tenderness and pride. Their Draco had grown up. After finishing his tale, Draco hesitated for a moment. He glanced at the other Draco and Narcissa, solidifying his resolve. "Father, mother, can we not support Voldemort any longer?" he said, mustering his courage and speaking cautiously. Upon finishing, he lowered his head, anxiously awaiting their response. Narcissa Malfoy and Lucius Malfoy exchanged a peculiar look, their expressions tinged with surprise. Severus Snape, already aware of the Malfoy family's actions, mirrored their bemusement. "Oh, how could I have forgotten? I haven't yet discussed the family matters with Draco Malfoy," Severus mused, realization dawning upon him. "Well, it's of no consequence. He will learn in due time." "Can Draco explain why?" Narcissa Malfoy inquired. She found Draco's mention of an alternate world credible, but wished to understand her son's reasoning behind such thoughts. Lucius Malfoy, though hesitant, recognized that he had already pursued Death Eaters. Voldemort would surely retaliate upon discovering this. If that was the case, why not aim for something grander? Draco Malfoy looked up, surprised by his parents' unexpected attitude. Although he was unsure of the reasons, he felt that the likelihood of persuading them had increased. The more he contemplated, the more he felt validated. Standing tall, he began to articulate his observations and the hints that the other Draco had inadvertently revealed to him, addressing his parents with fervor. He spoke passionately, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he awaited their praise. "Little dragon, you are remarkable." Narcissa Malfoy found herself unable to resist such a spirited Draco Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy was filled with pride, nodding at Draco with a smile, while swiftly contemplating the advantages and disadvantages. "Unlock Tom Riddle's partial information. Please check." Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy's pupils dilated. What was that sound? Severus Snape offered a reassuring glance to the couple. This sound had been heard before, reminiscent of a prophecy. In the headmaster's office, Narcissa and Albus Dumbledore had also discussed this with Severus Snape. Reflecting on Dumbledore, Severus's expression momentarily shifted. He had not anticipated that the old bee had been like that in his youth. Draco Malfoy discreetly tugged at Lucius and Narcissa's hands, signaling them to refrain from making any rash moves. He somewhat understood this as a manifestation of Draco's unique ability. He had clandestinely discussed this with Hermione Granger and had deduced that it was not to be disclosed to Pansy Parkinson and the others. Harry squeezed Draco's hand, a smile dancing in his eyes as he looked at him. It was precisely at this moment that Draco loved to startle others. "Little dragon, you did that on purpose, didn't you?" He gently scratched Draco's palm. Draco stuck out his tongue, his gaze warning Harry not to jest. "Don't tease me. I am merely a heartless broadcasting machine." Harry shifted his gaze, only to meet Narcissa's meaningful look. He froze momentarily, feeling guilty yet eager to appease her with a smile. Narcissa shook her head. "Still just a child." Chapter 149, Riddle Manor. Severus Snape listened intently, seeking any significant information. Returning to school, he would have to share this with the old bee. How tiresome. In 1994, his servant Peter Pettigrew, also known as Wormtail, returned to his master. With Wormtail's assistance, Voldemort initially regained a frail corporeal form. Using a potion concocted from unicorn blood and Nagini's venom, Voldemort soon acquired a form nearly akin to that of a human, with the strength to wield magic and travel. Aware that Dumbledore had likely destroyed the Philosopher's Stone, rendering him unable to restore his body through the elixir of life, Voldemort resolved to reclaim his original form and powers. To achieve this goal, Voldemort chose to employ an ancient dark magic. He required 3 ingredients for the potion: the bone of a father, the flesh of a servant, and the blood of an enemy. The mention of the enemy's blood instinctively directed their gaze toward Harry, only to realize that this was not their world's Harry Potter. Wormtail deceived the Ministry of Magic official Bertha Horkins into revealing Voldemort's hiding place in the Albanian forest. Utilizing magic, Voldemort extracted information regarding the Triwizard Tournament from Horkins. Before he killed her, Voldemort was astonished to discover that someone had employed a memory charm on her, and through further interrogation, he learned the whereabouts of his loyal Death Eater, young Barty Crouch. Barty had been imprisoned in Azkaban, and it was widely believed that he had perished. Voldemort discovered that old Barty Crouch had been concealing his son at home after aiding his escape from prison. On one occasion, Horkins inadvertently stumbled upon young Barty in the Crouch household. Upon learning of this, old Crouch used the memory charm on Horkins to prevent her from reporting the incident. Back at the Riddle house in Little Hangleton, Voldemort murdered the former gardener of the Riddle family, Frank Bryce. Because the latter had eavesdropped on their plans concerning the Triwizard Tournament, they proceeded to Crouch Manor, liberating young Crouch. Voldemort commanded young Crouch to capture Alastor Moody, the new defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. Young Crouch and Wormtail successfully accomplished this feat. Young Crouch, using Polyjuice Potion, transformed into Moody's likeness and taught for an entire year at Hogwarts. For months, he had been manipulating the course of the tournament, ensuring that Harry would emerge victorious and grasp the Triwizard Cup, which would serve as a portkaya. However, in a spirit of sportsmanship, Harry chose to lift the trophy alongside Cedric Diggory. When they both touched the portcullis, they were transported to the graveyard of Little Hangleton, where Wormtail and Voldemort awaited. Wormtail used the killing curse to slay Cedric and bound Harry to the gravestone of the Riddle family. Draco Malfoy felt an inexplicable discomfort. What must it feel like for Scarhead to witness Cedric Diggory's death before his very eyes? The bone of a father, unwittingly donated, shall allow your son to return. The flesh of a servant, voluntarily given, shall resurrect your master. The blood of an enemy, extracted under duress, shall bring your foe back to life. Following this, Wormtail placed Voldemort's rudimentary form into a cauldron filled with a potion nearing completion. He first added the initial 2 ingredients, causing the potion to shift from a toxic bright blue to a fiery red. Ultimately, he added Harry's blood, completing the potion for his master's resurrection. The finished potion radiated a dazzling white, erupting with bright, sparkling embers. Finally, a plume of white steam ascended from the cauldron, and Voldemort's body gradually materialized. He pressed his hand against Wormtail's arm, marked with the dark mark, summoning the other Death Eaters. Lucius Malfoy was reeling from this news. If Voldemort truly returned, the Malfoy family would undoubtedly become his target for establishing dominance. He failed to recognize that he had already begun to believe the unfolding events. Power, wealth, and influence paled in comparison to family in Lucius Malfoy's heart. He had made a decision. Soon, the Death Eaters began to appear in succession at the graveyard. Voldemort welcomed them, but mockingly derided their belief in his demise. He expressed his initial high expectations of them, only to find himself perpetually disappointed. The Dark Lord recounted the events of the past 13 years, his concealment, his attempts to steal the Philosopher's Stone, his possession of Quirinus Quirrell, his subsequent failures, his reunion with Wormtail, and the formulation of his resurrection plan. Voldemort then turned his attention to Harry, beginning to mock and humiliate the boy before the Death Eaters. He released Harry from his bindings, compelling him to duel. After employing the Cruciatus Curse and several painful jinxes against Harry, Voldemort prepared to conclude the duel by killing him. Draco Malfoy felt a surge of anxiety. Surely Scarhead would be unharmed? Severus Snape also felt unease. He was certain that Harry was not present for during the Triwizard Tournament. He could not respond to Voldemort. Professors were required to be on site. Lily's child must surely be safe. However, just as Voldemort uttered the killing curse, Harry simultaneously cried out Expelliarmus. The twin cores of their wands locked together, triggering a priori incantatum effect. Those who had been slain by Voldemort's wand began to emerge in spectral form from its tip. First to appear was Cedric Diggory, followed by Frank Bryce, then Bertha Horkins, and finally Lily and James Potter. They encouraged Harry, diverting Voldemort's attention. They bought Harry sufficient time to seize the Triwizard Cup, returning with Cedric's body to Hogwarts. The Chosen One was indeed a harbinger of the uncanny. Lucius Malfoy reaffirmed his suspicions. Draco Malfoy exhaled a sigh of relief. All of this was observed by Narcissa Malfoy, who found herself perplexed. When had Draco become so close to the Chosen One, to the point of worrying for him? Narcissa interjected at an opportune moment. I apologize for the interruption, but I would like to have a private conversation. Might we find a more secluded location? Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy had no objections. They had numerous questions to pose. Narcissa smiled gently at the group of children. It is quite late. Let us remain here. I will have the house elves prepare the rooms. Thank you, Aunt Sissy. Oh no. I meant thank you, madam. Ron nodded enthusiastically, only to realize something felt amiss. Hermione facepalmed, exclaiming, Ron, that was a bit too obvious, don't you think? With Aunt Sissy around, there's no need to fear the Malfoys, even if their intentions may be questionable. Besides, they possess their own means of protection. Harry and Draco were bewildered by their companion's overly cautious demeanor. It was unnecessary. Perhaps the only unfriendly presence in this world was Voldemort and his followers. Perhaps you may call me Narcissa? Does that not simplify matters? Narcissa Malfoy discerned the close bonds among the children and was surprised to find them on such intimate terms with someone like her. This alternate world was indeed a source of intrigue. Once the adults had arranged everything, they ascended the stairs in succession. The 5 children exchanged glances. Ron and Hermione curiously surveyed their surroundings. This Malfoy manor is quite different from the one in our world, they mused. It feels a bit brighter in theirs. This world's Malfoy manor exudes an air of nobility and dignity. Not that it is undesirable, but it does feel somewhat oppressive. Yes, definitely a bit oppressive. As for everything else, little had changed. With darkness enveloping the outside, they politely retracted their gazes after a brief inspection. After spending a month with the children, Draco Malfoy felt reasonably acquainted with them. He suggested they explore the rooms first, encouraging them to voice any dislikes. The others readily agreed. In contrast to the children's carefree joy, the adults' conversation took on a more somber tone. The atmosphere in the study was rather tense. I beg your pardon. But I believe I did not quite catch that. Could you please reiterate? Lucius Malfoy appeared dazed. Not only he, but Narcissa Malfoy and Severus Snape were equally unsettled. Chapter 150, The Riddle House 2. As you can see, I am also Narcissa Malfoy, albeit a Narcissa Malfoy from an alternate world. Narcissa smiled, realizing that a measure of candor would facilitate smoother cooperation. I am also the one who has taken over the Saints. I can reach out to them for assistance. Of course, we must first venture to a certain location to retrieve an elderly gentleman. Narcissa mused, having discussed this matter prior to their arrival. It is true that the Saints followed Grindelwald. However, when she first took charge of them, Grindelwald entrusted her with an item. It was the emblem of the Saints, a unique badge designed by Grindelwald himself, which granted her the authority to command all Saints in his absence. This badge served not only as proof of her leadership, but also as a means of intimidation. It was a precautionary measure from Grindelwald, considering that the Saints were not known for their benevolence. Yet, he had not anticipated that Narcissa would consolidate all the Saints within a mere week. The news left Lucius Malfoy and the others in a state of bewilderment. Saints? They needed to take a moment to process this. Though surprised, Narcissa Malfoy understood herself well. She was no innocent flower. Deep within her heart lay a simmering ambition and resentment. Why should she be the only Narcissa? Let us not forget. She was a true Slytherin. However, when compared to the family she cherished, her discontent seemed trivial. Her sole desire was to protect her home. Lucius Malfoy grasped Narcissa Malfoy's hand, silently imparting strength. He was perhaps the one who understood her best. He recognized her intellect was rivaled by none. Filled with ambition and aspirations, his relentless pursuit of success was not without reason. He wished for his sissy to soar high, and for their little dragon to live a life free of worry. Those are the Saints from your world. I am uncertain where the differences lie, but here. The Saints have been silent since Grindelwald's downfall. Can you locate them? Severus Snape inquired, his brow furrowed with caution. He cared little for the Saints or Death Eaters, but the thoughts of Lily compelled him to focus. He had to ensure that no unforeseen complications arose. Severus rubbed his throbbing temples, exhaling a weary sigh. The events of the day had been absurd, leaving him little time to process, and now he found himself entangled with the ambiguous Malfoys. Severus, you must relax. You are too tense, Narcissa remarked with concern, her familiarity with him allowing her to see through his exhaustion. Taken aback by her genuine concern, Severus, despite having a cordial relationship with the Malfoys, had maintained a certain distance. The sincerity of Narcissa's worry left him feeling somewhat awkward, and he averted his gaze. Oh, thank you for your concern, he replied, his usual sharp tongue seemingly rendered ineffective, leaving him with nothing but a forced expression of gratitude before hastily changing the subject. Did you come to our world solely to assist us? Severus felt compelled to explore various plausible scenarios. Perhaps it was for resources, for conquest, or the mutual devouring of worlds. He was not questioning Narcissa's intentions, yet his previous conversations in the headmaster's office had revealed the machinations of the world, leading to his innate skepticism. Narcissa Malfoy and Lucius Malfoy shared similar doubts. There is no such thing as a free lunch, and given their limited information compared to Severus, they listened quietly. Rest assured, it was your world that invited us. I, too, am curious to see what we are like in this world, Narcissa replied, finding no fault in their skepticism. Were she in their position, she would harbor doubts as well. As for the Saints, I possess the means to persuade the one in the tower, so there is no need for concern. Just be prepared. Lucius Malfoy instinctively inquired, prepare for what? Prepare for the resurrection of Voldemort, Severus Snape remarked, casting a complex glance at Lucius Malfoy. Ah, still the same foolish demeanor, I see. Oh, is that so? We must resurrect Voldemort? Lucius Malfoy felt undoubtedly foolish at that moment. Surely not. What will become of my family? It seemed that only by resurrecting him could he be utterly vanquished. Narcissa Malfoy quickly grasped the situation, though her gaze towards Severus Snape grew peculiar. I see. Severus Snape awkwardly averted his gaze from Narcissa Malfoy. He recognized that evasion was futile. Having played the role of a double agent for so long had worn him down. What would the Severus of the adjacent world be like? He could discern that Narcissa's concern stemmed from another Severus, as did the warmth in the gazes of Harry and Draco. Being a clever man, he quickly deduced the reason behind it. Did he not possess the family he had always yearned for? Could he pursue his dreams? Could he dedicate himself to the study of potions without the burden of being a double agent? Could he live without the constant tension of choosing each word with care? In that fleeting moment, Severus Snape felt a twinge of envy for that alternate Severus, yet it was but a fleeting thought. He had grown accustomed to his current existence, which had become an integral part of who he was. Indeed, Narcissa subtly glanced at Severus Snape, deciding to speak with him later. Since we shall not remain here for long, resolving this within a month should suffice. A month? Lucius Malfoy could scarcely believe it. The thought of it was daunting. A month would scarcely afford him time to gather his affairs and flee to another country. Though apprehensive, seeing that no one else seemed to object, he felt reassured. Narcissa believed that a month would be unnecessary. She could easily confront Dumbledore at Riddle Manor to resurrect Voldemort and then eliminate him. However, considering the possibility of some deeply hidden Death Eaters, whose vengeance could spell trouble for Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter, she hesitated. Death Eaters were often desperate individuals. If they lay in wait for retribution, what would become of young Draco and Harry? As for Voldemort's Horcruxes, she would leave that to Dumbledore to manage. While she would take responsibility for Grindelwald's side, it was not essential to have the Saint's assistance, but she personally wished to offer this world's version of herself a choice. During this time, I shall complete the preliminary preparations. Draco, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, I entrust you with the task. Narcissa harbored doubts about this world's Dumbledore. Yet she had faith in this world's version of herself. Rest assured, Narcissa Malfoy knew her words were directed at herself. She nodded solemnly. And Harry Potter? Lucius Malfoy inquired with curiosity. He's family, Narcissa replied without hesitation. She observed the surprise and intrigue on their faces, recounting the bonds they shared with Harry, not concealing any of her sentiments from Draco. Severus, Narcissa produced a postcard and extended it to Severus Snape, who had been standing there in a daze since the beginning. Severus Snape's hands trembled uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, he accepted the postcard and tucked it into his robes. Thank you, Severus Snape said earnestly, gazing at Narcissa with gratitude. Do not mention it. I hope your regrets can be mended. You deserve happiness, Narcissa replied with a warm and gentle expression. It seemed that her junior had spent his life perpetually brushing against happiness, never quite grasping it. She sincerely hoped that he could let go of the burdens of the past and live solely for himself. Suddenly, she began to understand why Severus was reluctant to come over. Was Severus feeling shy? Narcissa felt a twinge of regret. She was quite eager to witness which of the two Serpentine Kings possessed the more potent venom. Chapter 151, Dreams. A profound nightmare enveloped the slumbering Draco, causing his brow to gradually knit together. In his dream, he observed the life of an individual. No, rather, a life that had been restarted multiple times. He witnessed his own pride, his arrogance, his determination, desperately guarding his honor while helplessly watching it slip away bit by bit. The youth was no longer the solitary and almost stubbornly innocent boy he once was. He was ensnared in a quagmire, each misstep leading to further entrapment. Both fragile and despairing, unique yet contradictory. Ah, so this is how it is. This is me. Indeed, Draco, like a ghost, bore witness to his own existence. He perceived his own bitterness before death in his twilight years, the ecstasy and contemplation that accompanied his awakening on the Hogwarts Express. Draco sighed, yet continued to observe in silence. He watched as he distanced himself from his Slytherin friends, endeavored to befriend Harry, endured his dissatisfaction with Ron, and inscribed all his secrets, grievances, and plans in that accidentally discovered diary. Draco remained expressionless as he gazed, as if that person were not himself. As expected, it was Draco who was ensnared in the Chamber of Secrets this time. Draco's health had always been frail, although a mysterious force aided his rebirth. It also rendered his body akin to a deflating balloon, vitality seeping away incessantly. He could not withstand Tom Riddle's siphoning, and before Harry's arrival, his life came to an abrupt halt. Then, he awoke once more on the Hogwarts Express. Draco finally discerned that his memories seemed to be blurring, and his behavior was growing juvenile. How else could he have confided his secrets to a diary? Once again, he chose to befriend Harry. A singular thought was particularly clear in his mind. He must not allow his parents to suffer as they once did. Malfoy, forever noble. Draco was aware that the diary was a Horcrux of Voldemort, thanks to Tom Riddle's revelations before his demise. He explored numerous books and learned that fiendfire or the basilisk's venom could destroy Horcruxes. In a moment of reckless inspiration, Draco covertly learned the fiendfire spell from the impetuous Harry and unleashed a blaze in the room of requirement. Of course, the fiendfire spiraled out of control. Nevertheless, Draco was prepared. He swiftly fled the cluttered room. By sheer coincidence, Ravenclaw's diadem was also consumed by the flames. In the days that followed, aside from persuading his father, Draco enjoyed a delightful school life with Harry and the others. This was a rare moment of respite for Draco. He began to comprehend why so many admired the savior. Although Harry was rash and obstinate, his warmth and inclusivity towards friends emanated a unique charisma. He even found himself wishing time could stand still in this blissful interlude, devoid of sorrow, war, death, and fear. Yet time would not alter its course for anyone. It steadfastly marched into their fourth year. Draco felt an inexplicable sense of forgetfulness. Yet the specifics eluded him. He knew Harry would be chosen as a champion, but he could not recall who had entered Harry's name. All he could remember was who ultimately perished. Upon encountering the new defense against the dark arts teacher, an unshakable sense of foreboding enveloped him. Draco shook his head, his brow furrowing with indifference. It was destined to fail. How could a Draco with fragmented memories and regressing intellect navigate through the myriad of schemes? Draco observed keenly. Dumbledore's scrutiny and underlying calculations did not escape his notice. He perceived even more. Severus had hesitated to speak on numerous occasions. Ron and Hermione had been casting peculiar glances at Draco since the start of this term. And Harry, all those harboring malice were thoroughly warned by him. No one dared to inform Draco of what had transpired. He felt as if he were a princess locked in a tower, the stories beyond its confines remaining a mystery to him. Draco was imprisoned in this tower that Harry had deliberately constructed for him. Why did Harry act thus? Draco found himself curious. After observing Harry's behavior for some time, Draco experienced a sudden realization. Harry had been reborn. But why then did he protect Draco so meticulously? Was it because they had been friends in the last life? Draco tilted his head in confusion. He was unaware of the adage that states young hearts should not encounter too dazzling a presence, lest the rest of their lives be spent in reminiscence. Draco did not know that he was the embodiment of a moment that had captivated the ages in another's eyes. He had perished while Harry was still naive. And as memories deepened upon reflection, those unpleasant experiences gradually faded, leaving only cherished recollections. Harry met his end alongside Voldemort in the final battle. He felt utterly bored. There was nothing in this world worthy of his presence. To his surprise, he did not encounter Draco, but instead returned to the moment he first boarded the Hogwarts Express, when Draco was still alive. Harry could hardly contain his eagerness to see Draco. Yet, he managed to restrain this impulse. He would follow the path of his previous life, ensuring Draco remained within his sight, collecting peculiar trinkets along the way. The two concealed their truths while cautiously drawing closer to one another. Alas, Draco had already pieced together everything. When the news of Narcissa Malfoy's death reached Draco's ears, he finally understood why Ron and the others had gazed at him with such strange expressions. It was pity, compassion, and malice. He felt a ringing in his ears and dizziness. Grasping his throat tightly, he found it nearly impossible to breathe. He lay trembling in the solitary dormitory reserved for prefects, hidden beneath the covers, unable to even utter a sound. Mother, it can't be true. She smiled at me on the day of the school year, promising to reason with father. How could this happen? It has barely been a month. Draco watched himself crumble under the weight of his guilt. In truth, everything was well. Draco had simply overlooked one crucial point. Had the Fiendfire truly obliterated the diary? That was Voldemort's first Horcrux, arguably the most powerful. When Harry arrived in a hurry, Draco had already succumbed to a high fever, repeatedly calling out for Narcissa. Harry felt remorse for failing to protect Draco. It was his relaxation of control over the school in preparation for the Triwizard Tournament that had led to this. Draco knew all too well how the story would unfold. Voldemort would not spare Lucius, and a Draco bereft of belief would shatter in an instant. Everything progressed as Draco had foreseen. Even after Harry killed Voldemort upon his resurrection, he could not prevent the Death Eaters from casting the killing curse upon Lucius. By the end of the 4th year, Draco gracefully and tactfully declined the companionship of others. Though somewhat haggard, he visibly summoned his spirit. Ron and Hermione, having observed him, detected no anomalies, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Only Harry stared intently at Draco's retreating figure, lost in thought. How had Draco become so thin? Afterward, he merely felt he had been overly concerned, for he had witnessed Draco gradually regain his strength under their watchful companionship. Nevertheless, Draco was indeed rather too slender. He intended to return and speak with Sirius, then accompany Draco at Malfoy Manor. The worst was surely behind them, was it not? Chapter 152, Dream 2. Is there anything worse in this world than loss? Amidst the chaos, Harry heard those around him uttering various words of comfort, yet he could not discern to whom these words were directed, for he felt perfectly well. He had just triumphed over Voldemort, and could finally live with the one he cherished. He harbored no grievances. By the way, where was Draco? He recalled visiting Malfoy Manor yesterday, but what had transpired thereafter? Why did he possess no recollection? Yesterday he had gone to Malfoy Manor, where he beheld Draco slumbering amidst a sea of white roses. The young master was simply enchanting. Harry had restrained Sirius, urging him not to awaken the sleeping Draco. Later, it seemed Sirius had uttered something more, though Harry did not catch it. It mattered little, as it likely held no significance. It was he who had forgotten that not everyone possessed the fortitude to bear loss. Soon, a rumor spread throughout the wizarding world. The Savior had gone mad. It was said that he had lost his beloved, which had driven him to insanity. Yet, none of those familiar with the Savior stepped forth to clarify the truth. As time passed, people began to turn their attention to fresher gossip, and this rumor gradually faded from public consciousness. Time flowed like water, and before long, winter arrived once more. The biting cold and the blanket of snow enveloped the world in chill. Yet, amidst this frigid season, a shocking announcement echoed in every corner. The Savior had passed away. People debated this news, their faces marred by shock and disbelief. The Savior, who had once bestowed upon them hope, strength, and courage, had departed from this world. How could this be? Many began to question the veracity of the news. But as more witnesses emerged, they were compelled to accept this harsh reality. They recalled the whispers of last winter, which they had brushed off with a laugh, not taking them seriously. It was only now that they realized the Savior's heart had long since succumbed to slumber in last winter, nestled within that sea of white roses. Draco watched as Draco awakened once more on the Hogwarts Express, with only vague fragments of previous memories remaining. This time, however, Harry did not awaken. He lay forever asleep amidst those white roses. Draco could not help but reminisce about the first lesson from Professor Pansy, during which he had not yet grasped the notion that everything followed a discernible pattern. The professor had once told them that the human soul bore weight when one perished. A portion of that weight diminished, and upon reincarnation, the stripping of memories would render it even lighter. From the moment of birth, individuals must gradually nurture their souls to thrive healthily. However, those who retained the instincts of their past lives within their souls often found their bodies more fragile than the average person. For Harry, to be reborn with memories was an extraordinary rarity. Few could ever experience such a miracle again. Yet, Draco had managed to do so, leaving him utterly astonished and perplexed. Draco remembered the gentle caress of the professor's hand upon his head, as though she were filled with compassion for him. What could be the secret behind Draco's incessant rebirth? How curious indeed. Draco exhibited little emotional fluctuation, as though the person within him were not himself. He continuously reincarnated, yet with each cycle, his memories grew increasingly hazy. Now, he could barely recall the manner of his previous death. Beyond that, he knew nothing. Each time he awoke on the Hogwarts Express, he mistakenly believed it to be his first rebirth, while in reality, only an observer could truly understand that he had endured countless cycles. Regardless of the outcome, Draco seemed destined for an unceremonious end. On the 999th occasion, Draco awakened once again on the Hogwarts Express. This time, he fell into an unusual, prolonged silence. He raised his head, his gaze filled with confusion and bewilderment. He did not know who he was, nor where he was, and was utterly unaware of what he was meant to do. This sense of disorientation brought him immense anguish and helplessness. Draco understood that this was the final time. Draco? Draco? Draco groggily opened his eyes, only to be met by Harry's concerned visage. He followed Harry's supportive grip and gradually sat up, leaning against the headboard as he accepted a glass of juice Harry offered. The sweet flavor brought him great delight, and he smiled happily. Harry observed that Draco exhibited no signs of discomfort, and he finally exhaled in relief. He softly inquired, "Did you have a nightmare, Draco?" His eyes brimmed with concern. Just moments ago, when Harry had attempted to awaken Draco, he had discovered Draco silently shedding tears, which had tugged at Harry's heartstrings. Yet he had been unable to rouse him. No, I simply did not see the conclusion of the story. It is but a small regret," Draco mused. His latter words murmured so softly that Harry could not discern them. He gently ruffled Draco's hair with an affectionate smile. "All right, are you hungry, Draco?" Harry skillfully shifted the topic, knowing that if Draco wished to share, he would do so of his own accord. At that moment, his only desire was to ensure that Draco filled his stomach. Draco nodded, watching as Harry exited the room. Although dining in the room might seem somewhat impolite, Malfoy Manor was far too familiar to Draco for him to feel any discomfort. The unfinished narrative of the grand film left Draco with a tinge of regret. The figure who had abruptly thrust him from the dream must surely have been the world's consciousness. Merlin, perhaps? As the primary world, he must possess extensive knowledge, including matters concerning Ian. Yet, Draco pondered what Merlin understood. Unbeknownst to him, the observer felt an inexplicable shiver at the sight of the smile lingering on Draco's lips. Draco sensed that even if he were to sleep again, the dream would not continue. Thus, he resolved to remain awake, engrossed in a hefty tome on advanced alchemy. It mattered not. When the time came for him to know, he would surely learn. No matter, Draco was never short of patience. Harry carefully arranged the breakfast he had lovingly prepared on a tray and slowly made his way to where Draco resided. Although they found themselves in the Malfoy Manor of another world, he was acutely aware of the complexities of human nature and the necessity of remaining vigilant. He took it upon himself to oversee Draco's dietary needs. Each time he witnessed the satisfaction etched upon Draco's face as he savored delicious food, Harry's heart brimmed with joy and contentment. Yet, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that Draco was too thin, his complexion too pallid. Nevertheless, he understood that such pallor was an inherent trait of those from the Malfoy lineage. Draco, breakfast is ready. Harry called softly, his eyes filled with concern. He noted that Draco had recently exhibited a poor appetite and spent longer periods in quiet contemplation, which stirred his worry. He resolved to care for Draco, ensuring he regained his health. Draco raised his head, gazing at the tray in Harry's hands, a faint smile gracing his features. He took the plate and said, "Thank you, Harry. It looks absolutely delectable." Harry smiled faintly, sitting beside Draco, watching him relish his breakfast. He hoped Draco would indulge a bit more, replenishing his nutrients. In his heart, he resolved to help Draco gain some weight, to no longer appear so frail. Harry felt an irresistible urge to poke at Draco's cheeks, which had puffed up from eating. "Is it delicious?" Harry inquired gently. Draco nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. "It's truly delightful, Harry. I genuinely adore the meals you prepare." Upon hearing this, Harry felt an immense joy swell within him. He knew his efforts had not been in vain. He vowed to continue crafting exquisite dishes, ensuring Draco could savor even more delectable flavors. Perhaps he should inquire with Auntie Sissy about any recipes. He intended to procure them for reference. Chapter 153, The Dragon. Once satiated, Draco finally noticed the absence of a few individuals. Where are Ron and Hermione? They had already settled in the living room, which felt eerily deserted. The Triwizard Tournament was set to commence its first task in just a couple of days, and they had returned to Hogwarts alongside Draco Malfoy and Professor Snape. Hermione went to gather information. "After all, we will find ourselves in a similar situation soon," Harry explained to Draco. Ron, in his naive enthusiasm, simply wishes to join in the excitement. The Triwizard Tournament piqued Draco's interest as well. "Why don't you join us this afternoon?" Narcissa Malfoy and Lucius Malfoy descended the stairs, arm in arm. Narcissa extended an invitation to Draco and Harry. Her eyes filled with affection as she looked at Draco. Lucius, however, still found it difficult to adjust to the sight of the two of them being so cozy on the sofa. What was the difference between this and having him court Arthur Weasley? No matter how he looked at it, Harry was irksome to him, even in this alternate reality. Thankfully, his little dragon seemed disinterested in Harry Potter, Lucius thought with relief. "Very well, Mrs. Malfoy." Draco hesitated for a moment, feeling that this form of address was indeed more appropriate. After all, he was Narcissa's treasure, not simply Narcissa Malfoy. She had her own beloved. Draco possessed his own logic and small convictions. Narcissa quickly grasped Draco's meaning and mused. Did every Draco Malfoy harbor peculiar little quirks? Remembering the childhood Draco, with his own odd notions and preferences, brought a softer smile to Narcissa's lips. They intended to consult Albus Dumbledore. Of course, they could choose neutrality. But as a Death Eater, Lucius feared that after Voldemort's demise, those dog-like officials at the Ministry of Magic would drag the Malfoy family into a quagmire for various reasons. For the sake of Sissy and little Draco, he resolved to align himself with the Savior. As for the Death Eater's overwhelming presence at the Quidditch World Cup, what concern was that of Lucius Malfoy's? The four of them arrived at the headmaster's office via Floo powder. Albus Dumbledore, along with the Dumbledore from their world, awaited them. Lucius and Narcissa couldn't help but steal glances at Dumbledore. Though Narcissa had mentioned it, they found it hard to imagine that this striking red-haired beauty was indeed Dumbledore. After exchanging greetings with Harry, Draco instinctively withdrew from the office. Dumbledore leisurely followed behind them. "Headmaster, shouldn't you remain inside? I hope the Malfoy couple won't be easily swayed. After all, they are counterparts of Uncle Luke and Aunt Sissy." Harry voiced his concern. "Do not underestimate this world's Narcissa Malfoy," Dumbledore replied with a twinkle in his eye. "Moreover, I have already communicated thoroughly with her counterpart. I trust he will not make such errors." "Headmaster Dumbledore, do you know where Ron and the others are?" Draco felt it would be better to act alongside his companions. They seem to be in the Forbidden Forest," Dumbledore mused with a smile. "You will find it quite to your liking, Draco. There are dragons that you are not yet acquainted with." At the mention of Draco's fondness for dragons, Dumbledore spoke with a knowing tone. In that moment, both Harry and Draco's interests were piqued. They exchanged a glance, silently bidding farewell to Dumbledore before hand in hand, making their way toward the Forbidden Forest. Ignoring the bewildered expressions of fellow students witnessing their intertwined hands, Draco suddenly remembered the small gadget he had prepared earlier. He produced the Protein Eye badge and tapped it lightly. Soon, the badge vibrated, revealing two red dots not far off. Following the direction, he and Harry discovered a group of 10 shadowy figures behind a cluster of trees. "What is this? A team-building exercise?" Harry and Draco were left perplexed. Besides Ron and Hermione, Harry Potter, Draco Malfoy, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, Cedric Diggory, Pansy Parkinson, Blaise Zabinai, and Theodore Knott were all present. They appeared to be on a picnic, complete with food and drink, particularly Ron. Draco Malfoy's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he fixated on the figures across from them. Softly muttering to himself, "Draco, Harry, you've arrived. Ron was the first to notice them, waving his hand to beckon Draco and Harry over. Some of the others offered friendly smiles, while others regarded them with expressions reminiscent of classmates who had just witnessed an unsightly scene. Intrigued, Draco and Harry approached. Glancing in the direction Draco was so intent upon, there lay a few dragons, peacefully resting. The Swedish short snout, Welsh green, Hungarian horntail. Wait, what was that? Unfamiliar with it. Draco gazed curiously at the peculiar, fiery red dragon. Unlocking information on the Chinese fireball. Please check. Ron and the others perked up their ears. Although they had just heard Draco mention these dragons, they only comprehended their names and a plethora of accolades. Draco's information would undoubtedly be more comprehensive. The Chinese fireball? Surely, that was the one they had yet to encounter, thought Ron and Hermione, who hailed from another world. The Chinese fireball, also known as the dragon lion, is a fire dragon native to China. China? Is that the China of our professor? At that moment, Draco's yearning reached its zenith. During the Triwizard Tournament held in 1994, a Chinese fireball appeared as the guardian of the golden egg in the first task. Victor Crumb, attempting to retrieve the golden egg from the dragon, temporarily blinded it with a stunning spell, but in its struggles, it accidentally crushed half of a genuine dragon egg, resulting in point deductions. The scales of the Chinese fireball are a vivid red, smooth to the touch, with a fringe of golden, tassel-like spikes encircling its lion-like snout and bulging eyes. This fire dragon can emit mushroom-shaped fireballs from its nostrils when enraged, hence the name Fireball Dragon. It weighs between 2 to 4 tons. Although the Chinese fireball is inherently aggressive, it is more tolerant of its kind compared to other fire dragons. Occasionally, they are willing to share territory with 1 or 2 other dragons. The female Chinese fireball is typically larger than the male. The eggs of this fire dragon are a bright, deep red, adorned with golden spots. The shells of Chinese fireball eggs are highly prized in the Chinese wizarding community. In the 15th to 16th centuries, the Chinese dragonologist Kong Bo uncovered the remarkable applications of the dragon egg powder of the Chinese fireball dragon. The diet of the Chinese fireball predominantly includes a variety of mammals, with a particular fondness for pigs and humans. Draco pondered how to bring a Chinese fireball dragon back with him, his heart racing with excitement at the prospect. Harry immediately discerned Draco's thoughts. Glancing at the Chinese fireball and deciding to discuss the matter with Annie Sissy later, in hopes of discovering potential avenues for acquisition. This line of thought led him to consider that, given the existence of dragons unknown to them, there must also be novel varieties of potion ingredients and plants yet to be encountered. Perhaps he should procure some as gifts for his godfather and Neville? Harry found himself lost in contemplation, sharing his musings with Hermione and the others. They too could not resist the urge to ponder what souvenirs they might bring back. Meanwhile, Draco and his companions had succumbed to their own reflections, at the divide marked by Draco Malfoy's fervent desire for dragons. The others from the primary world were engulfed in apprehension. Would they be expected to slay a dragon? Cedric Diggory harbored considerable concern. Harry Potter and his friends were aware of the purpose of the first task, yet they were at a loss for words. Pansy Parkinson, Blaise Zabinai, and Cedric Diggory evidently shared similar thoughts. Being a champion truly is a perilous profession. Chapter 154. Cedric Diggory found himself bewildered as to why he was amidst this group of individuals. It seemed that Harry Potter had encountered him on the way and had pulled him along. Thanks to them, he had learned that the first task involved facing a dragon. Cedric curiously glanced back at Draco and Harry as they approached, marveling at how different their world was. However, realizing this was somewhat impolite, he quickly averted his gaze. He was quite intrigued. He had heard that in this alternate world, they were still friends, and he wondered how their relationships functioned. Prior to this, Cedric had never contemplated becoming friends with Harry Potter and his companions, primarily due to their differing years and courses, as well as the lack of opportunities for camaraderie. Thus, he was genuinely curious about how they had forged their friendship. Cedric Diggory was not one to conceal his thoughts. He directly inquired, "Hello, Harry? Draco? May I address you as such?" To this Cedric, who bore a striking resemblance to the Cedric in their world, Harry and Draco felt a sense of fondness. Additionally, having seen the films, they were quite impressed by Cedric Diggory. "Of course," Draco replied. Harry nodded, having anticipated Cedric's forthcoming question, as it was almost written upon his face. This Cedric was indeed a bit different from the one they knew. Perhaps he was more innocent? "Are you curious about how we became friends?" Upon hearing Harry's words, the others, even Draco Malfoy, who had been captivated by the dragons, gathered round in eager curiosity. They too desired to know. "Yes, could you share with me? I am quite intrigued by your world." Cedric Diggory nodded without hesitation. "Well, this story begins with Theodore, I suppose," Draco mused, somewhat uncertain. "Me?" Theodore not looked at Draco and the others in surprise. "Yes, that's right. However, there are some things you might not know, so I will start earlier. With my encounter with Ron, Draco deliberated, thinking that if he only spoke of Theodore, they might not fully comprehend. Ron Weasley scratched his nose, grinning foolishly at the discontented crowd. Go on, continue. At that time, Harry and I were taken to Diagon Alley by our godfather. Your godfather is Professor Snape? Ron remarked, recalling that he too was quite the glutton in his youth. So that is how we met? The others listened in a daze, unable to suppress their thoughts of playful banter. How to put it, this development was both unexpected and entirely within the realm of possibility. Just when they thought things could not get more absurd, even more outlandish occurrences unfolded, leaving them utterly astonished. Hogwarts on Draco and Harry's side was entirely different from theirs. At least Pansy Parkinson and the others could not envision a harmonious coexistence among the four houses. In their world, Slytherin and Gryffindor would never coexist peacefully. And then, one day, Cedric suddenly approached me and asked if I had seen Theodore. It startled me. To be honest, Harry added with a smile. Afterward, our relationship became much closer, but I believe Cedric is closest to Theodore. Pansy Parkinson and Hermione Granger exchanged glances, both sensing the unspoken understanding in each other's eyes. Those two, there must be something more beneath the surface. Though slightly skeptical, they could distinctly discern the differences between the two worlds. Here, Cedric Diggory and Theodore Nott had only recently become acquainted, and the girls had overheard enough rumors to piece together that Cedric evidently harbored feelings for the Ravenclaw girl, Cho Chang. Oh, so it seems Theodore and I could become quite good friends, Cedric remarked with a smile, his eyes sparkling as he glanced at Theodore Nott. Theodore Nott was not particularly fond of overly enthusiastic individuals, yet he found it difficult to refuse. He turned his head away, offering a quiet acknowledgement. Harry had initially contemplated whether to inform Cedric about the final task's warning against touching the trophy. However, he reconsidered, realizing that the professors would undoubtedly investigate if they learned of the trophy's perilous nature. Furthermore, whether Voldemort would still be alive by that time remained uncertain. Cedric Diggory was in high spirits, having made numerous new friends. On the way back, he fortuitously encountered the girl he had long admired, Cho Chang from Ravenclaw. He halted in his tracks, his face flushed as he stammered a greeting to Cho amidst the teasing gazes of his companions. Hi, Cho. Are you heading to the library? Yes. Cho was no stranger to matters of the heart. She was aware of Cedric's feelings, blushing slightly under the knowing looks of her friends. She felt a flutter of affection for the principled, talented, and elegantly charming boy. However, perhaps due to her Asian heritage, she found it challenging to express her feelings openly. Her friends, having learned a few things during their nighttime tea gatherings, playfully nudged her, leaving her alone to face Cedric. Oh dear, I can even hear their soft encouragement. This is so embarrassing. I hope Cedric didn't hear that. Yet she was also somewhat intrigued by this unusual situation. So what are you all doing? Off for a picnic? Cho queried, observing the grass and dirt clinging to some of them. Cedric Diggory was still lost in the gentle warmth and shyness of the moment when Cho had glanced down, her beautiful eyes sparkling with interest. He instinctively responded, What a coincidence. I'm also heading to the library, just the two of us. Shall we go together? Harry Potter and the others, as well as Cho's friends, exchanged bewildered glances, questioning if they had misheard. No, we simply stood a bit farther away to give you both space. You've just excluded us altogether? Cho nodded shyly. The two seemed to have completely forgotten their companions, walking together towards the library amidst a haze of pink bubbles, occasionally leaning in to whisper sweet nothings to each other. They exchanged awkward glances with two of Qiu Zhang's friends, their eyes reflecting a shared pity. Oh dear, your friend has a romantic fixation too? What a coincidence. As Harry Potter gazed at Qiu Zhang, he realized that his heart remained utterly unperturbed. It was a stark contrast to the Quidditch match in their third year, when he had watched her dive from the sky, his heart racing in response. Perhaps it was the golden sunlight of that day, casting a warm glow on Qiu Zhang's hair, making her resemble a proud and noble young lord, which had momentarily stirred his heart. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Harry Potter staring intently at the back of Draco Malfoy. A look of stubbornness etched on his features. Goodness, what has suddenly possessed this romantic fool? Harry thought, if he continued to gaze. He feared Draco Malfoy might very well turn around and deliver a punch. By Merlin S. Beard. Chapter 155, The Tower. Narcissa stood at the base of the towering spire of Nurmengard, gazing upward at its lofty pinnacle. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating the walls, where the inscription for the greater good stood out prominently. She had never visited this place before. In their world, Gellert Grindelwald had sought them out, subsequently residing in the headmaster's office. Thus, although Narcissa was aware of its existence, she had never set foot inside. Madam, I cannot accompany you further. Once inside, ascend the stairs to the highest point. The gentleman awaits you there. The words came from an elder who had faithfully followed Grindelwald among the saints. his familiarity with the place suggesting it was populated entirely by his kind. Who could fathom the chaos and elation that ensued when they received news of someone bearing the gentleman's badge at the Saints' clandestine rendezvous? They had believed their master had finally come to a resolution. Yet, perhaps this woman, strikingly similar to him, could coax him out of the tower? It was not merely her appearance that resembled him, but her commanding presence and the cadence of her speech, both echoing his essence. At her age, could she possibly be his daughter? The saints fell into contemplation, realization dawning upon them. The more they pondered, the more sense it made, their gazes softening with affection. Oh, look at that golden hair. It is truly cast from the same mold as his. Observe those features. They are as exquisite as his. Her magical prowess was formidable. Taking on their group would pose no challenge. Indeed, she was worthy of being his daughter. Narcissa was oblivious to the far-fetched conclusions the saints had drawn. She stood before the tower, motionless for a long while. At last, she extended her hand, gently caressing the cold, hard black stone wall, feeling its roughness and solidity. She slowly closed her eyes, imagining what thoughts occupied the mind of the teacher who had once been imprisoned here, confronting the same view day after day. With a deep sigh, she cast aside the unwarranted melancholy that welled up within her and pushed open the heavy doors of the tower. Leaving the saints anxiously peering from outside, the path was unobstructed. Narcissa knew that Gellert Grindelwald in this world was undoubtedly aware of her arrival. Calmly, she ascended to the highest level, her gaze settling on the solitary cell. Within, an elderly man with graying hair sat with his back to her, quietly gazing out at the blue sky, seemingly lost in profound thought. Even the towering spire of Nurmengard could not grant him a view of distant England. Narcissa remained silent, simply accompanying the old man in stillness. "Young lady, where did you acquire your badge?" Gellert Grindelwald did not turn to face her. He sat on the bed, his gaze directed into the distance, as if contemplating something, or perhaps reminiscing. Narcissa pushed open the cell door, the various enchantments upon it ineffective against her. She stepped inside, standing a short distance from the bed, quietly observing Gellert Grindelwald. "It was you who gave it to me, Professor," Narcissa replied softly. Grindelwald turned his head with intrigue, his eyes landing upon her. A flicker of surprise crossed his features, though it quickly faded to tranquility. "Professor?" He repeated the title, a hint of confusion evident. "Perhaps you have already surmised," Narcissa stated plainly, revealing the truth without reservation. Gellert Grindelwald fell silent for a moment before erupting into laughter, tinged with self-mockery and resignation. "I never anticipated another version of myself," he murmured. Narcissa inhaled deeply, resolved to no longer delay. "I hope you will come with me," she stated directly, laying bare her purpose for visiting. Gellert Grindelwald blinked in surprise, then a faint smile graced his lips. "Why?" he asked with curiosity. He could not comprehend Narcissa's confidence. Did she believe herself to be his rightful heir, and that he would heed her words? Yet, he did not consider that the heir he chose would be so naive. "Very well, let us hear what this young lady has to say. I once contemplated numerous arguments to persuade you, but upon meeting you, I realized that I need only convey a single truth." Narcissa spoke softly. The moment she saw Gellert Grindelwald gazing out the window, she had already known the answer. "Albus Dumbledore passed away on June 30th, 1997, she uttered, each word imbued with heavy significance. "The greatest white wizard and dark wizard of this century." Their love, fueled by longing, grew ever stronger, yet they could never soar together. "I and my beloved perished in the tower, while your heart remains forever in the summer." Narcissa gently recited the lament once expressed by Hakari and Shao. Having seen the film, she understood its meaning. "How do you know this?" Gellert Grindelwald suddenly emanated a formidable aura. "Who is it?" "Albus was perfectly healthy. Even if he was unwilling to meet me, I had not ceased my watch over him." His concern for his beloved was both subtle and obsessive. Indeed, Gellert Grindelwald still believed they were lovers, still in love. Neither had declared an end, nor wished for one. Did they? Excluding health concerns, it must have been foul play. Gellert Grindelwald quickly identified a suspect. "Voldemort?" Narcissa nodded slightly. "Are you willing to leave?" "No rush. The young lady possesses quite an array of knowledge. Would you mind sharing it with an old man like me, who is nearing his end?" Gellert Grindelwald's composure returned, his mind racing with thoughts. Narcissa was more than willing. Indeed, it was her intent. Even if Gellert Grindelwald remained reluctant to leave the tower, would he truly not be moved by the prospect of a different outcome compared to Dumbledore's? On one side lay reconciliation with his beloved, while on the other, a lingering demise in the tower. It was clear what course of action was most prudent. As the saints awaited with bated breath, the doors of Nurmengard finally swung open, revealing two figures emerging from within. The saints trembled with excitement, desperately maintaining their composure to avoid appearing foolish. "At last, the gentleman has chosen to release himself," exclaimed one, tears brimming in his eyes. Gellert Grindelwald regarded his old companion. Anthony, I appreciate your efforts over the years. He patted the shoulder of the saint. Anthony. No. It has not been a hardship. Everything is worth it for the gentleman. Anthony could no longer contain himself, tears streaming down his face. Do not worry. Gellert Grindelwald realized he had neglected far too much over the years. Chapter 156, The First Contest. Gellert Grindelwald and Narcissa had just arrived at the headmaster's office. Gellert eagerly turned his gaze towards Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore said, diverting his attention, let us discuss the matter at hand. You are the last piece of the puzzle. Despite his familiarity with past events, the complexities of love and hatred were not easily set aside, leaving Dumbledore uncertain of how to confront Gellert. In that moment, Gellert caught a glimpse of Dumbledore and was momentarily taken aback. He clenched his teeth, pondering why, in an alternate world, they seemed so blissful while he remained shackled to despair. The future Narcissa spoke of filled him with a sense of resentment. Is your student truly that significant? Important enough to pave the way with death? Once there was Newt Scamander, and now Harry Potter. Damnation. The specifics of what the gathered dignitaries deliberated remained shrouded in mystery. But it was decided that plans would unfold only after the first task concluded. Under Harry Potter's relentless insistence, he begrudgingly imparted a few practical spells. What is there to fear from dragons? Harry mused, finding the local iteration of Harry Potter somewhat lacking. You, a fourth year, question me, a second year? Why must I participate in this competition? Everyone knew that it was not Harry Potter who registered, but rather young Barty Crouch. Nevertheless, Albus Dumbledore and the others resolved to let him join. Those who witnessed the events of that day were astonished to find themselves unable to divulge what they had seen or heard. Speculations arose that it was Narcissa's magical array at work, which left some with ulterior motives feeling anxious and fearful. The Triwizard Tournament would draw a vast audience, certainly including agents of Voldemort, who needed to be led to believe that everything was proceeding according to his design. As for the Horcruxes, aside from Nagini and the one residing within Harry's head, Draco demonstrated how to clean a Horcrux effectively, revealing its potential for reuse. Merlin, Draco Malfoy murmured to himself. Seizing his wand, he sought to replicate Draco's actions unnoticed. Holy light dispels. To Draco's astonishment, a glimmer of white light emanated from his wand, though it quickly faded. He had never imagined he could achieve such a feat. His earlier demeanor of scanning his surroundings was endearing, and while his peers pretended not to notice, a portion of their attention was undoubtedly directed towards him. Thus, they all witnessed the flicker of light from his wand, albeit faint. Albus Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, a flicker of insight gleaming in his eyes. He had initially attributed this to the disparities between worlds. Yet the fact that this version of Draco Malfoy could wield such power indicated that he too harbored this latent energy. What lay at the root of the distinction? Contemplating Harry, Draco, Ron, and Hermione's remarkable abilities that surpassed their peers, alongside the profound depth exhibited by Dumbledore and Narcissa, left him astonished. Was it some sort of potion? The ramifications of such a potion circulating within the wizarding world were unfathomable, especially if it fell into the hands of those with malicious intent. My apologies, Headmaster Dumbledore. But your realm lacks a crucial ingredient. Narcissa discerned his thoughts with a keen eye. How unfortunate, Dumbledore replied, his smile unwavering despite having been seen through. And what of Mr. Draco Malfoy? Dumbledore speculated. These children must have also consumed the potion during their time at our Hogwarts. Their innate potential would thus be awakened. As Dumbledore assessed the alternate versions of himself and Gellert, he inwardly shook his head. Fortunately, Draco had accepted the Malfoy family's invitation, which ultimately altered the course of his life. Wow, that's so cool, Ron Weasley exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he set aside past grievances to sidle up to Draco Malfoy. How did you do that, Malfoy? His piercing gaze seemed to sear through Draco's hand and wand. Draco, feeling uncomfortable with such proximity, instinctively stepped back. I think you should ask Ron over there. Your traits should align, Draco suggested, finding the situation oddly intriguing rather than distasteful. Slytherin friendships were always marked by an appropriate distance, unlike Gryffindor's apparent lack of personal space. Draco glanced at Harry Potter, who was almost pressed against him, his mind swirling with questions. Harry, observing Ron's closeness to Draco, could not suppress his irritation. Quietly, he joined their conversation, seamlessly positioning himself beside Draco. After witnessing Harry's impressive lightning magic, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my goodness. I can't believe how optimistic and cheerful he must be once he masters this." Even Draco Malfoy would be captivated. While chuckling to himself, he contemplated giving Draco a jolt of lightning for being so bothersome. Harry taught Harry Potter the most fundamental lightning spell, having developed his own techniques through anime. It was essential to refine one's own spells for greater adaptability. Undeniably, Harry Potter practiced with fervor, eager to impress someone special during the first task. He drew the Hungarian horntail, but it was inconsequential, a minor hurdle. Harry Potter's thunderous display, as anticipated, left everyone in awe. It was undeniably spectacular. Students of his age were drawn to such dazzling spectacles, and even some adults watched with wide, gleaming eyes, questioning the nature of such magic. Unaware of any Potter family secrets, perhaps shaken by Narcissa's earlier display, Igor Karkaroff, the headmaster, refrained from arbitrary scoring and diligently assessed each student. Of course, apart from Victor Krum, no one managed to secure a perfect score under his scrutiny. Harry Potter, unsurprisingly, emerged as the victor of the event, his grace and ease undeniable. He glanced towards the stands, where Draco Malfoy wore a rare, genuine smile, a stark contrast to his usual smirks, sardonic grins, or triumphant chuckles. His eyes sparkled with clarity. His cheeks flushed with a hint of color, and his innocent, radiant smile made him appear like an unworldly young prince, enthusiastically applauding Harry Potter. Harry was momentarily mesmerized until Hermione Granger nudged him back to reality. Chapter 157. The show begins. In the dark forest, Harry Potter sprinted breathlessly, occasionally dodging spells hurled from behind. Why was this happening? A sense of despair welled within him. Had the trusted, revered Mad-Eye Moody suddenly turned against him? After the first task, he had intended to share his joy with Hagrid, only to witness Mad-Eye Moody raising his wand towards Barty Crouch. In a moment of desperation, Harry shouted, "Stop!" This call revealed his location, prompting Moody to turn and cast a spell towards him. Harry swiftly dodged and continued his flight towards the forest's edge. At this moment, a singular thought consumed Harry. He needed to find Headmaster Dumbledore as soon as possible to inform him of the unfolding events. He trusted that the headmaster would unravel the truth and ensure his safety. In the midst of his panic, he was seized by Mad-Eye Moody, who yanked at his robes. And in a whirl of chaos, Harry Potter found himself in a desolate forest, struggling to rise. He paid no heed to the pain coursing through his body and desperately sprinted forward. He was oblivious to his surroundings. Yet he understood the urgency of fleeing from Mad-Eye Moody's relentless pursuit. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, and Harry, believing it to be an escape, quickened his pace. However, as he drew closer, he discovered it was a vast graveyard. The previously fervent Mad-Eye Moody emerged leisurely from behind him and, under Harry's watchful gaze, reverently addressed the darkness, "Master." Harry's heart raced as he anxiously peered into the shadows, filled with dread and confusion. At that moment, a deep, raspy voice echoed from the darkness. "Well done, young Barty. But I recall our plan was not to unfold just yet." Young Barty? Who? Although Harry was baffled, he instinctively tightened his grip on his wand. "It was my oversight, Master. I allowed this brat to see me while controlling Barty Crouch." Mad-Eye Moody's visage contorted, accompanied by a clinking sound, as a gaunt, sickly man materialized before Harry. "Polyjuice potion." Harry's mind reeled in shock. "No, or perhaps I should commend you, young Barty. You executed your task splendidly, did you not?" A squat figure emerged from the shadows, cradling something in his arms. It was Peter Pettigrew, and the voice emanated from the bundle he held. Harry observed with fury as hatred consumed his thoughts, turning his eyes a furious crimson. The familiar yet forgotten voice from the bundle spoke, "Harry Potter." Forcing himself to avert his gaze, Harry was startled. Before him lay a creature the size of an infant, yet grotesquely terrifying. It was Voldemort, his red eyes fixed intently on Harry, radiating palpable malevolence. Harry's heartbeat quickened. He recognized the immense peril he faced. "So, you know what to do, Peter." Pettigrew respectfully approached a cauldron. He first plunged Voldemort into the boiling water, then extracted a bone, his father's bone. With gritted teeth, Pettigrew severed his own hand. Finally, he advanced to Harry, who was under Barty Crouch's control, hesitating only briefly before brutally marking Harry's hand. The blood of an enemy. As Harry's blood mingled with the cauldron, a horrific figure rose imperiously from its depths. Voldemort had returned. "Harry Potter," he intoned coldly and authoritatively, "you cannot escape. Your fate has long been sealed." With that, Voldemort waved his wand, unleashing a powerful force that sent Harry crashing to the ground, feeling as if his very essence had been drained. Struggling to rise, Harry's eyes widened as he beheld Voldemort, despair flooding his heart. Just as Voldemort prepared to cast his next spell, a brilliant light flashed, and a tall figure cloaked in black appeared beside Harry. "Dumbledore!" Harry exclaimed with joy. Albus Dumbledore regarded Voldemort with calm intensity, his wand emanating a faint glow. "Voldemort, your scheme has faltered," Dumbledore declared with unwavering resolve. Voldemort's face registered momentary astonishment, quickly replaced by cold disdain. "Dumbledore, you always meddle. Yet this time, you shall not thwart me." Voldemort brandished his wand, readying an attack. Dumbledore lightly waved his wand, conjuring a circular shield that enveloped him and Harry in a protective embrace. "Do you think this will deter me?" Voldemort roared, intensifying his magical output in an attempt to breach Dumbledore's defenses. Yet, Dumbledore's shield remained steadfast, impervious to the onslaught. Seeing his predicament, Voldemort concentrated fiercely, unleashing a torrent of black flames that surged toward Dumbledore. Dumbledore's expression grew serious. He incanted loudly, and a beam of golden light shot forth from his wand, colliding with the black flames in a deafening explosion. As the fierce confrontation unfolded, Dumbledore gradually gained the upper hand, neutralizing Voldemort's attacks one by one. Seeing his chances dwindle, Voldemort conjured a cloud of black mist, seeking to escape. However, no matter the direction he attempted, an invisible barrier impeded his path. "What is this?" Voldemort exclaimed, watching as the tension in Dumbledore's face and Harry's panic gradually faded, leaving only tranquility, which filled him with foreboding. "It is a magical barrier to prevent your escape," Barty Crouch remarked nonchalantly, devoid of any fervor for Voldemort. "You are not Barty. Who are you?" Voldemort demanded, eyeing Barty Crouch warily. Suspecting his most loyal servant had been captured, Barty's face shifted, ultimately morphing into that of Narcissa. "Narcissa Malfoy?" Voldemort expressed surprise, having met her before. "Oh, so the Malfoys have decided to betray me, have they?" Voldemort's fury turned to mockery. Narcissa smiled faintly. "I am merely fulfilling my son's wishes." Voldemort pressed down on the trembling dark mark of Pettigrew, summoning his loyal servants. As the Death Eaters began to materialize, a swarm of hooded figures emerged from all directions. Voldemort's keen eyes caught sight of their insignia, and his pupils constricted. "Saints?" The disparity is staggering. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Albus Dumbledore and Harry Potter exchanged discreet glances, noticing a noticeably shorter figure among the Saints. Harry's gaze quickly fixed on a slightly taller, leaner Saint, and he instinctively showcased his most gallant demeanor before the figure. "Ahem, what do you think? This battle-worn visage and resolute countenance must surely captivate Draco Malfoy, right?" Alas, it was a vain effort, as Draco Malfoy was engrossed in listening to his counterpart's jibes. With so few Death Eaters, it's hardly a match for the overwhelming numbers of Saints, let alone their strength, Draco remarked, shaking his head. No wonder Voldemort only sought Grindelwald after Dumbledore's demise. He was aware of their connection, aiming to kill with intent. "Old Dumbledore, you met your end. And how infuriating it is that you didn't recognize the need to relinquish the Elder Wand." Who knows? After learning of Dumbledore's death, Grindelwald seemed devoid of any will to survive, refusing to disclose the location of the Elder Wand, all to protect his lover's grave. As Draco contemplated the timeless romance between the two, he felt that sometimes having a voice was indeed of great importance. Hidden among the Saints, Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger listened in stunned silence, both familiar with Gellert Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore, yet bewildered by the revelation of their relationship. That fateful night in Godric's Hollow, Grindelwald departed without a word, leaving the mystery of who inadvertently killed Ariana forever unsolved. If Grindelwald had remained, Dumbledore would inevitably have to confront the harrowing truth that he might be the one responsible for his sister's death, a wound that would fester throughout his lifetime. Grindelwald, with a history of transgressions, would not find the addition of another life to his tally particularly consequential. However, Dumbledore, being an exceptionally pure-hearted individual, would carry this burden as a lifelong cross. Grindelwald's departure took this secret with him. As long as Dumbledore could not see Grindelwald, he would struggle to ascertain the truth, thus alleviating some of his guilt. Yet, from Dumbledore's perspective, it was evident that this was his greatest concern. Grindelwald left burdened with this secret, having to forsake Dumbledore to shield him from the truth. One must admit that Grindelwald's affection for Dumbledore reached a monumental level. For the anguish of mistakenly killing his sister far outweighed the pain of being abandoned by a lover. Grindelwald's exit spared Dumbledore from plunging deeper into a vortex of suffering. Nevertheless, it was not Dumbledore who killed Miss Ariana. Rather, she had unwittingly collided with a stray curse, the origin of which only Grindelwald was aware. Gellert Grindelwald had initially been rather intrigued by the tales spun by the young lad, but upon the mention of Ariana, his expression faltered, and he felt compelled to halt Draco's discourse. Yet, an unseen force bound him, rendering him immobile. He listened in rigid silence, and upon hearing the conclusion, his eyes widened in disbelief, quickly darting towards Albus Dumbledore. A searing gaze emanated from behind, and even Albus, who had long known the truth, could not suppress the complexity of his emotions. Harry Potter's expression mirrored this complexity as he recalled the unwavering presence of Professor Grindelwald beside Professor Dumbledore in Draco's world. Surely Voldemort, witnessing the two remain silent and unmoving, must have misconstrued the situation. He scoffed inwardly, wondering if these noble characters were truly troubled by how to deal with him. But it mattered not, as long as he lived. He would repay today's humiliation in kind. The cold, mechanical voice of the system suddenly reverberated. What is this? Those who could hear were utterly bewildered. What did the notion of Voldemort's sense of ceremony entail? Draco, too, found himself intrigued, rifling through his thoughts. Though Tom Riddle hailed from an orphanage, spending so many years in Slytherin had undoubtedly influenced him to become a person of discernible decorum. Of course, his primary focus lay in the pursuit of spiritual fulfillment rather than superficial appearances. Upon his successful resurrection in Little Hangleton Cemetery, his first thought was to eliminate Harry Potter. At that moment, a simple incantation of Avada Kedavra directed at the immobile Harry would conclude everything. Yet, unexpectedly, Voldemort insisted on adhering to the etiquette of dueling. Not only did he demand a formal one-on-one duel with Harry, but he also orchestrated a ceremony of mutual blows beforehand, embellishing it as a requisite of decorum. This, undoubtedly, afforded Harry a chance to breathe, ultimately allowing him to evade the clutches of death. Meanwhile, Voldemort could only seethe in impotent rage, stamping his feet in frustration. It was a challenging assessment. Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger recognized that this situation likely would have unfolded without Draco and the others' interference in the original timeline. Concealed among the saints, Lucius Malfoy's lips twitched involuntarily. Did this sense of ceremony truly need to exist? Voldemort's 6 Horcruxes, apart from the initial diary, were all meticulously chosen, either heirlooms or relics of the founders, with Nagini among them, whose venom would fetch a price far exceeding that of a giant spider on the black market. Understanding Voldemort's criteria for selecting Horcruxes made it easy for Harry and Dumbledore to deduce their identities. After all, if Voldemort chose objects so inconsequential that no one would bother to pick them up off the street, how could he expect to safeguard any of his Horcruxes? Draco found this reasoning compelling. If it were me, I would select an unremarkable stone and cast it into the sea, seeing who could find it. Such thoughts were ill-advised. Draco, Albus Dumbledore, while appreciating Draco's idea, felt a cold sweat bead upon his brow. Voldemort required his father's bone, his servant's flesh, and his enemy's blood for his resurrection. In a conversation with Peter Pettigrew, he once suggested using another in place of Harry. In truth, it was a reasonable suggestion. As Pettigrew articulated, targeting Harry Potter was exceedingly difficult given his current, stringent protection. Voldemort had countless adversaries, yet he fixated on Harry, determined to obtain his blood, insisting that the resurrection ceremony occur in Little Hangleton Cemetery. Although Voldemort ultimately succeeded, his obsession with ceremony led him to neglect other options, resulting in the loss of a minor Barty Crouch. Harry Potter felt rather unfortunate to encounter such a ceremonious lunatic. Chapter 159, The Curtain Falls Too. In a battle of absolute, overwhelming force, many would choose to seize the moment, yet Voldemort fell into his old habits once more, displaying his sense of decorum. He inexplicably called for a ceasefire for an hour, allowing those within Hogwarts to tend to the deceased and heal the wounded. This action also subtly implied that he wished for the opposing side to surrender. However, it was precisely during this hour that a dramatic reversal occurred, granting Harry the opportunity to delve into Snape's memories and uncover the entire truth. This allowed Harry to choose to walk willingly to his death, triggering the protective power of love, enabling Hogwarts faculty and students to repel the killing curses of the Death Eaters with the ironclad charm. Though aware that a great battle lay ahead, Albus Dumbledore could not have anticipated that even light-hearted banter would hint at the catastrophic toll of that conflict. With his gaze lowered, he sighed, contemplating the arrangement of the deceased and the healing of the injured. Voldemort, too, was acutely aware of the disparity between the Death Eaters and the Saints. Observing his own cadre of inept minions contrasted sharply with the multitude of saints that far outnumbered them. An inexplicable sensation of defeat washed over Voldemort, accompanied by anger and disappointment in his followers. Lightning cutting. Harry calmly unleashed a bolt of lightning, cleaving Nagini in two. Her form dissipated into ash. Nagini. Voldemort's pupils constricted. He could hardly process the reality of her death before him. Cold and devoid of emotion, Voldemort often berated his subordinates, even subjecting them to torture. Even the seemingly most loyal Pettigrew was bound by a curse that would punish him should he betray Voldemort. Yet, Voldemort's demeanor towards Nagini was eternally gentle. His trust in her surpassed that of anyone else. Nagini was terrifying, dangerous, and mysterious, possessing traits akin to Voldemort himself, along with a fragment of his very soul. He loved Nagini, cherished his Horcrux, and adored himself. He glared in the direction from which the lightning had emerged, his eyes widening in shock at the figure stepping forth. The Savior? His gaze flickered between the two Harry Potters. No, two saviors. He finally realized that events had unfolded beyond his expectations. Avada Kedavra. Voldemort swiftly unleashed a killing curse directed at Harry. Yet, Harry stood resolute, not flinching nor evading. the anxious Albus Dumbledore, and others. Observing the unwavering demeanor of Draco and Narcissa, sensed something amiss. Then, they witnessed the curse striking Harry, only to see him emerge unscathed. How could this be? How was it possible? Voldemort, in disbelief, pondered the existence of something capable of thwarting his deadly spell. Although Harry remained unharmed, Draco felt a flicker of irritation. Gracefully, he navigated through the crowd to the center, removing his wide-brimmed hat. Voldemort, unfamiliar with Draco, recognized the identity of the newcomer by his iconic platinum hair. The Malfoy lineage? You must be Draco Malfoy, he mused, recalling the boy whose suspicion had led him to scrutinize every child born during that era. Without glancing at the half-kneeling, forehead-clutching Harry Potter, Draco effortlessly cast a spell of holy light, fixating his expressionless gaze upon Voldemort. Sensing something amiss, Voldemort was momentarily startled by this Malfoy, which ignited a flicker of rage within him. You, Draco, without his wand, spoke slowly. A crimson beam struck Voldemort, peculiarly. It did not cease, but ricocheted chaotically among the Death Eaters like a bolt of lightning. The followers recoiled several steps, fearful of being struck by the red light. They gazed at the diminutive figure with a mixture of surprise and trepidation. Cool, exclaimed Ron Weasley, his eyes gleaming. He tugged at Ron's sleeve. Can you do that? His eyes sparkled with curiosity, pleading for instruction. Ron shook his head. That's Draco's own research. I can't replicate it. Besides, he also knows the Avada lightning chain. Impressive, right? He developed it himself, haha. Ron's cheerful laughter, however, sent shivers down the spines of Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, and the nearby followers. Good heavens! Are you truly experimenting with such perilous spells? And whose idea was it to delve into this? Hermione was no stranger to their astonishment. She keenly sensed Draco's rising ire. It's coming, Hermione suddenly remarked, tilting her chin toward Draco. Green light danced at his fingertips, and a smile finally graced his face. Avada, Draco whispered. The green light soaring straight toward Voldemort. Voldemort's eyes widened as he attempted to evade, but it was too late. Upon impact, he let out a ghastly scream before collapsing to the ground. Before the Death Eaters could utter pleas for mercy, the curse darted among them, harvesting their lives with the same relentless precision. Silence enveloped the surroundings, with no triumphant cheers, only the slightly hurried breaths of the saints. Draco gazed at the fallen Voldemort, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He turned and approached Harry. Draco scrutinized Harry with a hint of concern in his eyes. Harry shook his head, smiling. I'm fine, thank you, Draco. Or rather, I am truly elated. Voldemort is dead? Harry Potter stood, clutching his forehead, a look of bewilderment upon his face. Just like that? So simply? Could he possibly return? Scarhead, Voldemort is truly dead. Draco Malfoy joyfully burst from the crowd, embracing Harry. You performed splendidly. You had a hand in vanquishing Voldemort. Draco excitedly patted Harry's shoulder. Having witnessed the entire spectacle, one could argue that Harry Potter's acting prowess was wasted on anything less than the stage. The sudden embrace jolted Harry from his tangled thoughts, and he felt his face flush. Goodness, how delightful does young Master Malfoy smell? Harry Potter couldn't resist wrapping his arms around Draco Malfoy. Hermione Granger observed her friend with a strange expression, somewhat disturbed by his unusual behavior toward Draco. Could you please release my Draco, Harry Potter? A chilling voice emerged beside Harry. Chapter 160, The Dark Lord and Snape. Lucius Malfoy emerged from the Saints, maintaining an elegant yet swift demeanor, a slight, somewhat sinister smile gracing his lips. Observing Voldemort's demise, Lucius felt a complex mix of emotions. Once, he had revered this man, viewing every utterance as gospel, following him without hesitation, firmly believing he would guide the purebloods to unparalleled heights. Yet, as time passed, the man's temperament grew increasingly erratic, and the number of Death Eaters being carried from the meeting hall escalated. Lucius could not deny that fear began to creep in. Had he not hailed from the Malfoy lineage? Had he not possessed an exemplary father? It was conceivable that he too would have found himself among those being removed from the meeting hall. Countless restless nights saw him tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep, while he could not overlook the worry reflected in Narcissa Malfoy's eyes. Now, he slowly raised his arm. The mark that once filled him with pride, yet also dread and unease, had utterly vanished. Was this truly the end? Lucius Malfoy fell into contemplation, his expression somewhat vacant. Drawing a deep breath, he endeavored to regain his composure. His gaze swept across the battlefield, spotting numerous familiar faces, those who once followed Voldemort alongside him, now lying there. An indescribable emotion surged within him, relief mingled with confusion. What lay ahead? What would become of the pure-blood wizards? Lucius Malfoy remained uncertain. However, this was no excuse for the savior to cling to his precious dragon. He was certain no one could resist a Malfoy. What refusals to his dragon's hand? What Quidditch rivalries, what accusations against the horse of Baboon, all must be the Savior's cunning ruse. As someone who had been there, he could see the unmistakable affection shimmering in Harry Potter's eyes. No, absolutely not. Father, Draco Malfoy, having misheard Lucius's words, joyfully spun around and leaped into his father's embrace, his eyes shining brightly. It's over. The Malfoys remain the Malfoys. No Azkaban, no usurped estate. None of it happened, and none will happen. Though Draco did not vocalize this sentiment, his eyes radiated the meaning. Lucius Malfoy's heart softened at the sight. He gently embraced his precious son, reassuringly ruffling his hair. Yes, it is over. Wonderful. While he embraced his beloved child with warmth, his gaze turned coldly toward Harry Potter. He needed to devise a means to keep his dragon far from this treacherous savior. The warmth in his embrace suddenly receded, leaving Harry Potter feeling a pang of loss, accompanied by a deeper sense of guilt. Faced with Lucius Malfoy's piercing gaze, he chose to pretend not to see. In the past, he would have dared to glare back, but now, well, the already arduous pursuit of his beloved might have become even more distant. Severus Snape stood at the back of the crowd, his gaze calm as he observed the unfolding events. Yet, within, he felt no semblance of joy or excitement. Instead, a profound sense of bewilderment and confusion enveloped him. Shouldn't one feel a sense of elation at the demise of Voldemort? Why then, does an indescribable sorrow well up within at this moment? Recollecting the scene of his initial encounter with Voldemort, no, with the Dark Lord, introduced by Lucius Malfoy. He recalls that the Dark Lord, though slightly pallid, still possessed an undeniably handsome visage, not yet transformed into the inhuman figure he would later become. He cast a glance from above, his crimson eyes brimming with intrigue. The young Severus Snape gazed up at the Dark Lord with admiration and longing, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Was this truly the figure he was destined to follow? For reasons unknown, Voldemort appeared to hold a particular admiration for Severus Snape, taking him under his wing and imparting arcane knowledge of potion-making that remained unknown to the outside world. This special treatment enabled Severus to rise prominently among the Death Eaters, swiftly ascending in rank, even surpassing many of the pureblood members. He became a focal point of attention, an object of envy for many. Bellatrix Lestrange had once regarded Severus with a malevolent gaze, and had it not been for the Dark Lord's warning, she would have sought to teach this newcomer, who subtly threatened her, a lesson. However, despite the Dark Lord's later grotesque transformation and increasingly savage demeanor, it seemed not to significantly affect Severus Snape. The Dark Lord continued to exhibit patience and guidance towards him. Yet, had he not disclosed the prophecy to Voldemort, perhaps the ensuing tragedies could have been averted. In that case, Lily might have lived, and the Dark Lord would still be the figure he revered. In truth, Severus once found joy in his ability to assist the Dark Lord. Given his master's increasingly foul mood, he hoped to uplift him through his efforts. He was acutely aware of his own moral failings, yet what did that matter? As for the child mentioned in the prophecy, he was indifferent. However, he had not anticipated that this child would be the offspring of Lily Evans and that Potter. He could choose to disregard the child, for the bloodline did not concern him. Yet, he could not disregard Lily. As long as Lily lived, nothing else mattered. But he understood better than anyone that, should the child perish, she would not survive alone in this world. This realization compelled him to sincerely plead with the Dark Lord, even to the point of kneeling, imploring him to spare Lily. He knelt beside the sofa, gripping the hem of the Dark Lord's robes with desperation and trust, gazing intently at the Dark Lord seated before him. It was the Dark Lord's long-standing indulgence that bestowed upon him such courage, and the affection he received made Severus somewhat presumptuous in believing his request would be granted. Severus, the Dark Lord's voice emerged from the shadows, deep and magnetic, eluding any discernible emotion. Severus Snape lifted his gaze, filled with anticipation. I am profoundly disappointed in you, Severus. The Dark Lord's words bore no trace of emotional fluctuation, neither anger nor discontent. Yet, Severus's heart sank, not from uncertainty regarding the Dark Lord's response, but because the Dark Lord expressed disappointment in him. In that moment, Severus felt as if he were plunging into an icy abyss. Severus Snape stared blankly at the Dark Lord, seemingly still in shock. For a woman? For a married Muggleborn? The Dark Lord paused, the last remnants of sanity preventing him from uttering the derogatory term, for he knew it would displease Severus. He could not fathom why he was unusually lenient toward Severus, even caring. It was inexplicable that a sudden, unnamed fury surged within him upon hearing Severus mention Lily Evans, yet he was acutely aware of his own volatile temperament. It is merely a woman. If Severus Snape desires her, what could he possibly lack? Was he to bow and plead for her sake? You have never requested anything of me, Severus, the Dark Lord sighed, bending down to gently stroke Severus's face. He gazed at the potion's master he had nurtured, This child, proud yet insecure, mirrored his own experiences. He had cultivated him, nourishing him with knowledge and experience, watching him flourish and reveal himself. The missing piece within him was gradually being filled. When his Severus looked at him with adoration, he could always reclaim his faltering sanity. Why, then, for such a woman? Did he bow and lower his head? At that moment, Severus finally discerned the concealed anger behind the Dark Lord's calm facade. He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself voiceless. The Dark Lord rose, towering over Severus. Severus, go to the potions room. You already know how to brew the potion I require. Do it for me. He turned to leave, but was met with a faint resistance, not a barrier. Merely a gentle halt as Severus grasped the hem of the Dark Lord's robes in confusion. He might be a genius in potions, yet in matters of interpersonal relations and complex emotions, he remained bewildered. He had always believed he understood the Dark Lord, yet he could not comprehend why the Dark Lord was so incensed. Lily was his dear friend, the flower of his youth. He merely wished for her survival. Perhaps his request was too presumptuous, thus inciting his master's ire? Slowly, Severus released his grip and lowered his gaze. And no, it's nothing. Please wait, I shall go now. The still fledgling potions master could not conceal his emotions. His dejection did not escape the Dark Lord's notice. The Dark Lord pursed his lips, leaving behind a parting remark as he departed. I acquiesce. Also, deliver it to the study. Severus Snape looked up in astonishment at the Dark Lord's retreating figure, a wave of joy surging within him. Splendid, Lily will be safe. Marvelous, my master is not wholly disappointed in me. Truly splendid, if it were to end this way. It would indeed be splendid. Over the course of a year, although the prophecy had been revealed, the Dark Lord's actions remained minimal, perhaps due to the inability to locate Harry Potter. The Death Eaters grew increasingly unruly while the Dark Lord seemed indifferent. Yet only Severus Snape understood. Was the Dark Lord still truly the Dark Lord? That figure had undergone a complete transformation. His features resembled those of a melted wax figure. His temperament becoming increasingly eccentric, volatile, irritable, neurotic. Almost every Death Eater had faced punishment, save for Severus Snape. Even Bellatrix Lestrange was not exempt. Despite this, Severus could sense that the Dark Lord's gaze upon him grew ever more terrifying. At times calm to the point of eeriness, at others imbued with murderous intent. Occasionally, flickers of doubt and barely perceptible tenderness would cross his features, but these instances were rare. Severus Snape became increasingly composed, no longer revealing his emotions as he once did. A servant brought me news. I shall go to see the child foretold in the prophecy. Thus declared the Dark Lord at the meeting. Severus Snape felt a tightening in his chest, yet he betrayed no outward sign of his turmoil. Beneath the table, his hand trembled slightly. He wished to remain unnoticed by the Dark Lord. However, fate conspired against him, for the Dark Lord's gaze soon fell upon him. Severus Snape's complexion turned ashen in that moment. Amidst his apprehension, the Dark Lord remained silent, his fleeting enthusiasm dissipating as rapidly as it had arisen. Only Lucius Malfoy perceived the subtle shift. After all, he had recommended Severus Snape and had conducted his own inquiries into this potion prodigy. After the meeting concluded, Severus Snape pondered deeply, sitting in silence throughout the night. Finally, he resolved to seek out Albus Dumbledore, imparting this dreadful news to him. Despite facing skepticism and sharp words, Severus felt a measure of relief. After all, the greatest wizard of the age should have no difficulty in safeguarding Lily, should he? Yet, a sense of unease gnawed at his heart. Had he not promised to protect her? Unable to resist, Severus followed in the wake of the Dark Lord. Fearful of being discovered, he dared not draw too close. Witnessing the Dark Lord's sudden vanishing figure intensified his foreboding. He did not believe in Merlin. Yet he found himself pleading, wagering that the Dark Lord still recalled their pact, hoping that even in the throes of his fading reason, a vestige of esteem for him remained in the Dark Lord's heart. What he awaited was the revelation of Lily's hidden refuge to the world. It was an overwhelming surge of anxiety. He dashed inside, searching frantically. Who was he seeking? Lily or the Dark Lord? He paid no heed to the lifeless body of Potter sprawled on the ground. But when he beheld Lily's corpse and the wailing child with the lightning scar, it struck him like a thunderbolt. He stumbled to Lily's side, cradling her in his arms, weeping uncontrollably. For whom did he weep? For the Lily that had diverged from his path after years of companionship? For the Dark Lord, whom he had revered as a beacon? Or for his own greedy, foolish self? When he noticed the scar on Harry Potter's forehead and found no trace of the Dark Lord, he understood. The Dark Lord was dead. Chapter 162. Is someone missing? Severus. Albus Dumbledore gently placed a hand upon Severus Snape's shoulder, his tone imbued with a touch of warmth. It is time for us to depart. Severus Snape, roused from his reverie by the unexpected voice, blinked in confusion before quickly regaining his composure. He inhaled deeply, Snape's gaze once more fell upon Voldemort's lifeless form, devoid of any emotion, replaced instead by a profound sense of liberation. He silently regarded Voldemort's remains for a time before turning away, his steps resolute and unwavering. "That was not my Dark Lord," Snape murmured to himself, his voice barely a whisper, as though speaking solely to his own heart. He knew that the true Dark Lord had perished by his own hand. The moment he had fractured his soul into Horcruxes, the outcome had been sealed. Lucius Malfoy, accompanied by a bewildered Draco Malfoy, stood at a distance from Harry Potter, engaging in idle conversation while casting furtive glances at the savior, particularly when Lucius feigned nonchalance while extracting information from his son. His glances bore a sharpness that left Harry Potter feeling unnerved. Having learned of Harry's various excuses to approach Draco Malfoy and the inappropriate advances he made, Lucius, as a man of experience, could not fail to recognize the true nature of their interactions. This was no ordinary camaraderie, but rather an insidious intent harbored by that boy, Potter. Amidst Lucius's piercing gaze, Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger finally made their way to Harry's side, offering sympathetic pats on his back, silently praying, "Take care, my friend." Hermione, with her keen intellect, had long since discerned the truth, while Ron had simply followed her lead. What could Harry do but muster a wry smile? "Madame Narcissa, we have checked, and nearly all the individuals you mentioned are among the deceased. However, one remains unaccounted for." A saint approached, respectfully addressing Narcissa. He hesitated, aware that the saints knew of Narcissa's background. Bellatrix Lestrange was absent from the list. Narcissa remained silent for a considerable time, her expression unreadable. Yet her eyes betrayed a tumult of emotions, perhaps resignation, perhaps sorrow, or something more ineffable. "Ah, it matters not. Do not concern yourself. I know where she is." Narcissa spoke calmly, as if she had anticipated this very outcome. She understood all too well why Bella had not appeared and where she might be found. "Leave it to me." Once the saint nodded and departed to attend to other matters, a fleeting look of distraction crossed Narcissa's features. She sighed softly, a complex wave of emotions surging within her. Yet, Narcissa was not one to be swayed by sentimentality. Though that person had cared for her since childhood, she would not compromise her principles or convictions for the sake of familial ties. "I should first see that place," Narcissa pondered resolutely, a glimmer of determination shining in her eyes. She beckoned to Draco and his companions, who were huddled together, murmuring to one another, and gently urged them to accompany Albus Dumbledore back to Hogwarts until her return. Harry, Ron, and Hermione nodded obediently, while Draco hesitated before finally complying. If Mother could not act, perhaps he could. "Draco," Narcissa affectionately ruffled his hair. She had allowed him to act suddenly earlier, not intending to intervene. She knew Draco had heard, but she did not wish to burden him with the weight of such decisions. Narcissa tightened her grip on her wand, exhaling softly as she set forth alone toward the hiding place of Bellatrix Lestrange. She cautiously pushed open the door, its hinges creaking ominously. Narcissa stepped into that realm of darkness. This was their secret lair, a place steeped in memories of her childhood. Upon entering the room, a pungent stench assaulted her senses, causing her to wrinkle her nose. She waved her wand, igniting an ancient oil lamp, its feeble glow illuminating her surroundings. In the dim light, she finally discerned Bellatrix's figure. Curled in a shadowy corner, her visage haggard, eyes hollow and devoid of life, as if her very soul had been extinguished. "Bella," Narcissa softly called her name, her voice laden with helplessness and sorrow. Bellatrix slowly lifted her head, her gaze locking with Narcissa's. A bittersweet smile graced her lips, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions. Yet, in an instant, her expression morphed into one of fury. "I knew you would come, my mistress." "No, where's my mistress?" Bellatrix's voice was low and hoarse, as if marred by some insidious force. She spoke to Narcissa with an unsettling calmness, only to then frantically tug at her own hair and scream in rage. Narcissa silently observed Bella, a surge of indescribable anguish swelling within her heart. Once, they were as close as sisters, bound by familial ties. Yet now they had embarked on profoundly divergent paths. She realized that the traces of dark magic upon Bellatrix had seeped deep into her soul, rendering any hope of redemption futile. Everything had come to an end. "Bella," Narcissa slowly raised her wand, its tip glimmering with light. No more suffering would ensue. Bella showed no signs of resistance, quietly closing her eyes as if she had resigned herself to the fate that awaited her. Yet her body trembled slightly, her smile growing increasingly maniacal. Narcissa's hand quivered as she bit her lip, struggling to suppress the pain that churned within her. Ultimately, she swung her wand, a soft glow enveloping Bellatrix. As the light dissipated, Bellatrix's form gradually became transparent, until she vanished into the air. The room once again fell into silence, save for the lingering stench that still pervaded. Narcissa stood frozen, tears blurring her vision. She understood that this was a deed she had to perform. Yet the anguish deep within her could not be easily erased. Even if this was not the Bella of her world, it was still Bella. She turned and left the room, closing the door behind her, concealing the house with a protective enchantment. Farewell, Bella. Chapter 163, The Perils of Dark Magic. Thus, why did Mrs. Lestrange hesitate to inquire, as Severus Snape struggled to articulate his thoughts, endeavoring to frame his words with a gentler edge? He was profoundly curious about Narcissa's peculiar reaction to Bellatrix. The potion's master held an insatiable fascination for every ailment he had yet to encounter. Severus, I believe we need not delve further into this matter, Albus Dumbledore said calmly. Severus clenched his fists, unable to comprehend why Albus sought to hinder his pursuit of the truth. I only wish to uncover the reality, he whispered fiercely. Albus sighed at times. Knowing too much truth is not a blessing. Trust me, Severus, let it be. We have more pressing matters at hand. Severus gritted his teeth, yet eventually nodded in acquiescence. He recognized that Albus always had his reasons, even if he did not fully grasp them. It is quite all right, Headmaster, Narcissa remarked with a slight smile, casting Albus a meaningful glance. The old fox, speaking with such noble conviction. The four, including Gellert Grindelwald, were now gathered in the headmaster's office. Where had Dumbledore wandered off to? You are all aware of the notion that murder via dark magic results in a splintered soul, Narcissa pondered, attempting to articulate her thoughts simply. In reality, our Severus has studied this. Murder through dark magic does not split the soul, but each act leaves a taint of dark magic upon the soul. Do not underestimate these traces, for they will gradually corrode the essence of the soul. She paused to sip some tea to soothe her throat. What happens when it is corroded? Albus Dumbledore and the others, though cognizant that dark magic could indeed splinter the soul, did not fully grasp the implications. When the soul is completely eroded, it shatters. Narcissa's voice became somber. And it cannot be mended. Albus and Gellert exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their shock at this revelation. To shatter means the soul suffers irreversible harm, Severus interjected. His demeanor cold, yet a flicker of concern glimmered in his eyes. Indeed, Narcissa affirmed, however, the threshold varies among individuals. Some may kill one person, while others may take 100 lives. After all, some are innately predisposed to dark magic. A silence enveloped the room as everyone contemplated Narcissa's words. That is indeed terrifying. Albus finally broke the stillness, but perhaps it is of little concern, for I envision a lengthy era of peace for the wizarding world. Is that not so? Gellert added. Perhaps we could explore spells or potions to safeguard the soul. That is a direction worth investigating, Severus concurred. Narcissa smiled as she stood to take her leave. She had matters to attend to at Malfoy Manor. I shall accompany you, Gellert gracefully offered. Narcissa smirked, readily agreeing. Sunlight streamed down, a gentle breeze caressed the air, and the Black Lake shimmered, a picturesque scene. Amid this tranquil beauty, Draco languidly reclined on Harry's lap, eyes closed, basking in the warmth of the sun. Hermione sat nearby, diligently recording notes. Ron indulged in the snacks he had procured for Draco, savoring every bite. It seems all is well here, Hermione mused, jotting down details while lost in thought. Her gaze was focused and profound, as if she were crafting a plan or idea in her mind. We can return in due time, Harry replied nonchalantly, his attention fixed on Draco, fingers gently stroking Draco's silky platinum locks, savoring the softness and smoothness. Draco's hair has grown quite long, Harry noted tenderly, his motions delicate as if cherishing a precious treasure. Hermione rolled her eyes, unable to endure the sight of the affectionate duo. Oh wait, they aren't even aware yet. She shook her head, immersing herself back into her notes to organize her thoughts into words. Just then, they were suddenly alerted by the sound of footsteps approaching. Looking up, they beheld Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger gliding toward them like apparitions. No, to be precise, it was Harry Potter leading the way, moving with an ethereal grace, followed by a dazed Ron Weasley and an expression of dismay from Hermione Granger. Harry plopped down beside them and stared blankly at the Black Lake. Draco, curious, sat up. What is the matter with him? Wasn't he doing well yesterday? Hermione and Ron exchanged glances and sighed. Hermione opened her mouth, feeling for the first time at a loss for words. How was she to articulate that Draco Malfoy had rejected Harry's advances and had scolded him with reddened eyes? The specifics eluded her, but it was certain that Draco's family was involved. Even Draco's slight discontent was enough to pique Harry's curiosity. What? Harry suddenly exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes. Draco said I'm a jerk. He protested, I didn't do anything. It's so unfair, wah. He had intended to invite Draco Malfoy to be his partner for the Yule Ball during the Triwizard Tournament. He hadn't even spoken yet. He merely had instinctively supported Draco's waist when he had stumbled. Although that waist was slender and soft, and Draco did smell delightful, he truly hadn't done anything wrong. Draco thought of a movie he had seen, and though it was not quite the same, it did seem to echo some superficiality regarding Autumn and Ginny. However, why had Draco Malfoy suddenly made such a statement? Draco stood up deliberately, intending to confront Draco Malfoy directly. Harry followed suit, while Ron and Hermione remained still. I shall inquire, so wait for me. Draco, with Harry's hand in his, walked briskly towards the Slytherin common room. Harry Potter, with tears welling in his eyes, gazed after their retreating figures, and let out a heart-wrenching sob akin to a boiling kettle. Draco, oh dear. Chapter 164, The Innocent Draco Malfoy. Draco? Upon arriving at the Slytherin common room, they chanced upon Draco Malfoy, seated with Pansy Parkinson and Blaise Zabinai, with no one else in sight. Draco Malfoy appeared somewhat despondent and weakly waved at their arrival. Harry cast a questioning glance towards Pansy and Blaise. What happened? The two merely shrugged their shoulders in unison, indicating their ignorance, remarking that he had been sighing since early morning. Draco took a seat beside Draco Malfoy and, with curiosity, tugged at his cheek. Why the long face? Alas, Draco Malfoy found himself at a loss for words. He simply felt unhappy. Earlier that day, his father had taken him back to Malfoy Manor. Narcissa Malfoy was quite worried, and he wished to return to reassure her of his well-being. After dinner, the family sat together chatting, and Draco Malfoy enthusiastically shared tales of his adventures in another world, mentioning how he had become decent friends with Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, as well as his reconciliation with Harry Potter. Perhaps he was unaware that the frequency with which he mentioned Harry Potter's name was rather excessive. However, Narcissa noticed. Harry Potter? She pondered, recalling how this so-called savior seemed to harbor a dislike for her little dragon, often targeting him through the lens of a mother's concern. It was rare for her son to express a desire for friendship, only to hear he had not only been rejected, but humiliated as well. Narcissa Malfoy would naturally not rest easy regarding her precious child. Aside from Crabbe and Goyle, she had another little spy, Pansy Parkinson. It was well known that when Lucius Malfoy had wished to send Draco Malfoy to Durmstrang, she had vehemently opposed, fearing her son might suffer in her absence. Though Hogwarts lay within England, she was acutely aware of Albus Dumbledore's biases and the precarious position of Slytherin. She felt compelled to take additional precautions. Furthermore, with Harry Potter and her little dragon entering school in the same year, she sensed that Albus Dumbledore would undoubtedly take some action. And indeed, the signs were evident. It seemed Slytherin and her little dragon were being treated as stepping stones. Essentially, Narcissa was well informed about her son's affairs at school, which included the tumultuous relationship between him and Harry Potter. Narcissa Malfoy glanced at her husband, and upon seeing Lucius Malfoy nod in agreement, she felt her suspicions confirmed. She subtly steered Draco Malfoy to divulge more details about his interactions with Harry Potter to corroborate her assumptions. As she listened, a cold smile crept upon her lips. What a savior indeed, constantly getting handsy with her little dragon. If memory served her right, wasn't he fond of that girl named Cho Chang? Because of her son's attention towards Harry, Narcissa could not help but pay closer attention to Harry Potter, leading her to draw numerous conclusions. Was this a new scheme of Albus Dumbledore? Narcissa Malfoy could not suppress her inclination towards conspiracy. Draco, do you have a crush at school? You could bring her home to meet your father and me, she inquired, seeking to ascertain her son's sentiments. Draco Malfoy blushed deeply, stumbling over his words. And no, of course not. He looked at his mother with a pleading expression. How adorable. Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy could not help but marvel at how innocent their little dragon was. He mustn't be led astray by that Potter. All right, I won't press further. Narcissa feigned nonchalance. But isn't your Harry Potter fond of that Ravenclaw girl, Cho Chang? It seems everyone around you is falling in love, so I wanted to know if our little dragon has someone special. Harry Potter likes Cho Chang? Draco Malfoy was taken aback. Upon reflection, it seemed that during the Quidditch World Cup, he had indeed observed Harry Potter chatting happily with that Ravenclaw girl. Yet, an uncomfortable sensation stirred within him, which he chose to ignore. However, Draco knew he needed to approach feelings seriously. You know? Lucius Malfoy observed his son's demeanor. If someone is interested in another while being ambiguous with you, they are undoubtedly playing with your emotions. With each word, he spoke with clenched teeth. Could it be that Harry Potter was toying with little Draco's heart? Truly, a fine student of Albus Dumbledore. Draco Malfoy was unclear whether the subject was he or she, but he suddenly recalled how Harry Potter often seemed to be touchy with him. Previously, he had not found this troubling, but now, memories of Harry's ambiguous intimacy flooded his mind. Was the scar-headed boy interested in him? Draco Malfoy found himself lost in contemplation. No, he liked that Cho Chang. Didn't he? Oh, he had been played. Draco Malfoy came to this realization after much thought, recalling a term he had heard from Pansy. Indeed, it must be so. Though he was handsome, fit, intelligent, and amiable, how could he consider someone a brother while they sought to seduce him? With a newly acquired term misapplied, Draco Malfoy felt a surge of anger. He bid farewell to his parents and returned to Hogwarts. At the entrance to the Great Hall, he spotted Harry Potter happily conversing with Cho Chang. Initially intending to enter, he halted mid-step, his face flushed with anger, and turned to storm towards the Slytherin dungeon. As he passed a corner, he overheard a conversation regarding Harry Potter. "The Savior is getting more handsome. My heart nearly leapt from my chest during the match." A girl's voice chimed. "You love-struck fool. You said the same when Cedric was up," her companion teased. "Be bold and confess. I'll support you spiritually. What if you succeed? I still have self-awareness. There are already plenty of beauties surrounding the Savior, gentle Cho Chang, radiant Ginny Weasley, and the intellectual Hermione Granger." This girl's fluctuating self-esteem was apparent. Draco Malfoy could not bear to listen further. His fury mounted as he silently departed from the scene. Thus, he remained oblivious to what followed. "But I feel the Savior doesn't like them. He maintains a distance," her companion analyzed earnestly. "Do you feel the same way? On the count of 3, let us say the name of the person the Savior likes. 3, 2, 1. The girl's voice grew increasingly animated. "Draco Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." The girl was ecstatic, thrilled by their shared intuition. "Do you feel the same? They are like a novel come to life. Love and conflict, and recently, the Savior has been making subtle moves that are quite obvious to me." Her companion facepalmed at her infatuated expression, resigned to her fate. Chapter 165, The Awakening. That damn scar-headed fool, having a crush and still flirting with everyone else, deceiving others' feelings. Draco Malfoy stormed down the empty corridor, his footsteps echoing in the air. His countenance was dark, lips pressed into a straight line, and his eyes sparkled with anger. He paused, a peculiar emotion bubbling within him. Why did he care so much about whether Harry Potter had affections for someone? Was it simply jealousy? He shook his head, attempting to dispel the odd notion. Harry Potter's romantic interests were of no concern to him. He should not be troubled by such matters. However, the more Draco Malfoy endeavored to dismiss this tumultuous emotion, the more it intensified. He paused, leaning against the frigid stone wall, closing his eyes in an attempt to quell the storm raging within. Yet the images in his mind became increasingly vivid. Harry Potter engaging in intimate conversations with other girls, smiling, and even holding hands. Every detail pierced his heart like a dagger. Draco Malfoy, in a fit of agitation, ran his fingers through his hair, muttering under his breath, "I must be losing my mind." He could not fathom why he was so disturbed by that insipid Potter. Their relationship had always been characterized by rivalry and animosity, each unable to tolerate the other. Even though their rapport had softened considerably over time, it had never reached a level of openness. Yet now, he found himself inexplicably fixated on Harry Potter's romantic life, which was utterly preposterous. Draco Malfoy exhaled deeply, slowly opening his eyes. He realized he must confront reality and cease fleeing from his innermost feelings. Perhaps his sentiments towards Harry Potter had transcended mere disdain and hostility. This revelation left him both bewildered and anxious. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to temporarily set aside these troubling thoughts and return to his dormitory to collect himself. He needed time to reflect and discern what he truly desired. Perhaps he ought to reevaluate his attitude towards Harry Potter and discover a healthier, more suitable manner of interaction. After all, they had a long journey ahead and could not continually be ensnared by such convoluted emotions. Draco Malfoy simply wished for everything to return to normal. He was oblivious to the nuances of affection and love, but he was acutely aware that his parents would undoubtedly disapprove. Matters without resolution were best left unspoken. After hastily completing his shower, Draco Malfoy, under the astonished gaze of Blaise Zabinai, lowered the bed curtains and threw himself into the soft embrace of his pillows and blankets. It seemed he truly harbored feelings for Harry Potter. Lying in bed, he tossed and turned, his mind swirling with agitation, making sleep elusive. Images of Harry Potter's prowess on the Quidditch pitch and his valor in confronting Voldemort flooded his thoughts, exacerbating Draco Malfoy's inner turmoil. He could not comprehend why he had developed an affection for that Gryffindor boy. Perhaps he simply admired his abilities? Draco Malfoy attempted to fabricate a rational explanation to soothe himself. Yet, deep down, he understood that it was far beyond mere admiration. In truth, his fascination with Harry Potter had long surpassed the realm of ordinary appreciation. Draco Malfoy tightly shut his eyes, striving to drift into slumber. But the images only grew clearer. Harry Potter inadvertently initiating physical contact, and that embrace after vanquishing Voldemort, where they could hear each other's heartbeats. Damn it, you insufferable scarhead. Draco Malfoy suddenly opened his eyes, furiously shaking his fists at the air, as if to expel the turmoil within. He felt his emotions completely unraveled by Harry Potter. Spiraling out of control, This sensation ignited a mix of exhilaration and dread within him. He was at a loss as to how to navigate these newfound feelings or what the future might hold. The following morning, Blaise Zabinai regarded Draco Malfoy with a puzzled expression. "Weren't you in bed early last night? You look a bit disheveled." His probing gaze made Draco Malfoy exceedingly uncomfortable. However, upon hearing Blaise's words, Draco Malfoy dashed to the mirror and downed a beauty potion, only feeling satisfied when the reflection revealed his usual exquisite self. Malfoy's beauty was not to be compromised. What did Harry Potter matter compared to his own appearance? Blaise Zabinai had grown accustomed to Draco Malfoy's obsession with looks. What piqued his curiosity was what Draco had been up to the previous night. A glint of intrigue flashed in his eyes. It must have been something quite entertaining. After waiting for Pansy Parkinson to finish her preparations, they proceeded to the Great Hall for breakfast. They had 2 potions classes that morning, shared with Gryffindor. Although he relished potions, was it reasonable to expect them to attend class immediately after such a grand spectacle? Draco Malfoy picked at his breakfast with little enthusiasm, feigning nonchalance as he cast a casual glance at the Gryffindor table. Tisk, the Scarhead, and Weasley are going to be late again. He hesitated for a moment, carefully wrapping his sandwich in a napkin. Don't get the wrong idea. I simply do not wish for anyone to offend my most esteemed headmaster during my favorite potions class due to hunger. The trio made their way through the throng towards the exit of the Great Hall. Suddenly, someone bumped into him, causing Draco Malfoy to lose his footing and stumble towards the stairs. Draco. Pansy's voice was piercing, and Draco Malfoy thought, rather irrelevantly, how annoying she sounded. He then instinctively closed his eyes in fear, dreading the pain he was certain would come. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The anticipated pain never arrived. Instead, he found himself falling into a warm embrace, one that felt oddly familiar. "Are you all right, Draco?" Hearing that familiar voice, Draco Malfoy cautiously opened his eyes to find Harry Potter's anxious face before him. "I'm fine," he murmured, slightly dazed as he gazed at Harry Potter. Only he knew how fast his heart was racing. He thought to himself, "I'm doomed." Draco Malfoy parted his lips, intending to express his gratitude to Harry Potter. "Thank you." Suddenly, a tingling sensation coursed through his body, sapping his legs of strength. Thankfully, Harry Potter half held him, preventing him from embarrassing himself in front of everyone. Held by him, Draco felt a pleasing warmth flush his cheeks as his gaze fell to Harry Potter's hand, which was unconsciously rubbing his waist. Thoughts of Autumn, Ginny, and Harry Potter's current frivolous actions flooded his mind, causing his eyes to redden. Forgetting his intention to thank him, he raised his hand and slapped him. Chapter 166. The heart's confusion. Draco Malfoy could not help but cover his face as he recalled the morning's scene. It was utterly humiliating, akin to a girl being molested. And besides, Harry Potter might not even like him. Perhaps it was all a figment of his imagination? He mimicked Harry Potter's earlier gesture, pinching his own waist. But aside from a ticklish sensation, he felt nothing else. Why was that? Draco Malfoy gazed at the concerned Draco, feeling an inexplicable urge to confide in him. Stealing a furtive glance around, he saw Harry, Pansy Parkinson, and Blaise Zabinai engaged in lively conversation, seemingly oblivious to this secluded corner. Hesitantly, he asked Draco, "It's like this. I have a friend." Draco grasped the implication immediately. Oh, it was about him. He glanced at Pansy Parkinson and Blaise Zabinai, who were clearly eavesdropping on their conversation, and offered an enigmatic smile without revealing the truth. "So, what is this about your friend?" The pause felt suspicious. Yet Draco Malfoy knew he could not hide anything from Draco, so he paid it no mind. "My friend has developed feelings for his arch-nemesis." Just then, a loud thud echoed, causing Draco Malfoy to whip around, only to see Harry and the others still engrossed in their chatter. He wondered if he had just heard something. Had he misheard? After turning back, Blaise Zabinai let out a sigh of relief and shot a warning glance at the agitated Pansy Parkinson, signaling her to calm down. Pansy Parkinson, suppressing her frustration, nodded in agreement. Damn Harry Potter. I knew he had ulterior motives. What was he thinking? Draco's perceptive nature drew Draco Malfoy's attention back. He fancied that his arch-nemesis harbored feelings for him as well. Draco Malfoy felt a slight flush creep across his cheeks. His adversary often engaged in unintentional physical contact, frequently grasping his hand or embracing him. Draco gazed at Draco Malfoy with a beaming smile, remaining silent, which only served to irk Draco Malfoy further until he finally spoke up. "So, if that is the case, are they mutually infatuated? There is nothing wrong with that, is there?" Yet, his rival had a secret crush on an older student, an adoring younger student, close female friends, and an endless array of admirers. Draco Malfoy grew increasingly agitated as he spoke. "Damn that filthy Scarhead." "Huh," Draco responded, a look of confusion plastered across his face. Could Draco Malfoy be referring to Cho Chang, Ginny, and Hermione? Wasn't he that rather excessive? That scoundrel. Draco Malfoy seethed with indignation. Pansy Parkinson clenched her fists, incredulous at the audacity of the so-called savior to toy with their young master's emotions. Draco deliberately cast his gaze toward the corner where the air had suddenly become electrified with excitement. Shoo! Harry, wait a moment, let Draco finish. Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley restrained the exuberant Harry Potter, whose face was alight with a silly grin, eager to rush out and provide an explanation. She sighed wearily, feeling that there was more to uncover. At last, Harry Potter contained his inner jubilation and listened intently to Draco Malfoy. That must only be one of the reasons, right? Draco inquired with a smile, retracting his gaze. Primarily, my friend's parents have likely already noticed. Draco Malfoy fell silent for a moment. He adored his parents. Their family had always aligned with pure-blood unions. As the only son, he bore his responsibilities. The honor of his lineage outweighed everything else. Draco Malfoy remained calm and rational. It was prudent not to embark on a misguided romance. He was not oblivious to those crushes, those girls, those individuals who captured his attention. Perhaps they were merely rumors. Harry Potter stared, stunned, at Draco Malfoy, perceiving the emotionless mask he wore. Was family honor truly that paramount? He had thought that only Draco Malfoy's sentiments mattered in their emotional journey, but reality revealed his naivete. He was oblivious to the significance of pure-blood aristocracy, to the weight that family bore upon them, to the essence of Draco Malfoy. He fell into a contemplative silence, the recent joy evaporating completely. Hermione Granger observed Harry Potter's demeanor, sensing his turmoil, but ultimately chose not to voice her thoughts. She sighed softly and patted Harry's shoulder. Draco could comprehend Draco Malfoy's sentiments. Mom and Dad only wish for your happiness. Indeed, I know, Draco Malfoy couldn't suppress a gentle, tender smile. I understand. He reiterated, I know that if I persist, my parents will eventually relent. It has always been this way. But what difference did it make? Draco Malfoy's expression darkened. Even if the Malfoy family were to ally with the Savior, there would still be dissent. The Savior and a former Death Eater? How absurd. In such a scenario, the Savior would suffer no loss, while the Malfoy family would endure relentless scrutiny. Draco Malfoy analytically assessed the situation. It wasn't that he overthought matters. It was simply a very plausible outcome. He chuckled bitterly. Those newspapers would relish in dragging the Malfoy family through the mud. The officials behind those publications eagerly awaited any misstep from the Malfoys to seize their share of the spoils. He cast a complicated glance at Draco. How fortunate he was, able to pursue his desires freely. Do you care about others' opinions? Draco asked, intrigued. No, what I care about is the Malfoy family. I am the heir. I bear that responsibility. Does it wear you down? Draco observed his counterpart. He understood that Draco Malfoy's decisions were made after much contemplation, and he recognized the validity of his concerns. Not at all. Or rather, it is what I relish. The head of the Malfoy family is a position I am determined to attain. I will lead the Malfoy family to greatness. The flame of ambition burned brightly in Draco Malfoy's eyes. Harry Potter, watching the ambition radiating from Draco Malfoy under the dim lights of the Slytherin common room, sorrowfully realized that despite Draco Malfoy's words, he had no intention of relinquishing his pursuit. While he might not fully grasp Draco Malfoy's apprehensions, he held deep respect for him. If he could become strong enough to clear the path for the one he loved, might he then have a chance to pursue him? Harry Potter's gaze gradually solidified with resolve. It mattered not. If Draco harbored too many reservations, he would take the initiative, stepping the required 99 steps. While Draco merely needed to stand there, he would stride toward him with unwavering determination. Chapter 167, 800 Eyes. Harry Potter grasped Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley's hands tightly. He had intended to confess to Draco Malfoy directly, but reason dictated that such a declaration would surely be met with rejection. Thus, he stifled his impulse, cloaked the three of them in invisibility, and quietly exited the Slytherin common room. Ron Weasley was still reeling from the earlier chaos, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Hermione Granger appeared to have much she wished to articulate, yet struggled to find the right words. Harry observed them, his expression reflecting the same smile as always. Upon seeing this smile, Hermione suddenly grasped the situation. She smiled and exchanged a glance with Harry, her eyes shining with determination. She understood that regardless of the choices Harry made, their trio would remain united. As the door to the Slytherin common room closed silently behind them, Draco Malfoy's lips curled into a subtle smile. Satisfied? Draco abruptly inquired, his tone calm. His gaze fell upon Draco Malfoy, revealing a sense of acceptance. Ah, quite intriguing. Though I wish I could discern what he is thinking. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in Draco Malfoy's eyes, his smile widening. Pansy Parkinson and Blaise Zabinai exchanged puzzled looks, entirely at a loss regarding Draco's words. They glanced at each other, their expressions mirroring mutual confusion. However, Harry, who sensed the presence of Harry Potter and the others, wore a resigned smile. He gently shook his head, internally sighing. Take care, counterpart. He understood Draco's nature well. He often indulged in whimsical games that were difficult to decipher. Yet, as long as he was happy, so be it. Every word Draco Malfoy spoke came from the heart. Yet the truth was that the Malfoy family's circumstances were far from as dire as he portrayed. Moreover, he had not explicitly linked the family's honor to those inconsequential media reports, merely alluding vaguely to them. Just a bit of linguistic sleight of hand. He was acutely aware of the familiarity between himself and Harry Potter. From the moment the latter stepped into the room, he knew. He felt quite satisfied that Harry Potter did not foolishly rush to declare his affection. He had no need for an impulsive, reckless Gryffindor as a companion. Conversely, he yearned to find someone capable of comprehending the dark methods he might employ, and willing to support him in his ascent to greatness. Let me see just how much you can offer me, Harry Potter, Draco Malfoy mused internally with a sense of delight. Hey, you might not know this, but we just encountered that bunch of Gryffindors outside, including the renowned savior, Crabbe declared with an air of self-satisfaction, as he and Goyle exuberantly entered the Slytherin common room. That Potter fellow appeared to be somewhat preoccupied. It was unclear what weighed on his mind. P.S. probably contemplating how to deal with us. Goyle spat through clenched teeth, easily swayed by those he trusted. Huh, let him try. We won't be easily defeated by him, Crabbe asserted confidently, a glint of provocation flickering in his eyes. He cast an expectant glance toward Draco Malfoy, who would typically seize the moment to instigate trouble with Harry Potter. Pansy Parkinson and Blaise Zabinai exchanged peculiar looks, bemused by Crabbe's rather juvenile attempts to stir the pot. Draco Malfoy smirked. It seems you haven't yet received correspondence from your family. Yesterday, several minor nobles aligned with Voldemort were among the Death Eaters, and your father was notably one of them. Goyle's family had narrowly escaped due to their unwavering allegiance to the Malfoys, but Crabbe's family was far less fortunate. What does this mean? Crabbe felt a foreboding sense of dread. You should return home, Crabbe, Draco Malfoy remarked, surprisingly calm. His journey to another world had imparted valuable lessons. He could discern Crabbe's dissatisfaction and envy, which he found incomprehensible. While he may have been arrogant in the past, he had always treated his friends with sincerity, never viewing them as mere subordinates. Was it not normal for him to occupy the center ground? Yet, Crabbe perceived that he had never regarded Draco as a friend, believing his kindness to be mere charity. How blind he is, Draco thought. Pansy Parkinson and Blaise Zabinai sensed the coldness radiating from Draco Malfoy. It would not be long before the astute Slytherins decided how to handle Crabbe. Draco's eyes were filled with indifference. If he no longer required his kindness or protection, then let Crabbe experience the void of privilege and favor without him. Anxious and unsettled, Crabbe failed to notice Draco's icy gaze, consumed instead by worries for his family. He knew Draco would not speak without reason. Bursting through the door, he decided he must urgently return home to find peace of mind. The owl was too slow. Goyle opened his mouth, bewildered as he watched Crabbe depart, absent-mindedly popping a popcorn kernel into his mouth. What was wrong with Crabbe? And didn't Draco seem angry? Goyle cautiously settled down, occasionally glancing at Draco Malfoy. Draco, however, harbored a fondness for the simpleton who could intuit his moods better than most. He offered a plate of fresh strawberries, just delivered by Narcissa Malfoy's owl. Winter fruits were a rare delicacy. Goyle swallowed hard, observing Draco's suddenly cheerful demeanor. Without hesitation, he accepted the plate and began to eat heartily. Thank you, Draco, he mumbled through a mouthful of strawberries. He was oblivious to how Crabbe had angered Draco, but he would stand resolutely by Draco's side. He knew Draco had always treated him well, despite his occasional sharp tongue, and had protected both him and Crabbe throughout their lives. Many of their peers had looked down upon them for their clumsiness and gluttony. Yet Draco had been the first to extend a hand to them. He would never forget that. Chapter 168, Rita Skeeter. The following 2 days unfolded in an unusual tranquility, as if the entire world was enveloped in a serene hush. Dumbledore, elusive as ever, had heard tales of wondrous things across the sea that he had yet to behold, and without hesitation, he resolved to journey to the ancient lands across the water. After attending to the affairs of the Saints and the Malfoy family, Narcissa joined him. Upon learning this news, Hermione and Ron wasted no time in following suit, eager to embark on an adventure. For they had grown weary of Hogwarts and longed to explore the wider world. With over half a month to spare, why not seize the opportunity to discover what lay beyond? As for their studies, Draco had cleverly adjusted the timeline such that 1 month here equated to merely 3 days there, who would discuss academics while reveling in joyous experiences. Draco and Harry chose not to accompany the others. On one hand, they were reluctant to endure the rigors of travel. On the other, Draco held no interest in the non-teacher referred to as Huaxia. Of course, this did not imply a complete absence of curiosity. But he wished to first witness the Huaxia, as described by his teacher. He remembered that he needed to personally deliver an item there. Harry, resolutely following in Draco's footsteps, would remain by his side regardless of their destination. Although filled with curiosity, Harry's inquisitiveness was not particularly fervent. I feel as if I've forgotten something. Draco furrowed his brow and murmured. Yet, in the next moment, he brushed the thought aside and joyfully led Harry into a delightful existence of leisure. They flitted between various faculty offices like two little butterflies, their charming and delicate countenance winning favor among the teachers. Even the usually stern Professor Severus Snape found it difficult to resist their allure. More often than not, a few words from them would leave Snape bemusedly, allowing them entry into his office. What could he do? No matter how much he attempted to deter them with his sharp tongue, it was as if their ears were equipped with a magical filter, rendering him ineffective. It was utterly infuriating. However, Draco and Harry paid no heed to Snape's barbed comments. What a joke. They had been subjected to their godfather's acerbic tongue since childhood and had long since learned to interpret his words. At that moment, the three of them were intently focused on the cauldron before them, holding their breaths in eager anticipation of the potion's completion. As Draco observed the transformations within the cauldron, his mind wandered to the elusive matter he had forgotten. Success. Professor Severus Snape whispered excitedly, his clenched fist revealing his inner exhilaration. A faint smile graced his lips, and a glimmer of satisfaction sparkled in his eyes. He had longed to replicate the potion from the neighboring world that could unlock human potential, and now, it had finally come to fruition. After 2 days of arduous collaboration with those two enigmatic yet remarkably gifted young ones in potion making, they had finally succeeded in brewing a cauldron's worth. Although this potion would only yield a 2% enhancement, it was still a significant improvement for the human body. More importantly, it was a one-time use only, with no possibility for excess consumption. However, at the very least, they had discovered a correct direction, which brought immense comfort to Severus Snape. Meanwhile, Draco and Harry seized the opportunity to stealthily slip out, while Severus Snape was engrossed in documenting potion recipes. Although they thoroughly enjoyed the company of this godfather from another realm, prolonged immersion in potion making inevitably led to a sense of tedium, particularly for Draco, who was only inclined to enter the potion room when inspiration struck. Moreover, once he completed a potion, his interest waned swiftly, as he perpetually sought new thrills and experiences. Draco and Harry left the potions professor's office with a palpable sense of relief, eager to pursue something more engaging. I think we should try our hand at making a golden snitch, Harry proposed. That sounds splendid, but I would prefer to practice my flying skills at the Quidditch pitch. Draco mused thoughtfully. How about we first create the golden snitch and then head to the pitch? Harry inquired excitedly. The two reached a consensus and dashed towards the magical props workshop. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, and a tiny insect flitted past the windowsill. It fluttered up and down, indistinguishable from other beetles, save for its slightly elevated flight, making it hard for students to reach while offering a perfect vantage point of the surroundings. For reasons unbeknownst to anyone, this year's Triwizard Tournament had barred reporters from entry. Rita Skeeter was convinced that a grand secret lay within. She had apparently heard whispers of the Savior's disappearance since the Quidditch World Cup, only for the first competition to emerge. She sensed the scent of a significant scoop and eagerly attached herself to students heading to Hogsmeade, clandestinely infiltrating Hogwarts. Indeed, that little beetle was her, a manifestation of her animagus form. For days, she had been on the lookout for Harry Potter's whereabouts, and at last, she had uncovered a secret. Harry Potter harbors feelings for Draco Malfoy. Merlin. She had her headline ready. The unprecedented romance between the Savior and a Death Eater, the Savior's bewitchment leading to such actions. Escaping 99 times, the tragic love between a Death Eater and the Savior. What? Draco Malfoy isn't a Death Eater? Who cares? He has a Death Eater for a father. Isn't that enough of a lineage? After all, he may not be one now, but he surely will be in the future, following in his father's footsteps. Rita Skeeter had no concern for authenticity as long as it brought her wealth and fame. Conscience? That was a foreign concept to her. What value does conscience hold? As she mentally drafted her article, she remained oblivious to the imminent danger. It was only when the swirling blue waters ensnared Rita Skeeter that she realized something was amiss. She flapped her wings in a frantic attempt to escape, but the current enveloped her, rendering her completely immobile. She could only hope that it was a prank by bored students. She cursed silently, hoping she wouldn't discover the culprit, lest she be tempted to teach them a lesson. Rita was confined within a transparent jar, and upon realizing it was merely mischievous students playing with insects, she exhaled in relief. Gotcha, Miss Skeeter, a voice laced with amusement echoed, leaving Rita dizzy as she comprehended the implications of the words. Ding. Rita Skeeter's profile unlocked. Please check. Chapter 169, Rita Skeeter 2. Draco observed with keen interest the small beetle within the glass jar. A circle of onlookers had gathered around him: Albus Dumbledore, Gellert Grindelwald, Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, and Draco Malfoy. Everyone gazed curiously at the quivering Rita Skeeter in the jar, ears perked up to catch the latest gossip. Rita Skeeter is an unregistered animagus who transforms into a beetle to eavesdrop on conversations unnoticed, extracting juicy details for her articles. Her ability to become a beetle reflects the troubles and vexations she brings to others, especially Harry Potter and Albus Dumbledore, highlighting her duplicitous nature. Wow, an illegal animagus, they exclaimed, glancing at Rita in the jar. Without Draco's revelation, they would have never believed it. Primarily writing for the Daily Prophet, Rita occasionally contributes to other outlets like Witch Weekly and The Quibbler. Rita is notoriously nosy and would go to great lengths for sensational content, including transforming into a beetle to spy or fabricating outrageous stories. In her biography, she even exploited the now-demented historian Bathilda Bagshot, using the Veritaserum strictly regulated by the Ministry of Magic. Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald's eyes burned with fury. Bathilda, how dare this woman? Yet, upon further reflection, they realized the reason behind her audacity. Were they not both deceased? The content narrated by Bathilda became the fodder for Rita's critique of Dumbledore. Perhaps for the sake of sensationalism, Rita often portrayed characters in a poor light. For instance, in 1994, Hermione Granger reprimanded Rita for an exposé on Hagrid, leading Rita to spread rumors claiming Hermione used a love potion to manipulate both Harry Potter and Victor Krum. Hermione Granger was left bewildered. Victor Krum? She knew him. The champion from Durmstrang. They had never met. He probably didn't even know who she was. And Harry, he was merely a younger brother. It was all just a fabrication from the start. Ron Weasley looked up, alert. Is someone harboring thoughts about my girlfriend? He and Hermione had silently communicated. She was now his girlfriend. This also led Hermione to receive numerous aggressive letters, but she ultimately found Rita's Achilles heel, compelling her to cease writing for a year. After the year concluded, Rita picked up her pen once more, returning to her reckless ways. Although Rita's articles were often biased, her speed in writing and research was remarkably swift. She completed a 900-page biography, The Life and Lies of Albus Dumbledore, in just 4 weeks. Within her writings, contradictions abounded. Having previously described Hermione as stunningly beautiful, only to later depict her as plain, Rita claimed that the purpose of the Daily Prophet's existence was to promote herself. Despite her disregard for the reputations of her subjects and journalistic integrity, she feared exposure as an unregistered animagus. Hermione knew the ministry could impose penalties on Rita, thus leveraging this to demand Rita refrain from writing for a year, hoping to reform her habit of defaming and insulting others. However, contrary to her hopes, Rita returned to her old self after the year. Still too kind, Gellert Grindelwald mused with a sidelong glance at Hermione Granger. Yet, he considered her quite suitable as Narcissa Malfoy's pupil. How should she be dealt with? The Cruciatus Curse? No, that was too risky. Obliviate? But that felt too lenient. Perhaps obliteration? Fiendfire? A water prison? His teacher had once mentioned that his world and country had some very severe penalties, leading him to ponder. Boiling? Dismemberment? Beheading? Draco sat obediently, yet no one could fathom the multitude of torturous thoughts swirling within his mind at that moment. It must be said that his visage possessed an extraordinary deceptive quality. Even Albus Dumbledore, the epitome of wisdom in this realm, instinctively regarded Draco as a good child. Rita Skeeter felt a peculiar chill creep over her. Observing the circle of individuals surrounding her, her instinct for survival urged her to revert to her human form. Alas, the bottle rendered her utterly immobile, and her animagus form seemed to have failed her. She was completely unable to transform back. Perhaps it was best to forget everything. She had infiltrated the school undoubtedly in pursuit of news, likely tied to some individual. Draco Malfoy cast a glance, intentional or not, towards Harry Potter. Harry maintained an outwardly calm facade, his gaze unwavering, yet the tension in his clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. He cares for me. He holds me in his heart. Harry silently observed the trembling figure beside him. Tisk, love-struck. He pondered briefly. Why not utilize her for our advantage? Another thought emerged. He turned his attention to Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald. Does the ministry have no thoughts on this matter? Albus Dumbledore opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. No, that seemed implausible. He was, after all, an ambitious man, akin to Gellert Grindelwald himself. First and foremost, we require our own voice. Do not underestimate the power of public opinion. Harry knew this all too well. Lucius had long since confided in him that since arriving at the Malfoy estate, he had been covertly acquiring the Daily Prophet and the Quibbler. He meticulously explained the significance of this to Harry. Public opinion wields tremendous power. Few can remain steadfast and unaffected. To understand a person, one often constructs an initial image based on the words of others. By seizing control of public discourse, we can gain a strategic advantage. Consider this. Something may be difficult to consume. If one person claims it is delicious, you might think their taste is questionable. If 1,000 declare it delectable, you will begin to doubt your own palate. If everyone insists it is delicious, then you too will find it palatable. This illustrates the most rudimentary influence of public opinion. Just as Voldemort's death has become a truth held by but a few. Harry spoke calmly. Chapter 170. Negotiating Collaboration. Draco Malfoy gazed at Harry in astonishment, admiration gleaming in his eyes. What a splendid idea. He nodded slightly, seemingly lost in contemplation. Indeed, the Malfoy family had long pursued a lofty image and status, yet they had not fully recognized the importance of crafting their own narrative, which had left them at a disadvantage at times. Now that this issue had been raised, Draco began to earnestly consider how to enhance his family's reputation. However, as his gaze shifted from Harry to Harry Potter, a flicker of confusion stirred within him. Why was there such a vast chasm between them, despite sharing the same name? Could one's family environment truly wield such a profound influence on personal development? He furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Simultaneously, Harry Potter felt an intense sense of urgency. He resolved to diligently study and hone his knowledge and skills to better adapt to Draco Malfoy's world. In his heart, he vowed to delve deeper into the intricacies of Draco's inner world, seeking to forge a more profound emotional connection. He naively believed that with mutual effort, they could transcend the disparities of identity and background and come together. Harry could not help but muse if, he was only saying if, Voldemort had never existed. Would he have not lost his parents? Perhaps he and Draco would have grown up together. Though they might have bickered, they would have also shared moments of companionship and support. They would have traversed the childhood landscape together, exploring the mysteries of the magical realm. They would have studied magical knowledge in Hogwarts classrooms, competing yet aiding one another. After class, they would have participated in Quidditch matches, striving for the glory of victory. They would have met many diverse yet like-minded friends, experiencing the tribulations and joys of growing up together. During holidays, they would have returned home, basking in the warmth of family. Occasionally, they would venture off on travels, discovering the beauty and mystery of the world. Throughout this journey, their bond would gradually intensify, evolving from friendship into love. And he would still fall for Draco Malfoy, for the affection nestled deep within him had never wavered. Even as circumstances changed, his love for Draco would only grow more resolute. Yet, that version of him would emerge bolder and more confident, able to express his love for Draco without hesitation. "Mom, Dad," Harry Potter silently murmured, tears glistening in his eyes. He understood that, regardless of the obstacles, he must cherish the present, striving to become better and fulfill his parents' expectations. At the same time, he must bravely face the challenges ahead, creating a life of happiness alongside Draco Malfoy. All he wished was to be with Draco. Without him, nothing else mattered. Lost in thought, Harry suddenly felt a hand grasp his own. He turned to find Draco Malfoy looking at him with concern, silently offering strength through his grip. Harry smiled at Draco, signaling that he was all right, yet he could not help but tighten his hold, unwilling to let Draco pull away. After several futile attempts to free himself, Draco resigned. Turning his head away, Harry caught sight of the faint blush on his ears, unable to suppress a silly grin. Hermione Granger, standing closest, stared at the two of them, oblivious to their bubble of infatuation. She internally mused, "If I am guilty, let the law punish me, rather than forcing me to witness these two fools tugging at each other." Shaking her head in exasperation, she felt somewhat speechless at their antics. Yet a smile crept onto her face. Harry, Albus Dumbledore, and Gellert Grindelwald were engaged in discussions regarding strategies for public opinion. With Voldemort now deceased, the two elder statesmen seemed invigorated, eager to initiate a transformation. Hermione Granger cautiously stepped forward, gradually joining their conversation. Meanwhile, Draco remained fixated on Rita Skeeter within the bottle, contemplating the best means of restraining her. Ron Weasley glanced around, feeling that neither side afforded him the opportunity to interject. Ultimately, he allowed his thoughts to drift, descending into a stupor. As time passed, his eyelids grew heavier, and he found himself wondering why he suddenly felt so drowsy. By the time Hermione roused him, it was already evening. "Ron, thank goodness you finally awakened. If you had slept any longer, you would have missed dinner," Hermione chattered. Only the two of them remained in the room. Ron Weasley, still somewhat dazed, suddenly snapped to attention at the mention of dinner. Instinctively, he seized Hermione's hand and dashed forward. "Ah, my giant turkey leg." Hermione barely managed to utter her thoughts, thwarted by the wind rushing against her. Blushing furiously, she exclaimed, "Ronald, you fool." Ron Weasley pulled Hermione into the great hall, relief flooding over him as he beheld their friends still dining. "Harry, thank goodness," he instinctively remarked, only to abruptly falter, realizing the implications of his words, and cold sweat trickled down his brow. Just moments ago, it seemed that the person he was tugging on was not Harry, but who else could it be? He dared not glance back. Merely from the terrified expression on Harry Potter's face and the somewhat sympathetic looks exchanged between Draco Malfoy and Pansy Parkinson, he could surmise the expression of Hermione Granger behind him. "Look at me, you little brat," a chilling voice echoed in his ears. Ron Weasley slowly turned his head, wearing a smile that was more tragic than tears, his neck creaking like an old machine. He had no choice but to turn, otherwise he might find himself without a head later on. His newly minted girlfriend, her hair tousled by the wind like a dandelion gone to seed, smiled gently at him. "Hermione," he stammered, trembling as he reached out to smooth her hair. Suddenly, without warning, his wrist was seized. With a powerful tug, Hermione Granger dragged him towards the Great Hall's exit. "Help me, save me." Ron Weasley looked pleadingly towards the seemingly indifferent Weasley twins and Ginny Weasley. Without exception, everyone averted their gaze from Ron, their faces betraying a sense of guilt. Their experiences growing up taught them one vital lesson: never provoke a woman, especially one who is angry. Ginny Weasley shook her head sympathetically at Ron, then turned to Hermione with a sweet smile. "I didn't help my brother. I just hit him. You can't hit me." A familiar scream echoed from outside the hall, followed by an eerie silence. Chapter 171, Continuation. Dumbledore meticulously counted down the final day, returning to Hogwarts with Narcissa and Ron and Hermione. The trio appeared contemplative, Draco nestled in Narcissa's embrace, eager to learn about their experiences in a land entirely different from England. Upon our arrival in that country, specialized personnel from the Ministry of Mysteries approached us to ascertain our intentions for entering. Narcissa explained gently to the two children who had stayed behind. They were assertive yet respectful, instilling a sense of dignity in their approach. Narcissa sensed the presence of individuals around her who were not inferior to her, and there were more than one. A silent dread gripped her. Although she had no plans for confrontation, her instinct to assess her surroundings had become second nature, especially as those presences seemed to willingly reveal themselves. They interacted splendidly with Muggles, who appeared oblivious to any extraordinary powers they possessed. Narcissa recalled how these ordinary individuals were unfazed by the magical, perceiving power merely as useful or useless. Perhaps, to them, there was no such thing as uselessness, only a lack of direction. They utilized their abilities to engage in tasks they excelled at. This was quite astonishing for her, having been raised within the wizarding world. She recognized her own arrogance and accepted her shortcomings. It could only be said that this country was extraordinary. They prohibited firearms, yet allowed Muggles to be aware of magic's existence. It must be magic, she mused, contemplating the wizards who could fly and vanish, her uncertainty creeping in. Draco and Harry listened intently, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. They felt a twinge of regret for not having ventured there together. "No worries, we can go next time," Narcissa said, affectionately ruffling the hair of the two children. She had learned much during her time in the nation known as Huaxia. After confirming their harmlessness, they even managed to visit a venerable lady of great international renown, leveraging a bit of Gellert Grindelwald's influence. She immediately recognized Narcissa's ambition and offered invaluable advice. With warmth in her gaze, she encouraged Narcissa, "Young lady, I too was like you in my youth. This is how it should be. Let everyone see that we possess the power to change the world." Narcissa listened intently as the elder recounted her own stories and shared her wisdom. She vividly recalled that afternoon, when the woman gently stroked her head and earnestly advised, "Narcissa, the higher you stand, the more you must look down. When you are elevated above, it is all too easy to overlook the voices below. Never forget, the majority of this world consists of ordinary people." Narcissa wholeheartedly agreed. This journey to Huaxia had been profoundly enriching. She resolved to apply these invaluable experiences to effect positive change within the wizarding community. Upon returning to the original world of England, Narcissa set about reforming the Ministry of Magic, advocating for equality and justice while striving to foster harmonious coexistence between wizards and Muggles. Ron and Hermione were equally inspired, rallying their friends to actively participate in various initiatives, contributing their strengths to society. Under Narcissa's diligent efforts, the wizarding world began to transform gradually, and people's mindsets started to shift. This remarkable journey to Huaxia became an indelible memory etched in their hearts. Of course, that is a tale for another time. Presently, they were bidding a heartfelt farewell to their counterparts in this world. The adults exchanged their customary pleasantries, while the children expressed their emotions more openly. "Weevy, I don't want to leave," Ron Weasley lamented, cradling his tearful counterpart. He rolled his eyes heavenward in exasperation. His counterpart's emotions were far too rich. akin to being made of water. Draco and Harry approached, embracing Ron in a farewell. "Farewell, Ron Weasley. I hope we can meet again," Draco said. This world was not the one they had originally intended to visit, leaving Draco uncertain about the next opportunity to return. "We will, Draco," Ron Weasley wiped away his tears. "Good luck in the competition. If you lose, I shall look down upon you," Harry teased, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. "Fear not. I've learned a plethora of attack skills from you." Harry Potter confidently gave Harry a thumbs up, his face radiating with sincerity. Suddenly, Harry Potter appeared somewhat hesitant, his gaze flickering uncertainly. He leaned closer to Harry, lowering his voice to ask, "Do you know what Lucius Malfoy, the head of the family, likes?" Harry's eyes widened in surprise as he stared at Harry Potter. After a moment, he wore an expression of exasperation, shaking his head. "You only need to win over Aunt Narcissa. However, considering your past actions, Aunt Narcissa likely has a poor impression of you." With that, Harry turned away, leaving Harry Potter standing alone, engulfed in profound self-doubt. Was he referring to the days when he and the young master were constantly sabotaging each other? Draco observed Harry Potter with a smirk, close enough to hear every word exchanged, even without deliberately looking in that direction. Draco Malfoy's lips curled into a smirk, half smile, half sneer. He had to admit, Harry Potter had indeed devised a clever strategy. However, that did not mean he would easily acquiesce. After all, he was not one to be easily dismissed. Moreover, the tantalizing thrill of being in control made the situation all the more intriguing. He would not readily concede to Harry Potter's requests. He was a man who believed in vengeance, and a gentleman's revenge is never late. "It is time to return home," Narcissa softly declared. She stood alongside Draco and Harry, Dumbledore, Ron, and Hermione, bidding farewell to everyone with a wave. The Stargate whirled and gradually vanished under the gaze of the crowd. Ron Weasley stared at the now invisible Stargate, his heart brimming with reluctance. "We should head back too, Ron," Hermione Granger said, gently patting Ron's shoulder. Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy exchanged knowing smiles. The group turned, following the adults as they made their way towards Hogwarts. "Draco, Harry Potter, would like to invite Draco Malfoy to the library." "Hey, isn't that a perfectly legitimate reason for a date? Draco, come here." Lucius Malfoy glared menacingly at Harry from a distance. "With me, Lucius Malfoy. You shall not come within a step of my little dragon, Potter." Chapter 172, Returning to Hogwarts. There's south truly no place like home. Ron flopped heavily onto the soft sofa, letting out a contented sigh. They were now gathered in the cozy nook of the Room of Requirement, which had long since become their secret base. Indeed, Harry nodded vigorously, fully agreeing with Ron's sentiment. Although they were still within Hogwarts, there was an inexplicable tension in that other world that was disconcerting. The scrutinizing and calculating gazes surrounding him stirred a sense of unease within him. In his own world, the four houses coexisted harmoniously, while in this alternate Hogwarts, a subtle atmosphere of animosity lingered, making him feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Moreover, despite the similarities between the two worlds, a peculiar sense of disconnection prevailed. Most concerning of all, he had entirely lost patience with that Harry Potter fellow. All day long it was Draco, Draco. Even the slightest cough from Draco Malfoy made him feel as though Draco Malfoy despised him. Excuse me? Harry couldn't help but mentally scoff at this love-struck mentality. "Harry?" Draco observed the myriad expressions flitting across Harry's face, akin to a painter's palette, and a flicker of worry ignited within him. While it was encouraging that Harry no longer felt the need to disguise himself in front of everyone, indicating he had genuinely accepted them, Harry's frequent bouts of daydreaming left Draco perplexed. Did they harbor some secret between them? As it happened, Harry was acutely aware of Draco's emotional shifts and promptly set aside his current task to comfort him. What is the matter? He merely wished to soothe Draco. What harm could it do? After all, everyone requires care and solace. One could only say, "You Harry Potters truly share a common destiny." Blaise couldn't help but chuckle softly, gently stroking Ron's hair. Ron squinted his eyes in pleasure, feigning displeasure by mumbling that touching his head would stunt his growth, yet his body honestly relished Blaise's tender gestures. Blaise ignored the teasing glances from George and Fred and continued to listen intently as Ron recounted their experiences in the alternate world. Theo, initially leisurely perusing a book, abruptly halted upon hearing Ron's descriptions. He keenly detected critical information within Ron's words, raising an eyebrow in curiosity as he glanced towards Cedric. Cedric immediately became quite reserved, awkwardly scratching his head. After all, that wasn't him. He didn't know any Cho Chang, nor did he have any romantic interest. Indeed, she's quite the stunning beauty. Hermione chimed in, lifting her gaze from the magazine Pansy had handed her, speaking earnestly. "Ah, Cedric, wherever you go, you are so immensely popular." "It's truly enviable," Theo remarked, lowering his eyes to the book in his hands. though he found himself unable to absorb a single word. His aloof, indifferent nature had long left him baffled as to why this celebrated Hufflepuff was so intent on befriending him. Upon hearing that Cedric was with a beautiful girl in the other world, unfamiliar emotions surged within him, compelling him to provoke Cedric with words. Although he quickly realized the impropriety of such an action and ceased his commentary, the lingering discomfort remained, making it difficult for him to focus on his beloved knowledge. Was it simply because having a friend was a rare occurrence? It was only natural to feel possessive over friends, wasn't it? Cedric cast a resigned and melancholic glance at Pansy and Hermione, who were stifling laughter. In the face of such a situation, what could he do? All he could do was forgive them and strive to uplift Theodore, whom he cherished as a precious treasure. After all, he understood that their intentions were harmless. They were merely jesting. More importantly, he was concerned about alleviating Theodore's discomfort, ensuring that no barriers existed between them. Cedric, being slightly older than Theodore, embodied the typical Hufflepuff disposition, which lacked the reserved pride characteristic of Slytherins. In matters of affection, Slytherins would typically adhere strictly to etiquette, refraining from probing too directly. Even when mutual feelings existed, they would test each other's sentiments with subtlety. In contrast, Hufflepuffs were far more forthright in such matters. Indeed, Cedric had received confessions before, but he had gently declined them all. Thus, he quickly discerned his feelings for Theodore. However, given Theodore's youth, he resolved to take things step by step, meticulously setting the trap and patiently awaiting Theodore's entrapment. He intended to guide Theodore into this sweet snare as gradually as boiling a frog in warm water. Neville's eyes widened in curiosity as he listened to Ron narrate their adventurous exploits and heroic deeds in the alternate world. His gaze brimmed with admiration and envy for Ron, Hermione, and Harry. When he heard their accounts of the tournament, Neville felt a surge of anxiety akin to Harry Potter's, as if he were experiencing the thrills and pressures firsthand. However, upon learning that Voldemort had been vanquished, tears instantly welled in his eyes. He felt both gratified and sorrowful, as he had longed to contribute to that battle. Perhaps one day I might have the opportunity to partake too, Neville murmured to himself, his eyes sparkling with determination. He recognized that this might merely be a fantasy, yet deep within, he still yearned for the day he could truly become a hero. Draco and Harry had reconciled, their bond as intimate as ever, with even the sweltering weather unable to diminish their sweetness. Witnessing this, Neville felt a twinge of melancholy. Yet, almost immediately, a remark from Draco dispelled his despondency, replacing it with excitement and hope. Perhaps there is truly still a chance. Draco smiled at Neville, sincerity gleaming in his eyes. Those words illuminated the dark recesses of Neville's heart, reigniting his aspirations for the future. He believed Draco's words, thinking that perhaps one day he could indeed stand on the battlefield, fighting for justice. Neville sat to the side, lost in delightful imaginings. He began to envision how he would vanquish Voldemort, meticulously detailing every aspect. He aspired to present his most valiant and dashing self, leaving everyone in awe. Naturally, he also intended for Draco and the others to capture that moment on film, so he could share it with his parents and grandparents. This thought filled him with exhilaration, as if he were already immersed in that heroic moment. Chapter 173, Merlin and Ian. Draco was aware that he had once again succumbed to daydreaming. He expertly followed in Draco's wake. He comprehended that both the commencement and conclusion of the tale resided within this singular moment. This marked Draco's 999th awakening aboard the train destined for Hogwarts. Each time he opened his eyes, a wave of bewilderment washed over him. He was oblivious to his own identity, the purpose of his journey, and the reason for his presence on this train, as well as the destination ahead. All these inquiries were shrouded in an impenetrable fog, rendering him utterly perplexed. Draco, the savior you are so concerned with, is also aboard this train. Suddenly, two portly boys barged through the door, their voices tinged with palpable excitement. Draco? Are they calling me? Draco mused silently, concealing his thoughts beneath an impassive facade. He observed the unexpected visitors discreetly, striving to glean some clues from their demeanor and speech. The names Crabbe and Goyle swiftly surfaced in his mind. Oh, so that is what they are called, Draco muttered inwardly. Draco, let us go take a look. I've heard he has been spending time with the Weasley family. We ought to give the savior a taste of our superiority, so he understands that purebloods are the ones he should gravitate toward. Crabbe, oblivious to Draco's inner turmoil, continued speaking. Utterly foolish, Draco scoffed silently. The fellow named Crabbe had his thoughts written all over his face, deluding himself into believing he could be a weapon. Not interested. Not going, Draco replied without a moment's hesitation, his tone detached, as if completely uninterested in the matter at hand. He was acutely aware of his own status and influence, certain that he must occupy a position akin to that of a leader, capable of guiding and swaying those around him. From the demeanor of these two, It was evident they were willing to heed his commands solely due to the formidable lineage that backed him. Pure blood? This notion plunged Draco into contemplation. He began to ponder the significance and implications of pure blood status for these individuals. At that moment, Crabbe froze. Draco astutely perceived the unmasked resentment and dissatisfaction etched across his face. Clearly, Crabbe was profoundly disappointed and enraged by Draco's dismissal. Yet he lacked the courage to voice it openly. Goyle, on the other hand, appeared more concerned for Draco, casting a worried glance his way and inquiring if he felt unwell. Draco seized the opportunity to respond that he was somewhat fatigued and might require additional rest. Goyle immediately expressed understanding, suggesting that Draco continue to rest while he would rouse him upon their arrival at the destination. With that, Goyle took Crabbe, who was still inclined to speak, and left the compartment, carefully closing the door behind them. Crabbe shot Goyle a glare, inwardly cursing, "Tch, what a spineless fool." He could not help but recall their identities as members of pure-blood wizarding families. Yet now, they acted like sycophants, dutifully obeying the young master of the Malfoy household, completely forgetting their noble heritage. Perhaps it was not that they had forgotten their identity, but rather that they were acutely aware of the Malfoy family's power and status, forced to endure and obey to preserve their own interests and security. Crabbe vowed silently that one day he would escape this humiliating existence and make those who had once bullied him taste the bitterness of degradation. Once the two had exited, Draco revealed a trace of helplessness, letting out a soft sigh. Although some of his previous words were tinged with fabrication, he genuinely felt a throbbing headache intensifying, as if countless fine needles were relentlessly pricking his brain. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself and began to meticulously search the compartment, hoping to uncover some clues that might elucidate his current condition. After a thorough search, he finally located his luggage. Among its contents, a dark green diary caught his attention. This diary appeared exquisite, with Draco Malfoy embossed in gold lettering on the cover. He instinctively ran his fingers over the name and then cautiously opened the diary. The entries chronicled the joys and sorrows of an 11-year-old child. From the writings, it was clear that the child's life was relatively simple and joyous. His parents were deeply in love and cherished him immensely. He had a passion for Quidditch. Demonstrating a keen interest in the sport, he exhibited remarkable talent in potions. He idolized his father, and he delighted in his mother's bedtime stories, particularly those concerning the savior, Harry Potter. The diary entries continued until the previous night. The final entry expressed the child's boundless anticipation for the forthcoming school life and a strong curiosity about the savior, capturing his emotions with hopefulness. There was no mention of any issues with memory. Draco surmised that even if there were, his loving parents would not disclose it to him. No matter. Surely there will be a way forward, Draco reassured himself. Magic, he pondered. Magic intrigued him. He neither disbelieved it nor dismissed it. He had lost his memory, not his wits. He retrieved his wand and, tentatively following the incantation from his textbook, uttered Lumos. The wand emitted a gentle white light. Nox. Draco gazed at his wand in delight. Magic. Draco had no particular intention of seeking out Harry Potter, nor did he feel compelled to recover his memories. He believed that such recollections were likely irretrievable. He devoted his time to studying, and his interactions with Harry Potter had been merely nods of acknowledgement. However, this savior seemed somewhat uncanny. It appeared that every term, something inevitable transpired concerning him. Draco was not entirely certain of the specifics during their first year, yet Dumbledore's favoritism was evident. In the second year, the emergence of the Chamber of Secrets led to suspicions that the savior might be its heir. In truth, those who had consumed the polyjuice potion were conspicuously evident to Draco, their entire beings reeking of herbs. Although they had vanquished the basilisk, the image of the savior's misfortune began to embed itself in everyone's consciousness. In the third year, Sirius Black's escape from Azkaban was a subject Draco learned about from his mother, and he clandestinely observed the savior and his companions. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was the fourth year. When Dumbledore announced from the podium that there would be no Quidditch matches, Draco's heart began to race. A voice in his mind echoed, "It's coming. The Triwizard Tournament." Draco appeared serious on the surface, yet his thoughts wandered elsewhere. How familiar this competition sounds. Something significant is bound to happen. He paid little attention to Dumbledore's introduction of the new professor, thus failing to notice the infamous Mad-Eye Moody casting him a discreet, scrutinizing glance. Given the enigmatic aura surrounding the savior, it seemed inevitable that something noteworthy would transpire during the Triwizard Tournament. Draco contemplated with a furrowed brow. What could this ominous premonition signify? His headache began to resurface. Draco rubbed his temples, rallying his spirits. He was once again the poised and impeccably mannered Slytherin prince. He bore no interest in the arrival of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. After exchanging pleasantries, he discreetly departed the great hall amidst the revelry of the crowd, unnoticed. Yet, all of this was keenly observed by Harry, seated at the Gryffindor table. He fiddled absent-mindedly with the food on his plate, devoid of appetite. Where could Draco Malfoy be in such haste? Judging by his pallor, did he fall ill? Harry had not observed him consuming much food. From the moment he stepped into Hogwarts, Harry's attention had been captivated by a certain platinum-haired prince amidst the crowd. So dazzling was he that a mere glance rendered Harry unable to avert his gaze. He longed to approach the prince of his heart, to inquire if he would be willing to befriend him. However, his new companion Ron halted him, revealing that the prince was Draco Malfoy, a pure-blooded scion and a follower of the name that dared not be spoken. Harry paused. Perhaps Ron mistakenly believed he had absorbed his words. Yet, it was the fleeting glance from the prince that made Harry stop. That brief moment of eye contact conveyed indifference and disregard, as if Harry were but a speck of dust, inconsequential in Malfoy's eyes. Why could he not see him? Was he not the chosen one? Had he not vanquished Voldemort? Should not this merit at least a flicker of recognition? Harry's humility and politeness upon entering school were perhaps inseparable from that moment. In truth, Draco had no knowledge of who Harry was. He was merely intrigued by the whispers that followed, uttering the word savior. However, he had forgotten in his amnesia what the savior actually looked like. Harry, in a rather obsessive manner, found himself constantly observing and trailing the Slytherin prince, a behavior exacerbated by his possession of an invisibility cloak. He was uncertain of his motives. The incident with Quirrell in their first year had provided him with a compelling rationale. Voldemort might return, and he was simply surveilling the Malfoy family for any signs of abnormality. Draco maintained a routine, aside from classes and meals. He spent the majority of his time in the library and his dormitory. Harry had once entered the Slytherin common room and could only remark on the stark contrast between Gryffindor and Slytherin. The latter was indeed opulent. Ron had grown accustomed to Harry's occasional disappearances, while Hermione sensed something amiss, observing Harry's excessive fixation on Draco. Hermione? Harry's absent-mindedness was interrupted by her calls. She eyed Draco's retreating figure and then turned to Harry. Perhaps girls matured more swiftly in such matters, unlike Ron with his rudimentary emotional intelligence. She had long perceived Harry's feelings for Draco. Were Harry not her friend, and did he not bear the title of the savior? She would have surely reprimanded him for his behavior, stalking Draco Malfoy. Would he follow him even into the shower? No, that would be an unjust accusation. Harry had yet to enter Draco's dormitory. What is it, Hermione? Harry asked, puzzled by her expression. With a peculiar look, Hermione finally spoke. Fleur Delacour from Beauxbatons just greeted you. Yet, Harry had remained lost in thought, oblivious to her. Oh, my apologies. Is there something you need? Harry finally noticed the stunning beauty before him, with silver hair and blue eyes. He inquired politely, his heart devoid of any tumult. Her hair lacked Draco's silkiness, and her eyes were not as captivating. No, not really. I merely wished to see what the infamous savior was like, Fleur replied, her tone dripping with evident pride and dissatisfaction. She had never been so overlooked, and it perplexed her that this savior appeared entirely unfazed by her presence. Having always been the center of attention, she found herself intrigued by Harry. She had anticipated an apology followed by an invitation to sit and converse. Yet Harry's response was merely a cold "oh" before he hastily departed with no clear destination. Hermione offered an awkward yet polite smile to Fleur, who was left in a state of disbelief and barely concealed irritation. Harry, unable to shake his concern for the seemingly unwell Draco, donned his invisibility cloak in a deserted corner after leaving the Great Hall. He made his way towards the astronomy tower, recalling that Draco had headed in that direction. There, Draco sat precariously on the railing, oblivious to any danger. The sight made Harry's heart race with anxiety. The railing was narrow, and Draco appeared as if a gust of wind could sweep him away. Harry tightened his grip on his wand, drawing closer without daring to remove his cloak and risk startling Draco into a fall. By some strange twist of fate, Draco had found himself at the astronomy tower. Although he was unsure of his reasons for being there, his headache seemed to fade once he arrived. He gazed vacantly at the dim sky, where stars began to timidly emerge, encircled by layers of dusky pink clouds that lingered around the last rays of the sun, reluctant to fade into night. The wind was biting cold today, and Draco, clad only in a thin robe, appeared pale and unbothered, lost in his thoughts. Is it snowing? Draco murmured to himself. Flakes of pristine snow cascaded gracefully from above, beautiful and pure. One mischievous snowflake landed in Draco's eye, melting into tears that trickled down his cheek. He absently touched the path of the tears, lost in contemplation. Harry observed this poignant scene in silence. It was undeniably beautiful, yet deeply unsettling. The snowfall was light, and he slipped away before anyone could discover him. As Draco finally acknowledged the now darkened sky, he became aware of the chill. He turned slowly from the railing and gracefully descended to the ground. Seeing his unsteady figure, Harry followed with concern. Once they had departed, a figure emerged from the shadows, watching Harry and Draco retreat with a grin. The following day, Draco indeed succumbed to a high fever, which persisted for several days. He lay in the infirmary, listening to Pansy recount the results of the Triwizard Tournament selection. In a summary version, Harry Potter had been chosen as the 4th champion and subsequently ostracized by the entire school. How amusing that they claimed the savior entered himself. Pansy scoffed. Everyone knows what the savior looks like. Perhaps someone else was merely exercising their influence for their golden boy. It was common knowledge that Dumbledore had his biases, and Slytherin felt it most acutely. After their discussions, they concluded that with the savior's abilities, achieving such a feat was utterly impossible. However, they had no intention of offering any explanations on his behalf. Simply refraining from interfering was more than sufficient. Assisting him? Preposterous, a Gryffindor? Due to his illness. A rare flush adorned Draco's cheeks. He coughed softly, his gray-blue eyes misty with a captivating fragility. Pansy hurriedly poured him a glass of water, gazing at their prince with concern. I told you to take care of yourself. You were already unwell, and yet you went out in the cold. What were you thinking? She chided gently, playfully pushing his cheek with her fingertip. Draco offered a compliant smile, and his silence, coupled with a slight furrow of his brow, softened Pansy's heart. Please rest well. If you continue like this, I will have to inform Aunt Narcissa, she said, tucking him in with his blanket and gently patting him. Thank you, Pansy, Draco murmured, his head peeking out from the covers. He was indeed feeling drowsy and succumbed to the heaviness of his eyelids, mumbling softly, next time we go to Hogsmeade, let's visit the elegant wizarding clothing shop you've been wanting to see. I hear they have some new arrivals. As he spoke, he drifted off to sleep. Due to his illness, his breathing had become noticeably heavier. Pansy hesitated slightly, unable to suppress a smile. Draco was always like this, remembering the words they had casually spoken. This was also the reason why she, Blaise, and Theodore, fully aware that the Dark Lord might resurface, still gathered around Draco despite knowing that they, as neutrals, should have made their choices early on. Theodore was an exception, as his father had already secured a safe passage for him to America, but he had declined it. The Slytherins were ambitious individuals. They understood the ebbs and flows, seizing opportunities with unwavering determination to achieve their goals. Yet, they cherished their friendship even more, precious, innocent, and beautiful. Pansy meticulously drew the curtains, dimming the lights, and, amidst Madame Pomfrey's gentle urging, left the infirmary. Harry removed the hood of his cloak, his expression complex. When even Ron doubted him and Dumbledore pressed him, he had not expected that the only one who believed in him would be a Slytherin. He gazed at Draco, lost in thought. No one knew what he was contemplating. Harry stood there throughout the night, only leaving when he noticed signs of Draco stirring from slumber. Draco vaguely sensed that someone had been watching him, but upon waking, he found no one there. He thought perhaps his sensitivity was a consequence of his illness. Maybe he was overthinking things. Draco held no particular opinion regarding Harry's selection as the 4th champion. During the competition, he merely clapped half-heartedly while watching the hero advance triumphantly, akin to a peacock displaying its feathers. Blaise remarked sharply after Harry had rescued Fleur's sister and Ron. Harry's gaze unintentionally drifted towards the distracted figure not far away. He felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed Draco had hardly noticed him. Draco was deep in thought, his ominous premonitions intensifying. He had no idea where this feeling stemmed from, which made him uncharacteristically anxious. His intuition warned him that something unexpected would transpire during the 3rd task. After much contemplation, he chose not to confide in his parents, hoping it was merely a figment of his imagination. He sighed. Once again, he was intercepted by a group of Durmstrang boys on his way, and Draco struggled to maintain a polite smile as they invited him to the ball. What was wrong with these Germans? Did they not need their eyes and should donate them to those in need? He was a boy. A boy. Frustrated, he sat motionless in potions class, resting his head on the desk. Seizing the opportunity with no class in session, Pansy poked him with a hint of schadenfreude. Tisk, tisk. Our little lord really does have a great charm. So, does our little lord have any thoughts of a cross-border romance? Nearby, Harry, eavesdropping, emanated an atmosphere so tense it could frighten anyone. Ron shivered, perplexed by the sudden chill. Hermione shook her head, thinking Harry was being foolish. Pansy. Draco finally lifted his head, his cheeks flushed, whether from embarrassment or anger, he did not know. The Hogwarts students, who had been secretly observing Draco since the morning incident, began to understand why the Durmstrang boys were so persistent in inviting him. Indeed, the Slytherin prince was undeniably handsome. Hermione, did you hear that sound? Ron felt as though he had heard the sound of a mouse, yet he deemed it improbable. It must be a mouse, Hermione replied, casting an exasperated glance at Harry, whose teeth were nearly grinding sparks. Ron felt aggrieved. If there were a mouse, so be it. Why was he receiving such disdain? Had it been because of Harry's earlier situation? But he had already acknowledged his mistake and apologized. During a potions class, Harry was distracted. Snape, quite pleased, deducted numerous points from Gryffindor. Excellent. Today I deducted 20 points from Gryffindor. KPI achieved. Ignoring Hermione's piercing gaze, Harry noticed Draco and his friends conversing, then watched as Draco walked alone towards the Slytherin common room, unable to contain himself as he followed. Harry, the defense against the dark arts class is over there. Ron looked on in confusion as Harry's figure vanished around a corner. Draco, Harry called out to the swiftly walking figure ahead. Draco turned politely. May I assist you, Mr. Potter? I wanted to ask if you have a partner for the ball. Harry had long prepared his words. Excuse me? Draco thought he must have misheard. What was this savior saying? What was happening today? Chapter 175, Merlin and Ian 3. Due to previous misunderstandings, the students of Hogwarts had formed misconceptions about me. Harry, lying effortlessly, maintained a composed and sincere demeanor, as if what he said were indeed true. He paused, feigning difficulty before continuing. Therefore, Draco observed Harry's expression, feeling a twinge of confusion, yet he could empathize with his predicament. He sensed that Harry had something difficult to express. I see you may be troubled by the matter of a ball partner as well. I mean, perhaps we could attend together? This way, you would have a shield, and I could avoid going alone. Harry gazed at Draco with anticipation, his eyes revealing a hint of earnestness. Draco's thoughts began to wander as he pondered the feasibility of this proposal. He considered that this arrangement would indeed spare him the awkwardness of attending the ball solo, and perhaps the Durmstrang boys would settle down a bit as a result. However, he did not know Harry Potter well. Why would the latter choose him as a partner? Shaking his head, he attempted to dispel these confusing thoughts. He told himself not to overthink it, as this decision posed little risk to him. At that moment, Harry's expectant gaze remained fixed on Draco, urging a response. Finally, under Harry's watchful eyes, Draco slowly nodded in agreement. Harry secretly rejoiced, maintaining a facade of composure that left Draco with no suspicions. Neither revealed the fact that they had become partners, as champions were to lead the dance. Many were astonished when Harry and Draco arrived at the waiting area together. They were not exactly sworn enemies, but their lack of interaction until now made the significance of their pairing quite apparent. Draco had long been accustomed to being the center of attention, quietly adjusting his white attire as he awaited the event. He genuinely did not grasp the implications of a dance partner. As he had always been in the limelight since his enrollment, such occasions were second nature to him. In contrast, Harry appeared somewhat anxious. His fists clenched as he endeavored to maintain his composure. Throughout it all, Harry's gaze remained anchored on Draco, as though the world around him had faded into oblivion. Clad in a pristine white suit, Draco exuded an air of elegance. This color demanded much from its wearer, yet Draco, with his impeccable physique and unique charm, managed to pull it off flawlessly. Although his frame was slightly slender, the meticulously tailored attire accentuated his lithe waist, inciting curiosity in those who beheld him. Harry's fingers trembled slightly, seemingly beyond his control, yearning to reach out and touch that enticing figure. He secretly imagined that if he grasped Draco's waist, he might hold him entirely within his grasp. Draco's skin was as pale as snow, a natural advantage, even after daily exposure to the scorching sun during Quidditch training. His complexion remained as pristine as milk. Every detail of him was exquisitely refined, from his hair to his toes, each aspect exuding an air of noble elegance. Harry could not help but swallow hard, a profound joy stirring within him. He began to fantasize. If he were to win the competition and emerge as champion, would Draco grant him an opportunity to pursue him? This thought lingered in his mind, filling him with both anticipation and trepidation. Unlike others who gaped in astonishment, Hermione gazed at the handsome young Malfoy with keen interest before rolling her eyes at Harry. She had known of this event since the day Harry had chased after Draco, and the scene before her was no surprise. However, she could easily imagine how lively the Great Hall would become. After all, witnessing the Slytherin Rose dancing with the Savior was indeed a rare spectacle. Hermione lowered her gaze, a slight frown creasing her brow, as a twinge of worry welled up within her. Draco's position was too unique. If that person were to find out, it would spell disaster for both him and Harry. Had Harry considered the potential consequences? As Hermione had anticipated, when Harry and Draco entered the hall together, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Hermione quickly surveyed her surroundings. Ron stood with his mouth agape. Pansy's eyes blazed with fury. Blaise frowned deeply. Ginny looked at them in disbelief. Snape's expression was dark, and Dumbledore appeared somewhat grave. Did the headmaster also ponder the thoughts that had crossed her mind? When the music began, Harry and Draco's performance left everyone in awe. Their movements were graceful and skilled, perfectly synchronized, as if they were born to be dance partners. Onlookers were inevitably captivated, showering them with appreciative glances. Pansy, like a protective hen, firmly believed that the young prince was still just a boy. Blaise often teased her, yet he quietly shielded Draco from the swarm of admirers. At that moment, watching Draco dance with princely elegance, Pansy felt a swell of pride and joy. She knew that Draco would shine as the brightest star of the evening. For Harry, this ball was not merely an opportunity to showcase himself, but also a chance to draw closer to Draco. He hoped that through this event, he could bridge the gap between them and forge a deeper friendship. Mad-Eye Moody lurked unnoticed in a corner, quietly observing the dance floor. His gaze fell upon Draco and Harry, who appeared remarkably well-matched. A cryptic smile crept across his face as he took a hearty swig from his ever-present flask, malice almost spilling from his eyes. Finally, he turned away, vanishing silently into the shadows. After the ball concluded, Pansy held Draco in conversation for an extended period. But that was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was that on the eve of the competition, Harry had found an opportunity to approach Draco, who was alone. Draco. Harry looked at him, feeling inexplicably tongue-tied. What is it, Mr. Potter? Draco inquired, unaware of what the savior sought from him. I still have class. Just call me Harry, he interjected abruptly, fixing his gaze intently on Draco. All right, Harry, Draco acquiesced after a moment's hesitation, contemplating whether they had reached a level of familiarity that permitted such an informal address. He had to admit, the savior was rather pleasant to behold. Will you be watching the competition tomorrow? Harry asked eagerly, his eyes shimmering with anticipation and anxiety. Of course, Draco replied without hesitation, though he was puzzled as to why Harry would inquire. For Draco, he had complete faith in Hogwarts and would naturally attend to witness his school's triumph. That is wonderful, Harry exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy upon hearing Draco's affirmative response. He took a deep breath and continued, perhaps you would be willing to spare me some time after the competition? With that, he nervously clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on Draco, seemingly awaiting his reply. Draco furrowed his brow, looking at Harry in confusion. He could not fathom Harry's intentions, but out of courtesy, he nodded in agreement, as he had no other plans after the competition. All right, Harry sighed in relief, a radiant smile spreading across his face. He looked at Draco with gratitude, his heart brimming with delight. Fantastic. He silently rejoiced that Draco had acquiesced to his request, filling him with exhilaration. Draco smiled back at Harry before turning to enter the divination classroom. Harry stood rooted to the spot, watching Draco's retreating figure until it vanished from view. His heart raced with excitement, and he resolved to achieve victory in the competition tomorrow and emerge as champion. After divination class, Draco found himself with nothing to do, as the following day marked the competition, and there would be no classes for a while. Thus, he strolled alone to the edge of the Black Lake, savoring the tranquility. Draco settled in a secluded spot, admiring the beauty of the sunset as it contrasted with the pure white snow. He rested his head on his knees, sitting quietly as his thoughts drifted. Lately, Draco's headaches had intensified, and only moments like this, where he could clear his mind, offered him a semblance of relief. Yet, the question that had plagued him for years resurfaced. Why had he lost his memory and awakened on the Hogwarts Express? He had subtly inquired with family and friends, but they all claimed that nothing unusual had occurred that day. Moreover, there were no signs indicating anyone had entered the compartment. As he pondered this, Draco furrowed his brow and rubbed his throbbing temples. Gazing at the world around him, an inexplicable sense of confusion welled up within him. He began to question his own existence and whether the world itself was equally real. He often experienced a strange sensation, as if he had been to certain corners of Hogwarts before and felt an uncanny familiarity with those places. Spells seemed to come to him effortlessly, as if he had practiced them countless times, and potions flowed easily without needing the headmaster's explanation. Additionally, he occasionally felt a subconscious aversion towards certain individuals. Suddenly, a cold wind swept through, causing Draco to shiver. He looked up at the sky, realizing the sun had set, and night was gradually descending. He rose to his feet, brushing the snow off his clothes, and prepared to return to the castle. Draco trudged through the snow, leaving a trail of deep and shallow footprints. Snowflakes continued to fall, covering the imprints he left behind. His thoughts wandered, recalling recent events. He sensed he possessed some peculiar abilities and memories that left him feeling perplexed and uneasy. As Draco walked halfway, he spotted a familiar figure. It was Harry. He was approaching, a hint of anxiety etched on his face. Draco frowned, wondering what Harry wanted from him. He halted, waiting for Harry to draw near. Draco, Harry called out. Draco paused, awaiting Harry's approach. What are you doing here? He asked. I have something to say to you. Harry's voice trembled slightly. Draco looked at Harry, an inexplicable sensation surging within him. He was uncertain of what Harry intended to convey, yet his instincts incessantly rang alarm bells. The expression and tone that Harry exuded an uncanny aura. No, this cannot be. This person is certainly not Harry Potter. Draco's hand, concealed within his sleeve, tightened around his wand, while he feigned composure and inquired, "What is it?" Simultaneously, his mind raced, contemplating how he might extricate himself from this predicament. Why would this individual impersonate Harry Potter to approach him? Was it merely a jest or a prank? Impossible. Draco keenly sensed the palpable malice emanating from the other. The seclusion of this place was overwhelming. Should he cry out for help? It was likely that no one would hear him. Even if he signaled for assistance, awaiting the professor's arrival would take time. At that moment, Harry appeared to shyly lower his gaze, then unexpectedly lifted his head, revealing a smile laden with sinister intent. Following closely, a spell was uttered, Stupefy. Though Draco had already been on guard, his body reacted a beat too slowly, and he was struck by the sleeping curse, collapsing heavily to the ground. Harry effortlessly lifted Draco and began to stride towards the forbidden forest. The wand slipped from Draco's grasp, falling into the snow, where it was swiftly concealed beneath a thick blanket of snow. Before long, no traces remained on the snow-covered ground. Harry stood at the entrance of the maze, scanning the surroundings, yet he could not find the person he had been yearning for. Where could Draco be? Was he detained by something? Harry furrowed his brow, a sense of worry and disappointment creeping in. He had anticipated Draco's presence to cheer him on, yet now, he was nowhere to be seen. Harry, don't be anxious. You've got this. Moody encouraged, patting Harry's shoulder, although his gaze betrayed an inscrutable undertone. Thank you, Professor Moody, Harry responded politely, averting his eyes. He reminded himself not to dwell on worries. Perhaps Draco was merely delayed by some matter and would be there once the competition concluded. Despite the absence of Draco's support, Harry remained resolute, confident in his ability to triumph in the contest. Taking a deep breath, his gaze grew steadfast and resolute. He cast one last glance at the audience before, urged on by the referee, he resolutely stepped into the maze. He understood that countless challenges awaited him ahead, yet he firmly believed he possessed the strength to confront them. Harry would conquer this labyrinth with his courage, wit, and tenacity, emerging as the ultimate victor. Chapter 176, Merlin and Ian 4. A faint sound of mocking laughter echoed behind him, originating from Mad-Eye Moody. Although the referee nearly dismissed it as a mere figment of his imagination. Surely, it must be an illusion, he thought. How could Mad-Eye Moody possibly scoff? Particularly at the chosen one? He couldn't help but steal a glance at Moody, only to find him with a serious and concerned expression, gazing deep into the maze. The referee shook his head, silently ridiculing himself for overthinking. However, he failed to notice that as he shifted his gaze from Moody, a glimmer of profound significance flickered in Moody's eyes, mingled with a hint of murderous intent. Thanks to his rigorous training and Hermione's fervent tutoring, Harry had finally approached the location of the trophy without incident. Accompanying him was Cedric, and along the way, they encountered Krum, whose expression was peculiar. Although Durmstrang Academy was renowned for its expertise in the dark arts, Krum's oddity did not linger long in Harry's mind. After all, Harry had grown accustomed to navigating various perilous situations. Cedric, feeling grateful for Harry's assistance, suggested that Harry should be the one to seize the trophy. Harry initially intended to propose that they both do so together, but the image of Draco suddenly surfaced in his mind, causing him to hesitate. Ultimately, he said nothing, casting a grateful yet apologetic glance at Cedric before stepping forward. The moment he touched the trophy, a dizzying sensation overwhelmed him. In a haze, Harry seemed to hear Cedric anxiously calling his name. He and the trophy tumbled heavily to the ground. Suppressing his discomfort, he cautiously raised his head to survey his surroundings. Sinister, shadowy trees and scattered gravestones loomed before him. Harry was unsure of where he was. Could this be the final trial? A whirlwind of chaotic thoughts flooded his mind. Steadying himself, he stood and began to feel his way around nearby. No matter what, he had to secure first place and return. Draco was waiting for him. As he walked, lost in thought, he suddenly heard a voice, Harry Potter. Startled, Harry quickly halted, nervously scanning his surroundings. In the darkness, it seemed footsteps echoed. His complexion paled as he gripped his wand tightly, prepared for any imminent danger. Ha ha ha, Harry Potter, you have finally arrived. A hoarse, mocking laughter reverberated through the air, sending chills down his spine. Harry inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. He understood that in such circumstances, he must remain vigilant and calm. Who are you? He called out towards the source of the footsteps. Under his watchful gaze, a short, stocky figure emerged from the shadows, clutching something. As the figure drew closer, Harry could finally discern his features. It was none other than Peter Pettigrew. Pettigrew? What are you doing here? Harry exclaimed, astonished and enraged. Peter Pettigrew chuckled, revealing his yellowed teeth. I've been waiting for you, Harry Potter. Waiting for me? Why? Harry feigned confusion while his grip on the wand braced for action. Rather than answering Harry's question, Peter Pettigrew raised high the object he was clutching tightly. Harry focused intently and discovered that it was not a baby, but a peculiar creature swaddled in a blanket. The creature bore a human-like form, yet possessed a grotesquely contorted visage and an uncanny skin tone. Its eyes glimmered with malevolence, and its mouth gaped wide, exposing sharp teeth. As Harry scrutinized it closely, he was astounded to find that the creature could speak, emitting a chilling voice, "Harry Potter." Harry's face turned as pale as a sheet, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at the abomination before him. That voice was all too familiar. It belonged to Voldemort. Voldemort. Harry gritted his teeth, rage and hatred igniting within him. "Long time no see, Harry Potter. Thanks to you, I can only deign to reside within this wretched vessel." Voldemort's voice emanated from the creature, dripping with malice and derision. Just then, Peter Pettigrew, receiving a signal from Voldemort, launched an immediate attack without hesitation. A brilliant red light flashed, accompanied by a piercing incantation, Crucio. Harry had no time to react. The crimson beam struck his body. He collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony as if enduring immense torment. Peter Pettigrew brandished his wand, reciting a spell. Harry felt an overwhelming force binding him tightly, rendering him utterly immobile. His body was ensnared by the statue behind him, as if imprisoned by a colossal stone arm. "What do you intend to do?" he gasped, stifling the pain coursing through him as he attempted to break free from the statue's grasp. Yet, no matter how fervently he struggled, the statue remained unyielding. Realizing the futility of his resistance, he abandoned his futile attempts, his gaze filled with wariness as he fixed it upon Wormtail and Voldemort. "Do not be so tense, Mr. Potter. I merely wish to borrow something from you." An insidious gleam flickered in Voldemort's eyes, and a smirk graced his lips, revealing his ghastly excitement at tormenting Harry. Wormtail stood before the cauldron, which had long been prepared, meticulously placing Voldemort into it. He then began to chant an incantation, invoking a mysterious magic. As the spell was uttered, the liquid within the cauldron began to bubble, emitting wisps of green smoke. Harry watched in terror, a sense of foreboding swelling within him as he observed Wormtail adding a fragment of human bone into the mixture. Suddenly, Wormtail seized a sharp dagger and, without hesitation, severed his own hand, blood gushing forth. He endured the excruciating pain as he cast the severed limb into the cauldron. Slowly, he approached Harry, a frenzied look glimmering in his eyes. "No, stop." Harry's heart raced with fear as he struggled desperately, but the statue's grip remained resolute. Wormtail stood beside him, the dagger gleaming ominously in his hand. Despair welled up within Harry. He could not fathom the horrors that awaited him. Yet his instinct urged him to thwart Wormtail and Voldemort's malevolent plans. However, his struggles proved futile as the binding remained unyielding. Wormtail ruthlessly carved a long gash into Harry's arm, blood immediately streaming forth. Harry screamed in agony, but the sound was swallowed by the surrounding darkness. His consciousness began to fade, engulfed in blackness. He realized he was likely succumbing to blood loss. As Harry's blood mingled with the cauldron's contents, the liquid turned increasingly crimson, eventually morphing into a peculiar shade of red. The fluid began to swirl, gradually revealing a blurred silhouette, which then took form. As the figure extended its limbs, a black cloak materialized around it. The figure, or rather Voldemort, bathed in moonlight, closed his eyes, relishing the long-forgotten sensation of possessing a body and the exhilarating rush of power coursing through him. Slowly, he opened his eyes, revealing cruel crimson slits. He turned his gaze, first indifferently bestowing a hand upon Wormtail, then fixing a malevolent and pitying stare upon Harry. "Thank you, Mr. Potter. I have a gift for you." A subtle smile curled at the corners of his mouth. "But we still require an audience." Voldemort pressed his hand upon Wormtail's dark mark, and within moments, a dozen figures materialized. They were Death Eaters, summoned by Voldemort, dressed in black robes and hoods obscuring their faces. They emanated an aura of malevolence that sent shivers down one's spine. Voldemort regarded these Death Eaters with a satisfied smile. "My friends, welcome to this gathering. Today, we shall witness a momentous occasion." He turned to point at Harry. "This is Harry Potter, the boy who lived. He has defeated me once before, but this time, he shall not be so fortunate." Harry clenched his fists, his pale face resolute. He understood the formidable adversary he faced, yet he did not waver. He was prepared to confront any challenge to protect himself and those he cherished. Voldemort laughed, the sound echoing through the forest. "Mr. Potter, your courage is commendable. However, you cannot thwart me. Today, I shall reclaim my full power and reign over the wizarding world once more. And you shall be my first witness. Oh, by the way, I recall preparing a gift for you. How forgetful of me." Voldemort seemed to suddenly remember, instructing Wormtail, "Go fetch the gift." Wormtail bowed respectfully and turned to walk back toward the building. Harry's unease intensified. What could possibly require bringing over? His thoughts inexplicably drifted to Draco, whom he had not seen that day, his complexion paling. Lucius Malfoy was among the gathering of Death Eaters. His heart lurched violently. A sense of dread seeped into his mind. The sound of slithering serpents reached everyone's ears, causing them to instinctively turn towards the source. Wormtail emerged, dragging someone along, followed by a snake, slowly making his way toward them. As he stepped into the moonlight, the platinum blonde hair caused both Harry and Lucius to widen their eyes in shock, anger, and disbelief, their bodies trembling slightly. Draco, little dragon. Lucius completely disregarded his surroundings, desperately wanting to rush forward. At that moment, all he could see was the battered, barely breathing figure, his beloved son, Draco. However, a flash of red light struck, sending Lucius crashing to the ground, writhing in agony, his face a mask of despair and torment. His mask fell away, revealing a pale, contorted visage. Voldemort coldly withdrew his hand, remarking, "Lucius, I have already stated, this is a gift for our Mr. Potter." Wormtail callously discarded Draco onto the ground, as if he were a worthless object. Draco lay with his eyes tightly shut, his breaths faint, as if he might cease to exist at any moment. He was covered in dust and dirt, battered and bruised, a pitiful sight. "Draco, what have you done?" Harry cried, his mind in turmoil. His gaze fixated on the fragile figure before him. Voldemort's red eyes glinted with amusement as he watched Harry with keen interest, a twisted smile playing on his lips. "When my servant informed me, I found it hard to believe, yet here we are." His voice was low and raspy, exuding a chilling aura. A shiver coursed down Harry's spine, yet he fought to maintain his composure, glaring furiously at Voldemort. "You care for Draco Malfoy?" "Ha ha." Voldemort erupted into maniacal laughter, the sound reverberating through the graveyard, chilling the bones of all who heard. He laughed so hard he nearly lost his balance, leaning forward as if he might fall. "The savior has fallen for the son of a Death Eater? How utterly absurd." "Ha ha." His laughter dripped with ridicule and disdain, and he pretended to wipe non-existent tears from his eyes, continuing to mock Harry. "Do you like this gift, Mr. Potter?" Voldemort approached Draco, crouching down to lift his head. "The Malfoy family has always produced beauty. This face, let alone you, I find it quite delightful." Voldemort scrutinized the next heir of the Malfoy legacy, his eyes reflecting both appreciation and indifference. Even after such torment, this visage remained aesthetically pleasing, imbued with a fragile beauty. "Let him go. Come at me instead." "Draco knows nothing." Harry struggled like a cornered beast, tears streaming down his face. Draco has done nothing wrong. It is all my fault. I should not have cared for Draco. I should never have let my feelings show." Voldemort waved his hand, and the statue was released from its confinement. As soon as Harry landed, he stumbled towards Draco, utterly oblivious to Voldemort and the surrounding Death Eaters. His gaze was solely fixed on the figure sprawled on the ground. Voldemort let out a derisive laugh and flicked his wrist, sending Harry crashing to the ground once more. Rising to his feet, he nonchalantly accepted the wand that Peter Pettigrew reverently offered. "Do you wish to save him?" Voldemort mused, toying with the wand in his grasp. "Then I shall grant you an opportunity. Pick up the wand and defeat me." He dismissed the surrounding Death Eaters, determined to reclaim the humiliation he endured on that fateful night over a decade ago. Today, before the eyes of his followers, he would vanquish Harry Potter and cleanse himself of disgrace. Harry lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with resolve and fury. He groped for the wand beneath the statue and stood tall to face Voldemort. In that moment, fear was entirely absent. Chapter 177, Merlin and Ian. Only Draco, who had remained unseen, noticed the faint movement of the fingers of the person on the ground. He sighed softly and murmured, "Ian, are you there?" His tone was laced with certainty. After a brief moment, he sensed another presence beside him. Without turning, he quietly clasped the hand that lay beside his. The owner of that hand blinked in surprise before returning the grip with fervor. They exchanged no words, instead choosing to silently observe the memories unfolding before them, memories that belonged to them alone. Harry was repeatedly struck down by Voldemort, yet the excruciating pain could not extinguish the fervent obsession deep within his soul. He could not succumb to death, for Draco was still waiting for him. Voldemort cruelly tormented and taunted Harry, relishing the sight of him prostrate on the ground, filled with a twisted sense of satisfaction. What savior? Today, he shall make it known to the world that he, the great Dark Lord, is the only rightful existence. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry glimpsed the trophy not far away. Yes, the trophy. That trophy was a key. If he could reach it with Draco, they could escape. At that moment, the previously motionless Draco suddenly opened his eyes. Due to the cascade of hair obscuring his face, no one noticed this change. Draco's gaze was vacant, devoid of life, as if he had lost all vitality. Slowly, memories began to resurface, memories of countless attempts to alter the final outcome, only to witness the demise of those he held dear, perhaps his father, or his mother, or even Harry. As time progressed, he had gradually lost both emotion and memory. Yet, the obsession within him compelled him to repeat this cycle. Now, his soul hovered precariously on the brink of shattering. A faint smirk crept across Draco's lips, a sardonic smile. Voldemort could only divide his soul 7 times, whereas he had expended a staggering 999 portions of his own soul. If Voldemort were aware of this, he would surely be envious. Draco mused that perhaps shattering was not so terrible after all. After all, he was weary, not in body, nor in spirit, but in heart. Why should he cling to life? He longed for death, yet his memory-laden body, driven by the instinct to survive, resisted his descent into oblivion. He yearned for a conclusion where all could bask in happiness. So it was. After piecing together his memories, Draco realized that amidst the countless cycles of repetition, there was always one soul regretting their choices after the tragedy had unfolded, ultimately leading to decline and death. That soul was his own. Draco pondered in a daze. Horcruxes? He seemed to recall something, though uncertainty lingered. He vaguely remembered the diary being destroyed in his 2nd year, and in his 3rd year. He had whimsically practiced the Fiendfire curse, accidentally incinerating the room of requirement. Within those walls, he had discovered peculiar items, the vanishing cabinet, an odd diadem, and the locket he had found on Kriaker's neck at the Black family estate, along with a golden cup he had stumbled upon in Aunt Bella's vault out of sheer curiosity. These were all Voldemort's Horcruxes. It appeared that unbeknownst to him, he had been tirelessly collecting and seeking to destroy Voldemort's Horcruxes. A wave of comfort washed over him, as if everything were predestined. Yes, there was also the Gaunt family ring. It had likely been acquired and destroyed by Dumbledore. After all, he had inadvertently mentioned it in Dumbledore's presence. Now, if he could just eliminate Voldemort, everyone could live in peace, Draco murmured softly, his voice scarcely audible. Through his hair, he glimpsed Voldemort's back, saw Harry sprawled helplessly on the ground, and noticed his father, now regaining his senses and staring at him in astonishment. Draco's greatest talent was, in fact, the killing curse. The absence of emotion rendered him indifferent to murder. He felt the surge of magic within him coalesce, attuned to his will. Nagini sensed the shift and, instinctively protective of Tom, lunged toward the child who emanated danger. She was determined to safeguard Tom. Avada Kedavra. Draco raised his eyes to Voldemort's back. Rising to one knee for support, he uttered the incantation softly, and the strange green light surged towards the oblivious Voldemort. Simultaneously, Voldemort had just unleashed a killing curse aimed at Harry. He watched with satisfaction as Harry fell victim to the curse, his smile still lingering, only to be abruptly replaced by shock as he glanced down at his chest. The green light sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, striking Voldemort squarely in the back. His body trembled violently, eyes wide with disbelief as he turned to face his attacker. His complexion paled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Draco's killing curse penetrated Voldemort's form, obliterating his very soul. Voldemort's body gradually became translucent, ultimately dissipating into the air. His soul followed suit, departing from this world forever. His body was disintegrating inch by inch. Meanwhile, Harry, struck by Voldemort's curse, was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. His eyes were tightly shut, his face as pale as a specter, seemingly devoid of life. Draco. Lucius's eyes widened in terror as he unhesitatingly cast a killing curse aimed directly at Draco. No, more accurately, at Nagini, who lunged toward Draco. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, his heart gripped by an invisible hand, constricted painfully as if he could scarcely breathe. He desperately wished to hasten his movements, to be quicker. However, those few steps appeared to him as an insurmountable chasm. Before his eyes, his precious son, his most cherished little dragon, was bitten viciously on the neck by Nagini. Draco fell like a once-blooming rose, withering and collapsing onto the cold ground. Lucius's legs buckled beneath him, and he sank to his knees, his entire being rendered motionless. His eyes brimmed with confusion and despair, his lips quivering, yet no words emerged. Mechanically, he pushed Nagini away from Draco's lifeless form. She had already succumbed to his killing curse, dead beyond resurrection. Lucius carefully cradled Draco in his arms, his movements gentle as if fearing to inflict pain. His trembling fingers caressed Draco's pale, cold face, feeling the warmth of life ebb away from his grasp. His mouth moved in a futile attempt to produce sound, yet his throat felt as though it were obstructed by an unseen force, allowing only fragmented, discordant syllables to escape. His mind was a tempest of chaos, every thought splintered, leaving behind an abyss of unending anguish and remorse. Venom coursed through Draco's body with alarming rapidity. enveloping him like a web spun by a spider. His once pallid skin dulled to a ghastly gray, as if shrouded in a pall of shadow. His lips took on a faint purplish hue, reminiscent of a flower on the cusp of wilting. Draco strained to open his eyes, yearning for another glimpse of his father. Yet his vision remained obscured, revealing only a hazy silhouette. He endeavored to speak, but instead, a low, mournful whimper emerged from his throat. Draco felt his vitality ebbing away. Aware that time was slipping through his fingers, summoning his last vestiges of strength, he forced a wan smile, striving to convey his love and solace to his father. However, his body could no longer withstand the strain. The hand he attempted to lift fell limply into the mud, tainted with earth. "I'm sorry, father and mother." Draco's voice was barely a whisper, yet Lucius could sense the depth of his son's remorse and longing. "No, Draco," Lucius cried out in a sharp wail, tears welling in his eyes. He clutched his beloved son tightly, feeling the warmth of his body dissipate. A profound sorrow engulfed Lucius, as his world crumbled in that moment. The Death Eaters, utterly unprepared for the unfolding events, stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Everything transpired with such swiftness that they lacked the capacity to react. Voldemort had slain the savior, Harry Potter, while the sole heir of the Malfoy family, Draco Malfoy, had audaciously attacked Voldemort and succeeded. More astonishing still, Nagini had killed young Malfoy, only for the elder Malfoy to take Nagini's life. The entire tableau was a cacophony of confusion, and the Death Eaters fell into a state of panic. They were at a loss, uncertain how to confront the situation, or what calamity awaited them next. Only Lucius remained, dazed, clutching his world, his heart brimming with inexorable grief and despair. The once proud man now appeared profoundly fragile. Among the Death Eaters, two figures stood conspicuously apart. They exchanged glances, removing their cloaks and masks. Before the other Death Eaters could react, one placed a hand on Lucius's shoulder, hastily tearing away his cloak, while the other seized the unconscious Harry, both apparating to the trophy's side, reaching out in unison to touch it. The trophy radiated a blinding light, and the two vanished from the Death Eater's sight. Cedric emerged from the maze, his heart racing, sweat beading on his forehead. Yet, he did not pause for respite, but rather fervently sought out Professor Dumbledore. Upon finally locating him, his complexion was pale, his demeanor tense. "Professor," Cedric gasped. "I saw Harry being taken away just as I exited." Dumbledore's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on Cedric as he queried, "By whom?" "I don't know." Harry was about to grasp the trophy, and when he touched it, both he and the trophy vanished, Cedric recounted. "It must have been a portkaya, Professor." Dumbledore furrowed his brow, contemplating, before saying, "Thank you for this information, Cedric. Now, please return and rest. We shall handle this matter." Cedric nodded, turning to depart, his heart heavy with worry and uncertainty about Harry's safety. Meanwhile, Dumbledore fell into deep thought, realizing the situation was likely far more complex than he had anticipated. Snape inhaled from the flask, recognizing the familiar scent of Polyjuice potion. He frowned slightly, inwardly relieved that his suspicions were confirmed. Turning to Dumbledore, he noted that the latter seemed to have anticipated these developments, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Thus, they proceeded to the competition grounds alongside Moody. The sight of Moody and Dumbledore arriving together puzzled the onlookers, but before any questions could arise, chaos erupted in the arena. Snape suddenly felt a searing sensation in his arm, knowing the Dark Mark had responded once more. Concurrently, the mad-eyed Moody, or rather, Barty Crouch Jr., sensed the same shift. He erupted into raucous laughter, his voice echoing throughout the competition grounds. Before the horrified eyes of the crowd, Moody's visage began to twist and contort, gradually revealing Barty Crouch Jr.'s true appearance. "Barty Crouch Jr.," exclaimed several ministry officials who had dealt with him before, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. "Ha ha, my master has returned. Soon, this wizarding world shall be ruled by my master. Ha ha ha." Barty Crouch Jr. laughed with such fervor that tears nearly streamed from his eyes, his laughter laced with madness and triumph. He then fixed Dumbledore with a defiant gaze, as if proclaiming his victory. Prepared to collect the remains of the savior, he spat, his tone dripping with menace. The assembled crowd recoiled in shock, realizing the severity of the situation far exceeded their worst fears. Those at Hogwarts who were close to Harry felt a surge of anxiety. "Harry, please be safe." Hermione clenched her fists in worry, while Ron comfortingly patted her shoulder. Pansy and her companions, sensing an inexplicable unease, were also affected. After Barty was taken away by the ministry, everyone awaited anxiously. Suddenly, several figures materialized in the center of the open field. "Father?" Theodore murmured, gazing at one of the familiar men. "Harry." Ron and Hermione rushed toward the tall figure, who was holding a head-down Harry. Cough, cough. Harry suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughing, startling the tall man. Gurgen Gaunt, who was Gregory Goyle's father, causing him to set Harry down and step back. What a strange phenomenon, this savior. He was clearly struck by Voldemort's killing curse. Dumbledore and the others quickly gathered around, their expressions tense as they focused on Harry. Under their watchful eyes, Harry blinked awake, initially confused, then filled with panic and fear. The last image etched in his memory was that of a serpent lunging toward Draco. He had no time to ponder why he had returned from the dead, for he had been struck by the killing curse. All that occupied his mind was, Draco. Where's Draco? Harry urgently inquired of Hermione, disregarding the surrounding concerns. Hermione hesitated, recalling that Draco seemed to have been cradling someone in his arms, her gaze instinctively drifting toward that direction. Harry, ever perceptive, noticed her glance and followed it, catching only a glimpse of platinum hair, unable to discern the figure. Elated, Harry pushed through the crowd. Realizing what was happening, the others grew silent, parting to make way for him. Draco, are you all right? I saw that snake lunge at you. It terrified me. Harry's voice trembled as he gazed at Draco's pale face, a sharp pain piercing his heart. He gazed at Pansy, who was weeping uncontrollably, her eyes fixed upon him with an expression of fury. His gaze shifted to Lucius, who held Draco in his arms, the boy peacefully slumbering against his father's chest, his eyes tightly shut. A surge of profound dread engulfed Harry. He feared that Draco might never awaken. His feet felt as if they were encased in lead, rendering him immobile. Draco, please wake up, he whispered, his tears blurring his vision. Those around him stood in hushed silence, their expressions suffused with sympathy and concern. Finally, Lucius lifted his head upon hearing Harry's voice, his demeanor eerily calm, as if devoid of any emotional turbulence. Harry Potter? He intently fixed his gaze upon Harry's eyes, a complex light flickering within them. The atmosphere was thick with silence, broken only by Lucius's low, resonant voice. Why are you the one still alive? He murmured, seemingly perplexed and bewildered by the reality of the situation. Arthur Weasley, upon hearing this, felt his face flush with anger and was compelled to confront Lucius. Yet Molly restrained him. Her expression was grave as she subtly shook her head, advising Arthur against acting impulsively. As a perceptive mother, she appeared to have surmised certain truths, her heart heavy with anxiety and unease. Do you care for my little dragon? Lucius's words detonated like a bombshell in the ears of those present. The uninformed bystanders were momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the sudden inquiry. Yet Lucius continued unabated, seemingly oblivious to the reactions around him. But why do you love him yet fail to protect him? His voice bore an edge of reproach and inquiry, his gaze sharpening as it bore into Harry. He continued, my little dragon is terrified of pain. When he fell as a child, it took me ages to soothe him. Lucius's tone softened, as if he were lost in cherished memories. His lips quivered slightly, but then his expression hardened, his glare fierce as he gritted his teeth and spat. It's all because of you. All because of you, my little dragon. His voice faltered, tears cascading down his cheeks. Your love is truly perilous. Lucius clutched Draco tightly, resting his cheek against the boy's forehead, as if seeking solace in this gesture. His voice, heavy with sorrow, resonated. Did my dragon suffer terribly at Voldemort's hands? Would he blame me, his useless father, for not finding him sooner? Tears streamed from his eyes, falling onto Draco's pallid visage. Lucius's gaze was rife with self-reproach and guilt. It's all right. I will seek forgiveness from Voldemort. I will rescue my Draco, and then I will comfort him, soothe him. As he spoke, he tenderly caressed Draco's hair, as if trying to convey warmth and strength to his son through this simple act. However, his emotions suddenly escalated. He abruptly raised his head, his eyes alight with fury and hatred. But why do you have to be here? If not for you, if it weren't for you, Draco would never have been captured. Why must he endure such pain for your sake? In Lucius's eyes, Draco had attacked Voldemort only after witnessing him harm Harry Potter. Nagini had struck at Draco solely because he had assaulted Voldemort. Everything stemmed from the presence of this individual before him. It was because of him that his little dragon had been torn away. Dumbledore could not refrain from uttering words of comfort. Be silent. Lucius glared fiercely at Dumbledore, his gaze sweeping dismissively over Snape. Dumbledore, you promised me you would safeguard Draco. His tone was chillingly calm, as if the enraged outburst earlier had not been his. In truth, he had reached an agreement with Dumbledore when Draco was in his second year, ensuring the boy's safety in exchange for intelligence on Voldemort. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for Dumbledore, yet simultaneously believed in his capability to protect Draco. Yet what had Dumbledore done now? The crowd erupted in murmurs, realization dawning upon them as they beheld Dumbledore's silence, understanding that Lucius Malfoy's words bore an unsettling truth. Voldemort is dead. Are you satisfied now? Lucius nonchalantly tossed this monumental revelation into the air. The succession of shocking news nearly overwhelmed the minds of those present. Lucius suddenly lost interest in speaking. Whether it be love or hatred, Draco was no longer there, was he? My dragon, Daddy will take you home. Mummy has made your favorite green apple pie. She even reminded me to bring you back home today. Lucius rambled as he lifted Draco, his steps unsteady yet quickly regaining composure. Harry instinctively moved forward but was held in place by a piercing look from Lucius. Do not come any closer, Savior. If you remember that Draco died to save you. Lucius cast a cold glance at Harry. Do not disturb him any further. Harry found himself paralyzed, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Helplessly watching as Lucius vanished with Draco, the once proud and arrogant Mr. Malfoy now appeared so fragile and helpless. Harry stood silently, tears blurring his vision. He knew that all of this was his doing, a mistake he could never amend. He would carry this burden of guilt until his final breath. Once Lucius departed, whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Lucius's aura had been inexplicably intimidating, rendering them breathless. Harry, did you really defeat Voldemort? Cool. Ron's face was a mixture of surprise and excitement, yet tinged with skepticism. He felt that the situation seemed surreal, given that Voldemort was an immensely powerful dark wizard. Nevertheless, he admired Harry's bravery and strength. For vanquishing Voldemort was no small feat, however. Ron was unaware that he had momentarily zoned out, missing Lucius's earlier words. He was lost in thought, contemplating whether Harry truly possessed the capability to defeat Voldemort. Upon hearing Ron's words, an indescribable anguish and guilt surged within Harry. His complexion paled, lips quivered, and tears shimmered in his eyes. He murmured, almost inaudibly, no. Ron furrowed his brow, perplexed. What? He had not caught what Harry had just said. Assuming Harry had more to convey, Harry lifted his gaze to Ron, tears streaming down his cheeks. His voice, laced with despair and sorrow, declared, I said it wasn't me. It was Draco. With that proclamation, he collapsed to the ground, hands covering his face as he wept uncontrollably. Ron was taken aback. He had not anticipated such an emotional outburst from Harry. He attempted to console him, but was at a loss for words. The surrounding crowd remained silent, quietly observing Harry's breakdown. It was Draco who killed Voldemort, not me. I was struck by the killing curse, and Draco, in an effort to save me, cast the killing curse when Voldemort let his guard down, which is why the serpent he kept attacked Draco. Harry's heart was overwhelmed with sorrow, guilt, and regret, emotions crashing over him like relentless waves. He lamented his failure to timely recognize Draco's peculiarities, regretting that he had not safeguarded him adequately. His voice grew increasingly somber, as if bereft of all strength. Tears blurred Harry's vision, and he felt as though a gaping chasm had opened within his chest, an endless cold wind sweeping through, leaving him shivering. I should have been the one to die. What kind of savior am I? Harry wept in despair, tears cascading from the corners of his eyes, soaking his collar. His voice resonated with hopelessness and self-reproach, as if the very fabric of his world had crumbled. What kind of savior am I if I cannot even save the one I love? Everyone around him remained silent, listening to Harry's cries, their expressions grave and helpless. None knew how to comfort him, for the pain of losing a loved one was beyond words. Many girls felt their eyes welling with tears, empathizing deeply with Harry's sorrow. Even the usually resolute Hermione found herself at a loss, standing quietly beside him, her heart aching for his plight. Just then, Pansy approached Harry, forcefully pulling him up and delivering a sharp slap across his face. The resounding crack of her hand echoed in the air, leaving those nearby in stunned silence. Pansy's eyes blazed with fury and accusation as she glared at Harry, exclaiming, Have you cried enough? If so, then spend the rest of your life repenting to Draco. It's all your fault. Stunned by the blow, Harry found his tears momentarily halted. He lifted his gaze to meet Pansy's, her words piercing his heart like a dagger. He stood there, utterly lost, until Hermione and the others urged him toward the infirmary for examination. Draco and Ian fixated intently on the old footage playing before them, witnessing how Draco bore witness to the events that followed. The scene appeared so surreal, defying comprehension, yet it was undeniably real. They were currently enmeshed in a peculiar state. The experiences Draco endured were precisely the fragments of memory that Ian and Draco had lost. However, the Draco they beheld was merely a remnant of bygone days, not a living being. The wizarding world seemingly regained its former tranquility and serenity. The tale of Draco and Harry spread far and wide, echoing in every corner. The demise of Voldemort undoubtedly filled wizards with unrestrained joy, yet the tragic separation of Harry and Draco evoked profound regret. Rumors circulated that the Malfoy family had sealed their estate, rendering any sighting of a Malfoy member a rarity. Time passed silently, and 3 years slipped by. Suddenly, one day, an organization named the Saints swept through the wizarding world like a whirlwind. Surprisingly, the leader was not the well-known Grindelwald, but the both familiar and unfamiliar Narcissa Malfoy. This name was not unknown. Narcissa Malfoy, the the matriarch of the Malfoy family, wife of Lucius Malfoy, and mother of Draco Malfoy. Yet her display of formidable authority and impassioned speeches in public left even those who knew her feeling estranged. St. Dumbledore sighed. He had grown old and found himself unable to thwart Narcissa Malfoy, who eluded even his understanding. Oh, Malfoy, Dumbledore thought of that remarkable, compassionate child, and sighed once more. I hope the visitor bears no ill intent. Contrary to expectations, Narcissa did not seek to dominate the wizarding world as the next Dark Lord. Instead, she advocated for women, leveraging her connections to place her allies within the Ministry of Magic, initiating reforms to strive for fairness and justice. She collaborated with the government of ordinary citizens, dismantling the arrogance of wizards. She accomplished so much. Her husband, Lucius Malfoy, expanded the Malfoy family's enterprises several-fold, silently supporting Narcissa all the while. Yet every winter, they would vanish for a week. Silence enveloped everyone, as they all knew that day marked the anniversary of their only son, Draco Malfoy. Narcissa tenderly adorned the small grave before her with white roses. "Little dragon, has mother done well?" she murmured, her fingers grazing Draco's name on the tombstone. Her eyes brimming with tears, Lucius silently grasped Narcissa's hand, offering her strength. "Does mother resemble a savior more? Would you prefer mother over me?" "Mother, I still wish to hear tales of the savior." In a moment of reverie, Narcissa seemed to behold the young Draco, his wide eyes sparkling as he offered her an endearing smile. Chapter 179, Merlin and Ian 7. Draco had once believed that after his life reached its end, he would dissipate into oblivion. However, to his astonishment, he did not vanish. Instead, he found himself in a peculiar state, capable of observing all that transpired around him. He witnessed the magical realm reclaiming its former tranquility and harmony. He saw Hermione and Ron united in matrimony, establishing a joyful family, while Harry, through his fearless deeds, ascended to the status of a revered hero. He also observed his parents emerging from their sorrow, gradually regaining confidence in life and embarking on ventures of their own. The Malfoy family thus flourished, revitalized with newfound vigor. Yet, what perplexed Draco was that amidst all these joyous scenes, no one seemed to utter his name. His existence appeared to have been forgotten by the world, as if he had never been. When Draco awakened once more, he found himself beside his own gravestone. At times, he would quietly depart from this place, wandering about. The information he gathered was not entirely accurate, yet he remained unaware of this fact. Aside from his parents, no one recalled him. A wave of despondency surged within Draco, but he soon recognized that perhaps this was the fate he deserved. After all, to others, he was merely the child of a Death Eater. Even when he resolutely chose to protect his family and friends at a critical moment, making the right decision, he could no longer participate in the world's workings. Yet, he felt a profound peace within his heart. He understood that his sacrifices were not in vain, even if unacknowledged. He had contributed to the peace of the magical realm. He had bid farewell to many, including his parents, who departed not from illness but simply due to the passage of time, as well as Harry, who had lived a solitary life for reasons unknown. He observed those around him leaving this world one by one, yet he never caught sight of their souls. He could not help but begin to doubt whether he was indeed unique. He had once sought answers, yet to no avail. He knew not what all of this meant, nor what his future held. He could only silently accept it all and continue on. He felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness and loss. He was unsure how to confront this life, nor what he could still do. Day by day, he wandered the Malfoy estate, awaiting the passage of time. As time wore on, he increasingly felt as though he had been forgotten in this world. He began to yearn for the days gone by, those spent alongside his friends. Yet now, he was left alone, confronting this world in solitude. He did not know how long he would remain in this place, perhaps forever? He languidly lingered within the confines of Malfoy Manor, gradually learning to entertain himself. Following the demise of his parents, the estate had been entirely sealed off, its whereabouts unknown to anyone. The cleansing enchantments continued to uphold their efficacy. Draco relished drifting through the manor, intimately familiar with every nook and cranny. Though sleep was not a necessity for him, he still returned to his chamber each day, closing his eyes and allowing his consciousness to gradually submerge into the depths of his mind. This had become a cherished habit, despite the fact that slumber was not required for his existence. However, upon awakening today, he was beset by an unusual sensation, as if something were amiss. Descending the stairs, his gaze was instantly captured by a figure seated by the window. The individual bore a head of white, somewhat disheveled long hair, adorned with earrings that transitioned from pink to white, devoid of any semblance of femininity. Upon Draco's appearance, those violet eyes shifted towards him, glimmering with mirth. Draco found himself murmuring, "Merlin," a name that inexplicably surged into his mind. as if drawn forth from the recesses of a distant memory. At long last, I have found you, Draco. The book in Merlin's hands transformed into specks of light, dissipating into the air like an enchanting magic trick. He regarded Draco with a smile, his gaze imbued with an ineffable tenderness. Little did he know that his awareness of the world had never anticipated being barred from encountering the variables of his own existence. What astonished him further was how Draco Malfoy, whose soul burned with fervor, could appear here unscathed. It was only upon noticing the peculiar golden-red radiance encircling Draco's soul that Merlin came to the realization that it was he who had extended a helping hand. Why would this individual, typically preoccupied solely with his own offspring and indifferent to other matters, make an exception? Merlin lowered his gaze, concealing the depth of his contemplation. How enviable! Such profound protection was indeed tantalizing. Draco shuddered slightly. What, Merlin? Surely not. He had merely uttered the name in passing. If you wish, you may refer to me as the world, Merlin perceptively remarked, sensing Draco's discomfort. In truth, my current appearance is fashioned to resemble that of a child I hold dear. He focused intently on the boy before him, whose trajectory had successfully extricated him from the binds of fate, destined for an extraordinary path. Although he could not discern Draco's future, he could distinctly sense the unique abilities he possessed, powers potent enough to incite envy in any realm, endowed with the extraordinary capacity to alter destiny. Yet, beyond that, he found himself unable to perceive anything further. With curiosity swirling within him, Draco settled beside Merlin. He keenly sensed that Merlin bore him no ill will, thus he cautiously inquired, "Might I ask what brings you to seek me?" He sat there obediently, tilting his head to gaze at Merlin, his eyes sparkling with innocent wonder. Merlin could not help but acknowledge Draco's undeniable charm, and he instinctively reached out to gently tousle the boy's hair. In the presence of this child, he found it difficult to resist the surge of affection swelling within him. Yet, he was acutely aware that he must not interfere excessively with Draco's future. Thus, he gently responded, "In fact, there is nothing of particular significance." After all, Draco's future was fraught with uncertainties and challenges, and he could not ascertain its trajectory. Draco blinked, pondering for a moment before continuing. Then, "Are you intending to send me to the realm of the Grim Reaper?" He did not believe a world could be so devoid of engagement as to leave time for aimless wandering. As for his own distinctiveness, he assumed it stemmed from his soul. He had encountered the Grim Reaper at the moment of every death. Initially, he had felt trepidation, merely observing from a distance. Yet, as he grew weary of the unending monotony, he had even sought the Grim Reaper out, only to have it flee at the sight of him. The recollection of that hasty retreat left him with a profound sadness. "I cannot intervene in your future. Do you harbor any wishes, Draco?" Merlin suddenly paused, a realization dawning upon him. So his presence was indeed an integral part of this scenario. Draco began to earnestly contemplate his desires, a question he had never considered, for he had never truly yearned for anything. Initially, he thought he sought eternal slumber, yet a voice deep within him vehemently countered that notion. No, what he desired extended beyond that. He recognized that perhaps he had always harbored a wish, only unaware of it until now. "I wish to alter my destiny. To no longer be ensnared in an endless cycle," Draco murmured softly. "I yearn for a world where everyone is happy," he added, his voice quivering. He was unwilling to accept this fate. He was a Malfoy, and he inherently deserved to revel in the best of everything. Draco felt a premonition that Merlin would acquiesce to any request he made. Merlin nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. He pondered that the purpose behind the bestowed protection was likely to ensure Draco's happiness, though he had not anticipated Draco's reckless yet instinctual entanglement in cycles. Moreover, due to the protection, Merlin found himself unable to intervene. This serendipitous twist had led to the current outcome. It was not inherently negative, viewed from another perspective. Sacrificing Draco for the sake of severing the threads of fate seemed a fair trade. However, was Draco, the true protagonist, truly content with this conclusion? Would he be willing to forge such a world himself? Merlin smiled, utterly unperturbed by the implications of his words. "Me? Is it truly possible?" Draco struggled to grasp Merlin's meaning, yet the prospect of creating a world of his own stirred something within him. He had to admit, the thought intrigued him. Undoubtedly, Draco possessed the qualifications to achieve such a feat. After all, it was not unheard of for a single individual to alter the course of an entire world, even to become the essence of that world. Merlin was momentarily taken aback. To become the world? He scrutinized the protective aura surrounding Draco. Now it became clear. This protection was indeed profound. Draco's soul harbored immense energy, and what had been granted to him was not merely the ability to change the world, but rather the potential for Draco to create a world of his own, a world governed by Draco himself. Merlin could not help but tremble at the audacity of such a concept. He gazed at Draco, whose eyes shone with longing. To be honest, while he possessed numerous subworlds. They resembled mere branches extending from a grand tree. He had never encountered anyone who had become the consciousness of a world. For a moment, Merlin found himself at a loss. He resolved to first provide Draco with books on managing and creating worlds, allowing him to study the material independently. Meanwhile, Merlin prepared to venture to a neighboring world to seek insights, as he understood that such experiences had occurred there, potentially offering him some enlightenment. He hurriedly departed, leaving behind a multitude of tomes. However, he neglected to inform Draco of the perils of experimentation and the differing temporal flows between worlds. Draco was bewildered yet obediently began to peruse the texts, initially anticipating them to be obscure and convoluted. He was blissfully unaware that the protective aura enveloping him would resolve all his challenges. The more he gazed, the more enraptured he became. Although he realized that his understanding of the concept of creating worlds differed from that of Merlin, the notion of crafting an entire world was undeniably exhilarating. Having perused all the tomes, Draco felt an eager anticipation. Little did he know that Merlin had withheld a crucial piece of information, the vital method of transforming a being into a world. Draco believed he had grasped the essence of it. For the first time, he harnessed the power of his soul and departed from the complex emotions of his current realm. Before his departure, he ventured into the domain of death itself, and under the astonished gaze of the Grim Reaper, he seized several souls, choosing a few that caught his fancy. Although Draco was filled with curiosity about the wonders of the Starry Sea, he sensed that he had reached the limits of his current position. He calculated his location, perfect, neither too close nor too far from Merlin, with no other worlds in sight. A twinge of nervousness gripped him, as this was his inaugural attempt, and he remained uncertain of his success. He retrieved the world core bestowed upon him by Merlin, closed his eyes, and began to envision the nascent form of the world he had contemplated countless times before. The core radiated with brilliant light, and a small world gradually took shape from nothingness. Upon opening his eyes, Draco clicked his tongue in mild disappointment. Just as he sought to conceive the idea of an ancient Eastern empire, he found his soul's power waning. All right, the final step. Draco perceived the mark of world authority upon his soul, yet he understood that the consciousness of the world could not intervene in its operation at will. Driven by selfish motives, he resolved to invest half of his soul into the world. Just as he began to split off a small gray mass of his soul, he collapsed into the void, losing consciousness. At that moment, a golden red light enveloped him, tenderly entwining him and the small mass, continuously channeling energy into them. Somewhere in an unknown dimension, a presence opened its eyes, gazing through the fabric of time and space at Draco. What a mischievous child, it sighed softly, its tone laced with warmth and a hint of reproach, akin to a parent witnessing their child stumble. One could only say that ignorance breeds fearlessness. The soul is the most enigmatic of entities. Moreover, once one becomes the consciousness of a world, they can no longer re-enter it, a truth universally acknowledged among worlds. Fortunately for Draco, he carried a protective blessing. Merlin never anticipated that upon returning from his brief excursion, Draco would be missing. An unsettling premonition gripped him. Sure enough, when he finally located Draco, a small world had already formed, while Draco lay in slumber, accompanied by another sleeping half. Merlin was torn between anger and relief. Draco's reckless actions, hastily splitting his soul, had not resulted in harm. It could only be said that the blessing was extraordinarily potent. Truly, Mr. Porcelain was remarkable. Merlin placed Draco's soul within the world core for nurturing, awaiting Draco's rebirth. He hurriedly transmitted knowledge about the responsibilities of world consciousness to the slumbering mass. Gently, he caressed the small entity, knowing that he could no longer intervene. This was the rule and a safeguard for the newly born world. After a moment of contemplation, he reached out, though uncertain of his actions. A faint name flickered across the sleeping gray mass. Ian, the one who bears the glory of the Creator. Chapter 180. Does anyone care about me? Draco and Ian exchanged glances, both unsure of how to interpret the situation. Was Draco truly that brave? They fell into a silence until Draco suddenly erupted into laughter. Ian looked at him in confusion, but seeing Draco's joy, he couldn't help but join in the laughter. The images of the past played out like an immersive holographic film, lingering in the small world beneath them. The two sat cross-legged, quietly observing the world below. Draco and Ian hesitated to speak. Unlike Draco, who was gradually regaining memories as the main entity, Ian only realized certain truths upon witnessing the images of the past. Even so, he felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. His memories began from the moment he awoke. He had little connection to what had transpired before. Ian's emotions were complex. He felt a pang of sorrow for Draco's experiences. But this sentiment did not stem from his own self. It was more akin to the feelings of an observer or a friend. Despite his sympathy for Draco, He found it difficult to fully immerse himself in Draco's role. At that moment, he fell into a state of confusion and helplessness, questioning, "Who am I, really?" "It's all right, Ian." Draco noticed the shift in Ian's expression, and after a moment of reflection, he discerned Ian's inner turmoil. "Since the moment you were born, you are no longer Draco." Draco gazed at Ian with understanding and compassion in his eyes. "You are not me. You possess independent thought and a unique emotional landscape." Draco firmly believed that he and Ian were not one and the same, although they shared a history and bond. This did not alter the fact that they were distinct entities. Ian's understanding derived from his own experiences and growth, rather than merely being an extension of Draco. Ian was simply Ian. Draco studied Ian's face, which resembled his own so closely. Despite the striking similarities, people could easily discern their differences. Draco understood that Ian was a self-sufficient individual, charting his own life path and future. He would witness Ian evolve into a better version of himself. Ian paid little heed to the opinions of others, but held unwavering faith in every word spoken by Draco. This trust originated from the depths of his being. Steadfast and resolute, he quickly cast aside his previous feelings of dejection, his bright eyes fixed intently on Draco. "I like Draco the most." Ian excitedly leapt into Draco's embrace, unabashedly expressing his emotions. Without a doubt, Draco was the most remarkable person in Ian's eyes, unmatched by anyone else. However, Draco suddenly felt an odd sensation. Did Ian perceive him as a father figure? He shook his head, dismissing the thought as absurd and laughable. A soft chuckle escaped him. He gently stroked Ian's hair, relishing the soft and warm texture beneath his fingers. "Ah, this feels delightful. Perhaps this is why everyone enjoys ruffling his hair." Did the souls he casually collected belong to Harry and the others? After savoring the warmth of Draco's embrace, Ian reluctantly released him. "Oh dear. I wouldn't want Draco to think I'm a creep," he giggled. "Draco smells so good." Suddenly, Ian recalled that before Draco departed from the original world, he seemed to have taken some local specialties with him. Indeed, Draco also recalled. Thus, it appeared that those who could hear your heart's voice were likely the souls you had taken with you at that time. Ian swiftly recalled the fleeting images he had seen. Although it lasted but a moment, Ian was no fool. "So, that's true. Ian is quite impressive." Draco smiled, affirming Ian's words. In truth, he had known all along. His memories had largely returned during his last dream. Ian's heart soared at Draco's praise, unable to suppress a silly grin as he covered his face. He felt incredibly fortunate to have encountered such a remarkable Draco. "I really want to be with you forever," Ian cooed, wrapping his arms around Draco once more. Draco smiled gently, softly patting Ian's back, and said, "We will always be together, my half." Upon hearing this, Ian felt a warm glow in his heart, overwhelmed by happiness. He silently vowed to cherish every moment spent with Draco, nurturing their bond to grow ever deeper. Likewise, Draco treasured every second they shared. Their connection transcended mere love. It was a profound and intricate bond. Hey, is there truly no one who cares about me?" Merlin had stood by for quite some time, yet this pair in their own world seemed oblivious to his presence. "Ian, you must have seen me, right? Hey, don't turn away. You clearly noticed me." All the time they spent together felt ultimately wasted on him. Draco gazed at Merlin, his eyes crinkling into a smile as he extended his hand. "After such a long separation, shouldn't we embrace?" Merlin, upon seeing Draco's beaming smile, found his irritation dissipating. He approached, playfully flicked Ian's forehead, earning a yelp and a sheepish grin in return. Then, he fixed a steady gaze on Draco, gently enveloping him in a warm embrace. "Long time no see, Draco," Merlin sighed, having always kept an eye on the little world of Draco and Ian. In truth, his own world was without issue. He could even adjust its timeline at will. However, he wished to see his child, that worrisome little one. Hence, he had intentionally sought Ian's attention. As for the heart's whispers, the inhabitants of their world could hear them solely because Merlin had granted them a small concession. "I worry about you, Draco," Merlin candidly expressed. It must be quite difficult. His concern for the boy was palpable. Draco smiled and shook his head. "I am fine, Merlin. Moreover, I am not alone. I have Ian." Merlin turned to Ian and said with a smile, "Indeed, you both surprise me. However, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, remember to seek me out." Ian nodded earnestly, not wishing to continue any quarrels with Merlin. In the past, wasn't I a bit arrogant about my identity back then?" At this moment, Merlin seemed to recall something, pulling out a book and handing it to Draco. "This is a gift for you. It may prove useful." Draco accepted the book, and as he opened it, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. "This is, the Book of Creation," Merlin replied without further elaboration, already aware of where the two children would venture next. "I hope it aids you." Draco gazed at Merlin with gratitude. "Thank you, Merlin." He silently noted Merlin's kindness. "Fear not, old friend. You nurture us while we care for you in your old age. Ian remained silent, his small chest puffed out, his intentions clear. No need for thanks, my child. Merlin ruffled Draco's hair and glanced at Ian, his lips twitching slightly. You sigh. With that, Merlin turned to leave, leaving Draco and Ian standing in place. What did Merlin mean by that? Ian looked back at Draco, bewildered. He has always been this way, Draco chuckled. Perhaps he was so moved by Ian that he was rendered speechless? Now he was likely off somewhere shedding tears. Ah, the elderly are like that, brimming with emotions. Ian feigned maturity, shaking his head. The two exchanged a knowing smile, then took each other's hands, together admiring the newly birthed little world beneath their feet. Until Draco fell asleep. When Draco awoke, he felt as joyful as a cheerful little bird, a sweet smile permanently gracing his lips. As he stretched lazily, he reveled in the beautiful morning. Did you sleep well? Harry inquired softly, tenderly brushing Draco's hair with delicate care. Draco sat languidly in the chair, yawning now and then. Yet his eyes shimmered with a sense of contentment. Hearing Harry's question, he broke into a joyful smile, as if the entire world had brightened. Very well. I dreamt of the past, Draco replied, locking eyes with Harry through the mirror, his gaze sparkling. Harry's hand paused momentarily before returning to its gentle rhythm, smiling nonchalantly. Is that so? Was it something from childhood? Harry gazed intently into Draco's clear, water-like eyes, curiosity radiating from his face with an air of sincerity. Indeed. It was something from long ago with you, Harry, Draco replied, a hint of nostalgia and profundity lacing his tone, his gaze deepening as if seeking to peer into Harry's very soul. Harry has always liked me, he remarked quietly, his voice tinged with emotion. Harry lowered his gaze, unable to meet Draco's eyes, his hand trembling slightly with the comb. An invisible force seemed to stir something within him, and his thoughts drifted to a distant past. Yes, I have always liked Draco, Harry whispered, his tone imbued with genuine feeling. Draco withdrew his gaze, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems Harry retains memories from a previous life. This revelation brought him immense joy and satisfaction. He began to hum a cheerful tune, delighting in the tranquility and beauty of the moment. As Draco sang, he allowed Harry to tenderly comb his hair. Was it only Harry who possessed memories from a past life? Or did others share this experience as well? This question ignited his curiosity, prompting him to ponder deeply. Who could orchestrate such a phenomenon? Familiar names flitted through his mind, only to be dismissed swiftly. Sir? No, he is not one to engage in such mischief. Ian? Perhaps Ian has yet to consider these matters. Then, only the idle Merlin remains. Draco mused, a sly grin creeping across his face. He could not deny that Merlin's actions delighted him. Draco never considered himself a great person, and he was perhaps indifferent to the accolades and honors that others sought. But why conceal good deeds? What difference did it make if others knew? Draco surmised who might be privy to the truth, aside from those who could hear his thoughts. There were no others. Upon arriving at the Great Hall, Draco and Harry were astonished to find their friends gathered together in rare unity. The moment Draco entered, a dozen pairs of eyes immediately focused on him before quickly diverting their attention, only to glance back after a moment. Draco felt a tinge of exasperation. At the high table, Snape gripped his knife and fork tightly before gradually loosening his grip. As long as Draco is well, he thought. Dumbledore, feeling the piercing gazes of the four house heads, could not help but smile wryly. He has changed, truly, please believe him. He leaned helplessly towards Grindelwald, seeking a measure of solace. This world was rife with indifference and cruelty. Only Grindelwald could provide him with warmth. Meanwhile, Grindelwald reveled in Dumbledore's affectionate embrace. Although he too had dreamt of certain visions, he was unconcerned, for he was now exceedingly content. Both he and Dumbledore were among the first to sense the anomaly. As wizards, they rarely dreamt, but when they did, it invariably signified that something significant was about to transpire. The househeads evidently shared the same sentiment. Hastily convening in Dumbledore's office that morning, after sharing their dreams, they were astonished to discover they had all experienced the same vision, Draco's thousandth cycle. The dream abruptly ended as Draco expressed his desire for a world where everyone is happy. When Hermione and the others rushed into the headmaster's office in a near panic, Dumbledore had already understood the situation. It appeared that everyone who could hear Draco's innermost thoughts had experienced the same dream. He patiently soothed the children's emotions, watching as they gradually calmed down. Under the gaze of their peers, Draco and Harry took their seats. An air of awkwardness hung over the group, as they were unsure of what to say. It was Hermione who first broke the silence, her eyes reflecting a hint of tension and concern. Draco, did you sleep well last night? Draco smiled and nodded, replying, quite well, indeed. I dreamed of the past, and Harry was truly adorable. His words were somewhat ambiguous, yet he spoke no falsehood. Draco wore an innocent expression, and a thought crossed his mind. He knew that everyone had likely dreamt of the same content. Glancing around, he noticed a complex array of emotions on their faces: sympathy, anxiety, and a barely perceptible sadness. "Ah, I see," Hermione remarked nonchalantly. "No wonder you're in such good spirits today." A few eavesdropping on the conversation let out a sigh of relief, realizing that Draco's dream differed from theirs. "That's wonderful, Draco." Only Harry, unnoticed by the others, wore an impassive expression, lost in thought, before donning a smile that concealed any signs of distress. Chapter 181, Draco's Dilemma. Draco felt overwhelmed by the recent excessive warmth from those around him, which left him somewhat troubled. Lucius, Narcissa, and Snape had also shared the same dream. Yet adults were far better at managing their emotions than children. It was truly a sweet burden. After once again diplomatically refusing Pansy's overwhelming, almost maternal concern, Draco resolved to have a candid conversation with his friends. "You all have been acting rather strangely lately." Typically adorned with a smile, Draco's countenance was uncharacteristically serious this time. He sighed inwardly, initially finding it amusing, but he did not want his friends to perceive him as fragile. While he appreciated their concern and attention, his hesitance to immediately inform Ian of Merlin's influence stemmed from this very reason. He understood Merlin's intentions, merely to convey the immense effort and sacrifice Draco had made to create the perfect conditions for their world. He could not fault Merlin. After all, in a sense, Merlin was akin to a mentor. "What is going on?" Draco gazed at his friends, his voice tinged with confusion. His gray-blue eyes scanned their faces, searching for answers. Draco certainly was not genuinely angry, yet he could not directly confess, "I know you all dreamt about me." It would sound utterly absurd. He simply wished for his friends to return to normalcy and to cease their excessive concern for him. If they were to discover that Draco also remembered the dream, he was certain that he would be met with an even more intense and terrifying display of affection. At that point, it might not just be his friends. Even the elders could become involved. Hermione and Pansy exchanged glances, seemingly unable to elucidate this peculiar phenomenon. Ultimately, it was Blaise who bravely stepped forward to shatter the silence. "We're not sure what is happening. We just woke up feeling an overwhelming urge to be kind to you." Blaise endeavored to make his gaze appear more sincere, trying to convince Draco of his honesty. "Me too," Theodore quickly chimed in, his deep-set eyes revealing a hint of determination. "Same here." Ron raised his arm enthusiastically, his face radiating warmth. Draco, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, internally lamenting, "What a ridiculous reason, Blaise. What on earth are you doing? Where has your intelligence run off to?" "All right, enough of this. Just act normal," Draco retorted before turning on his heel and striding away, with Harry hurriedly following behind. His friends stood in place, exchanging bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss. However, it wasn't long before they realized that Draco genuinely disliked their excessive concern and care. "Is Draco angry?" Pansy asked anxiously, gazing in the direction Draco had departed. "He shouldn't be," Ron replied with conviction. Given his understanding of Draco, he knew Draco wouldn't harbor resentment over this matter. "Everyone seems a bit off lately," Hermione reflected thoughtfully on her own behavior. "But I can't help wanting to treat Draco better." Neville leaned dejectedly against the sofa, pondering whether Draco felt exhausted from it all, time and again. "Me too." Pansy bit her lip, equally disheartened. The moment she saw Draco, she was inevitably reminded of the scenes from her dream. "Perhaps we should consult Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape to see if there's a way to manage this," Hermione suggested, unable to suppress her own inclinations. Ron nodded in agreement. "Yes, let us go to the headmaster. Perhaps they can assist us." George and Fred exchanged glances, both in accord. Thus, the group set off toward the headmaster's office in a determined procession. Upon reaching the door, just as they were about to knock, it swung open on its own. Dumbledore greeted them with a smile, as if he had anticipated their arrival. "Come in, children," he beckoned them inside. As they entered the room, they were surprised to find Professor Snape present as well. "Headmaster, Professor Snape," Hermione began, "we've been feeling compelled to treat Draco well lately, but it seems to be causing him distress. We wanted to ask if there's a solution." Dumbledore smiled and replied, "I am aware of the situation. It is indeed a delicate matter." "Severus?" Snape furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, "Such impulsive emotions are uncontrollable, yet you must learn to rein them in." Ron, somewhat indignant, protested, "But it's genuinely difficult for us to control." Dumbledore paused for a moment before speaking. "I am pleased to see that you come to your teachers for help when faced with problems, but regarding this issue, I can only offer two rather immature suggestions." "What are those suggestions, Headmaster?" the group inquired curiously. "The first solution is to help you forget the unpleasant memory," Dumbledore said lightly. He confidently asserted that if he and Snape were to handle it, there would be no lingering repercussions. "No, absolutely not. That cannot be." The group collectively objected to Dumbledore's first proposal, believing that they could not simply forget the painful experience. After all, Draco had sacrificed so much, and they wanted to remember. In that case, children, would you be willing to learn how to express yourselves correctly? Dumbledore observed the group of young ones huddled together, chattering away, without any signs of surprise on his face. True friendship is not merely about care and concern. It is about providing support and encouragement when the other is in need. You must learn to express your affection in the right way, rather than allowing it to become a burden. Dumbledore elucidated. Draco is simply Draco. You should be able to discern this, shouldn't you, my young ladies and gentlemen? Dumbledore's gaze was gentle and profound, as if capable of perceiving the innermost thoughts of each individual present. As the headmaster's words resonated, the assembly nodded thoughtfully, beginning to reflect upon their actions. They came to realize that their exuberance and excessive attention towards Draco might have rendered him uncomfortable. We understand what must be done, Headmaster, Hermione declared resolutely. Her astute mind swiftly grasped Dumbledore's intent, and she resolved to initiate change. Very well, let us return. Remember, true friendship is founded upon mutual respect and understanding. Dumbledore observed them with a sense of relief, trust shimmering in his eyes. As they gradually departed from the headmaster's office, they carried within them newfound clarity. They recognized the necessity of granting Draco more space and freedom. Reflecting on their recent behaviors, they couldn't help but facepalm in unison. Indeed, they had been overly zealous, blurring the lines between dreams and reality. Their Draco was strong and resilient, gentle yet intelligent. This world would undoubtedly be as delightful as Draco had envisioned in his dreams. Their concerns had been unfounded. Their intentions, though well-meaning, had inadvertently burdened him. When they discovered Harry and Draco by the Black Lake, they refrained from overwhelming enthusiasm, behaving much more naturally, reminiscent of times past. Draco sensed the shift in his friend's demeanor. A subtle smile graced his lips, a flicker of unnoticeable emotion glimmering in his eyes. He preferred the unrestrained nature of his friends rather than their cautiousness in his presence. Ron and the others gathered around Draco, casually discussing recent trivial events, creating an atmosphere of warmth and joy. Only Hermione, increasingly familiar with the scene, felt her heart skip a beat as her gaze instinctively wandered towards Harry. Observing Harry's unresponsive demeanor, she pondered if perhaps she was overthinking. Perhaps this place merely resembled the spot where Draco had been captured by the young Barty Crouch. Draco had suggested their outing primarily to afford them some space for contemplation. When Harry joined them, he said nothing, silently grasping Draco's hand as they wandered aimlessly together. Unconsciously, they made their way to the edge of the Black Lake. With each step, Harry felt an undeniable sense of familiarity enveloping him. In a moment of reverie, he envisioned the snow-laden Hogwarts, picturing Draco sprawled on the ground. He halted, his body tensing. Harry? Draco sensed the thoughts racing through Harry's mind. Yet that had been his intention in bringing Harry here. He wished for Harry to release the burdens he carried. Although everything appeared unchanged, Draco understood Harry too well. Aware of the turbulent emotions simmering beneath his calm facade, Draco casually found a spot to sit, patting the space beside him, inviting Harry over. Harry hesitated momentarily, but ultimately approached. Harry, Draco regarded him with a serene expression. Harry came to a stop, each step feeling as if it could carve a pit into the ground. A forced smile graced his face, yet it appeared feeble and insipid. Draco, I suddenly realized we haven't visited the healer in ages. I wonder if it misses us. Harry, come here. Draco's gaze remained fixed on Harry. He knew that Harry would never refuse him, no matter the request. Indeed, Harry had never been able to deny Draco. Gradually, he moved closer, settling beside Draco, his eyes wandering restlessly, seemingly reluctant to meet Draco's gaze. He turned his head, admiring the enchanting scenery before him. Despite it being autumn, he envisioned a world draped in silver, the biting cold wind a stark contrast to the warmth of his memories. Snowflakes danced down, blanketing the earth in pristine white. Harry despised the color white. Harry, I adore the snow, Draco remarked, gazing ahead, unperturbed by Harry's sudden turn. Do you enjoy the snow? Draco turned to regard Harry gently. As children, snowy days were our most anticipated moments. Draco's laughter echoed with joy. We built a massive snowman in the garden, only for it to be accidentally toppled by Sirius. We cried in sorrow, and ended up catching colds from our snow play. Sirius was banned from Malfoy Manor for a few days. Harry's thoughts drifted alongside Draco's voice, reminiscing. Yes, he cherished snowy days, not merely the snow itself, but the company he shared them with. He recalled their childhood, filled with wonder and dreams. Each winter, as snowflakes fell, the world transformed into a breathtaking winter wonderland. They frolicked in the garden, crafting snowballs, engaging in snowball fights, and constructing snowmen, all activities that brought them immeasurable joy. The towering snowman was a testament to their combined efforts. Even if it met an untimely end at the hands of Sirius, those joyous moments remained forever etched in his heart. Harry understood that nothing could be hidden from Draco. Does it hurt, Draco? Harry felt his vision blur, his voice trembling as he reached out toward Draco, hesitating as he considered pulling away. Without hesitation, Draco leapt into Harry's embrace. It doesn't hurt, Harry. It doesn't hurt, he reiterated. He felt the dampness on his shoulder, a pang of compassion swelling within him, mingling with an indescribable sensation. He lifted his hand, gently guiding Harry's head away to scrutinize his face. Those emerald eyes he adored, now clouded with tears, held a haunting beauty he had never seen before. Harry remained silent, tears streaming quietly down his cheeks. Draco did not exert force. Harry obediently followed his lead, lowering his gaze to meet Draco's. So beautiful, Draco thought, captivated by Harry's tear-streaked visage. Harry mine, you mustn't reveal this side of yourself to anyone else, Draco said with a sweet smile, his eyes brimming with possessiveness. He relished the sight of Harry in distress, a tingling electricity coursing through him. He did not comprehend this sensation. Was it love? He did not know. However, he was certain that as long as Harry remained by his side, he would eventually come to understand it. Yes, I am Draco's. Harry feared most that Draco would cease to care for him. Ever since dreaming of those events, he had awoken countless times, his heart weighed down with unease. He felt sorrow for Draco, yet he understood that compassion alone was futile. What had transpired could not be altered, but in the present and the future, he would safeguard Draco, cherishing all that Draco held dear. Harry was not difficult to console. As long as Draco continued to need him and cherished him, that was enough. Whether deemed indifferent or unfeeling, his heart only belonged to Draco. He gazed into Draco's eyes, brimming with possessiveness, and smiled contentedly. He tenderly placed a kiss upon Draco's forehead. Chapter 182. What kind of world awaits? By the way, what will the next world be like? Ron, initially sprawled comfortably on the couch, indulging in snacks while engrossed in a book, appeared utterly content. However, suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he sprang from the sofa and hurried to Draco's side, leaning over the back of the couch with an eager expression. Hey, Draco, did you know? I just thought of something. What will the next world be like? Upon hearing Ron's words, Hermione and their companions ceased their perusal of books, lifting their heads in thoughtful contemplation. Indeed, as they calculated the time, it appeared that the next opening of the time portal was imminent. Draco furrowed his brow and, after a moment of reflection, inquired, Ron, do you recall the literary masterpiece we once watched, Bungo Stray Dogs? Hermione and the others had not seen this work. Thus their curiosity about Ron's reaction was piqued, and they turned their gazes toward him. Ron's expression slightly contorted, revealing a hint of anguish as he remarked, Ah, in that world, everyone seems to possess 800 hearts, don't they? He was inevitably transported back to the moments spent watching the anime, feeling as if he had morphed into an innocent little lamb, ensnared by the cunning characters. Hearing Ron's description, Hermione and Theodore's curiosity ignited fervently. They began to envision just how intricate and daunting such a world could be. Meanwhile, Neville, Pansy, and others found it utterly unfathomable how terrifying that world could be. After all, if even Ron, a natural skeptic, claimed that the inhabitants had 800 hearts, it must indeed be a source of great perplexity. Indeed, Draco mused, deep in thought. According to Ian, it seems there is not merely one world but a confluence of worlds, and it carries a degree of peril. He knitted his brow, pondering the implications of this newfound discovery. What is the matter? Pansy, noticing Draco's serious demeanor, leaned in with feigned casualness, unable to suppress her curiosity, and asked, Is there some grand secret? Please share it with us. It is a confluence of worlds, Draco replied, snapping back to reality, eagerly elucidating to his friends. His tone bore a trace of excitement, as if he found this revelation immensely intriguing. Upon hearing Draco's words, each person exhibited a distinct reaction. Harry's eyes widened in surprise. Hermione frowned slightly, contemplating the implications. Neville appeared perplexed, unsure of what it meant. Pansy, however, displayed astonishment, exclaiming, Wow, are the worlds stitched together? How marvelous! I never imagined such a world could exist. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, brimming with anticipation for this confluence of worlds. Yet, beside them, Blaise shook his head. A worried expression etched upon his face. He believed that a confluence of worlds sounded exceedingly complex and potentially fraught with danger. After all, the disparities in rules and powers between different worlds were vast, and entering such a realm could entail numerous unforeseen challenges. Draco observed the varied reactions of his companions, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. He understood that in light of this new revelation, they would require further understanding and preparation. Nevertheless, the emergence of this confluence of worlds undoubtedly bestowed upon their lives new possibilities and adventures. A confluence of worlds, as the term suggests, is a unique existence formed from the amalgamation of two or more realms. Draco began to articulate this concept slowly, his voice imbued with a hint of mystery. As he detailed the unfamiliar yet wondrous notion to Harry, Ron, Hermione, and the others, the worlds are not impervious. Some relatively fragile worlds may merge with others that have yet to develop a consciousness, striving for self-perfection. This amalgamation not only enhances their stability, but also infuses them with new vitality and potential. Draco continued, his gaze reflecting a deep curiosity about this phenomenon. So, how many worlds comprise the confluence we are about to enter? Hermione eagerly pressed on, her excitement shining through as she adjusted her glasses. She was filled with anticipation for the world of Bungo's stray dogs, brimming with its 800 hearts. As far as I know, it is composed of 3 worlds, Draco replied, his tone laced with a hint of surprise. Even more astonishingly, this confluence possesses 3 distinct world consciousnesses. He couldn't help but marvel at the thought, speculating whether the coexistence of 3 world consciousnesses would lead to conflicts among them. Harry pondered briefly, recalling that Draco had primarily mentioned Bungo's stray dogs, indicating that it would likely dominate. If that were the case, then the worlds merging should ideally align with a similar energy system to that of Bungo's stray dogs. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his eyes lit up. What about Detective Conan and Kay? He considered that these 2 works would not seem out of place within the world of Bungo's stray dogs. Although Detective Conan features ordinary individuals, some exhibit capabilities far beyond the norm. For instance, Ran can kick down a telephone pole, and Kigoku can shatter walls. Such abilities could easily be classified as supernatural powers in other anime or novels. Conversely, revolves around supernatural themes, with its royalty wielding various supernatural abilities. While these powers may appear somewhat overpowered, viewing them as unique abilities makes sense. Well done, Harry, Draco praised, casting an admiring glance at Harry. Harry, noticing Draco's playful expression, shook his head in exasperation but wore a fond smile. He gently squeezed Draco's hand in acknowledgement. Ron suddenly felt somewhat extraneous, as if he had become the proverbial third wheel in their exchange. Silently, he shifted positions, resting his head on Blaze's shoulder, and began to converse quietly with him. Kay, Detective Conan? Theodore furrowed his brow, lost in thought, murmuring the names. Kay, King. Draco shot a surprised glance at Theodore, secretly admiring his keen insight. He hadn't anticipated Theodore grasping the crux so swiftly. Draco succinctly summarized the narratives of the 3 worlds, providing his friends with a deeper understanding of this confluence. Who wishes to experience it? Draco invited. Due to certain dangers, Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Green will accompany us this time. We'll pass. Business at the Magical Tricks Workshop has been thriving lately. George and Fred exchanged glances and shrugged in unison. Being busy was one aspect. Another was their lack of interest in those worlds. They enjoyed seeking amusement, but did not wish to be the source of it. I can't either. Professor Sprout is quite pleased with my herbology talents. She intends to cultivate my skills, and even suggested I remain as a professor after graduation. Neville expressed some regret, but was not particularly inclined towards adventure. He preferred the company of plants. If it were a world of fairies, he might have been more intrigued. Ron and Blaze shared a disinterest in the 3 worlds, and after careful consideration, they decided against going, thinking they might have another opportunity in the future. Ron felt that his primary need was to study rather than gallivanting about. Although he yearned to explore those mysterious realms, he recognized his own lack of diligence and did not wish to be a hindrance. Blaze, for his part, had family matters to attend to and could not afford to be away from England for too long. Nevertheless, they all expressed that if such an opportunity arose again, they would certainly partake. After all, who could resist such an alluring temptation? Theodore, due to his frail health, found himself intrigued by the prospect of engaging in games with intelligent individuals. However, the notion of venturing into the fusion world struck him as excessively perilous. Cedric, in turn, devoted considerable thought to Theodore's well-being, and upon witnessing Theodore's decision to abstain from the adventure, he felt an involuntary sigh of relief escape his lips. After all, that realm was fraught with dangers, and given Theodore's precarious condition, the idea of embarking on a perilous quest was indeed a cause for concern. Nevertheless, one could hardly fault Cedric for exercising such caution. Since encountering the Mentor Fubuki Shiner, he had transformed from a model youth into an exceedingly prudent individual. He had learned to deliberate on every matter, proceeding with caution to avoid unnecessary entanglements. Thus, when it came to this potentially hazardous world, he was naturally reluctant to allow Theodore to take such risks. He was acutely aware of the disparity between himself and Harry's group. The fusion world did not seem as welcoming as their previous experiences, and he harbored no desire to hinder his friends. However, Hermione exhibited a keen interest in the adventure. As a clever and confident young woman, She yearned for self-discovery and to ascertain what she lacked in comparison to those preoccupied with their studies. Without hesitation, she expressed her willingness to partake in the endeavor. Meanwhile, Pansy, with an air of arrogance, elegantly tossed her hair as if to showcase her self-assurance. She boldly proclaimed her intent to protect others, presenting herself as a veritable pillar of strength among them. Yet, only the observant would notice the faint blush on her ears, betraying a hint of shyness beneath her confident facade. Surprisingly, Pansy was among the fastest practitioners in their group, her remarkable talent shining through. Her awakening revealed a rare affinity for the control element. At the time of her awakening, the others regarded her with a mix of astonishment and incredulity, for her newfound ability seemed at odds with her seemingly naive personality. They had not anticipated that the most innocent members of their small circle, Pansy and Neville, would possess such powers of control. Why can't I be a control type? I maintain control over every aspect of my appearance and demeanor, down to the last strand of hair. This was Pansy's own proclamation. The young lady could hardly tolerate any doubt cast upon her capabilities. How infuriating! Draco and the others understood. It was merely her perfectionism. Draco's capacity to lead was not explicitly limited. However, should the number of participants swell excessively, he might find it challenging to ensure everyone's safety. Though he yearned to bring as many friends as possible along, he was also acutely aware of the potential dangers that could befall them during this adventure. After all, even with the alchemical protective gear he had meticulously crafted for them, the risks could not be entirely mitigated. After careful consideration, Draco ultimately settled on the individuals who would accompany him: himself, Harry, Hermione, Pansy, and the formidable wizards Dumbledore and Grindelwald. This formidable and experienced assembly would be well equipped to tackle various challenges. When Lucius learned of this arrangement, he felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. He had longed to be by his son's side, sharing in the thrill of the experience. Unable to contain his emotions, he collapsed into the comforting embrace of his wife, Narcissa. Why am I so busy? I wish to join dear little Draco and Harry in their adventures. Narcissa patiently consoled her husband, her heart heavy with helplessness. Since Lucius began to dream, his work pace had noticeably intensified, and his expansion efforts were astonishingly rapid, leaving him perpetually fatigued. Fortunately, Regulus's health gradually improved, and he volunteered to assist Lucius in alleviating some of his work-related stress. Otherwise, given his current workload, Lucius might very well succumb to exhaustion. Thankfully, neither Lucius nor Narcissa directed their frustrations towards Harry. After all, Harry was the child they had nurtured, well aware of his character and values. However, Sirius found himself disheartened, appearing despondent as if he had lost all hope, once again falling into a state of melancholy. What a fragile heart! Regulus sighed, turning to Narcissa to explain the situation. After considering his words for a moment, Narcissa concluded, he simply has too much idle time on his hands. Indeed, when people find themselves unoccupied, their thoughts tend to wander, leading to emotional instability. Thus, Narcissa resolved to assign Sirius some tasks to keep him engaged. She proposed that he work for Lucius, with Regulus now awake, according to wizarding customs. Only he could rightfully inherit the Black family lineage, leaving Sirius without such status or identity. What? Does he expect to rely on his younger brother as an adult? What a disgrace. As a grown man, he ought to learn independence rather than depend on others. Narcissa believed that encouraging Sirius to work would not only provide him with purpose, but also help cultivate his abilities and sense of responsibility. Moreover, it would allow him to recognize his own worth, thus regaining his confidence and sense of direction. Most importantly, it would keep him from bothering her. Chapter 183, Dispersed. Draco and Harry exchanged a glance, both perceiving the same bewilderment reflected in each other's eyes. As the seconds ticked by, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, Harry finally broke the silence. We have separated from them. His tone remained calm as he scanned their surroundings. They found themselves alone in a narrow alley that felt rather ominous. Dumbledore and Grindelwald, who had ventured ahead, had vanished without a trace, while Hermione and Pansy, who should have followed shortly, had yet to arrive, prompting Draco to feel a swell of anxiety. He knew that Hermione and Pansy would not suddenly decide against coming. So where had the issue arisen? Draco's eyes widened in disbelief, as the situation exceeded his expectations. He was not particularly concerned for Dumbledore and Grindelwald, given their formidable powers, but his worry for Hermione and Pansy weighed heavily on him. Could it be that the existence of 3 world consciousnesses was the root of the problem? Despite having provided them with items for self-protection, the thought of Pansy's innocent nature set him on edge. If they were to encounter individuals like Dazai Osamu or Fyodor Dostoevsky, she might easily be ensnared, perhaps even exploited. Draco. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in Draco's mind. It belonged to Ian, who had not been heard from in quite some time. Upon recognizing Ian's voice, Draco furrowed his brow, a hint of urgency in his tone as he asked, "Ian, where are Hermione and Pansy?" For Draco, while he relished the thrill of exploring the unknown, he detested the aspect of uncertainty that lay beyond his control. In this moment, his heart was laden with apprehension. They are quite safe within the world of Detective Conan. Moreover, they have fortuitously encountered a kind-hearted individual. Ian's voice resonated once more. He had just given the three world consciousnesses of the fusion world a sound lesson. Of course, Ian was not acting alone. He had also reached out to a spell. He continued, "I've contacted the spell, and once Fubuki Shiner grants his approval, we will be sending him there as well." Yes, that place is indeed safe. Upon hearing this, Draco's concerns were somewhat alleviated, and he nodded in relief. Harry regarded Draco with a skeptical expression, his mind rife with doubts. How could a world where one misstep could lead to death, where Tokyo Tower might be obliterated today and the Twin Towers tomorrow, be deemed safe? Yet, upon deeper reflection, it seemed that in comparison to the other two worlds, this one could indeed be considered somewhat secure, especially with the presence of Fushiguro and Zenon accompanying them. Furthermore, judging by the multitude of defensive artifacts adorning Hermione and Pansy, it was evident that even in the epicenter of an explosion, they would emerge unscathed. Very well, if that is the case, then please convey to Hermione and the others that they may indulge freely in their pursuits. I shall take full responsibility for everything. Draco exhaled a sigh of relief, a flicker of barely perceptible coldness shimmering in his eyes. What, then, is the true nature of this world? After assuring himself of Pansy and Hermione's safety, Draco finally began to scrutinize the essence of this realm. In simple terms, the consciousness of the Bungo Stray Dogs world was hindered by a missing core, rendering it incapable of fully exerting its power. Despite its potential strength surpassing that of the other two worlds, its actual performance was markedly diminished. Ian silently lamented for the consciousness of these worlds, inwardly sighing. Alas, it seems Draco is somewhat agitated. Each world's consciousness instinctively seeks to avoid being consumed by another. And although they have fused, the timelines of these three worlds remain in utter disarray. Thus, they can only coexist within three distinct regions, remaining mutually exclusive. Kei's domain lies in Tokyo. Detective Conan's realm is situated in the bustling streets of Mifune Town, while Bungo Stray Dogs claims Yokohama as its territory. Initially, the inhabitants of these three worlds lived in harmony and tranquility. However, as you might be aware, there are always those characters whose intellect transcends the limits the world can accommodate, leading to their awareness of the anomalies. Draco stated calmly, "Indeed, the equilibrium between the worlds has been irrevocably disrupted. At this moment, they are eager to complete their fusion, yet each world's timeline faces dire complications." Ian expressed his agreement with Draco's assessment. "Huh." Draco chuckled lightly, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. "Do they truly believe we are their last hope for salvation? Without even a discussion, they have drawn us into their disparate realms? Indeed, they have gone too far, and I have given them a stern lesson about their overreach. Draco, do not be disheartened." Ian furrowed his brows in anger, feeling indignant on behalf of those who disrespected Draco. These world consciousnesses seem to regard Draco merely as a tool, oblivious to the fact that he is also a sentient being with emotions and thoughts. Their simultaneous dependence on and disrespect for Draco is utterly intolerable. Draco cast an amused glance at Ian, the shadows in his heart gradually dissipating. He knew Ian always stood by his side, which warmed him immensely. "Fear not. We shall find a solution. What is paramount now is that we maintain our composure and not allow our emotions to sway us." Harry listened intently to Ian and Draco's dialogue, his gaze never straying from their surroundings. "I believe we should be in Yokohama," Harry murmured as he approached the alleyway. Cautiously, he leaned out to observe the situation outside. Draco followed Harry to the alley's mouth. They gazed in the direction Harry pointed, spotting 5 black edifices looming in the distance. Starkly out of place. "Is that the Port Mafia?" Draco inquired curiously. "Yes, that seems correct," Harry nodded. "Now, we must proceed with caution and strive to avoid unnecessary attention. With Dumbledore and Grindelwald's capabilities, they should encounter no issues in Kei's world," Harry mused after a moment of contemplation. Prior to embarking on their journey, they had thoroughly prepared, gaining a reasonable understanding of each world's circumstances. Based on the information they possessed, Dumbledore and Grindelwald should be well equipped to face the challenges posed by Kei's world. Then, as for Kei, we merely need to ensure that Atsushi Nakajima remains unharmed, Draco continued. But there may be complications on Conan's end. He recalled that fatalities were a daily occurrence in Conan's world, and his brow furrowed in concern. "Indeed," Harry replied, his worry palpable. "Conan's world is exceedingly complex. I hope everything goes smoothly for them. No need for concern. The world consciousness will communicate with them and grant them the ability to traverse time," Ian reassured both Draco and Harry. then all should be well. However, why have we yet to encounter the world consciousness of Bungo stray dogs? Harry initially breathed a sigh of relief, but then suddenly recalled. Ian paused momentarily before responding. Well, that's actually because the consciousness of Bungo stray dogs is rather unique. Its other half has been captured by another world Dazai Osamu, and thus it is currently in a state of withdrawal. Draco and Harry exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's confusion. They had not read the manga, only familiarized themselves with the anime, and were unaware of the circumstances surrounding Dazai in this subworld. Presently, Kei exists at the time when Atsushi Nakajima is still alive, although the colorless individual has already boarded the airship. As for Detective Conan, it is currently at the point when the 5-member group has just graduated. Ian decided to shift the topic, fearing that Draco and Harry might misconstrue his sentiments regarding the Bungo stray dog's world as consciousness, which he deemed utterly ineffectual. What shall we do next? Harry queried. Let us observe this world. I have some inklings, yet I must meet certain individuals first, Draco suggested. Ian nodded in agreement. The others should encounter no significant issues. Harry believed that Bungo stray dogs would prove to be the most challenging of the 3 worlds. Yes, their situation should be manageable. Hermione is exceptionally astute. Draco held firm in his confidence in his friends. What about our timeline? Harry asked. Truth be told, he hoped for a timeline that was further ahead. Otherwise, dealing with Dazai would indeed be troublesome. Yes, it is the time when Nakajima is preparing to join the detective agency. Ian recalled having read Bungo stray dogs, feeling inexplicably uneasy. He hesitated, pondering whether to delay confronting the book for a while longer. After all, if this book were not so ineffectual and had not been acquired by the denizens of their world, then time traversal would be a mere trifling matter. He felt a sense of frustration, as though an unresolved breath lingered in his chest. Yes, I shall confront the book shortly. Do not worry, Ian. You know I possess many methods, Draco consoled him. He patted Ian's shoulder, signaling that there was no cause for concern. Although uncertain about the extent of change required, Draco remarked earnestly, if it truly comes to that, I could eliminate everyone. That would surely alter the world, would it not? Draco stated with a serious demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the chilling implications of his words. Harry nodded in agreement from the side. While they could disregard the chaotic state of this fused world and force their return to their original realm, returning empty-handed was evidently inconsistent with their nature. Moreover, they had long anticipated this adventure. How could they easily relinquish it? Ian found this reasoning rather sound. The book had been eavesdropping for quite some time. Trembling in the corner, it began to tally its small treasury, considering whether it could purchase its own survival. The book no longer doubted Draco's capabilities. If it had initially underestimated Draco, merely acquiescing to the request for passage due to Ian's and his powerful associates' influence, witnessing Draco firsthand had dispelled its previous arrogance. The dense aura of authority that surrounded Draco was formidable, and if it were to truly manifest, not only would its own world be obliterated, but this fused world would also be reduced to ashes. It had never felt such a sense of vulnerability before. As the intertwining of the 3 world lines reaches a certain threshold, the realms shall gradually merge, allowing for a long-awaited reunion. Ian's thoughts flickered in Draco's mind. Draco smiled indulgently, pondering the concept of world lines, as if they were merely strings one could manipulate. Deep within, Ian contemplated that, when the moment was ripe, he would surely deliver a thorough reprimand to the consciousness of those 3 worlds to avenge Draco. Meanwhile, he did not forget to remind the consciousness of the Conan universe to take good care of Pansy and the others. As for Dumbledore and his cohorts, well, perhaps it would do them good to engage in some physical exercise. After all, it was hardly a misfortune for them. Yet, why the urge to punish the consciousness of the K-world? Could it not simply be due to a restless hand? Furthermore, Ian prided himself on being an impartial consciousness, never favoring one side over another. I cannot linger here for long, but I shall keep a watchful eye on you all, Ian declared joyfully as he bid farewell to Draco and Harry, departing as swiftly as he had arrived. Where shall we go next? Harry asked, grasping Draco's hand tightly, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Let us visit the armed detective agency first. I wish to confirm a few matters, Draco replied, his thoughts lingering on Dazai Osamu. Eager to see him in person, capturing the consciousness of a world was no trivial feat. Such an individual must possess extraordinary abilities and peculiarities. While it seemed that Nakajima Atsushi took center stage in the narrative, Draco felt intuitively that Dazai Osamu was the true protagonist. This perspective might be surprising, yet it was not unfounded. On the surface, Atsushi played a vital role. However, a closer inspection of the plot revealed that Dazai's presence seemed to weave through the story, like a key figure lurking in the shadows. His cunning, cleverness, and intricate relationships with various factions piqued Draco's interest. Thus, it could be said that one was the overt protagonist while the other operated from the shadows, each influencing the trajectory of the tale in their own unique way. Such a setup enriched the plot, enveloping it in suspense and delight. However, this world was a tangible one, and Draco yearned to discern any discrepancies between the individuals he encountered and those etched in his memory. As for how to reach this place, though they were unaware of the address, the armed detective agency was renowned throughout Yokohama. Hence, they hailed a taxi. After handing the driver a gold galleon, Draco and Harry alighted, the driver's greedy gaze following them. As Harry turned back to glance at the driver, his icy stare jolted the man back to reality, the sheer malice in his eyes rendering the driver immobile, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Only when Harry averted his gaze did the driver feel liberated enough to depart. Interesting individuals are arriving, a man with raven hair and hawk-like eyes observed from a distance, a smile gracing his lips, yet devoid of warmth. Chapter 184. The armed detective agency. Draco and Harry stood beneath the slightly antiquated office building, their eyes wandering as they scrutinized their surroundings. Just as they were engrossed in their observations, an unexpected weight pressed down upon their shoulders. Hello? Are you two adorable little ones in search of the trustworthy and powerful big brother from the armed detective agency? A melodious voice chimed as a fluffy black cat darted between them like a bolt of lightning. Draco and Harry had sensed someone approaching from behind, yet they were utterly unprepared for such audacity as a hand suddenly resting upon their shoulders. Instinctively, they grew wary. At that moment, Harry narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the individual before him, attempting to discern their identity. After careful examination, he finally spoke. Dazai Osamu? The figure donned a sandy-colored long coat, with white bandages wrapped around his neck, a distinctive outfit that confirmed Harry's suspicions. Draco, too, recognized this unexpected guest. In an instant, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Draco's eyes as he unsheathed his wand without hesitation, murmuring, "Zombie levitation," as the words left his lips. A mysterious magical light enveloped Dazai's form, lifting him off the ground as if gravity had forsaken him. Initially startled by this sudden turn of events, Dazai quickly regained his composure, his curiosity piqued by the novel experience, leading him to engage in various amusing antics mid-air. Yet, beneath the light-hearted atmosphere, a glint of contemplation flickered in his deep, pool-like eyes. Without a doubt, it was evident from the inquisitive and probing gaze that these two children were not strangers to him. Indeed, they appeared to possess a considerable level of familiarity. However, this recognition stemmed not from profound understanding or intimate interaction, but rather from external characteristics, such as his unique attire and conspicuous bandages. It was as if they were well acquainted with these iconic elements, using them to confirm that the individual before them was indeed the person they recognized. Undoubtedly, he surmised that one of the children was fully aware of the efficacy of his abilities. Yet, when Dazai gently rested his hand on the child's shoulder, the latter promptly activated his own power. What did this imply? Was it a form of intimidation? No, it did not seem so. Perhaps it was a test? Quite likely. Perhaps the child, cognizant of his unique capabilities, sought to use this opportunity to ascertain if his powers could still function under such circumstances. But was this peculiar ability not merely a supernatural talent? And what purpose did that somewhat ornate stick serve? Was it a conduit for energy transfer, perhaps? How intriguing it was. Initially, he had assumed these were merely two amusing children, but they had delivered an unexpected surprise. Yet, Dazai could not discern which faction they belonged to. Initially, he had speculated they might be psychics, particularly the young boy. Dazai slowly shifted his gaze to Draco, his dark, shadowy eyes scrutinizing him, offering a cold glance. The peculiar power capable of effortlessly evoking affection in others was utterly nauseating to him. Moreover, the timing of their appearance was rather suspicious. "Have we met before, Mr. Dazai? You seem to harbor some grievances against me," Draco inquired, tilting his head slightly. A look of confusion etched upon his face. Since earlier, he had felt an insistent, prickling hostility hovering near him, seemingly emanating from Dazai, who stood before him. Logically, they should have been strangers until now. At that moment, a light, unexpected chuckle broke the slightly awkward atmosphere of the scene. Draco and Harry instinctively looked up to see a youthful figure clad in detective attire, complete with a detective hat, beaming down at them. His striking appearance and extraordinary aura were unforgettable, for he was none other than the renowned member of the armed detective agency from the Supernatural Abilities Group, the illustrious Edogawa Rampo. This illustrious detective possessed an unparalleled acuity of insight. Even the most perplexing cases that left the police at a loss were effortlessly unraveled by him. Not only was he remarkably talented, but his cheerful confidence and occasional displays of childlike innocence were particularly captivating. As the undeniable core and an esteemed elder of the detective agency, he was under the impression that he possessed special abilities. when in fact he was merely an ordinary person devoid of any extraordinary powers, lauded by Dazai Osamu as a transcendent being above all others. He was indeed the strongest man in the agency. Wow, I finally get to see the real deal. Draco's eyes sparkled like stars, illuminating with excitement akin to the two most radiant stars in the night sky. He unabashedly expressed his delight, waving his arm toward Edogawa Rampo and exclaiming loudly, "Hey, are you that unparalleled, world-famous first detective?" Upon hearing this, Edogawa Rampo slightly raised his chin, a hint of pride gracing his features. He nodded with considerable self-satisfaction, replying in a tone that was oddly authoritative and confident. "Indeed, without a doubt, I am the omnipotent and sagacious Detective Rampo. Come forth, young ones." As he spoke, he deliberately elongated his words, giving off an odd yet charming air. Draco mused that he must have learned that from President Fukuzawa. At that moment, Edogawa Rampo stood with hands on his hips, filled with a sense of pride. This little fellow seems quite entertaining. In that case, this great detective shall keep their secret for a while. After all, bright and endearing children like them were a rare find. With this thought, Rampo felt increasingly mature and capable. Thus, he resolved to boast to the president later and to secure several bags of delicious chips as a reward for himself. At least 3 bags. No, for would be safer. Draco and Harry, accompanied by the still-floating Dazai, took the elevator to the 4th floor, home of the armed detective agency. Nakajima Atsushi had opened the door early, curiously watching them from the threshold. He leaned slightly forward, seemingly eager to know what would transpire next, yet appeared somewhat shy and uncertain. He clearly felt a bit awkward, so much so that his speech became stuttered. "Please. Come in." He quickly shot a glance at Dazai, then another. "Do you want to try it out?" Draco chuckled, observing Nakajima's slightly bashful demeanor, finding it quite amusing. Perhaps this was how protagonists behaved, maintaining their inherent kindness regardless of how events unfolded. Seeing Nakajima's curious yet bashful expression, Draco assumed he wished to join in. "And no, that's not necessary." Nakajima was startled, hastily shaking his head in denial. He found the situation both fascinating and bewildering, yet predominantly felt an indescribable awe. After all, that was Mr. Dazai. Having quickly grasped Dazai's wicked sense of humor, Nakajima was rare to witness Mr. Dazai's struggles. He promptly led Draco and Harry to sit on the sofa. "You know Atsushi." Edogawa Rampo poked his head from behind the sofa, munching on a snack with keen interest as he scrutinized Draco and Harry. "Or rather, you know everyone from the detective agency." Rampo paused, as if discovering a new realm. "Oh, so that's it. You also know the Port Mafia?" While he playfully bantered with Kunikita Dapo, Dazai, who had been listening intently, momentarily paused at the mention of the Port Mafia. "Why don't you find a way to conceal your secrets from Lord Rampo?" Rampo plopped down on the sofa, gazing at Draco with a mischievous smile, slightly annoyed. "Because we want the world's smartest and most formidable Lord Rampo to stamp that we are not villains, after all. Intelligent individuals tend to overthink," Draco replied, glancing meaningfully at the still-floating Dazai. He then turned to his space and retrieved a box of treats made by Narcissa, offering it to Rampo. Rampo's avoidance of Harry wasn't for any particular reason, but because Harry carried a prop that diminished his presence, masking his aura. Both Edogawa Rampo and Dazai perceived only distorted false information. Draco had a similar prop, though it remained unopened. Dazai did not notice, but Rampo did, which irked him slightly. That made things less interesting. "Wow, the sweet aroma wafting through the air is delightful." Rampo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he observed and inhaled, all signs indicating that these treats were extraordinarily delicious. Quickly, Edogawa Rampo accepted the snacks, cradling them joyfully. "All right then, let Lord Rampo see your intentions." Supernatural ability, Ultra Deduction. Rampo's cape fluttered dramatically without wind. Draco subtly retracted his hand, making eye contact with Fukuzawa Yukichi at the door to the president's office, nodding politely before focusing intently on Edogawa Rampo. "Ah, I see." Rampo slowly furrowed his brow. "A commission? From another world?" He glanced at Draco's unchanged expression, sensing a rare nuance. "Destroy the world? Is that for real?" However, observing how fond this child was of Lord Rampo, he decided to overlook it, thinking, as long as that unknown commission succeeds, it should be fine. After all, he was a fan of Lord Rampo. Since Lord Rampo has figured it out. "Allow us to introduce ourselves," Draco stated. "I am Draco Malfoy, from another world. This is my childhood friend." Draco moved with the grace befitting a noble, a platinum rose cultivated through wealth and heritage. "I am Harry Potter." "Hello, everyone." Harry politely acknowledged each person, including Akiko Yusuno, who leaned against the infirmary door. "No wonder my ability is ineffective against you." Dazai drifted by, mimicking a jellyfish's languid movements. Kunikita Dapo's forehead twitched, trying not to appear rude in front of the children. Gritting his teeth as he said, "Please be serious, Dazai." Although he did not comprehend Rampo's words, he discerned their significance. Cursed pause. Harry nodded at the perplexed Kunikida. Dazai landed gracefully on an empty sofa, seemingly unfazed, eagerly rolling over to Harry's side. What kind of ability is this? It's incredible. Kunikida, understanding Dazai's capabilities, heightened his vigilance. However, recalling Rampo's demeanor brought him a slight sense of reassurance. "We are accepting a commission from the world," Draco disclosed, appearing adept at startling others. "Please elaborate." Fukuzawa Yukichi approached Edogawa Rampo, sitting beside him with a serious expression. He recalled the earlier conversation with Rampo, during which he remarked that the world was rather peculiar. Initially, he paid little heed to it, but upon reflection, it seemed that Rampo had discerned something significant. In essence, this was a vast world of fusion, which originally stood in a tripartite equilibrium, but was disrupted by astute individuals who recognized the world's anomalies. To avert instability, this realm necessitated a merger with the other two worlds. Why would the discovery of such anomalies lead to instability? Naoko boldly inquired. Was it those clever individuals that referred to Mr. Rampo? This required clarification. They must not let Mr. Rampo bear the blame. In truth, only one person had unearthed the peculiarities. Draco cast a sidelong glance at Rampo. Though the barrier of the fusion world lacked the strength of an independent realm, it constituted an area forbidden to humanity. Perhaps it could be more aptly described as the domain of the divine? Draco pondered briefly before articulating. A world that has yet to merge is exceedingly fragile. However, once merged, it transforms entirely. "Ah, so that is how it is," Rampo mumbled through a mouthful of pastry, his speech slightly muffled. "It is a safeguard for Lord Rampo, indeed." Chapter 185, The Armed Detective Agency 2. Safeguard? Kunikida Dappo echoed the term with a look of skepticism, as if grappling with a concept wholly unfamiliar to him. Rampo surveyed the bemused expressions of the gathered individuals with a hint of exasperation, letting out a soft sigh. "Alas. It appears that I, the great Rampo, must personally elucidate these matters for you." He feigned a mature demeanor, shaking his head slowly, seemingly dissatisfied with their reactions, embodying a sense of disappointment akin to a mentor's frustration with a wayward pupil. The others, witnessing his innocent yet affectatious portrayal, could not suppress their laughter, nodding in agreement, eager to indulge the sudden theatricality of the esteemed detective. Pleased, Rampo cleared his throat and continued. "You must understand, the world yet to complete its fusion is extraordinarily fragile. Even the slightest disturbance could cause it to shatter like fragile bubbles. In truth, the immense power of the world's consciousness could effortlessly obliterate me. However, it has neither acted thus nor refrained from hastening the fusion process, even soliciting assistance from other realms." Rampo himself might not perceive any horror in his words. Yet upon mentioning the possibility of annihilation, the atmosphere within the detective agency abruptly turned grave, the oppressive ambience rendering it nearly suffocating. Fukuzawa Yukichi furrowed his brow, displaying evident disapproval as he fixed his gaze upon Edogawa Rampo, softly uttering, "Rampo." In response to the president's skepticism, Rampo merely pouted dismissively, internally murmuring, "Everyone is making too much ado about nothing." He then puffed out his chest, hands on his hips, a proud smile illuminating his face as he confidently declared, "Rest assured, the great Rampo shall not encounter any misfortune. After all, the world holds a profound affection for me." His words and gestures brimmed with pride and self-satisfaction. Indeed, the world's consciousness has shown a marked preference for Mr. Rampo. It is precisely this favor that has facilitated the current fusion, Draco subtly indicated to the assembly. Once the worlds stabilize in their merger, Mr. Rampo could very well request a reward from the world as consciousness. "There shall undoubtedly be unexpected delights awaiting you," Draco hinted. Could it be? Is this some sort of jest? Rampo turned to Draco, momentarily at a loss for words. At this moment, everyone present witnessed a side of Rampo they had never seen before, one of bewilderment and uncertainty. The Rampo they typically encountered exuded confidence and assurance. However, for Fukuzawa Yukichi, this was not the first instance of witnessing Rampo in such a disheveled state, reminiscent of a drenched puppy. He had experienced this spectacle upon their initial meeting. "What's wrong, Rampo?" Fukuzawa inquired with genuine concern, gently stroking the top of his head in an attempt to offer solace. "This commission has been accepted by the Armed Detective Agency." Rampo suddenly snapped back to attention, unusually neglecting to respond to Fukuzawa's concern first. His tone was imbued with an unprecedented urgency. He then turned, gazing intently at Fukuzawa. The president, his voice slightly trembling, found it difficult to articulate. Draco placed a reassuring hand on Rampo's shoulder, giving it a gentle pat of understanding. "Allow me to explain to everyone," he began, meeting the array of puzzled, astonished, and curious gazes directed at him. The reward spoken of by the world entails allowing each of you to reunite with those you yearn to meet deep within your hearts. Nakajima Atsushi's face was a picture of confusion, while Tanizaki Junichiro and Tanizaki Naoko mirrored his expression. Their previously expectant looks had morphed into the same bewilderment. Kunikita Dappo furrowed his brow, seemingly lost in thought. Meanwhile, Yusano Akiko's mind surged with a bold conjecture, but the mere emergence of this thought left her feeling flustered. Instinctively, she reached up to gently touch the delicate golden butterfly hairpin at her temple, trying to calm the tumult within her. Dazai Osamu maintained an expressionless visage, resembling a cold, unfeeling puppet standing silently. Yet, in a concealed corner beyond the reach of prying eyes, his right hand, hidden within his sleeve, twitched uncontrollably. Miyazawa Kenji's face was adorned with a radiant smile, his clear, watery eyes darting about in endless curiosity regarding the city. His golden hair swayed gently in the breeze like a light dandelion. "Excuse me, is it possible for anyone to meet? Can the deceased also be seen? What about those who are not human?" Kenji obediently raised his hand to inquire. If it were possible, he wished to see Nyo-Nyo, who had grown up alongside him. Though regrettably, Nyo-Nyo had departed for the afterlife before their arrival in the big city. Certainly, Draco affirmed. Dazai was indeed a challenging individual, but his weaknesses were glaringly apparent, notably two. One was the person who had swayed Dazai's stance, Oda Sakunosuke. Upon this thought, Draco's eyes narrowed slightly. Aside from Oda, another individual of interest was Nakahara Chuya, someone Dazai held in considerable regard. Although Draco had no intention of collaborating with the Port Mafia, he found himself deeply intrigued by this formidable figure. Is everyone battle-scarred? Chuya slightly injured? Draco's gaze shifted back to Dazai, still in a state of shock. Although he sensed Draco's scrutiny, Dazai was presently too preoccupied to delve into the implications behind it. Clenching his fists tightly, it seemed as if he intended to grasp all his anxieties and uncertainties within his palms. His thoughts raced uncontrollably, akin to wild horses on the loose, unable to halt. Will I truly be able to see Oda? What ulterior motives lie behind all this? Is it merely to facilitate the world's fusion? Why do they seem so familiar with us? Could it be that the enigmatic world consciousness has divulged something? No, it couldn't be. They should have just arrived in our world today, and their initial landing point was in a narrow, dim alley. No, it is utterly impossible for it to be just the two of them. Where, then, are the others? Have they gone missing? Or are they in the other two distinct worlds? They indeed arrived specifically for the unification of worlds, yet at the outset, Draco and his companions were likely merely indulging in a playful spirit, inadvertently stumbling into the fray and being forcibly conscripted as laborers, much to their chagrin. Under the gentle reassurance of Fukuzawa Yukichi, Rampo gradually regained his former composure, his heart brimming with anticipation and excitement. Observing Dazai's continuous skepticism, he could no longer contain himself and spoke up. One must concede that Edogawa Rampo is undoubtedly the spiritual pillar of the armed detective agency, as steadfast as the North Star in stabilizing the hearts of those around him. With his words, the previously restless emotions of the assembled crowd began to settle. After all, indulging in wild imaginings at this juncture would be futile. Was it not stated that the opportunity to achieve world unification hinged upon this very moment? Therefore, they could only await the unfolding of events with bated breath. Draco expressed his frustrations, resting his chin in his hands as he lamented, "It seems rather excessive. Does it not? We initially came for a holiday, only to be separated from my friends and compelled to assist with such a lackluster attitude." He clenched his fists in indignation. "You do not strike me as one to swallow your grievances," Rampo remarked, leaning closer to Draco, his curiosity piqued. "Pray tell, what comes next? Surely it was the world consciousness of your realm that intervened?" "Indeed, Ian showed no mercy," Draco replied nonchalantly. "However, it appears this world lacks a Harry Potter." Rampo's eyes sparkled with intrigue, akin to a cat captivated by a ball of yarn. Just as they were engrossed in their repartee of deductions, Harry and his companion quietly observed from the sidelines, noting that most individuals bore a striking resemblance to those depicted in their animated series. "Please, take a seat, Mr. Dazai," Harry suggested. Having keenly noticed the inquisitive gaze directed towards him, he turned with a polite and gentle smile, gesturing for Dazai to sit. From the outset, Dazai had exhibited an air of peculiarity. Meanwhile, Kunikita Dappo subtly adjusted his glasses, deftly masking a fleeting expression of concern. While Dazai often emanated a carefree, nonchalant demeanor, it was indisputable that he was an indispensable presence within the armed detective agency. "It seems you possess a rather profound understanding of me," Dazai remarked as he settled beside Harry, his face adorned with the familiar calm smile, devoid of the usual enigmatic expressions that made him so inscrutable. "To say I am merely acquainted with you would be a gross understatement. In truth, we are well informed about you all, as well as the Port Mafia. The Ability Special Division, the upcoming organization known as the Syndicate, the House of Dead Rats, and the Five Declines of Heaven, among others, Harry replied, his words laden with implication. Dazai raised an eyebrow, his expression growing serious. Harry regarded Dazai with unwavering clarity in his gaze, devoid of arrogance or condescension, recognizing that each individual possesses their own unique thought processes and values. After deliberating with Draco, they resolved to act similarly to when they had returned to their world, divulging the unvarnished truth to everyone and allowing them to confront their challenges independently. They understood that these individuals did not require Harry and Draco's presumptuous meddling or blind intervention. Although they had meticulously considered their next course of action, they ultimately recognized themselves as mere transient figures in this narrative. It was Rampo and his companions who would ultimately resolve the matters at hand. Despite Rampo's apparent indifference towards the so-called future, it was evident that the others, to varying degrees, would find themselves intrigued. In this moment, Rampo exhibited a rare sense of understanding, perhaps influenced by his current euphoric state. As this typically unconventional genius detective displayed an unusual degree of empathy. Meanwhile, Draco leisurely retrieved a mysterious disc from his belongings. Faced with this sudden revelation, the members of the armed detective agency, though filled with curiosity about Draco's extraordinary abilities, restrained their impulse to inquire out of politeness and decorum. Recognizing that they were still strangers in this setting, the disc was a replica of the anime Bunga Stray Dogs, originally intended to serve as a minor guide. The fusion of worlds raised the question, could they possibly document every murder case from the world of Detective Conan? The disc was a time saver. However, they had not anticipated their separation, and now the disc rested solely with Draco. Do you possess discs from other worlds? Rampo inquired, genuinely intrigued. Circling around Draco like a curious kitten. Rampo wants to see. All right, but let us finish this first, Draco said, shaking the disc in his hand. Despite Rampo's considerable stature, the scene did not appear out of place, perhaps due to his mindset. You all, do not secretly mock Rampo in your hearts. Rampo abruptly halted, glaring with indignation at the members of the armed detective agency, who were wearing amused smiles. He paused, then added, except for the president. Ahem. Fukuzawa Yukichi shifted his gaze awkwardly. Then he looked at Harry and Draco. Shall we proceed to the meeting room? He proposed. Draco and Harry readily acquiesced. Harry naturally took Draco's hand, smoothing out the creases in his garments, adjusting his soft, platinum blonde hair, and handing him a small bag of snacks. Draco's hair has grown quite a bit. He looks even better with longer hair. The series of fluid motions left the onlookers utterly astonished. Dazai appeared contemplative. Edogawa Rampo was brimming with curiosity. Kunikita Dappo hesitated to speak. Nakajima Atsushi felt a sense of confusion and an inkling that something was amiss. While Tanizaki Naomi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Tanizaki Junichiro stammered. Chapter 186, The Moment of Social Death. Harry and Draco walked side by side, tidying themselves as they moved. When they raised their heads, they were astonished to find that all eyes were focused upon them. This left them both bewildered, as they were accustomed to such intimacy, unaware of the considerable impact it had on a group steeped in rigid traditionalism. In truth, their actions were hardly outrageous, however, given that they were not ordinary individuals. Even Miyazawa Kenji could sense the peculiar atmosphere that lingered between their gestures and glances, truly a hallmark of Western openness. Kunikita Dappo felt conflicted. How should we perceive these two? Both of whom are minors? Is it inappropriate? What if this is simply their custom? I've heard of such unions abroad. Draco and Harry were at a loss. Why are they staring at us? Why aren't they moving? Are we there yet? We're almost there, just a bit further ahead. Kunikita replied in a calm and steady tone. When they finally entered the spacious meeting room, they had scarcely settled in when they observed Nakajima Atsushi cautiously entering with a teapot in hand. Today, Ms. Kiriko Harano was absent, prompting Atsushi Nakajima to take the initiative to undertake the task of brewing tea for everyone. Daisei Osamu silently gazed at the pristine white wall before him, on which the words Bunga Stray Dogs slowly emerged. An inexplicable sense of unease washed over him, an unsettling sensation that felt eerily akin to the suffocating presence of death. Yet, curiously, he found himself somewhat repelled by it, despite the turmoil within. Daisei endeavored to suppress this disquieting feeling and focused intently on the imagery unfolding on that white canvas. Is that me? Atsushi Nakajima marveled at the somewhat scruffy depiction of himself on the screen, his cheeks flushing with a hint of embarrassment as he absent-mindedly touched his nose. He had not anticipated becoming the protagonist of an animated tale, an unexpected twist that filled him with both excitement and trepidation. Daisei exchanged a knowing glance with Edogawa Rampo, both sharing a fleeting smile, aware that Atsushi had indeed stepped into the role of the main character. with the narrative poised to revolve around him. As Daisy observed the screen, a subtle smile graced his lips, revealing a mysterious aura. His eyes seemed to harbor an unfathomable darkness, like impenetrable black mire. What trials will this protagonist encounter? He pondered to himself. The animation commenced, retracing the journey of Atsushi's induction into the detective agency. Laughter adorned every face as memories of those initial moments flooded back. However, when the scene shifted to the train explosion incident, their expressions turned somber. Izumi Kyoka's heart ached for Atsushi. She could perceive the kindness and helplessness nestled deep within her. She bore no desire to inflict harm. Yet fate had thrust her onto a harrowing path. Witnessing Izumi's helpless gaze on the screen, Atsushi felt an overwhelming surge of compassion for this younger sister figure. He silently vowed to protect her, ensuring she could pursue her aspirations unhindered. Atsushi was far from perfect, yet he possessed a benevolent heart attuned to the emotions of others, even amidst his own wounds. The gravity user of the Port Mafia, Kunikita Doppo, remarked gravely. Intrigued, Atsushi inquired, "Gravity user? What is that?" Being a recent addition to the armed detective agency, he was still unfamiliar with such matters. Kunikita explained, he is one of the 5 renowned executives of the Port Mafia, known as the gravity user because his ability allows him to manipulate gravity. Atsushi's eyes widened in astonishment. How impressive. At that moment, Kunikita turned to Daisy, a flicker of thought crossing his mind. You seem quite familiar with him. Curiosity piqued, Atsushi glanced at Daisy and asked, Mr. Daisy, do you know him? Daisy's expression darkened, and he retorted curtly, not at all. Puzzled, Atsushi scratched his head. But you two appear to have a good rapport. Aren't you friends? Daisy dramatically feigned retching before weakly declaring, who would be friends with that dark little slug? We are sworn enemies. With that, he slumped despondently onto the table, exuding an aura of disillusionment. Atsushi, bewildered, queried, what has happened to Mr. Daisy? Kunikita shook his head in resignation. Ignore him. He is having one of his episodes again. However, Atsushi's words struck a chord with Daisy, deepening his discontent. Observing their interactions, the expressions of those present grew increasingly peculiar, save for Rampo, Draco, and Harry. Was it merely an illusion? They seemed to have a peculiar chemistry, as Yanagita Naomi and Yusino Akiko exchanged a knowing glance. Yet soon, they became engrossed in the unfolding narrative, paying little heed to Daisy and the gravity user's peculiarities. As the plot progressed, gravitas settled upon every face. Rampo and Daisy, having deduced the antecedents, were serious expressions. The House of Dead Rats, Fyodor. So our world resembles an anime to you, which explains your familiarity with us. Kunikita mused, though he felt a sense of unreality cloaking the revelation. It matters not. That is merely a manifestation of the world. How can you be certain that the book you are reading isn't a microcosm of another realm? Harry calmly countered. Kunikita found himself momentarily speechless, realizing he had perhaps invited his own troubles. Yet now, they must contemplate how to navigate the impending circumstances. This was merely a precursor to future developments, Draco noted. Following this, there would be a second season, a film, a third, fourth, and fifth season. Should they take a brief respite before continuing? He hesitated. The information for the next installment was considerable, and he feared it might deeply distress Daisy. Should he truly expose such a wounded heart to further torment? Daisy felt a jolt of alarm, abruptly sitting upright and glancing around. What was this ominous premonition? How nauseating. Rampo adjusted his glasses. Daisy's. Wait, I think I understand. Lord Rampo, I believe a break is unnecessary. Daisy is not so fragile, he declared. Very well, Draco acquiesced, casting a glance at Daisy, who perceptively caught the gaze. Had he inadvertently offended Draco? Daisy entirely forgot the malevolent glance he had cast earlier and was lost in contemplation. Could it be that his dark past was about to be unveiled? Wait, did he even have a dark past? Not at all. Who was this person? Atsushi gazed curiously at the first man to appear, his mind rife with questions. He remained oblivious to the fact that Daisy's smile had frozen, as if struck by an unseen force. Odasaka Daisy, he murmured, a trace of unmasked sorrow lacing his voice. Meanwhile, everyone was fixated on the screen, observing the lifeless gaze of Daisy, filled with disbelief. This person seemed utterly distinct from the Daisy they knew, leaving them astonished and perplexed. As the imagery continued to unfold, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, each individual ensnared in contemplation. I joined the Mafia in anticipation of what might transpire. Here, the rawness of violence, death, instinct, and desire lay bare. Proximity to them allows one to witness the essence of humanity. Thus, I believe I can find a reason to live. To awaken from this decaying world. Stand on the side of salvation. If both sides are the same, then choose the one that saves. Rescue the weak, protect the orphans. Justice and evil may hold little distinction for you, yet this path is preferable. How do you know? I know, clearer than anyone else. One understands, at the brink of death, that they live to redeem themselves. Atsushi's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom the brutal experiences Daisy had endured. Surely, that must have been a friend of Mr. Daisy, someone so dear that he would heed their words, daring to step into twilight rather than remain ensnared in darkness. Devoid of hope, Kunikita murmured, I see, the infamous Double Black. I have heard of them. I never anticipated Daisy to be one of the illustrious Double Black. His gaze was complex. That scoundrel, Osamu Dazai, watched the expression on Akiko Yusano's face darken as she looked at the figure of Agai Mori within. Tisk, that despicable person. He exploits everything, both wary of Dazai and yet unwilling to truly let go. Although Yukichi Fukuzawa was aware of Mori's character, he never anticipated that this individual could stoop even lower. Oda Sukuna shook. He recalled the youth well. What a pity. Edogawa Rampo also remembered, having warned him previously. Yet, he had certainly noticed the profound emptiness lurking in that man's eyes. Suddenly feeling a lack of appetite, Rampo set aside the chips he had been munching on, realizing for the first time that even those chips were less than palatable. Dazai's countenance darkened ominously as he glared at the screen, as if wishing to obliterate that memory. However, the presence of Oda Sakunashuk complicated his emotions. Continue, he gritted through clenched teeth. It should lighten your mood a bit, Dazai. Rampo shielded the smirk that threatened to surface. Oh, Dazai, you really are getting a raw deal here. What again? Isn't the protagonist Atsushi? Dazai's expression grew grim. Surely he can't be the main character? A sardonic smile curled at the edges of Dazai's lips. This world is utterly revolting. The timid little coward fears even happiness. He flinches at the mere touch of cotton and can be wounded by joy, Draco murmured. Dazai stiffened momentarily before feigning nonchalance. The armed detective agency was hardly a group of virtuous saints incapable of accepting the grains of sand. They were quite accommodating of Dazai's past. Even Kunikita Dappo merely furrowed his brow slightly upon witnessing Dazai fire at a corpse, considering the act superfluous. Upon seeing Nakahara Chuya appear, Akiko Yusano sighed. The Port Mafia's gravity certainly makes him quite the beauty. She mused that he would look unbothered in women's attire. Glancing instinctively at Dazai, she was taken aback to find a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Could it be? Does he actually have that expression? She averted her gaze, her pupils widening in surprise. She had merely been indulging in shipping, but had she stumbled upon something genuine? With the thought of uncovering a secret romance, or rather, a beautiful relationship, she resumed her observation and, as expected, discovered much. Although Mori was hardly a paragon of virtue, facilitating the acquaintance between Dazai and Chuya might be regarded as his sole commendable act. Lowering her head, she engaged in a chat with Naomi Tanizaki. Texas Chainsaw, it's just like that, isn't it? A height difference of 21 centimeters, sworn enemies, Dazai wanting Chuya to be his dog, and Chuya positioned ahead of the world's destruction in the sixth step, three-tiered hierarchy? Is that it? What's there to ship? I just don't get it. Brother is mine. Exactly. Isn't it a case of committing for life at 15, their first collaboration with fingers intertwined, and 4 years later, their first reunion where Chuya, capable of escaping, still chooses to provoke Mr. Nakahara, not to mention their unconditional mutual trust? Texas Chainsaw, that innerate young lady is simply too delicate. Dazai, that lucky boy. Brother is mine. Can diamonds only be polished by diamonds? So did they polish each other? Texas Chainsaw, that scoundrel's words are utterly disgusting. But Naomi's interpretation is quite refreshing. Thumbs up JPG. They instinctively overlooked and avoided acknowledging Nakahara Chuya's brutal identity. Junichiro Tanizaki and Nakajima Atsushi sat beside Naomi Tanizaki and Akiko Yusano, observing as their expressions morphed into something strange and grotesque, causing them to shiver in trepidation. Why must they be subjected to this? How were they to face Mr. Dazai? However, the subsequent scenes did little to uplift their spirits. Tisk. Did these outsiders not inquire before making their move? Tanizaki frowned deeply upon witnessing the cafe owner injured, seeing his beloved cafe below vandalized by thoughtless intruders. Rampo paused his snacking, his tone heavy with displeasure. Ugh, fools. Rest assured, they shall never have the chance to set foot in Yokohama again. Dazai hummed an odd tune, his tone ethereal. Upon witnessing the shared virus, the group collectively darkened, Edogawa Rampo included. The Deadhouse Mouse, right? Pushkin, is it? Heh. Chapter 187. The Moment of Social Death 2. Without a moment's respite, the next feature began. Dad Apple. Dead Apple? That title seems rather peculiar. Although the audience was perplexed as to why they weren't watching the fourth season, they understood that Draco had his reasons for this choice. As the film commenced, the scene unfolded to reveal Dazai and Chuya, eliciting perpetual smiles from Naomi Tanizaki and Akiko Yusano. Dazai felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. For heaven's sake, their display was far too blatant. Sometimes he wished he could be less astute, so he wouldn't see through their thoughts at a glance. However, the appearance of the white-haired man caused Dazai's brow to furrow. It was indeed Raihiko Shizuo. It had been quite some time since he had received news of him. The camera would not present superfluous elements without reason. Shizuo must possess extraordinary significance. As expected, thick fog surged forth, enveloping Yokohama like a raging tide. What on earth was happening? Nakajima Atsushi struggled to swallow, watching helplessly as his own ability turned against him. Raihiko Shizuo, known as the Collector. 6 years prior, he had been the architect behind the tragedy in Yokohama, yet the government had released him to cover its own failings. Kunikita adjusted his glasses, his expression grave. His ability could shroud an entire city in fog. Those within would temporarily vanish until the ability between Raihiko was lifted. Meanwhile, ability users would find themselves separated from their powers, which would then turn against them. If an ability user were killed, Shizuo could collect the crystallized powers. But shattering the crystallized form could restore the separated abilities. Dazai added with a grin. What I haven't told Atsushi is that Raihiko Shizuo is a meticulously cultivated tool by the authorities, designed to counterbalance those with extraordinary powers. Otherwise, why would they go to such lengths to protect him? One need only observe their attitude toward Yokohama and ability users: confinement, trepidation, exclusion, exploitation, and insatiable greed, to grasp the full extent of their disdain. The intense battle scenes unfolded before the audience, igniting both excitement and anxiety for the character's safety. The focus shifted to the fog-laden area, where an imposing and uniquely styled Gothic castle stood starkly amid the haze. At that moment, Dazai, draped in a cloak as white as snow, stood by the window conversing with Raihiko Shizuo. Oh dear, from this angle, Dazai does possess quite the allure. Standing alongside the gravity user is certainly a treat for the eyes. Akiko Yusino, resting her chin on her hand, gazed with keen interest at the figures before her, including the later appearance of the demon Fyodor. Though aware that these individuals were far from virtuous, one couldn't deny that their beauty was striking, particularly in white attire. Yusino found herself strangely perceiving them as if engaged in a cozy tea party. Upon hearing Raihiko Shizuo declare that nothing in this world could surpass expectations, Draco couldn't help but chuckle, and even Harry's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a hint of amusement. Draco? What SMS? Nakahira Atsushi gazed at him. A look of bewilderment etched across his face, desperately seeking answers from the other's expression. Draco pointed at the screen and murmured, "You see, at first glance, it appears that 3 individuals are engaged in a fierce competition, yet in reality, only 2 are involved, while a comically absurd clown lurks in the background." At this juncture, Draco couldn't help but recall the subsequent events, mourning for Shizuo Raihiko, cautioning against meddling with the script team, lest misfortune befall them. Atsushi, increasingly perplexed, looked around in confusion. Where's this clown? I don't see it. Upon hearing this, the others, who had long since returned to their senses, could no longer contain themselves, erupting into hearty laughter. The scene alternated between Atsushi and his companions and the location of Dazai Osamu. Tanizaki Naomi was utterly engrossed, fixated on the thrilling confrontation between Dazai and Fyodor. When a crisp meow echoed, she instinctively grasped the hand of Tanizaki Jun Ichiro beneath the table, doing her utmost to restrain an exuberant smile. Poor Tanizaki Jun Ichiro wore a countenance of despair, for that was indeed his beloved sister. Despite the painful grip, he gritted his teeth, insisting it was nothing, truly QAQ. Was the startling truth behind the 6-year-old Dragonhead conflict truly this mundane? Although Fukuzawa Yukichi had long perceived the rot within the higher echelons, he had never anticipated the depths of such folly. "Mr. Dazai," Atsushi cried out, unable to restrain himself as he witnessed Shizuo Raihiko launch an attack on Dazai. Even the typically composed Kunikita Doppo clenched his fists tightly in anxiety. Hey, don't worry. There won't be any issues, after all. He is merely pursuing a refreshingly clear and bright method of suicide. This situation is entirely incompatible with my aesthetic of self-destruction, Dazai remarked, a signature mischievous smile gracing his face as he gently ruffled Atsushi's hair across the air. As the demon Fyodor ruthlessly killed Shizuo Raihiko, the spectators did not exhibit excessive shock. Yet, it was unfathomable. Had the once formidable Shizuo Raihiko truly perished long ago? In Shizuo's recollections, he seemed to find himself in a somewhat dilapidated orphanage. Wait, an orphanage? The keen-minded among them instinctively turned their gazes towards Nakahira Atsushi. At this moment, Atsushi stared at the all-too-familiar basement before him, as if something was flickering in the recesses of his mind. Thoughts surged like a tidal wave, and a fragment of memory began to crystallize, suddenly engulfed by an indescribable dread. Atsushi involuntarily trembled, clenching his jaw in a desperate attempt to suppress the overwhelming fear surging within him, striving to prevent it from spilling forth. This person could not possibly be mistaken. The one named Suzawa Ryahiko was the very ability user he had lost control and killed years ago. Now, Atsushi's aura fluctuated violently, unstable, with his pupils shifting shapes and colors, as if he might transform into a fierce tiger at any moment. Just then, a gentle hand rested softly on Atsushi's shoulder, jolting him back to reality. It was Dazai, who had quietly appeared beside him. Without uttering a word, Dazai silently observed as Atsushi regained clarity before casually strolling back to his seat. The others, understanding the unspoken cue, redirected their attention to the unfolding drama. What does a 5158 mean? Atsushi inquired, his face a mask of confusion. Dazai's expression darkened instantly, a silent scoff echoing in his mind. What is a 5158? That is merely his beloved dog. How could these fellows dare to name it so whimsically? It must be that delightful hat guy, Edogawa Rampo. Stuffing his cheeks with an array of snacks to the point of nearly bursting, mumbled in a garbled manner in response. That's quite excessive, Atsushi thought, recalling the past account of Nakahara Chuya's birth he had previously encountered. Lowering his gaze slightly, a wave of indescribable sorrow and melancholy surged within him, for Nakahara Chuya, and for the ability users. Mr. Nakahara was a man of integrity, certainly not some mere A5158. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words, stifling his emotions as he silently absorbed the weight of his feelings and continued to watch. Chuya, I fear Dazai might already be dead. Fool, Dazai is right there. It can't be wrong. I want to feel at ease without giving him a punch. Soon after, the audience witnessed Nakahara Chuya unhesitatingly enter a corrupted state. Despite his foggy consciousness, he continued to call out Dazai's name, his high-pitched voice resonating like thunder throughout the city of Yokohama. Not only Tanizaki Naomi and Yusano Akiko, who had been shipping the couple, but even Fukuzawa Yukichi's expression became peculiar. Fukuzawa's lips parted as if he wished to speak. Yet the words fell silent at the precipice of his lips. Moments later, he attempted again, but still could not articulate a single word. Clearly, the leader was engulfed in confusion and disbelief. Fukuzawa typically refrained from interfering in the emotional entanglements of his subordinates, showing little regard for the so-called port mafia. Ultimately, if one were to trace their lineage, they could be considered of the same bloodline as the port mafia. However, what perplexed him was that Dazai was not one to shy away from inviting girls to share in his demise. Having witnessed such scenes multiple times, he couldn't help but wonder if this was an unprecedented romantic paradigm. Pondering this, Fukuzawa fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Rampo was already laughing uncontrollably, gasping for breath. Just then, Akiko raised her hand to speak, her demeanor unusually solemn. I have a question. Upon hearing this, Dazai felt a sudden tightness in his chest, an ominous premonition washing over him. As far as I know, entering a corrupted state should be entirely unconscious, correct? Yusano's sharp gaze fixed on Dazai. Indeed. Draco quickly interjected, giving Yusano a thumbs up in agreement, quietly marveling at her acuity. Tanizaki Naomi chuckled silently, her smile almost crooked. If this isn't love, then what is? Trust me. Is that why I entered a corrupted state? Of course, I believe you. The method to awaken Snow White is rather forceful. Hiss. Tanizaki Jun Ichiro's gasp was loud enough for all to hear. The crowd turned to glance at the seemingly unfazed Tanizaki Naomi and the tearful Tanizaki Jun Ichiro, bewildered. Is this too touching? Brother is mine. Dazai is real. Chainsaw Texas. At the purest moment, when they said you were dead, I still jumped without hesitation. Because I believe in you. Brother is mine. In life, embrace. In death, share a tragic end. Chainsaw Texas. Even when Nakahara Chuya entered a corrupted state, he was unconscious. Yet he cried out for Dazai. Brother is mine. That gentle face touch is so tender. Chainsaw Texas. I'm not fond of hugging men. What an odd dynamic. Brother is mine. Regardless, I don't believe a sworn enemy would cradle someone in their arms. Texas Chainsaw. Why has no one slaughtered a dragon for me in 3 minutes? Contemplation JPG. Brother is mine. I have even thought of their couple name. Mischievous Bluefin Tuna Heart and Dark Little Slug. Texas Chainsaw. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Tanizaki Naoki and Yusano Akiko both bowed their heads, their fingers dancing across the keyboard like a tempest, their speed so rapid it seemed they might spark a conflagration. Dazai Osamu felt a powerful intuition rising within him, suggesting that all of this was intricately connected to him. His curious heart was now being tantalized by an invisible hand. Yet deep within, a tinge of fear began to emerge, apprehensive of encountering bizarre and spine-chilling phenomena. As seconds ticked away, after a mere 3 minutes, Dazai slumped in his chair, his eyes glazed, akin to a deflated balloon. He had just infiltrated their conversation. Oh, the horror. Dazai lamented inwardly. If only I had known. I would not have indulged my curiosity. The goosebumps were rising on my skin. As the saying goes, curiosity truly can be fatal for cats. Yet suddenly, a name leaped into his mind, Nakahara Chuya. Unbeknownst to anyone, Dazai let out a gentle sigh, so faint it was nearly imperceptible. While everyone was tense with the arrival of the clock tower attendant, they also felt genuine relief at Atsushi's growth and progress. But that book? Dazai exchanged a knowing glance with Edogawa Rampo, their understanding profound. It appeared that the true objective of the so-called demon must indeed be that book. Those with sharp minds swiftly completed the exchange of information through brainwaves, while the slightly slower individuals merely caught fleeting glimpses of images on the screen. Isn't Mr. Rampo an ability user? Nakajima Atsushi exclaimed in shock. No wonder Mr. Rampo had not appeared until now. Fukuzawa Yukichi sat stiffly, his serious expression fixed ahead, as if something in front of him held his attention. Yet, his peripheral vision was constantly observing Rampo. Chapter 188, The Moment of Social Death 3. Indeed, Lord Rampo's ability is truly extraordinary. The tricks of Ryuu and Hiko are utterly ineffective against me. Rampo leisurely sipped from a bottle of colorful, effervescent soda, letting out a satisfied belch. Beside him, Fukuzawa Yukichi quietly exhaled, as if a tremendous weight had finally lifted from his heart. However, the astute Dazai seemed to sense a hint of something amiss. After sharing a tacit glance with Edogawa Rampo, he swiftly gestured to zip his lips, indicating he would not divulge any secrets. Meanwhile, Draco and Harry exchanged curious glances, quickly grasping the underlying reason, nodding in understanding. They were well aware of Edogawa Rampo's capabilities, having previously suspected he was merely feigning ignorance regarding the fact that his super deduction was not an ability. As for the book, you need not worry. The world's consciousness will safeguard it properly. I've already entrusted it with the responsibility of retrieval, Draco explained with a slight cough. In fact, before arriving at the detective agency, Draco had meticulously arranged everything, employing Ian as a messenger to communicate deeply with the world's consciousness of Bungo's stray dogs, ensuring the collection of the book and its pages. Surely, the world's consciousness would not be so unperceptive. However, the demon may not be aware of this situation. Hence, he will undoubtedly continue to stir trouble, creating a series of chaotic scenarios. Harry continued Draco's line of thought, further elaborating. This upheaval may arrive sooner than anticipated. After all, given the demon's cunning nature, he has likely already discerned some clues. With this thought, the group fell into contemplation, quietly speculating the future developments of the situation. Draco and Rampo exchanged a knowing glance and nodded gently. At the beginning of Season 4, everyone was filled with joy at the prospect of witnessing Rampo's first encounter with the president. However, what followed far exceeded their expectations. Unexpectedly, the detective agency was slandered, unjustly branded with the heavy label of terrorists. Simultaneously, the enigmatic Hunting Dogs organization, the unfathomable Number 7 agency, and the utterly malevolent Heaven's 5 failures all emerged, along with the mysterious book pages and the perilous Sky Casino. When the name Rozaki Mikitsu surfaced, Yusuno Akiko could not help but bow her head in contemplation, a complex expression crossing her face. The plot then transitioned into Season 5. To be honest, the convoluted developments left the members of the armed detective agency feeling dizzy, as if their brains were on the verge of bursting. Nakajima Atsushi suddenly thudded his head onto the table, clutching his head with both hands, utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? Although Yusuno Akiko and Tanizaki Naoki were equally perplexed by the unfolding narrative, they were well aware that Edogawa Rampo would certainly grasp its intricacies. They simply needed to follow Rampo's lead and heed his decisions. Sometimes, thinking requires the right person to guide it. Their continued viewing was merely for the thrill of shipping those heart-fluttering CP pairings. Indeed, some other character pairings were also quite captivating, such as Atsushi and Akudegawa Roanosuke from the Port Mafia, but in their eyes, nothing compared to the allure of Teiyu. Teishiyu is the real deal. All are battle-worn, and Chuya bears minor flaws. These two are truly a mutual pursuit. Fukuzawa Yukichi furrowed his brow tightly, as if the crease would never smooth out. He could never have imagined that the fearsome leader of the Heaven's 5 failures, Kimui, would actually be his old friend, the hero of the Far East, Fukuki Sakazu. This thought stirred an endless tide of anger and helplessness within Fukuzawa. What sin had the ordinary citizens of Yokohama committed to deserve such unwarranted calamity? Beside him, Edogawa Rampo gently reassured, "Fear not, President. As long as we are here, you need not worry excessively." Just then, a crisp knock on the door abruptly shattered the room's heavy atmosphere. The sound echoed in the quiet space, strikingly out of place. Following this, a soft female voice called from outside, "President, a new commission has arrived." Everyone exchanged surprised glances, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of astonishment. Could it truly be such a coincidence? Was today precisely the moment the incident began? If their assumptions were correct, then the visitor was undoubtedly Higurashi Icho from the Port Mafia. After a brief moment of contemplation, Fukuzawa Yukichi swiftly made a decision. Tanizaki, you, Kenji, and Nakajima go to welcome the client. Just act like ordinary guests. Kunikita, you are responsible for discreetly observing the situation. Be cautious. As for Rampo and Dazai, you two stay for a moment. I have some important matters to discuss with you. As he spoke, he deliberately overlooked the slightly strange atmosphere between Yusuno Akiko and Tanizaki Naoki. The two were huddled together, occasionally erupting into peculiar laughter. Fukuzawa Yukichi had always been quite tolerant and indulgent towards the girls in the detective agency. As Akiko Yusuno linked arms with Naomi Tanizaki, they made their way toward the infirmary, evidently still with a plethora of intimate confessions yet to be exchanged. Dazai Osamu observed their retreating figures, his expression tinged with a pallor of envy. Draco Malfoy, keenly attuned to the gaze cast by Yukichi Fukuzawa, paused for a moment in contemplation before a playful smile graced his features, indicating his desire to join the unfolding drama. In contrast, Harry Potter held a differing perspective. He resolved to remain in situ, aware that a cascade of inquiries awaited resolution, especially since certain pivotal details had not been unveiled in the anime they had just witnessed. Moreover, he possessed comprehensive analyses from Annie Cici and Grindelwald, invaluable insights and prudent counsel that he could share. In the acerbic words of Severus Snape, this group exhibited a lamentable deficiency in political acumen. The presence of individuals devoid of even basic qualifications was astonishing. Furthermore, he needed to scrutinize the scripts crafted by these two playwrights with utmost care. After all, Draco's safety was paramount. If anyone attempted to manipulate Draco as a mere pawn, a bone-chilling coldness instantly filled Harry's gaze. However, should Draco willingly engage in the revelry, the circumstances would undoubtedly shift. As Draco emerged from the room alongside Atsushi Nakajima, they encountered a golden-haired woman seated gracefully upon the sofa in the reception area. Clad in a minimalist yet elegant business ensemble, she exuded an air of competence and poise, reminiscent of a quintessential urban fashionista. Had one not been privy to her true identity, they might well have been beguiled by her appearance, harboring no doubts whatsoever. Are you seeking to commission us for an investigation? If so, kindly specify the particulars, inquired Junichiro Tanizaki. He then took a seat beside Atsushi Nakajima on the sofa, having initially intended to invite Draco to join them, only to be met with a polite refusal. At that moment, Draco appeared exhilarated, eagerly leaning over the back of the sofa alongside Kenji Miyazawa, his eyes sparkling with vibrant intensity as they fixate on Icho Higuchi. Faced with such fervent attention, Icho could not help but steal a few glances at the duo. The figure on the right was undoubtedly Kenji Miyazawa, but who was the individual on the left? It seemed she had not heard of any recent additions to the armed detective agency. However, she chose not to dwell on this mystery. Instead, she adhered to the established script and continued the dialogue. The situation is as follows. Recently, a group of individuals with seemingly nefarious intent has appeared behind our company building. Oh, smugglers, I see, Atsushi Nakajima interjected, recalling the information he had just witnessed, speaking without a moment's thought. Yet, Icho Higuchi displayed a clear astonishment, quickly masking her genuine emotions with a shrewd demeanor, showcasing a heightened sense of alertness. This person is certainly not to be underestimated, Icho reflected inwardly, and after a brief moment of mental organization, she resumed, indeed, that is precisely the case. Before she could finish, Doppo Kunikita calmly raised an eyebrow and interjected, very well. We shall take on this task. He then directed his gaze toward Atsushi Nakajima, firmly issuing an order. Atsushi, you will be responsible for executing this. Upon hearing this, Icho Higuchi recognized that her objective had been achieved, and she refrained from questioning why matters had progressed so smoothly. Thus, she reciprocated with courtesy, smiling as she nodded her gratitude toward Doppo Kunikita. Then, please wait a moment. Subsequently, Doppo Kunikita politely inclined his head toward Icho, turning to lead the other members back to the office. Upon returning to the office, a wave of uncertainty surged within Atsushi Nakajima. He yearned to inquire about Doppo Kunikita's rationale for such a decision, and the prospect of directly confronting the formidable Ryonosuke Akutagawa filled him with trepidation. Despite having gleaned some insights regarding the impending collaboration with Akutagawa, and understanding that under the meticulous orchestration of Mr. Dazai, they would become comrades in arms, he still felt a lack of confidence in this moment. Furthermore, from what he had observed, it seemed that Akutagawa harbored a distinct disdain for him. To merely describe this sentiment as dislike would be an understatement. Perhaps it could be more accurately characterized as a desire to see him eliminated. His countenance was a tapestry of conflict and turmoil, as if he had a multitude of words he wished to express, yet was at a loss for how to begin. This subtle transformation did not escape the astute gaze of Doppo Kunikida, who was far from a careless individual. "This is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity for growth, Atsushi," he remarked, gently adjusting his glasses with a determined and serious expression. Atsushi Nakajima needed to mature rapidly. While he may not possess the extraordinary intellect of Mr. Edogawa, nor the enigmatic aura of the bandage device, he had begun to sense the impending storm brewing within. The president and others were still fervently deliberating strategies. Thus Doppo Kunikida resolutely decided to adhere to the original plan, arranging for Atsushi Nakajima to meet with Ryonosuke Akutagawa first to assess the situation. Naturally, he would remain concealed in the shadows, prepared to offer necessary assistance and protection. "Tanizaki, you will accompany Atsushi." Doppo Kunikida scanned the room, his gaze settling upon Junichiro Tanizaki, deliberately overlooking the adorably naive Kenji Miyazawa. Kenji was far too innocent. It was best to leave him out of this. As for Draco, he was primarily a guest of the armed detective agency, and his gentle aura made him appear harmless. In Doppo Kunikida's eyes, Draco was merely a child endowed with remarkable abilities, but lacking worldly experience. "I want to go too," Draco exclaimed joyfully, his eyes brimming with eagerness. He wished to witness Ryonosuke Akutagawa in action. "Rest assured, I am capable of protecting myself." Sensing Doppo Kunikida's hesitation, Draco brandished his wand and cast a disillusionment charm. Vanishing before their eyes, Doppo Kunikida's curiosity regarding Draco's abilities deepened. However, given the circumstances, he decided to allow Draco to accompany them, pledging to safeguard him from the sidelines. Atsushi Nakajima found it rather enchanting as he followed Icho Higuchi, stealing glances at Draco along the way. Draco chuckled softly, leaning closer to Atsushi Nakajima and whispering, "I'll demonstrate something for you when we return." Atsushi felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that his gaze had been too obvious. With a silly grin, he scratched his head, his anticipation overshadowing his earlier anxiety. Icho Higuchi led them deeper into a secluded and shadowy area, ultimately halting in a rarely traversed, dimly lit alley. Atsushi Nakajima and the others fell silent, and Icho felt a tinge of awkwardness, wondering why no one inquired about why she had brought them here. "Higuchi." A deep male voice resonated from the depths of the alley. Icho Higuchi breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes fervently darting toward the source of the sound. "Lord Akutagawa." Footsteps approached, drawing nearer until they halted before Icho. Chapter 189, Akutagawa and Atsushi. "Pleased to meet you for the first time. I am Akutagawa," came the voice of a figure clad in a black trench coat, with shoulder-length black hair that faded to white at the tips, soft brows, and exquisitely frosty features. A whimsical thought flitted through Atsushi Nakajima's mind, likening him to a floppy-eared rabbit. Nakahira Atsushi's gaze was conspicuously evident, and for reasons unbeknownst to him. Akutagawa Ryonosuke felt a sense of affront. "Beast, what manner of look is that? Do you wish for death?" Akutagawa furrowed his brow, his tone progressively darkening. "Oh." This appellation had somewhat ingrained itself in Nakahira's mind, he mused. Observing Nakahira's evident distraction, Akutagawa's displeasure became increasingly pronounced. How dare this beast show disrespect to Lord Akutagawa? Higuchi Icho, witnessing Nakahira's dismissive demeanor towards Akutagawa Ryonosuke, felt a surge of fervent indignation and drew her firearm, poised to shoot Nakahira. "Higuchi." Akutagawa's cold voice brought her back to her senses. "Capture the beast alive." "Understood. My sincerest apologies, Lord Akutagawa." Higuchi lowered her head in remorse, chastising herself for her lack of composure that nearly disrupted Lord Akutagawa's plans. Nakahira snapped back to reality, flustered. He had never cared for the somewhat unyielding Akutagawa Ryonosuke during his anime viewings, nor could he comprehend why Dazai had paired them as partners. However, after learning about Akutagawa's past, his understanding deepened. He pondered the nature of his own feelings, musing that perhaps if they had initially established a more harmonious rapport, he and Akutagawa might have coexisted more amicably. Yet, Nakahira seemed to have forgotten that Dazai's presence alone would ensure that they could not remain peaceful. Furthermore, even though he had become acquainted with the concept of the three-quarter plan, Akutagawa remained oblivious to the intricate relationship between the armed detective agency and the port mafia. To Akutagawa, the armed detective agency was merely a shabby assembly of second-rate supernatural beings, distinguished only by Dazai's presence. "You have come for the bounty, have you not?" With this thought, Nakahira bravely approached. He naively attempted to negotiate with Akutagawa. "It is unnecessary. This bounty will soon vanish." His certainty stemmed from foreknowledge of the unfolding narrative. While he spoke the truth, to Akutagawa's ears, it sounded as if Nakahira arrogantly believed no one could apprehend him, and he had the audacity to eliminate the one who had issued the bounty. Akutagawa's smile twisted into one laden with malice. Is that so? Since you are so confident. Let us see, shall we? Beast, what nonsense is this? Is something lodged in your throat? The Rashomon whizzed past Nakahira's ear, carving a deep gash into the ground. Nakahira's smile froze on his face. Had he erred? Why must they resort to fighting? He had merely been emulating Dazai's negotiation tactics. Had he not been sufficiently cryptic? Dazai, you've learned well. Do not practice this again. Listening to the sounds emanating from the listening device, Dazai found himself at a loss. Was Atsushi truly attempting to negotiate? Who had taught him such a method? Wait, I believe there has been some misunderstanding. Nakahira scrambled to evade the range of the Rashomon's assault, striving to negotiate. There is no misunderstanding. I shall bring you before the leader. Akutagawa, however, refrained from delivering a lethal blow, for the leader's command was to capture him alive. Nakahira felt as though he might weep. This was not at all how he had envisioned it. In stark contrast to Nakahira's predicament, Junichiro Tanizaki, Draco, and Higuchi Icho, who had inexplicably been overlooked, exchanged glances. Higuchi swiftly aimed her gun at them, her expression betraying both vigilance and murderous intent. I believe there is no need for such hostility, Miss Higuchi, Draco said, gazing at her with an air of innocence. Higuchi's instincts screamed warnings. This boy, though appearing harmless, was indeed perilous. Draco tilted his head innocently. Even Grindelwald would be oblivious to his true capabilities, ensuring Higuchi could not detect anything amiss. He merely wished to avoid drawing attention from the two engaged in their confrontation. He was eager to witness the unfolding drama. 5 minutes later, Higuchi Icho found herself inexplicably seated on a picnic blanket with Draco and the others, consuming pastries that had seemingly appeared from nowhere. Suddenly, her body tensed. Swallowing the confection felt wrong, yet refraining was equally troubling. She cast a wary glance at Draco. How terrifying. Without realizing it, she had fallen into this boy's rhythm. Could he be a psychic-type ability user? However, there was no mention of this boy in the intelligence reports. Was he a secret weapon of the armed detective agency? No, that couldn't be. The Port Mafia's intelligence unit wouldn't be so lacking. Though uncertain of his origins, as long as he appeared disinterested in intervening, she would let matters stand for now. Should they pose any threat to Lord Akutagawa, she would risk her life to ensure they understood her resolve. Higuchi remained vigilant, preparing to act at a moment's notice, her hand discreetly signaling to the Port Mafia. Draco exchanged a knowing glance with Higuchi, his smile curling at the thought of those most likely to arrive soon and the individual eavesdropping on their conversation. A spectacle was about to unfold. Is Atsushi all right? Junichiro Tanizaki inquired, concern etching his features as he observed Nakahira, who was increasingly evasive and refraining from striking back. It was evident that Atsushi's stamina was waning, his body marred with wounds. Do not worry, it will not persist much longer, Draco assured confidently. Nakahira was indeed nearing exhaustion, although he recognized the potency of his ability. The Moonlit Tiger, he was powerless to control it. Frustration welled within him as he realized his actions were foolish. He had been overly confident, believing he could negotiate with Akutagawa Rinashuk based on mere narrative familiarity, when in reality, his conduct resembled that of a fool. Nothing has changed, has it? Nakahira hung his head, his expression obscured. Why could he not be just a bit stronger? The emotions of resentment, introspection, and regret began to shift within him. Akutagawa, initially toying with Nakahira out of boredom, noticed the change in his demeanor and sought a swift conclusion. What now? Do you intend to surrender? Akutagawa taunted, a mocking smile gracing his lips, accentuated by his dark attire and the sinister glimmer revealed in the shadows, reminiscent of a grand villain. He had perceived the transformation within Nakahira, but what of it? He held Nakahira in utter disdain. No, I shall not surrender. Nakahira's eyes, now resembling those of a beast, radiated determination. His limbs began to transform, the initial impression of timidity evaporating, replaced by a raw, untamed ferocity. Akutagawa's pupils constricted as a manic grin spread across his face. Now this is more like it. Let me see what makes this bounty of 7 billion yen so special. Nakahira finally relinquished his defense, launching an offensive toward Akutagawa. His speed was remarkable, bridging the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Lord Akutagawa. Higuchi leapt to her feet, intent on aiding him. The tiger's claws struck the ground, but Akutagawa had already evaded to Nakahira's rear. Do not interfere. His tone was cold and slightly impatient, directed at Higuchi. She felt a wave of disappointment wash over her as she cast her gaze downward, frozen in place. Draco firmly pressed her back into her seat. Do not worry. All will be well. He sensed a peculiar aura, reminiscent of the consciousness within the world of Bungu's stray dogs, albeit significantly diminished. Inevitably, both combatants sustained injuries during their confrontation. Although Nakajima Atsushi lacks combat experience, his remarkable physical resilience allows him to hold his own against Akutagawa Runoshuk. Engaging in a back-and-forth exchange, Akutagawa strikes with lethal intent, yet his physical limitations occasionally result in unnatural pauses. Both combatants, caught in the fervor of battle, witness Nakajima's movements transitioning from awkwardness to proficiency, eliciting a flicker of surprise and subtle admiration from Akutagawa. However, this admiration is swiftly overshadowed by the arrival of another. In a state of heightened emotion, Nakajima Atsushi, too, becomes fervent, as both adversaries instinctively target each other's vital points. Just then, a voice interrupts. "All right, that's enough." No one noticed when Dazai Osamu arrived, positioning himself between Akutagawa and Nakajima, activating his ability, No Longer Human, which brought their skirmish to an abrupt halt. Akutagawa pursed his already pale lips, his gaze revealing a complex mix of emotions as he cast a casual glance at Dazai. Nakajima, feeling a wave of fatigue, focused intently on Akutagawa, finally attuning to the emotional nuances at play. He realized how much Akutagawa cared for Dazai. Dazai, perceptive as ever, took in the subtle shifts in their expressions and was struck by a peculiar thought. He approached Nakajima, affectionately patting his head. "Well done, Atsushi." Feeling the sudden, ominous glare from Akutagawa, Nakajima's heart sank. "Please, Dazai-san, don't put me in harm's way." He was acutely aware of Akutagawa's fervent desire to grow stronger and earn Dazai's approval, a fixation bordering on madness. Although he didn't fully comprehend why Dazai withheld his affirmation from Akutagawa, he knew that Akutagawa idolized Dazai, worked tirelessly, and progressed rapidly. So why did Dazai refuse to acknowledge Akutagawa's efforts? Draco could provide clarity on this matter. When Dazai took Akutagawa under his wing, he was in the darkest period of his life, consumed by suicidal thoughts, indifferent to the world, and detached from existence. Dazai brought Akutagawa into the Port Mafia, becoming his mentor. Akutagawa believed Dazai bestowed upon him the very meaning of life, yearning for his recognition, treating Dazai's words as the most vital reason to ignite his passion. He relentlessly pursued Dazai's acknowledgement. The Port Mafia, unlike the armed detective agency, was a benevolent organization. Dazai aimed to mold Akutagawa into a formidable force in the shadows, where strength served as a passport. Moreover, Akutagawa's desperation for Dazai's approval was nearly fanatical. If Dazai were to grant Akutagawa validation too soon, Akutagawa would lose his sense of purpose. Where would he go from there? Dazai could be considered a competent teacher. He had observed Akutagawa in silence, smiling upon witnessing his achievements, and spoke highly of him to others, yet he had never explicitly affirmed Akutagawa's worth. However, these insights remained transparent only to Edogawa Rampo. The other members of the armed detective agency either overlooked the dynamics between Akutagawa and Dazai or, like Nakajima, failed to grasp their complexity. Akutagawa, having discarded any admiration he once held for the beast beneath, now only wished to obliterate Nakajima, consumed by indignation. Why should he, who had toiled without recognition from Dazai, see this fool gain such effortless favor? His eyes narrowed menacingly at Nakajima, teeth clenched. Akutagawa-san. Higuchi Icho rushed to his side, her expression wary. "Do not be alarmed. I am merely here to retrieve our agency member," Dazai chimed cheerfully. "You." Higuchi, incensed by Dazai's blatant disregard for the Port Mafia, drew her pistol, ready to unleash a volley. Akutagawa raised a hand, halting her reckless impulse. "You cannot win against him," he stated coldly. "Why? The armed detective agency is but a trifling operation, while the Port Mafia commands this city." Higuchi could hardly believe her ears, hearing Akutagawa utter such words for the first time. A sharp slap resonated through the air as Higuchi's face turned aside, the unspoken retort stifled. "You are quite noisy," Akutagawa remarked, his indifference palpable as he glanced at Higuchi, letting his hand fall. "I detest insubordinate subordinates who chatter incessantly." The chilling implication of his words sent a shiver down Higuchi's spine. Desperate to plead for mercy, she hesitated, recalling Akutagawa's previous statement, and instead fell silent, standing aside. He paid her no mind, fixating on Dazai. "We must take the beast beneath with us." "Ah, splendid. Let me assess your progress." Dazai grinned brightly. Due to Dazai's ability, No Longer Human, Akutagawa could only engage him in pure hand-to-hand combat, which was precisely what he desired. He was determined to prove to Dazai that he surpassed the beast beneath. It was evident that Akutagawa was no match for Dazai. As Dazai engaged him, he taunted, leaving Nakajima to fear for Akutagawa's well-being. Draco suddenly glanced upward, retrieving a phone altered by the world's consciousness, sending a message before initiating a video call with Akiko Yusino. Directing the camera toward Dazai, Dazai noticed Draco's peculiar behavior out of the corner of his eye, but had little time to ponder before a crimson figure descended from above. landing squarely on him. Dazai was silenced, face first against the ground. Dazai. Chapter 190. Dazai and Nakahara Chuya. Dazai-san. Nakajima gasped, his jaw nearly unhinging, his complexion paling to a ghostly white. The scene unfolding before him left him utterly speechless. Could it be that Dazai's once bright eyes now appeared as teary as two fried eggs? He felt utterly drained, unable to avenge Dazai, fearing he might meet his own demise here. In stark contrast to Nakajima's panic, Akutagawa remained composed. He was intimately familiar with the mysterious figure, and he understood all too well that Dazai was far from vulnerable. Observing Nakajima's frantic demeanor, Akutagawa couldn't help but feel a tinge of disdain. He pondered privately, is this it? What could Dazai possibly see in this foolish beast beneath? What qualities does he possess that could surpass mine? I refuse to accept this. Akutagawa's gaze bore into Nakajima, as if he intended to strip him of his very skin. Nakajima shivered, acutely aware of Akutagawa's scrutinizing glare, retreating into a corner. Wah! I can't be friends with Akutagawa anymore. As the dust settled, Nakajima found the figure increasingly familiar. Is that Nakahara Chuya? Though he had only seen him in anime, the red hair, the eyes, the hat, Nakajima felt compelled to adopt a more serious demeanor, recalling the port mafia and the illustrious reputation of gravity. Yet, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of a dragon-slaying Snow White. I don't like hugging men. Wait. Nakajima froze, realizing he had become a control group. His eyes morphed once more into that of fried eggs. Nakahara Chuya stood with arms crossed, exuding an air of arrogance as he firmly planted his feet upon Dazai's back. His exquisitely deep-set eyes radiated unabashed pride and delight. He applied more weight to his stance, relishing the muffled groan of Dazai beneath him, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Then, with a graceful leap, he effortlessly moved to Akutagawa's side. However, it was evident that at this moment, his attention was primarily focused on Nakajima Atsushi. This child was indeed the one with a bounty of 7 billion, wasn't he? He had expected a fearsome villain, yet found him to be rather intriguing, his expressions shifting continuously. Nevertheless, he also understood that if Dazai were present, he would be unable to take Nakajima Atsushi away. With this thought, Nakahara Chuya felt an itch of frustration, realizing he had been too lenient with Dazai. Aku, your mission has been accomplished, Nakahara Chuya said in a low voice. Wait for me outside. Astonished, Akutagawa Rinashuk looked up, but confronted by Nakahara Chuya's unwavering gaze, he could only lower his head in reluctant acquiescence. Understood, Master Chuya. In the port mafia, the orders of superiors were absolute. Akutagawa shot Nakajima Atsushi a fierce glare before quietly retreating into the alleyway. After all this time, Chuya remains the same, Dazai Osamu said languidly as he propped himself up. Despite being covered in dirt, he appeared to have sustained no serious injuries. He grimaced as he rubbed his shoulder, muttering incessantly, wow, that little dark dwarf strikes are getting heavier. His tone of complaint was light and airy, almost playful. Yet, this seemingly harmless voice was like a poisoned hook wrapped in cotton candy, enticing yet perilous, drawing one into his meticulously woven trap. Upon hearing Dazai's words, Nakahara Chuya's face flushed with rage, his fists clenched, producing a cracking sound. This detestable mackerel, that cursed traitor, dared to speak to him in such a manner. Were it not for the leader's orders, he would have lunged at Dazai immediately, eager to let him experience the power of his fist. Dazai, unfazed, stood up leisurely, brushing off the dust clinging to his clothes. Since the morning, his emotions had been an intricate mess, yet at this moment, they seemed to have taken a peculiar turn for the better. He approached Nakahara Chuya with measured steps, his previously carefree demeanor abruptly shifting to one of solemnity. As Dazai stood beside Nakahara Chuya, he leaned in slightly, as if to confide a crucial secret. The warmth of his breath brushed against Nakahara Chuya's neck, causing an unusual sensation to ripple through him, a mix of discomfort and unease. However, bolstered by the profound tacit understanding cultivated over the years and an unwavering trust in Dazai, Nakahara Chuya did not shy away from this intimate gesture. Instead, he gazed intently at Dazai's grave expression, equally serious, fully prepared to absorb the words that were about to be uttered. Dazai's voice dropped to a whisper. There is something of great importance. The sound was faint, akin to the flutter of a mosquito's wings. Were it not for the enhancement provided by the power of the world consciousness to Draco, even Nakajima Atsushi, endowed with extraordinary abilities and keen senses, would have struggled to decipher any of it. Onlookers could only watch in bewilderment as Nakahara Chuya's cheeks suddenly flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Without hesitation, he lifted his leg and delivered a swift, powerful kick, aiming to knock Dazai to the ground. Dazai effortlessly evaded the strike, his expression still jovial. Just a little joke. Chuya, you really can't take a tease. Damn you, mackerel. Nakahara Chuya felt the last threads of his rationality snap. While Nakahara was known for his exceptional combat skills, Dazai's abilities remained shrouded in mystery. To Draco, it appeared as though the two were not truly clashing, but rather engaging in a playful exchange. One was subconsciously holding back, while the other was tentatively probing. How perplexing, Mr. Dazai, Akiko Yusino observed through Draco's phone, which captured the scene with greater clarity than a camera. She sat at her computer with an earnest demeanor, her gaze fixed on the screen as if engrossed in a serious viewing. However, out of sight of the camera, her fingers flitted like a butterfly, rapidly pressing the screenshot button, creating a blur of motion. Her swift and practiced actions even drew admiration from Edogawa Rampo, who stood at the infirmary door. Meanwhile, Tanizaki Junichiro watched with restrained laughter, covering her mouth with her hand to avoid revealing her amusement. Her eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation, as if waiting for something. Despite her efforts to maintain composure, the corners of her mouth betrayed her inner joy. She seemed to recall something and quietly asked Draco, "Why does Mr. Nakahara land on Mr. Dazai from such a height, yet Mr. Dazai appears unscathed? Wouldn't a falling watermelon be fatal?" She thought her voice was soft, but with the physical prowess of ability users, the combatants hardly noticed the subtlety. Dazai paused imperceptibly during their skirmish, and a flicker of confusion crossed Nakahara Chuya's face. Why would there be a reason? Haven't they always acted this way? Draco, without concealing his voice, analyzed seriously. When Mr. Nakahara descended, he was indeed moving at great speed. Had he landed normally, even with his abilities, Mr. Dazai would have likely sustained severe injury from the impact, and at the same time, Mr. Nakahara would have been harmed. You must have seen the red light surrounding Mr. Nakahara when he landed, correct? That was likely his ability, gravity manipulation. In the split second before Mr. Nakahara struck Mr. Dazai, he suspended himself using gravity, allowing the impact to dissipate. Thus, Mr. Dazai only felt Mr. Nakahara's actual weight. In essence, their actions were akin to you suddenly jumping onto a friend's back when they were unprepared, Draco concluded. However, his gaze at Dazai was laden with significance. Did Dazai truly remain unaware of Nakahara's appearance? Who considers him a friend? Nakahara Chuya retorted without a second thought. His exchange with Dazai came to an abrupt halt at Draco's interjection. Is that the crux of the matter? Isn't the real point whether there's some ambiguity between you and Dazai? You two trust each other immensely to engage in such antics. Akiko Yusino could hardly suppress her urge to interject, though she wished she could temper the smile on her face. So Chuya is concerned for my well-being? Dazai feigned a delicate demeanor, twisting his body dramatically. Truly, you are a good dog. You are Malfoy, aren't you? Nakahara Chuya, unusually, ignored Dazai's words and instead fixed his gaze on Draco, stating with conviction, "Our leader requests your presence." He scrutinized Draco, pondering why the leader wished to meet such a child. Nakahara could not discern anything amiss with Draco. He found him rather agreeable. In truth, the spirit of the Urehabeki within Nakahara felt an inexplicable affinity towards Draco's aura. Draco tilted his head in confusion. "Ugai Mori wishes to see me? Why? I haven't done anything particularly noteworthy. What events transpired on your way to the detective agency?" Edogawa Rampo, who had inexplicably appeared in the video, asked with a serious expression. Draco pondered for a moment. "Well, nothing much. Just encountered a gunfight, an explosion, poisoning, theft, and the usual. Nothing else really. Is that truly all?" The crowd fell into a contemplative silence. Though Yokohama may exude an air of danger, surely it does not reach such extremes. I have taken no heed of these matters. I merely passed by. Draco gazed innocently at the crowd. Oh, and it seems I even rescued a poor little kitten. Draco suddenly recalled the small creature, unable to suppress a look of affection. Nakajima Atsushi felt a tinge of envy towards the kitten. But wait, isn't anyone curious? Draco appears unfazed by human demise, yet expresses pity for a mere kitten. Nakajima Atsushi, not particularly altruistic, found that Draco's demeanor painted him as a gentle and kind-hearted child, a slight deviation from his previous impression. It must be that cat, Edogawa Rampo affirmed. He did not dwell on it further, believing Draco would surely deduce the truth. He watched with keen interest as Dazai's romantic interest unfolded, exclaiming, "Oh, so that is how it is. I had shielded the surveillance. At the time, there was no one around." Draco mused thoughtfully. Could the cat have been an ability user? No, that would be impossible. I would have noticed. Draco concluded after a moment's contemplation. Someone else was present, and that person must be an ability user, likely possessing a power akin to erasing their presence. He began to grasp Mori Ugai's intentions for his healing capabilities. "My sincerest apologies, Mr. Nakahara. I have matters of my own to attend to." Draco's expression was earnest, and Nakahara Chuya would not scorn a child. It was no wonder Mr. Mori had specifically advised to simply test the waters. If the other party declined, then so be it. Nakahara Chuya had a moment of clarity. No matter. I shall take my leave then. He nodded to Draco and made his way towards the alley. As he passed Dazai, he paused briefly, uttered a number, and then left with an air of feigned ferocity. Dazai, for once, wore a dazed expression. Did he just imagine that? Even a little slug would tease someone? Kunikita Dappo had been closely following behind them, yet a series of unexpected events had continuously drawn him into turmoil. By the time he reached his destination, everything had already settled, and Akurigawa Rayonashuk had vanished without a trace. This stirred a wave of frustration within Kunikita Dappo. Fortunately, seeing Nakajima Atsushi's wounds nearly healed and Tanizaki Jun Ichiro unharmed eased his worries somewhat. Just then, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. Wait. Where did Draco go? Kunikita Dappo was taken aback, abruptly lifting his gaze towards Nakajima Atsushi and the others with an urgent expression. Under Kunikita Dappo's sharp scrutiny, Nakajima Atsushi's voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly inaudible. Draco mentioned he wanted to wander around for a bit, to buy some souvenirs. Mr. Dazai accompanied him. Nakajima Atsushi's words faded as if a gust of wind had blown them away, completely dissipating into the air. Upon hearing this, Kunikita Dappo couldn't help but let out an irritated click of his tongue. In truth, he wasn't particularly worried about Draco. However, the thought of him leaving with the unpredictable and erratic Dazai, that damned bandaged enigma, left him feeling anxious. Heaven knows what mischief that fellow might lead Draco into. Wandering about until suddenly deciding to find someone to die alongside, leaving Draco behind. Chapter 191, Conversations and Appointments. Draco walked alongside Dazai, like two radiant stars streaking through a bustling street. Passers-by occasionally cast curious and astonished glances their way, unable to resist stealing looks at these two extraordinary figures. Dazai's striking features emanated a rich classical charm, as if he had stepped forth from an ancient scroll, each line exquisitely delineating elegance and nobility. His aura perfectly aligning with Yokohama's pursuit of the beauty of Mono Nowhere. Beside him, Draco, though still youthful, possessed the chiseled, profound features of a foreign boy. His visage more grand than that of his Asian counterparts. Particularly, his bright, gem-like eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, radiant and captivating. Coupled with his delicate beauty reminiscent of an angel descended from a cathedral, he was undeniably enchanting. Yet, such praise felt uncomfortable to Draco, a wizard at heart. At this moment, Draco strode ahead in high spirits, thoroughly enjoying himself, occasionally captivated by the peculiar and unique shops lining the street, pausing to admire them. Meanwhile, Dazai, trailing behind, wore a faint smile, yet a shadow of somberness lurked deep within his gaze, as if concealing boundless thoughts. Draco, Dazai's voice, though soft, carried an inexplicable intensity. I thought you would probe a bit more. Draco gradually halted his steps, his gaze calm and composed, as if he had already discerned everything. Locking eyes with Dazai, in Draco's eyes, Dazai undoubtedly appeared as someone deeply insecure, filled with pessimistic emotions. Dazai seemed perpetually engaged in testing others, employing a myriad of tactics, whether through monetary temptation, emotional manipulation, or even wagering lives, not hesitating to utilize societal norms and various constraints as leverage. Only when others were left in disarray, desperately fleeing their world, did Dazai find relief, revealing a sense of anticipated understanding. However, in this world, exceptions exist. Perhaps only Nakahara Chuya could be regarded as this unique anomaly. The bond they shared was undoubtedly deeper than what could be perceived. In the anime, their 3 years together were merely brushed over, yet that time represented a long journey they traversed hand in hand. Those seemingly trivial moments were, for Dazai, undoubtedly precious treasures, worthy of careful preservation and undeniably secrets not to be easily glimpsed or touched by anyone. So, can you tell me what motives you harbor? Dazai inquired softly, his tone laced with curiosity. As for the so-called purpose, no matter how one scrutinized Draco and his companion's actions, it was exceedingly difficult to find even a trace of motive. Dazai had always taken pride in his intellect, while he might concede to Rampo in certain areas. When it came to the precise understanding of human hearts, he was confident he was second to none. If so, what compelled Draco to save this world? And why reveal information about the future to them? Why did he trust them so deeply? Was it merely because of an anime? In this decayed and corrupt world, was there truly any necessity for its continuation? Mr. Dazai. Draco's voice was soft and gentle, like a spring breeze. Why must you insist that I must possess some ulterior motive? Even a cruel murderer may act out of impulsive whimsy at times. Draco's gray-blue eyes, akin to a tranquil lake, met Dazai's gaze without a ripple of emotion. Devoid of the negativity Dazai sought to capture, nor any signs of positivity. They were too pure, imbued with a divine quality. Dazai could not help but recoil. He suddenly felt as though all his thoughts and intentions had nowhere to hide, laid bare before Draco. This sensation was almost unbearable for Dazai, akin to a lethal blow. Draco certainly did not appear to be a passionate criminal. Though their time together had been brief, Dazai prided himself on his acute judgment of character. Indeed, Mr. Dazai was correct. Draco smiled, and if one were to insist on a reason, it was that he was searching for a world. However, we had agreed to let things unfold naturally, and thus I traversed through various worlds. Assisting this world is a means to enhance our own. Draco turned his gaze towards the distant Yokohama Sea, enveloped in a tender embrace. Would you like to know what world I seek? He looked at Dazai, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. He was not lying, Dazai's instincts told him. Yet, he could not inquire further, for his intuition warned him that what lay ahead was not meant for his ears. Nevertheless, Dazai did not divert his gaze from Draco, fixating intently on the movements of his lips, attempting to decipher the message concealed within. He concentrated deeply on the simple phonetic utterance. At that moment, a sharp, piercing buzzing sound abruptly invaded his ears, akin to countless bees swirling about. His vision gradually grew hazy, everything appearing veiled in a delicate shroud. Draco merely formed the shape of a word with his lips, not yet having articulated the first syllable. Faced with this situation, Dazai felt both helpless and a tinge of regret. Initially, he had harbored hopes that the unique ability possessed by Dazai, akin to the no longer human bug, would withstand the powerful impact of a deity's descent. Alas, it seemed this experiment was destined to culminate in failure. He sighed softly, slowly withdrawing his wand and gently waving it towards Dazai, casting a healing spell. Subsequently, he nonchalantly tucked away his wand, offering a slight smile to the nearby surveillance camera. What a close call. I almost believed I would truly have the opportunity to meet that enchanting deity, isn't I? Despite his body still swaying slightly, Dazai managed to sit with remarkable steadiness on the public bench by the roadside. He seemed oblivious to Draco's earlier actions, neglecting to mention them. Oh, but didn't he, Mr. Nakahara, invite Mr. Dazai for the evening? It would be a pity to meet the goddess now, wouldn't it? Draco elegantly settled beside Dazai, every gesture exuding fine upbringing and grace. Upon hearing Dazai's words, curiosity welled up within him, prompting him to inquire. Dazai momentarily paused, internally astonished. Draco had actually heard him? He was certain that nothing had reached Draco's ears. Quickly regaining his composure, he donned a nonchalant, carefree smile. Draco was still just a child. Being overly explicit was not advisable. As he spoke, Dazai reached out, playfully ruffling Draco's hair, leaving it in disarray. For reasons unknown, whenever he was near Draco, the dark emotions within Dazai seemed to be quelled, unable to rise. Particularly that dazzling white light had rekindled a warmth akin to sunlight that he had not felt in ages. Initially, Dazai had been wary and averse to this sensation. But reflecting on Draco's various displays moments ago, he understood clearly that this child was far from the simple and harmless exterior he presented. I'm not a child. Stop it, don't mess with my hair. Draco puffed out his cheeks, a scowl etched across his face as he forcefully pushed away Dazai's meddling hands. Humph. I've known it all along. This is just like the situation between me and Harry. Draco muttered. Foreign children seem to mature earlier than those from our homeland. Dazai feigned exaggerated shock. His mind instinctively drifted to Nakahara. They were different from Draco and Harry. A chasm existed between him and Nakahara. Draco keenly sensed Dazai's sudden, inexplicable wave of melancholy. This dark creature was indeed troublesome. Perhaps it would be best to return this nuisance to Mr. Nakahara for resolution. Dazai, too, noted the strong signals emanating from Draco, urging him to leave. Casually glancing at the surveillance camera, he quickly grasped the reason behind it. A sly smile crept onto his lips as he and Draco shared a knowing glance. Dazai stood up leisurely, yawning and stretching languidly while humming a tune he had composed. He strolled away with a leisurely gait, thoroughly at ease. One cannot sacrifice oneself for love alone. After all, time slipped by unnoticed, and Draco found himself immersed in the breathtaking sunset, casting its glow over the enchanting Yokohama seascape. As he reveled in the beauty before him, a shadow suddenly obscured his view. Looking up, Draco found, as expected, a figure possessing a handsome visage that even unkempt facial hair could not conceal. Clad in a white coat, he resembled a disheveled doctor. A warm smile adorned his face, yet within the depths of his crimson eyes flickered a glint of shrewd calculation. As if waiting for an opportune moment. May I sit here? He inquired. Under his frigid gaze, Draco offered a polite smile. Of course, Mr. Mori. Mori Agai was not surprised that Draco recognized him. After all, it was Draco who had just extended an invitation from afar. However, one must remain vigilant. After all, he was quite fearful of death. I wonder what brings young Mr. Malfoy to seek me out. Mori Agai felt an undeniable envy towards Draco's healing abilities. Yet he was simultaneously wary. He had observed their earlier interaction through the surveillance, unable to discern their words, nor read their lips. Nevertheless, he understood his astute disciple well. It was evident that Draco had held the upper hand in their exchange. He had hesitated, yet the allure of this healing ability was too strong to resist, compelling him to come here. As for me, I merely wish to meet Mr. Mori. It's as simple as that. Draco absently brushed his fingers over the ornate Malfoy insignia embroidered on his collar, piecing together how Mori Agai had deduced his surname from earlier. His interest waned slightly. Just as he had said, he simply wanted to see what Mori Agai was like, and he had assumed this world also possessed the book Harry Potter. He wondered how the armed detective agency remained unaware, yet Mori Agai appeared to be in the know. However, as soon as Mori spoke, Draco realized his deductions had been erroneous. Curse it, I will surely be the subject of Rampo's mockery when I return. Mori Agai had not experienced such speechless bewilderment in quite some time. Should he commend this child for his honesty? He, the leader of the Port Mafia, a name synonymous with darkness, was someone Draco wished to meet? This only heightened his intrigue towards Draco. Draco faced him as he would an ordinary person. It was evident that Draco hailed from a well-to-do family. Yet what was the source of his unwavering confidence? The healer, evidently possessing extraordinary abilities, appeared to be British given his accent. However, he had never heard of any Malfoy family in England. Perhaps their presence was subtle and elusive, limited by the reach of his influence there. Yet, he noticed the absence of any guardians beside this young master. Did this confidence stem solely from within? While most healers are generally not offended, a solitary healer could easily be coerced into servitude. Mori Agai scrutinized Draco intently, parting his lips as if to speak, but halted. There was no need for pleasantries. You are clearly wary of me, suspecting I was dispatched from England, are you not? Draco had no intention of engaging in niceties. Mori Agai couldn't help but chuckle, genuinely amused, his crescent eyes betraying a hint of caution. You jest, young master. Indeed, this child was astute. It was no wonder he could hold his own against Dazai. Mr. Mori, I am curious. Have you ever felt guilt towards anyone, even for a fleeting moment? Draco swore this question was but a whimsical impulse. He was intrigued by Mori Agai's response, this entity dubbed as the AI incarnate. The smile on Mori Agai's face seemed meticulously calculated, a mask firmly affixed to his features. Not at all. A scoff. In the darkness, someone unhesitatingly discarded their headphones into the trash. How absurd. Chapter 192, Teizong. Dazai Osamu wandered aimlessly, moving against the turbulent tide of humanity. Ah, the sunset is truly fervent, he remarked, gazing up at the sun hanging overhead. Dive into the water. The moment he plunged in, the world seemed to hush, as if returning to a mother's embrace. A rare tranquility washed over Dazai's expression. His mind replayed the events of the day. A fleeting vision of a russet figure flitted through his thoughts. Speaking of Nakahara Chuya, he was quite peculiar today. After such a long absence, Dazai had anticipated an enthusiastic interruption to his ribs. What did Chuya mean by that? Those numbers seemed familiar. Perhaps it was mere mischief on Dazai's part, or perhaps the influx of messages had muddled perceptions of their relationship. Misunderstanding? That hardly seemed fitting, after all. His feelings towards Chuya were never innocent. Yet, whether to advance or retreat, Dazai desired neither. He understood that someone loved him, yet he felt devoid of the capacity to love in return. From Chuya's unexpected response, he sensed an uncontrollable omen. Instinctively, he yearned to escape. If one could evade overwhelming joy, then sorrow would not follow. He remained uncertain if anyone awaited him, akin to Schrodinger's cat. If he didn't go, he would never know. Did he truly not know? Those numbers. Dazai slowly opened his eyes beneath the water. Tisk. With that soft sound of discontent. Nakahara Chuya stood clad in his iconic black coat, a garment that had become emblematic of his identity, akin to a port mafia. Beneath the coat, a black shirt hugged his slender yet powerful frame, the tailored design accentuating his waist, complemented by impeccably fitting trousers, together creating a tantalizing silhouette. He lounged languidly against the soft sofa, a derisive chuckle escaping his lips, though it was unclear to whom the mirth was directed. This was Chuya's safe house. A secret even from the leader, known only to him and one other. This was his selfishness, prepared for a certain individual. The room was cloaked in darkness, silent and still. Chuya gazed steadily out at the night, its curtain of darkness hanging low beyond the floor-to-ceiling window, a faint red glow flickering between his long fingers. Several hours had passed since their agreed time. Chuya hadn't expected the bluefish to be so timid, both 3 years ago and now. When he had shared the coordinates with the bluefish, it had indeed been a gamble. He squinted slightly, inhaling deeply from his cigarette. The curling smoke wafted like a gossamer veil, shrouding his usually vibrant face. Through the haze, his cobalt blue eyes, typically bright and clear, now appeared dimmed. He was uncertain of the nature of his feelings for Dazai. He found it challenging to define the complex emotions he harbored. Was this what they called affection? Or perhaps something deeper, more fervent? The answer eluded him. Yet, the unique rapport they shared was indisputable. They trusted one another while continually probing the limits of each other's endurance. Every heated argument deepened their understanding of one another. Dazai seemed perpetually eager to provoke him, igniting fierce verbal duels. They mercilessly criticized and attacked one another, yet whenever one found themselves in distress, the other would invariably extend a helping hand. Though he often felt ensnared by Dazai's antics, it did not signify his foolishness. He was special to Dazai, of that he was certain. Don't underestimate me. I emerged from the Rainbow Street. They show no mercy to children there. I have witnessed much darkness. Dazai's gaze, demeanor, and instinctive actions all conveyed his concern. Chuya was not meticulous, yet he found himself inexplicably attentive to Dazai, always able to discern subtle differences in his behavior. However, he also understood Dazai, this coward. Chuya surveyed his surroundings, and even in the enveloping darkness, aided by the moonlight streaming in, he could clearly perceive everything. He nonchalantly extinguished his still-burning cigarette in the ashtray and rose slowly. Checking the time, he noted it was 11:59 in the evening. If he was correct, that guy probably wouldn't show up. Chuya had no intention of waiting. He approached the door and opened it, preparing to leave, when he instinctively felt the urge to attack upon seeing a shadow at the entrance, only to abruptly halt. The only person who could stand there unannounced. Catching him off guard was Dazai. There he stood, quietly observing him without the usual tension or provocations, leaving Chuya somewhat disoriented. He couldn't ascertain when Dazai had arrived. He was still dripping wet, forming a small puddle at his feet. Dazai pressed his lips together, devoid of his usual playful demeanor, appearing pale and fragile. For a moment, neither spoke. Dazai, upon closer inspection, was rather handsome. Chuya unabashedly scrutinized Dazai. He had always known Dazai was attractive, even back in the Port Mafia. Many had been enraptured by him. However, the latter's words had often distracted him from appreciating Dazai's appearance. Aren't you coming in? Nakahara Chuya is not a pristine white jasmine flower. Neither the streets of Daiko Kuko nor the Port Mafia can accommodate individuals of genuine purity. Although he lacks experience, he possesses a wealth of understanding and is acutely aware of the implications of this statement. Dazai Osamu is also cognizant of this truth. Can I truly enter? Dazai gazed intently at Nakahara Chuya. Is it really possible? Can he genuinely access another's heart? Does he possess the right? Can someone of his ilk pursue happiness? Should he even dare to approach? The moment a hint of hesitation flickered across Chuya's face, Dazai's eyes darkened. The two stood, one enveloped in shadow and the other bathed in moonlight at the threshold, their positions seemingly inverted. The one in the light extended a hand of desperation into the darkness. Humph! Nakahara Chuya snorted disdainfully, raising an eyebrow with a hint of irritation. Seizing Dazai's collar before he could react, he yanked him inside, swiftly turning to kick the door shut behind them, plunging both into the depths of darkness. Honestly, you always dawdle and indulge in endless soliloquies. Damn you, sardine. Chuya lifted his chin, glaring discontentedly at the significantly taller Dazai. Simultaneously, he clutched Dazai's collar with unwavering resolve, compelling him to bow his head. Dazai remained silent, acquiescing quietly, his downcast eyes shimmering with profound and somber light, akin to an unfathomable abyss. Chuya was indeed foolish. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and a faint whiff of river water, this amalgamation of aromas stealthily infiltrating the space between them. Their lips gravitated towards one another as if drawn by an invisible force. In that instant, time appeared to freeze, the world reduced to the rhythm of their breaths. Gradually, one party broke the silence, gently prying open the other's lips, initiating a fervent clash of mouths. Their breaths quickened and became increasingly disordered, as if they sought to engulf each other entirely. Dazai's arms encircled Chuya's slender waist tightly, while Chuya's hands climbed to Dazai's shoulders. Dazai's hands wandered slowly, exploring the contours of his prize. In the darkness, every sensation intensified, the gentle sound of water, the rustle of fabric, and their increasingly erratic breaths. Wait, Chuya interjected, extending a hand to halt Dazai's wandering explorations, his breaths resonating clearly in the quiet atmosphere. To the bathroom. Are you disdaining me? Dazai feigned sadness, his voice tinged with mock disappointment, though he recognized the traces of river water that clung to him. Thus, despite his words, he unhesitatingly swept Chuya into his arms and navigated expertly towards the bathroom. In the misty haze of steam, their entwined silhouettes flickered in and out of view. You bastard. Chuya tilted his head back, his pale neck adorned with a myriad of marks left by Dazai. His damp russet hair clung to his cheeks and neck. exuding a unique allure. Dazai, Chuya murmured, gazing at him, unable to suppress his inner yearning. I long to possess you, Chuya. You are mine. He lowered his head, kissing Nakahara Chuya and drawing him into the depths of oblivion. In the spacious tub, they embraced tightly, Dazai exploring leisurely, his actions deliberate yet teasing. Chuya's eyes widened, breaths quickening, his beautiful blue orbs misting over. What a strange sensation, Chuya thought as Dazai pressed a gentle kiss to the corner of his eye, his gaze filled with deep-seated obsession. He is mine. Dazai, a masterful hunter, excelled in patience. He observed his prey ensnared, yearning to devour it swiftly yet restraining himself. Biding his time, Chuya felt lightheaded, clutching Dazai as he gasped for air, unaware when Dazai stood, brushing off the water from his body. Suddenly, he was spun around, landing softly on the bed. Feeling the warmth beside him, he did not resist. After all, he had invited this, fully aware of its inevitable conclusion. They were both adults, and they understood the unspoken implications. Chuya, are you certain? Dazai inquired, his vision unaffected by the darkness. He could see Chuya's expression, a mixture of pleasure and pain, and the droplets cascading along predetermined paths with crystal clarity. TCH, are you even a man? If you're not going to act, then get lost. Chuya expressed his dissatisfaction with Dazai's procrastination. Ugh, Chuya always enjoys provoking me. Dazai smirked wickedly. They switched positions. Chuya, isn't this perspective delightful? Chuya frowned, emitting an uncomfortable sound. He heard Dazai's words, glaring at him with his eyes shimmering with a hint of red. Just as he was about to speak, his thoughts fragmented. In a moment of daze, Chuya thought he heard Dazai whispering in his ear. Dazai likes lingering in consciousness, Chuya seemed to say. The dark-haired youth momentarily hesitated before tightening his embrace around his precious one. You said it. No backing out now. Humph. Dazai lay in his position, humming a cheerful tune as the members of the armed detective agency, along with Harry and Draco, couldn't help but steal glances at him. It wasn't merely because Dazai had inexplicably arrived at work on time, but rather the conspicuous red handprint adorning his face and the oddly cheerful demeanor. Has Dazai been like this since morning? Draco inquired, puzzled, to Nakajima Atsushi beside him. Indeed, it's quite strange, isn't it? Atsushi whispered back. Draco nodded in agreement, finding it rather peculiar, reminiscent of the reconciliation between Grindelwald and Dumbledore. I see. Draco exchanged a glance with Edogawa Rampo, affirming his suspicions. Tachiara Naomi observed keenly before blushing inexplicably and rushing into the infirmary, leaving a bewildered Tanizaki Junichiro behind. Kunikita Dappo's expression was grave, his hand adjusting his glasses trembling slightly. Something is amiss. It's exceedingly odd. He's been alarmingly well-behaved, neither attempting suicide nor inviting a lady to die with him. He has completed his work swiftly and efficiently. This bandage device must be up to something nefarious. Akiko Yusino emerged alongside Tachihara Naomi. Casually passing behind Dazai, she inevitably spotted the marks Naomi mentioned. A stubborn scratch peeked through his collar. Thus, it became glaringly apparent to whom the handprint on Dazai's face belonged. She stifled her laughter, not wanting to be overly conspicuous. All right, you little lovebirds, enjoy your happiness, and don't mind this NPC.